Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We got Baldy Day at 7:30 on a Tuesday here in the morning roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening to all the students, teachers, cops, firefighters, moody drivers, BART conductors, parking attendants, security guards, carpenters, construction workers, you name it. Good morning to everybody out there, including YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto rates and super simple online application process. On the guest line, on the Boxer Gerson guest line today, we're going to have Brian Baldinger here 7:30, Kirk Morrison at 8:30. Good morning, Spadone. We got Lubbock, and we got you, Joe Shaskin. There's a lot going on. The discourse of Brock Purdy took the nation by storm yesterday. Everybody had an opinion about him. It was almost as if the Niners lost their game, but they didn't lose. But boy, there were some hairy moments for him. Number 13, the MVP candidate, Brock Purdy.
Well, there's a lot that goes into it. I think it's the reality is this. He had a great season. He's one of the most efficient seasons of all time. And the guy had a bad game until the fourth quarter. Then he delivered. And I just think that we're afraid at times to file anything. Everything's got to be like fairy tale, where it's like, oh, well, this is why, and this is like, no, he had a bad game. We do this with Steph Curry at times. I think we're afraid at times because Steph's amazing, and Steph's on a whole other platform than Brock Purdy. It's probably unfair to even put those two in the same sentence. But my point being is that, there's so much goodwill for Steph Curry that when he does turn it over 3 or 4 times in the final, let's say 6 minutes of a basketball game, no one even brings that up.
Yep.
Ever.
Yep.
Ever. Right? And so I think it's unfair. I've seen this play out with LeBron James. And honestly, Niner fans are at fault at this to a degree. We have yet to appreciate LeBron James's career because we've tried to compare and contrast him to Michael Jordan at every single turn instead of just letting LeBron carve out LeBron's career.
Well, I think LeBron James, when it all look, for one game, I'm taking Michael Jordan, right? That's just where I'm at.
Okay.
But that's not dismissing what LeBron James is doing at the age of 39. The guy he could still average 30 in an NBA basketball game despite being 20 years deep into the game. Honestly.
He's one of the greatest athletes you've ever seen
in North American sports history.
But I feel like a large segment of the national rhetoric is you can't even enjoy his career because he didn't go 6-0 in the finals.
Right. Well, that's why
absurd.
That's why I try to tell fans, if you don't like some of the national discourse, don't watch it. Because if you watched it yesterday all over ESPN and Fox Sports, it was a lot about Brock Purdy.
Yes.
There's 3 quarterbacks and then there's Brock Purdy. All right?
Brock Purdy, which is unfair.
And I admit this. He stunk for the first 3 quarters of that football game. I watched it right there. And even my girl, who's the biggest Brock Purdy fan ever, oh, my God, Brock Purdy doesn't. Oh, man, this is not good. But you know what? That's fine. The Niners advanced. They survived and advanced. But let me say this as we open up the phone lines, 888-957-9570. There's one thing that kind of bugged me about everything going on with Brock Purdy is I kept hearing it was raining. The ball was wet. It was raining. The weather wasn't right. He had to fight through the elements. We don't give that excuse to Lamar Jackson. We sure the hell didn't do it to Trey Lance in Chicago. We never did it with Jimmy Garoppolo. Hell, go back to the 90s when Steve Young lost the 92 NFC Championship game to the Dallas Cowboys, and the field was an absolute mess because of the rain over the weekend. We never gave Steve that rain excuse. We never gave Steve the rain excuse in the 97 NFC Championship game against the Green Bay Packers. I just don't like the excuses we start to make for our quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy had a bad game. Guess what? Football's played in snow, rain, freezing temperatures, hot weather. It's been played like that for over 100 years. Guess what, folks? Sometimes you have to win a game in the elements, and you got to step up and play the elements. We just watched Mahomes, an all-time quarterback, play in cold weather in back-to-back weeks. It didn't miss a beat.
Wouldn't you say, and again, as I put in some of the great quarterbacks into this conversation, because I think this is an interesting argument. The separator between Tom Brady and Peyton Manning is Peyton Manning, my interpretation, couldn't play well in inclement weather.
He struggled in inclement weather.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now. He was 8-12 in outdoor games when the temperature was below 40 degrees.
There you go.
Just that simple.
There you go.
Okay, but like in my mind, part of why, and Peyton Manning was, to me, the superior regular season quarterback.
Right.
Tom Brady was the superior postseason quarterback, right?
Yep.
Like, that's the separator between the two of them. But when I think of Peyton Manning, part of why he fell short in the playoffs was I don't think I trusted him at all in an inclement weather game.
There There you go.
Now, Brock Purdy is not Peyton Manning, but I think there's a similar correlation right now. It's a couple of games. I mean, the sample size feels so small. I almost feel like I'm overdoing it by even mentioning it, but it's the Cleveland game. It's this game. Now, it rained a little up in Seattle multiple times, and he looked pretty good.
Right.
No, he looked pretty good. But for some reason, he did not look good in this game. It did look like he couldn't grip the ball.
Well, let's be real. The Cleveland game, they punked the Niners.
No doubt.
That, to me, was more of a physicality issue.
I would agree.
And the Cleveland Browns dominated the line of scrimmage. They flushed Purdy out of the pocket. Their team speed on defense flashed. You didn't have Debo. Trent Williams was compromised. And they beat you up. To me, they didn't lose that game because of the rain. They lost that game because of a lack of execution. And again, clock management late in that football game where you throw the ball 3 straight times when it's 3 minutes and 16 seconds left or 3 minutes and 21 seconds left and you burn 16 seconds off the clock. You can't do that if you're Kyle Shanahan. That's what that game was about. But all this thing about the rain and the elements and he can't. Well, guess what? One day you're going to have to play in Chicago.
Yes.
One day you're going to have to play in Green Bay. One day you may have to go to Pittsburgh again. One day you're going to have to go to Baltimore for a regular season game. Did we give Jimmy Garoppolo an excuse for the Baltimore Ravens game in 2019 when the rain was coming down? No. Instead, what I heard was it was tough to tackle Lamar Jackson because he was wearing an all-black uniform, so it was tough to see the football. Now, Jimmy Garoppolo played that game. I remember I was on with BS&G. It was Steiny Guru Bonte. We never brought up the rain in that football game.
Well, no, we don't. But you and I have had this conversation, and I've told you if I was an NFC North and an AFC North team, part of my draft philosophy on quarterback is can you spin it in the cold and the rain and the wet and the sleet? Like I'm drafting bigger, stronger arm people because of that. Like I understand the elements are going to factor. Why do you think I short Tua in that division? Because I know Tua has to go to Buffalo and has to go to New England and has to go to the New York Jets where it's going to be cold and sweet and wet. Well, and I don't trust them.
Well, that's why Buffalo drafted Josh Allen. That's why for years Buffalo tried to draft strong arm quarterbacks, J.P. Losman, Trent Edwards, E.J. Man. They tried to get strong arm quarterbacks, Rob Johnson, who they gave all that money to back in the day from the Jacksonville Jaguars, a 5-year, $25 million contract, because they need strong arm quarterbacks in Buffalo because of all the wins and all the swirls in the wind. That's why I was seeing some things yesterday on social media and said, boy, if you put Brock Purdy on the Buffalo Bills, they win that game. If you put Brock Purdy on the Buffalo Bills, they're not throwing more than 15 times. And it is what it is. And that's just due to their arm strength and Josh Allen. He could do things that Brock Purdy can't do.
For sure. You tailor the game plan to fit someone's skill set.
Exactly.
Like Lamar's game plan is different than how Brock Purdy is going to be game plan.
Yeah, you're not going to run that offense in Baltimore with Brock Purdy. You're going to run a completely different system. And that's fine. But I don't want to hear... I don't want to hear this excuse over and over. Well, it was raining. It was raining. We sound so soft. Like we fit the bill for the wine and cheese fan base if we're using the rain and the elements as an excuse for why he struggled. You know why Brock Purdy struggled? Because he wasn't seeing it. All right? He wasn't seeing the field well. All right? Why was he struggling? Because Green Bay's strategy and their scheme defensively was very good. They knew what Shanahan wanted to do. We're going to just junk the middle of the field. We're going to congest the middle of the field and make them throw outside the numbers. And you know what the 49ers did? They didn't throw outside the numbers until late in the game, right? Juwan Jennings in the flat, Brandon Ayuk in the flat, Chris Conley on the out route for 17 yards. They were daring the 49ers to throw outside the numbers. But one thing I don't want to do, and I don't want to hear ever again, is us blaming the elements for why he struggled when football is played in all types of weather. You can't make that excuse. We didn't make that excuse for Jimmy.
No.
We didn't make it for Trey. We didn't make it for Steve Young. We never made it for Garcia. Why are we making it for Brock Purdy?
No, I don't think it's an excuse, but I do think that there's to me, I dismissed it. Now I'm saying maybe it's just a thing where he performs worse in that weather. Not an excuse. I'm just saying, literally, he performs like do you trust Tua in 20-degree weather?
No, I barely trust Tua in 70-degree weather. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe he's not a great. Maybe he's not.
No, but I hear what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying?
Right?
It's not an excuse. I'm just more baking in the equation moving forward, and that's why. To me, what we're saying here goes back to Shanahan for me, and why I was so frustrated. Then run the ball.
Right.
Understand part of being a great coach is pivoting off something that you planned all week. All right, well, Debo goes out. It's raining. My quarterback looks a little rattled. Maybe I should pivot off that game plan.
Right.
Maybe I should adjust and evolve on the fly.
Right.
Run the ball.
Right.
You have one of the best running backs of all time.
Right.
Run the ball.
So if Brock doesn't do well in the rain, which is crazy to me because if we go back to his college career, he played at Iowa State. All right? Ames, Iowa doesn't have great weather in the month of November and December. You ever go to the Midwest? You ever see the Midwest? They had a Kansas State game. Ironically, Iowa State was playing Kansas State this past season in Manhattan, Kansas, and it was nothing but snow on the field. Yet it was like 45-35.
Well, I wouldn't know. I've never played in like football in snow.
Right.
Is rain more difficult to play in than snow, or is snow more difficult to play in than rain?
Let's ask Baldy at 7:30 that. Let's ask Baldy, because I don't know either. I never played in snow. I played in rain. It's not the fun. It's not the funnest. You don't have any traction.
Slip.
Yeah, it's tough to pass the ball in the rain, which is crazy why Shanahan wasn't running the ball more. So, look, it's not all on Brock Purdy and why the team struggled. Shanahan got tight.
Yeah.
Shanahan got tight. And this is something that I've been harping off for many, many years. And it reared its ugly head. I was texting with a high school friend of mine, Craig Patrick, yesterday.
Okay.
Patrick, he actually texted me during the show yesterday. I didn't get back to him.
Did he say that I was cooking?
No, he did not mention you at all. But he goes, you know, Shanahan might be a brilliant offensive mind.
Yeah.
But he's a terrible game manager. And I would take 15 other guys over him all day.
I don't know about 15.
No, I don't know about 15 either. However, he also added, you know, meant to text you during the game, but Shanahan, I don't like the guy. It was such a close game, it didn't have to be. The Packers showed up to play. Although our guys are slipping on the turf, resulted in 2 touchdowns. But it was just our guys slipping on the turf. Why is it just our guys slipping on the turf? But Shanahan's clock management at the end of the first half. And we could go back. Hell, I brought up the 2019 Baltimore Ravens game in the rain. Go look at Shanahan's clock management at the end of the first half of that football game. For some reason, there's a point in the game where Shanahan gets really tight and he gets in his own dome. And this week against Dan Campbell and that Detroit Lions team, he's going to deal with it all fly. Shanahan, throw everything on the table. I need you to be aggressive. I need you to say to hell with the clock management, be better in that department, run the football, use your assets, because as Brock Purdy played poorly in the first 3 quarters, it very well could be a byproduct of his old head coach being tight.
I'd be willing to listen to that. It's never one thing. Like, it's never like one guy's playing terrible. Sometimes the left guard isn't playing good, and he's getting dominated, which throws the rhythm and the timing off. The wide receiver gets chipped. Like, there's many, many reasons why there's an incomplete pass, right? It's never just one thing. But of the 7 playoff wins, they've lost, I think, 4 times in the playoffs with Shanahan. 3 times. There you go. Okay. How many of those games did we have clock management issues, you think?
Every last one of those games. Every last one of those games.
The Green Bay game up in Lambeau, I thought was pretty.
Well, you said the 3 losses.
Oh, okay. I'm actually in general the 10 of the 10 playoff. They played like about 10 playoff games with Shanahan. What do you think? A couple of them?
Super Bowl 54.
Because I'm trying to be fair here. I'm trying
Super Bowl 54,
to paint the full picture.
Super Bowl 54. Dallas Cowboys game, clock management was atrocious.
It was all over the place.
It was all over the place.
I thought the Seattle game, they were really good.
All right. Seattle, sure. But you gave up a field goal at the end of the first half.
It's true.
The Dallas Cowboys game.
I thought ball management by Jimmy was the biggest issue in that game, but that's
I'm talking about the wild card game, clock management and ball management in 2021.
Yeah.
That's the Dallas Cowboys game, 2021 at Dallas. Against Dallas at home, there are some hairy moments with Shanahan's game planning or whatnot. So Shanahan has had flaws in more than half his playoff games. And if you want to just isolate his losses, the Rams game, 2021 SoFi Stadium, I could write a book on Shanahan's game and clock management and how atrocious it was. And the play calling, how atrocious it was. And don't even get me started on Super Bowl 54. I don't want to go back down that road today, Shasky.
I know, but a common theme for me is at times we get too cute, and that's the frustrating thing. And, like, for example, you're bringing up the Super Bowl. Deebo Samuel and the Jet sweeps were killing it. Raheem Mostert was coming off one of the most prolific rushing games in playoff history.
He didn't carry the ball in the first quarter.
No, and you went away from Deebo. So, like, there are certain things that happen where I feel like he's obsessed with his scheme and it's going to work and it's going to work. The second Deebo comes out of that game the other day, like, I'm sorry, the Deebo playbook needs to be thrown out the window. Yeah. And you need to adjust on the fly. And you need to look at the personnel that you have. And you need to look at what the other team's doing and what you're doing well in-game. And you need to evolve your thinking mid-game. Yeah. I think that's my biggest frustration is that I think they're slow to pivot off of what the week's game plan was. Right. And that really drives me nuts.
So that's a Shanahan problem. And it's reared its ugly head again in these playoffs. And he's got a game to correct it. He can correct it over the next 2 and win himself a Super Bowl. But you got to be better, Shanahan, in these moments, man. Defending the first half and watching it back yesterday, I'm thinking to myself, this is gross.
Oh, the
this
whole
is
sequence was...
This is disgusting
The
football.
spike by Purdy, when you had the timeout and then you don't end up burning it, you wasted one at 1 minute, you let it sink down to 30 seconds and then wasted another.
So,
it was just very odd.
So, as Purdy struggled, maybe it's a byproduct of Shanahan struggle.
Well, I think...
Maybe it's a direct correlation.
I personally believe that there's something there with he just doesn't play well in the rain for whatever reason.
Well, I'm not buying that though. I'm not buying that.
We've got some evidence.
No. Well, so what? Then you know what? Go get me a new quarterback.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Well,
You're telling me a guy can't play in the rain?
Well, Peyton Manning, I just gave you a Peyton Manning as an example.
We crushed Jimmy Garoppolo for that Colts game in the rain.
Yes,
we crushed Jimmy for the rain game in Baltimore. We crushed Trey Lance for the rain game in Chicago to start the season in 2021 or in 2022. We've crushed quarterbacks in the past for not performing well in the rain. We never gave Steve Young, hey, maybe he just can't play in the rain. No, we said go out there and go win a game. We don't care what type of weather it is. And that's where I'm at with Brock Purdy. We need to be fair with all our quarterbacks. But we can't put one guy on a pedestal and say another guy can't do this. No, that's not fair, man. That's not fair to how we cover these quarterbacks in San Francisco. I'm not buying it.
But I think the differentiator for me is that in both rain games that we've seen with Purdy, Cleveland game and this one, he marched the team down in a position to win.
Yeah.
So, he did regroup enough to be able to perform when they needed him the most, which is really the ultimate test.
Right.
The reason Buffalo's at home, they didn't score any points on their final 3 possessions, period. That's why they're at home, right? And I look at Brock Purdy, and while they're still playing, is because he marched them down and punched in a touchdown.
Right.
And so, I do believe, the body of work for the 3 quarters, that was bad. But if you deliver in the big moments, it can override whatever you did prior.
And it did.
And I think that Jimmy, too many times than not, didn't deliver in those fourth quarters. I mean, his playoff fourth quarter numbers kind of speak for themselves.
No doubt. He came through in the clutch, which I was saying yesterday, survive and advance. And when we needed you, you picked it up. You picked it up in the fourth quarter, leading the 12-play, 69-yard drive, and you made all the right reads, you made all the right throws, and you get a lot of credit for that, for helping the Niners get back to the NFC title game. That is what it is. But I don't want to hear, Shasky, and I've been hearing way too much of it, well, he just can't play in the rain. What? We never... When did we start that discourse?
Well, did you and again, I don't, this doesn't even feel fair because I'm the one saying we shouldn't compare, eras and guys, but Peyton Manning, I'm using it as a correlation. During Peyton Manning's career, did you trust him in the snow?
I trusted Peyton Manning to be Peyton Manning. Now, he didn't come through in the snow. That's on Peyton Manning. I got to trust my franchise quarterback. Yeah, he did get crushed. He got crushed for that. But the way I go into it, it's I need you to come through. Yes, it's raining, it's snow. I'm paying you all this money. You're on the cover of all these video games. You got all these commercials. You got to play better. You know what time it is. You should have took care of business in the regular season. You wouldn't have had to go to Foxborough Stadium. But here it is. You got to go to Foxborough Stadium and win a football game. It is what it is.
No doubt. I mean, and I think, it's just... all of these things can be true. And I think why Brock Purdy is so polarizing for a lot of people is they've been waiting to come out of the woodworks to destroy him. He had a great year. One of the most efficient years we've ever seen.
Right.
He broke 1 million records. He played a bad game for 3 quarters and then completely delivered in the fourth.
Right now on ESPN, they're talking about, is Brock Purdy the weak link for the 49ers?
I mean,
it's just.
But this is why this is the funny thing. Steve Young was the MVP of the league. And played some bad playoff games. And was crushed.
Played a lot of bad playoff games.
And was crushed.
Did we use weather as an excuse?
No.
Did we use muddy tracks as an excuse?
There were no excuses.
Yeah, there were no excuses. He was crushed. So that same energy, for all the quarterbacks we've had before Brock Purdy, we need to keep the same energy. Again, Brock Purdy deserves a lot of credit, and right now he's leading the team to the NFC title game for the 2nd straight year in his first 2 seasons as a quarterback. But one thing I don't want to hear about, well, it was raining, it was this, it was that. No, just... He didn't play well for 3 quarters, and he stepped up in the fourth quarter to help us get to the NFC title game. Brew Daddy, we'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. How are we feeling about Kyle Shanahan? Because we talked a lot about Brock Purdy. I do want to get into Shanahan. Because what is going on with him and his game plan? That was not a good game plan on Saturday night against Green Bay Packers. Let's get into it. 888-957-9570. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Possibly.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
As an MVP's Pro Rewards member.
95.7 The Game. 95.7 The Game. We'll be live and local all day Sunday. Kick off your championship Sunday with Mark Grady and Sterling Bennett from 9 to 1, leading into the kickoff show with Larry Lowe at the Santa Clara Hilton Hotel. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wrong. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. We've got a lot of calls stacked up here to get to the 49ers. And we'll start to turn the page slowly but surely to the Detroit Lions. But we got another little day to kind of discuss what happened Saturday night, our initial thoughts coming off that win. Look, the Niners are back in the NFC title game for the fourth time in the last 5 years. Nobody's complaining about that. Can they get better in certain areas? Absolutely. And for me, after watching the game again yesterday, Shanahan has to be a lot better. We'll get to Purdy, but Kyle Shanahan needs to be a lot better as head coach.
You know, it's funny. Like I always hear like people flying off the handle on both sides, like crushing everyone or, you know, giving passes to everybody. Bonte, our job is to keep it real. Okay?
Yeah, but people don't like that.
Well, I'm not Capital One. Well, I'm not Chase. I'm not giving you credit, okay? This is not about credit.
Right.
This is about keeping it as authentic and as real as possible. And the way I consumed that game and then watched it back and I'm studying this stuff. Like, I love this team. I want to see them win a Super Bowl. It's good for business if the Niners continue to go on, okay? Right. Newsflash. I want it personally and professionally. It helps me. So I want them to win. But when the team comes flat, the quarterback doesn't play well, the game plan wasn't great, you're a 10-point favorite heading into that game, you've been awesome all year, and we've acknowledged that. You've been one of the most efficient teams, and you've had one of the most historic quarterback seasons of all time. All of that happened. But then the game happened, and it was a bad game. And so for the Niners, and they found a way to pull a rabbit out of their hat. And we're very lucky and fortunate to have moved on. And the way you finish that game is what I would like to, remember. But I also can't unsee some of the things that happened in the first three and a half quarters. And if you play like that this week, we all would agree you're going home.
Yeah, no doubt. You're going home. And I see some people saying, well, what about Bosa? Why is he getting the pass?
Oh.
Did you not listen to the show yesterday?
I mean,
Nick Bosa, trust me, we got some things on Nick Bosa. He's got to play better, a lot better. And I know some people say, well, he had a really good game. And you look at the stat sheet, 5 quarterback hits. How devastating were those hits? Were they clean, bone-crushing hits in the pocket? Felt like they were just late pushes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Let's get to the lines.
I would just say this on Bosa. When you are the highest-paid player in the league, with that comes a bigger expectation.
Yeah.
I'm not treating you like Solomon Thomas.
No.
Wow, we're applauding effort.
Right.
Like, dog, I pay Steph Curry to be Steph Curry in the finals, right? That signature performance that you saw against Boston is why Steph Curry is one of the top 10 players of all time, correct?
Well, Bosa's the rating DPOY, and you got to play like it.
Exactly.
And for the most part in the playoffs, over the last 2 seasons, you haven't played like it.
That's all.
That's all we want.
That's all. That's called being fair.
Let's go to Brew Daddy in Oakland. Brew Daddy, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I just wanted to let you know, thank you for taking my call, man. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Love you guys. I just want to let you know, there's a couple things I want to point out. I mean, I totally agree with the Bosa assessment, and also Warren and Armstead. They all need to step up, man, get some heat on the quarterback. What's going on with that?
Totally.
You know? And I just think that Brock Purdy, I was really originally calling about the Brock Purdy situation. You know, I understand what you guys are saying about Brock Purdy looking bad those first 3 quarters and whatnot, but you know, there was 4 drops that I counted at least. And that one drop that Kittle had that last drive that killed us all. I know you guys were hurt on that one, but the very next story through that perfect pass to the that only IU could have caught, low and away. I was like, oh my God, that's like a little Montana pass, away from the defender and low and outside, so nobody else can get to it. Just awesome. And he was calm that whole drive, and he ran a couple of times, which I want him to do more in a game too. Use his legs. I think he's quick in the pocket.
I agree.
He's not the fastest, but he can move around in there. You know, I think they should have did that more. And one last thing, I think this guy hasn't even played 2 complete years, and look what he has done. We've seen what Alex Smith was like for the Niners. We've seen Garoppolo.
Yeah, he's better than that.
And I think absolutely, and I understand we want to compare him to Josh Allen and the great Patrick Mahomes, who I believe will end up being the greatest quarterback of all time. I'm a Montana fan. I think he's, in my opinion, Montana's the greatest I've ever seen. But I know we all want to talk about Brady being the GOAT.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Bro Daddy. Montana's my GOAT.
Well, Mahomes
Mahomes might do some things.
He's like a whole uncharted team.
Right.
But to your point, this is the only Look, this is where I struggle with Purdy because everyone's like, he's in his second year. And dude, you're right. He's in his second year. But the other part of this is, he's not Mahomes or Allen and those guys in terms of the physical gifts. And so the team around him is ready to win now. Mm-hmm. If this was their first run, their first playoff run, I think the optimism and the overall like big picture scope, everything would be much more bright. But because it feels like, hey, this team has been through some battles 4 years in a row, and we watched the Harbaugh era ends with a thud, right? The game is violent. To think that your defense is going to be elite for a decade, that's just not how the league works.
No, it doesn't.
You know, the Legion of Boom had like a 4-year run, and then they were done. New England, that early version of them, 4 or 5 year run, and then they had to really evolve as a team. I don't know what Brock Purdy's going to evolve into. I hope he evolves into one of the greats of all time. But like for right now, what really amps this up is the desire to win because we've knocked on the door for multiple years in a row.
And this core is getting older and older and older. Older and older, and they've played a lot of football games.
Exactly.
A lot of extra games on their body. Hell, they probably added another season onto their bodies when you think about all the playoff appearances they've had, right? 2019, you played 3 games. 2021, you played 3 games. 2022, you played 3 games. And now you're in your second game this year. That's 8 games. That's 8 extra games, plus all the practice and all the conditioning and all the weights that you lift here. So there's a lot here, and that's why it's right there. What did everybody say going into that Green Bay game? Boy, the Niners are, what's the easiest path to the Super Bowl ever, right? Oh, Jared Goff and Baker on one side, and Jordan Love coming in with the Green Bay Packers, who are a 7 seed. Listen, man, nothing's easy in the playoffs. I think that was proven on Saturday. Nothing is easy.
No doubt.
You got to execute at a high level. You come in there and you sleepwalk. You may get bounced. And that's what almost happened on Saturday.
The other component that I think that Niner fans, they just need to acknowledge, the window is literally this year and next year because of the Brock Purdy salary, right? Part of what makes the whole Brock Purdy thing go and part of what makes his team so unique is him making less than $1 million.
Well, you know what?
When I look at the other side at Kansas City, part of what has been so remarkable about Kansas City right now is Mahomes is on a $300 million deal, and they had to say goodbye to some really good players, and they went very young. And we felt like, oh, they're kind of resetting. Like
No. They're just retooling.
But
that's what they do.
But that also speaks to the greatness of Mahomes. But wouldn't you agree, team building is more difficult when the quarterback's making $300 million?
See, I think the Niners, though, they will never go through a rebuild. Not now. They'll go through a retooling.
Okay.
And the retooling may look different. You may have a new wide receiver. You may have a new tight end. You may have a new left tackle. You may have a new right tackle. Hell, if Purdy played like he did on Saturday, who's to say they don't draft a quarterback and try to develop another one? But that's not a conversation I want to have today. Let's go to Marcos in the 831. Marcos, what's happening?
Good morning, Bonte. Good morning, Shasky. Thanks for taking my call, man.
No problem, Marcos.
Hey, Shasky, I hope everything's great, man. I hope you Pops is good. And I remember Butcher Boy, and I remember you and on DB back in the day. Bonte, I got nothing but love for you, man. You make my morning thrive every day. You say what I want to say, and you speak what I want to speak.
Appreciate you.
I love you guys both. I just got a quick little scenario. What if they're treating Purdy and what Purdy's done similar the same way? I don't know if you remember the A's movie Moneyball. Well, the scouts don't like to be proved wrong. You know, the critics don't like to be proved wrong. And here's Purdy on this magical, ride the last 2 years, and they just can't accept it. They can't accept it that this guy, is 6'1", and not the standard quarterback and the size. And as soon as he, trips and falls, they're just blasting him. But, I mean, he's a grinder. He's a football player. That's all we want. Of course, Shanahan's got to make his adjustments to help him out. But at the same time, I think they're just trying to, they just jumped on it. They jumped on it. As soon as they saw the moment to take him off his pedestal, obviously attack the Niners.
Right.
Not saying that, the league's not against us, but, when you've been on the top and you don't meet the standard, I think that's what the critics are bringing.
All right. Yeah, good call, Marcos. You know what? On the other side, I want to pick up something Ryan Clark said yesterday. Not necessarily that I agree with it or whatnot, but I want the audience to take a listen to it because there is a lot of nasty Brock Purdy slander. That game wasn't all on him. The pass rush was not there. Defensively, they couldn't tackle at times.
They lost Debo.
Ambry Thomas was awful at quarterback. They lost Debo Samuel. Shanahan did not call a great game. So this game, the struggles that the 49ers had against the Green Bay Packers, it's not all on Brock Purdy. It does feel like everybody's piling on Brock Purdy. It's not all on him, but you know what? The quarterback gets all the credit when they're winning, right? He's the MVP when they're winning. When he's throwing 4 touchdown passes, he gets all the credit. He's going to get some criticism for playing poorly in a win against the Green Bay Packers. Moose, Jay, we're going to get to y'all here on the Morning Roast. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The Niners are going back to the NFC Championship game.
Throws across his body, and that is picked.
Fonte and Shasky.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. You know, one thing I will say.
That you love me?
Yeah, I do love you. I'll say that. I love you, Shasky. I do. I love you sometimes, Spadoni.
Don't you want to grow up to be just like me?
I am like you. Everybody's got a little butcher in them. Do I love Lubman? Hit or miss.
Wait a minute. Are we allowed to play Eminem this week? It's Detroit.
Well, you know, somebody didn't get the memo.
Me and OJ went over to see Nicole.
That's a flag.
It's like
Heard her knocking the door. It must have been wrong.
You know, it should be no Detroit music. No Detroit music all week. Just like when we played the Cowboys last year, there was no Guru drops.
I'm going to be honest with you. If we were doing a music showdown between the Bay and Detroit, Motown's going to trump anything that we have. I have to keep it real.
No, they will.
I mean, I'm a Motown kid.
We can play all that if you want. I don't mind listening to that. CeeDee Lamb's mother, Lena Ramirez, post Dak isn't it. So there's a lot of Cowboy family drama on social media. Dak isn't it.
I'm out.
So, you know what? Just kind of stepping back a little bit. We could be the Dallas Cowboys talking about social media family drama. But instead, we get the opportunity to break down an NFC title game with our team in it. Think about that. You know, the Warriors hit the practice court yesterday. It was very emotional after Decky, of course, passed away last week in Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah. And we'll get to the Warriors. They'll hit the court tomorrow against the Atlanta Hawks. But we have the opportunity to break down the NFC title game. So I don't want to confuse all the audience here and say we're not thankful for that. We get to go to Levi Stadium one more time for a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
Dude, I'm bringing my brother. I'm like really excited. I'm really excited to go enjoy this.
This is big time.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped.
And I don't know how I'm going to watch the Mahomes-Lamar Jackson game. I'll try to get into the stadium. I got to figure that out because I don't want to miss that. On your phone?
On my phone.
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
Yeah, I got to find somewhere to watch it.
They usually have it up on the scoreboard during pregame.
Do they?
Yeah,
they had the Texans-Ravens game up on the scoreboard for the game on Saturday.
The last time that they hosted the NFC Championship game, I think they cut that off about 30 minutes before the game.
Maybe.
And then I did not have the capabilities to stream on my phone at that given time.
Remember SoFi Stadium? We were down there for the NFC Championship game. They had the Chiefs and Bengals on the video board. And when the Bengals won that football game, the stadium erupted. Rams and Niner fans erupted like Mahomes is not going to the Super Bowl. It's a great opportunity.
Yeah, dude.
This is the Bengals.
We were eating chicken nuggets at that time. Remember that?
Yeah, those chicken
and those tater tots?
Yeah, those tater tots.
God, SoFi's food was delicious.
Yeah, it was delicious. I met who did I meet over the weekend? Oh, I met this girl at the Mills High School pancake fundraiser. It was a lot of fun there at Mills High School. Who did I meet? What was her name? Gosh, she went to USC, but she was not a big fan of SoFi Stadium. Now, her entire family listens to the roast. And the mom, they have a restaurant. I got to get the paper. Damn it. Listen. So there's a lot of people I met. So they have a breakfast spot on Scott and Haight Street they want us to come to. Grinds.
Oh, the Grind Cafe?
Yeah.
Really?
They own the Grind Cafe.
No way.
So I met the family there. They said, we want you to come. Now, the mother is a diehard Cowboy fan. And she says she drives to work and listens to us every day. And she sometimes screams at the radio over our takes.
I'm out.
But I met the entire family. And her daughter attended USC. She's now working with the San Jose Sharks.
Oh, nice.
But she was not a big fan of SoFi Stadium. And I was like, really? Really? SoFi?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Oh, I love SoFi.
I enjoyed Las Vegas. I enjoyed SoFi. Those were excellent stadiums.
Allegiant Stadium is nice. Hopefully we get to visit Allegiant one more time.
I will not be staying at the Excalibur.
You stayed at the Excalibur?
No, I walked through it on my way to Allegiant, and let me just tell you, when I was a kid, I thought the Excalibur was the coolest place in the world. As an adult, look, they might sponsor the show at some point one day, but I'm telling you, they need new carpets. That whole place needs a facelift.
Yeah, it's lived a good life.
I am shook. I mean,
it's lived a good life.
I mean,
it's not.
It needs a good power washing. I might even start with burning it down.
Oh, yeah. You know the carpet smell like burnt cigarettes, right?
Well, yeah.
It's just nasty.
What are you looking up the name of this restaurant?
No, I was looking up the girl's name because I forgot it. But
that's a great job. So you wanted to get into the national media talking about Brock Purdy.
I did, but first let's go to a line. Let's go to a call. Moose in Union City. I want to find his name out. All right.
I
Go
hate
ahead,
when
Moose.
that happens, when there's something at the tip of your
Right.
brain and you can't figure out the name,
Right.
and it's going to bug me for the next 3 or 4 hours.
It's bugging me right now. It's really bugging me. Let's go, Moose. Let's go, Moose. It's on you.
Hi, Moose.
What's up? What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good, good.
Awesome. I got 2 points, man. The Brock Purdy thing, I do believe he struggles to throw in the rain, which, obviously he needs to get better at. But where the heck are they, during this week? They had all this time to prep for a rainy game. Why wasn't Shanahan having him throw wet balls to better himself, be prepared for the game? That they should have been doing that all week. So he should have been a little bit more prepared. That's one thing. The second thing is, where is our D-line?
Oh, my God.
We can't contain the run.
Yeah.
We can't contain the run. We can't tackle correctly. Where has this team gone? Like, the defense is completely different now.
Well, I think
it's just, man.
I think they missed. I can't believe I'm saying this. They missed Cleveland Farrell setting the edge.
They do.
Because Chase, on 2 occasions that I noticed, just like completely blew his assignment.
Dude.
And they threw the ball in his, or tossed the ball on a run play in his direction. Their discipline on setting the edge was very poor.
Oh,
now, he
very
made a
poor.
couple of plays later on in that game. I don't want to make it out like he had a horrible game, but in terms of stopping the run,
It wasn't good enough.
no. And I
It
actually
wasn't
thought
good
Green Bay got away from the
Yeah,
run.
by the way, the girl's name is Sophia.
thank
Sophia
God.
works with the San Jose Sharks.
think we could
Inside
get through
sales
this show.
consultant. Inside sales
Hi,
consultant.
Sophia.
Her family. We got to go there to Haight Street. They love us. They do love us. Anyway, a lot of fun at the Mills High School pancake
Dude,
fundraiser.
the Steiny drop is good for everything.
it might be good for everything. Where's Steiny at this week?
We got
This
action.
defensive line against Detroit.
Hip surgery today?
Hip surgery today. Prayers up to Steiny.
My dad had hip
He
surgery
had a bad hip?
years ago.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Damn. Poor Steiny, man. So he's going to be out for a while, huh?
Yeah, it's really hurting him. He can't get on the links pretty soon. He's going to have a couple months off there to rehab.
So that's the excuse with this golf game.
So he's not going to come in and get these Warrior takes off. Is he going to be around during the trade
So
deadline?
the hip is
Wow.
important to get fixed, because if you start compensating your walk because of the hip, you'll mess your knee up,
Yep.
which is what my dad did. But he'll feel great in 6 to 8 weeks. Like, it'll be he'll probably wish he would have done it years
Wow,
ago.
how long is he going to be out then?
Well, he could talk.
How's he going to move around?
I don't know.
How's he going to drive?
Unlimited possibilities.
Is he going to take Bart?
Guru picks him up in the caddy every day.
Guru should pick him up in caddy.
They're both showing up late,
Oh
last
my
minute.
gosh! Oh my god!
I'm teasing Guru.
I am the system of this show.
Man.
My favorite is I know when Goo's in the car because I get a text at like 6:58, like, y'all on fire right now.
Oh, he doesn't text me that. He just texts you that.
Well, it's because that's
he
my
be
guy.
hating on me. He be hating on me, huh?
I'm out.
We're the two most dynamic human
Damn.
beings outside of Brian and Palo Alto here at the station.
y'all flip and flop a lot though.
I'm optimistic about that.
Depending on the weather, you never know what the hell's coming out of y'all mouth.
That's what makes
One
us
day,
so great.
oh my God, I'm worried. Oh, we gonna win championship. Oh, we're back. Oh, he sucks. Man.
I'm a dynamic human being.
What's Marky Baez? If you're not flipping at that moment, give me that drop. Jay at Hunter's Point. He wants to talk about Brock in the elements.
Let's hear it.
What's up, Jay?
Good morning, Bonte. Good morning,
Hey,
Shaz.
Jay, hold on.
Were you hitting it right there?
Hold on. What are you hitting right now, man? You got the blood rolling?
Oh man, early morning start my day, man.
Man, you were choking. That must have been the first hit of the day. Was that the first hit of the day?
Early morning start. Hey man, shout out Brenner, man. Shout out Brenner.
Wow.
Cookies.
Hey,
Wow.
but anyway, I just want to talk about the Brock Purdy. With the weather, I'm just so tired of the excuses with the weather, bro. Like, a lot of these guys, we forget. A lot of these guys grew up on the East Coast, the South, playing in this weather their whole life. So we can't give them an excuse now when you get to the big league. Now you can't play in the rain. We got guys like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, California guys, playing in Foxborough, playing in Green Bay. No problem playing in the snow. You know what I mean? So we got to stop that with the weather, man. You just got to play better. And I love Brock Purdy. He's been coming through. He's been clutch for us. A lot of hate for him. I don't understand, but we cannot give these guys these excuses because of the weather. Man, this is the NFL. You're going to play in rain. You're going to play in snow. You might play in 100-degree weather. It don't matter. What you're going to say, oh, it's too hot? You know what I mean? You can't do that. So what it is, we got to stop doing that. our defensive line does have to start showing up. A lot of that, like you said earlier, man, it's not really all on Brock. You know what I mean? It's a team game. It's 11 on 11. It's not just him. So we got to play better on the defensive front. You know, a lot of these drops, we need Debo to come through. You know, it's just a lot of more increments other than just, this guy can't play in the weather.
Let me ask you a question, because you seem very reasonable. You seem like an old school Niner fan. Like right now, my confidence in Brock is a little shaken. I still love the guy. He had a great year. It's undeniable. One of the best 49er quarterback seasons ever. But I'm like looking at Shanahan now, a little side-eyed, and I'm like, come on, man. Like, you can't be doing this. Who do you trust more this weekend, Shanahan or Purdy?
I trust Shanahan more, man, and only because we need Shanahan to really game plan and scheme and do what's best for the team as far as, you know, the clock management, like you guys were talking about, you know, just going with the flow of the game. Like sometimes Shanahan can't get in his mind, but we need him to just, you know, let the game flow. The difference between him and Dan Campbell, which I think Shanahan is a better coach, but I think Dan Campbell is a more freely coach. He doesn't get in his mind. He let his team play how they play. So Shanahan got to remember that, man. You got a lot of weapons out there, man. You got CMC, you got Ayuk, you got Kittle, you got a lot of good people. I mean, we even Jawan Jennings is great. I think he needs to be implemented more. We see Conley come in and make some catches. Just use what you got and don't overthink it, man.
Jay,
overthinking Detroit.
The $1 million question, Jay, is this: zigzags, Phillies. What you smoking?
Wraps.
Yeah, what you use? Backwoods.
Zigzag, just because, you know, it's more of a free insert. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All the other stuff, tobacco, I'm not with that. I'm kind of old school, man. You know, I wrote the zigzags. You know, I'm from Hunters Point, man. 11.5. Man, this is I grew up on. This, man. RBL. This is what I grew up on, man. You know, Frisco stuff for real. So
let's go.
I like you, Jay.
Me,
I like you, Jay.
A1 YOLO.
I like Jay.
I contend
that's a hell of a call.
Tay Tay is one of the most underrated rappers to ever come out of the Bay Area.
He is,
because he didn't really have like a solo career.
Nah, he did. Dude, that was a great start to the fall. And think about that.
Is that what it was?
Jay Hunter's Point started to call like that, choking, and I'm thinking, oh God, this is gonna be one of those calls. Dude, that was impressive.
You know why I was so frustrated coming out of that game, and yeah, there was the Brock element, but like I was
Mine was right.
I was so frustrated with Shanahan. Like when I think of some of the great blunders in sports in my life, Reggie Bush on the sideline. Right? Marshawn Lynch not getting the ball. Do you see the common theme here? You're not going down with your top dogs, you know? If you're going to lose a game in the playoffs when the stakes are their highest, you're going down with Christian McCaffrey. I do not understand this, like, we're going to outthink this. Hey, they're the 28th ranked defense. We're going to spread them out, and then eventually we're going to set up the run. No, how about we jam CMC down their throat? No. Now, I understand there's degrees to this, and you have to set things up, and you know. But at some level, when you realize Debo's out of the game, we can't complete a pass downfield right now. My quarterback looks a little shaky. How about you calm him down by establishing the run and utilizing one of the best offensive weapons the 49ers franchise has ever seen?
Well, I do want to say this. The whole 28th ranked defense, I didn't subscribe to that all week long because Green Bay has been playing better defense. A lot of numbers get inflated from earlier in the year when their defense is getting cooked. But they got a lot of guys back later in the year. Jair Alexander was in and out of the lineup. You think about Rashawn Gray. He was in and out of the lineup. These guys had a lot of people. Their team finally started to come together over the last 6 weeks. So the whole 28th ranked defense, Green Bay was playing a lot better on that side of the football. This is why Joe Barry's probably going to come back as D coordinator. We'll see about that.
But isn't that the Niner bread and butter?
It is a Niner bread and butter. But the whole ranking thing, Green Bay was better than what the numbers indicated. However, again, Kyle Shanahan, I thought the first drive out of halftime was just atrocious. It's like, gosh, that's how you're coming out of halftime? You have 15 minutes to get together and run your script and run your scheme coming out of halftime. And those are the plays you run? Those are the plays you run? I don't get it. So, look, Christian McCaffrey, I heard all season long, you got to save him. You got to limit his touches. Well, he didn't play Week 18. I understand he's coming off a calf strain. Maybe you didn't want to wear him down. But this week, if you don't want to wear him down, then maybe I do need to see Elijah Mitchell. Maybe I do need
Sure.
to see Jordan Mason. And you just need to run the freaking football. Again, I said coming into the week, I'm okay with Brock Purdy throwing the ball 21 times like C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love did in the first week of the playoffs. I'm okay with Brock Purdy throwing 25 times. I don't need him spreading the ball. He threw the ball 39 times.
And dropped back 45.
Yeah,
total.
So that's ridiculous.
Do you know how many Mahomes did? No,
Well, they only ran, I think Mahomes, Boomer Esiason was on this after the game. I think they ran 47 plays. 4 of the plays were kneel downs.
Yes.
So they ran 43 plays, and he threw it 23 times.
Exactly.
And they maximized their plays.
And had a beautiful scramble.
Beautiful
But
scrambles.
Pacheco,
They scored 27 points on 43 plays, essentially.
but Pacheco has become their most reliable playmaker.
Yep.
And they fed him over and over and over again. And again, there were a limited amount of plays in that game because of the way things kind of worked itself out. Now, each game is different, and you got to go within the flow of it. I'm just going off the flow of that game. Like, you're going to throw the ball to Ray McCloud, and God bless Jennings came through. He's awesome. But, like, dude, your best player is CMC. Go down with the best player.
Yeah, no, I want Brock Purdy throwing the ball 20 to 25 times. I don't need him throwing the ball 39 times in a one-score game. That game, you're never behind by 2 scores. You know what I'm saying?
That's what
you're
I mean.
down 13-7. But you took the lead 14-13, but you're down 13-7. Like, come on.
I would say the same thing to Green Bay. I thought Green Bay got away from the run, and I think that was a big mistake.
First 3 plays out of halftime. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Brian Baldinger will join us in 25 minutes. Appointment Radio. Baldy joins us every single Tuesday at 7:30. Brian Baldinger coming up in 25 minutes. Plus Kirk Morrison, the pride of Bishop O'Dowd High School, former Raider. He'll join us at 8:30. We'll get to the calls in just a second. But look at these 3 plays coming out of halftime, Shasky. 1st and 10. Juwan Jennings, this is when he was in the backfield. Bad communication. First play of the second half. Bad communication. Juwan Jennings runs for a loss of 1.
It was like a gun run.
With Juwan Jennings. First play out of halftime.
And Ayuk turns to the sideline and puts both palms up like he's Andre Iguodala questioning a referee. To me, there was clearly either they ran the wrong play, they weren't supposed to hand it. I don't know.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
How does that happen in the first play out of the locker room?
And Shanahan seemed befuddled about that play, too.
Yes, he was. Second play, 2nd and 11. Purdy to Ray McCloud, 7 yards, a little pivot route inside. 3rd and 4, incomplete to Ayuk.
And Ayuk was open.
So McCaffrey doesn't touch the ball for the first 3 plays coming out of halftime. And you have a lack of communication with Juwan Jennings in the backfield. That's a Kyle Shanahan problem. That's Kyle Shanahan. What are you doing? Why are you getting cute?
I can't get it out of my head that again, I don't know how demonstrative the conversation was. Christian had to go to him and say, run this play. And then they scored a touchdown on that play that they ran. It's like, God, just go to your bread and butter. This is like when we talk about the Shanahan offense, the first thing everyone talks about is, well, they're addicted to the run, which I love because that's physical football.
Yep.
And I felt like they've gotten away from it. And I would like to see them get back to it again this week.
Brock Purdy, I'm seeing something on YouTube here. This is from JTZ275. The standard for Brock Purdy is very high. Well, when you play like an MVP, the bar gets raised.
Of course.
When you break a franchise record for most passing yards in a season, well, guess what? The standards are high. The expectations are high.
He was in the MVP conversation for 16 weeks.
Right. The expectations are high. You're the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Yes, the standard is high. We expect excellence each and every week. Now, we understand we're not going to get that each and every week, but that's what we expect when you're an MVP candidate. Buffalo, they expect it with Josh Allen, and they're pissed off right now at Josh Allen. Some people call Josh Allen overrated. I will push back and say the guy carried the squad. Yeah. Stephon Diggs got to catch a pass. Trish Sherfield's got to catch a pass.
But in part why they're going home, they, on their final 3 drives, did not score. Right? And so Buffalo didn't take advantage of their opportunities in the most crucial moments. And the reason why Brock Purdy's still playing is because he made amazing throws.
Right.
The Connolly, the Ayuk, the scramble run, and the team got a great defensive stop from Dre Greenlaw.
Yep. Let's go back to the lines. Jayton in Lubbock, Texas, and then we'll get to Jay in North Carolina. Jayton in Lubbock, Texas. What's happening, Jayton?
What's up, guys? Good morning to y'all.
Good morning.
First time on the show. This is cool. Just wanted to get y'all's thoughts on this, these Tom Brady comments that have been coming out just within the last day or two. It's interesting that, they have failed with that Tom Brady experiment, originally a couple years ago, trying to bring him in, then trying to bring him in this year. I just think it's, motivation for Brock, as far as the way he's playing, to get told that after coming in and really balling out towards the end of the year, practically, should have won I think we would have won the Super Bowl had he stayed healthy. But, just that fact that these reports are coming out now that was the plan beforehand, I just think, Brock has his own story to write. He's got the guys going. He's got Debo. He's got Ayuk vouching for him after the win, and I just think, after that game Saturday, Brock's going to etch his name, and it's just crazy to think that Brady, still was being talked about even before this, and
I know.
It's just crazy.
Well,
but,
you know what it tells me,
yeah,
Jayton? And thanks for the fall call. Hell of a call for your first time. You know what it tells me? Is that if Purdy does struggle and the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl, is that Shanahan is always looking to upgrade. It tells me Shanahan, the fact that report came out the week of the divisional round playoff game, you mean to tell me Shanahan's been sitting on that for over 8 months on the Brady news? It tells me Shanahan's not exactly married to Brock Purdy. No matter what he says, no matter what he does, it tells me that if Brock Purdy doesn't win the Super Bowl, Shanahan's going to be looking over his shoulder for the next guy. And I don't even want to I don't want to, but that's what the report told me.
I viewed it more as Purdy's arm was in doubt because of the injury, and Brady's an outlier where it's a one and done or two and done situation. It was a very unique situation.
Have we not seen this movie before?
No, that we have with this.
Right.
But I'm saying on this, I'm taking just this one, not the big picture Niner view, because they're always ready to pivot. I'm talking about this one felt a little different.
So then Shanahan was lied to us saying that Trey Lance and Darnold does have a chance to compete if Brock Purdy's not. So all that's lies then.
Probably.
We know who Kyle Shanahan is. Let's not act like we're new to this.
Possibly.
I mean, Kyle changed running backs from division round to NFC Championship game like that. I mean, I know quarterback's different, but we do this with other positions. I don't think it's that. Honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Because given where Brock was at that time, I think the fact it's coming out now is Brock gave it to us. I don't know why. Right. Brock gave it to the ESPN article, Nick Wagner, a week ago, and now Florio picked it up at Pro Football Talk, and we're bringing it back up. But
yes, I hear you, Shaskin. It happens with every position, but not the most important position in all of North American sports. We're talking about the quarterback.
This is a unique spot.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a unique thing. The guy blew his elbow off. We didn't know if he was going to be ready.
Shanahan, man. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Brock Purdy, I'm pulling for Brock Purdy to come through. Because we know how Shanahan gets down with these quarterbacks. It is what it is. Let's just hope Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl for everybody's sake. All right? For all our help, let's hope Brock Purdy. Period. But I'm telling you, we'll go to break. All right, we'll pick it up on the other side. Jay, you're coming up here on the other side. That's coming up, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill. Tomorrow, together.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly.
listeners. It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy coming up in 12 minutes. 12 minutes, Brian Baldinger. We love Baldy. We love Baldy's breakdowns on Twitter, at Baldy NFL. We'll ask him about Bosa, the front four, Purdy, Shanahan, this Lions team, as we spin it forward to get ready for the NFC title game. Don't forget, download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You can catch every single game, every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed. Brian Baumgartner from The Office. He joined Willard and Dibs on Friday. Big Packers fan. Big Packers fan. That was a good interview. Good interview. Let's get to Jay in North Carolina real quick before we get an injury report on Debo Samuel to hear from Shanahan. What up, Jay? Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going today?
Good, man. Good.
That's what's up. Yeah, I agree with Shasky, Joe. I think we're a little bit more worried about Brock than we need to be. I think it's more got to do with our head coach. He gets, I don't know what he's doing, but sometimes he tries to outsmart everything, and he tries to do too much. Like you said, just keep handing that ball off, running over the Trent side. We're going 10, 12 yards. That's just how he did it in Super Bowl 54, if you remember.
Oh, yeah. Don't want to get me started with that, Jay. Real quick, Jay, what is it about Shanahan getting tight in these moments? It's year 7.
That's what it don't seem like he's ready to win the big one. Like I'm happy that we back because, we had years before, 2012 when we had Harbaugh, we was dead in the water. So I'm happy that we back and we get to play every year, but he just does not seem like the guy that's going to win the big one. I'm hoping that maybe the players can step up and do what they need to do. Oh, and about that defensive line, I think they was a little bit more worried about Jordan taking off on him. That's why they was giving him his room. They didn't want to run up and, try and take him out like that. They wanted to give him a little space and just let him not get too far. I think that's what was going on. I'm hoping that we're going to turn everything around, take care of business Sunday, so that I can call back in on Monday and be like, see, I told you guys.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. The one thing we do know is Jared Goff's going to be in the spot, right, in the pocket. We know he's not going to move around much. And Tampa Bay did get after Jared Goff at times. Now, Detroit, they do get those chuck plays offensively. Their run game is vicious. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a problem. But you can get to Jared Goff. This would be a great opportunity for this front four to remind us all of how good they are.
It's interesting. We're like asking kind of certain questions regarding Shanahan. I think Shanahan's a brilliant mind when it comes to football. I think he's an excellent schemer. I think he's a great play caller. I think at times he has shown he can adjust. I don't want to pretend like he hasn't. But like Bonte, when I look at the greatest organizations in the world, whether it's sports or non-sports, pivoting on the fly is extremely important. Adaptation, evolution, extremely important. Amazon is running the world right now. Does anyone remember what Amazon started off as?
No.
Like a book company, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't know.
Apple did computers. Now they have this thing called, the Apple phone, and nobody can live without it, for crying out loud, right? There's many, many, many examples. When I look at the Golden State Warriors, what would you say is one of the great wins in their dynastic run?
Boston Game 4, OKC Game 6.
OKC Game 6. Let me stop there. They said, all right, the hell with the ball movement. We're doing the 1-2 pick and roll between Clay and Steph Curry exclusively, basically, in that setting. They did other things as well.
Right.
But they ditched what they were normally accustomed to, and they went straight to that. In the Boston series, Draymond was a huge part of getting to that point.
Right.
But in that second half, him on the bench wasn't the worst thing.
Fourth quarter. Yep.
Right? Now, he ended up coming back in late. But, that's kind of my point here. And I'm going to Shanahan. When I look at the common theme for some of their losses, their inability to make the adjustment timely enough to be able to salvage the game has been one of the frustrations.
Yep.
There has been player lack of execution, which you could be the greatest coach, if you don't have the players running the plays and they're not out there, it does come down to the players. I'm not here to say that it doesn't. But there are times where it feels like we're so married to the Monday through Saturday prep of the game that the game happens on Sunday, and you got to kind of throw some of that stuff away. And he's unwilling to pivot.
Yeah, that's a problem. He's going to have to pivot against Detroit because Detroit will try to take away what you do best. They're really good against the ground. I did not realize this. Yesterday, I corrected myself about that. They're top 3 in the league when it comes to giving up yards on the ground. They're not an easy team to run against. They're physical now. In the secondary, you can beat them with deep shots, but they're ball hawks on that side of the football. They take advantage of opportunities. We saw that against the Rams. We saw that against Tampa Bay. Speaking of which, if you don't have Deebo Samuel, it makes things that much harder. Here's Shanahan on the status of Deebo Samuel.
It wasn't broken, so that was a real good sign, but still hurting too much for us to really have an idea how it's going to heal up this week. So we just got to be patient, see how he feels on Wednesday, and based off if it's improving, it'll give us a better idea whether he has a chance for the game or not.
Here's Shanahan on the timeline of Deebo's recovery.
Yeah, I mean, if we know he's not available, which hopefully we would know that by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or at least in those 3 days, then it makes it easier, at least from a game plan standpoint. You don't have to do much, but if there's any chance, which I think we'll have a better idea by Wednesday, obviously there'll be things in there for him.
Stephen A. Smith had a rant yesterday saying the Niners cannot beat the Lions without Deebo Samuel. I think the Niners could beat the Lions without Deebo Samuel. Now, will it be a lot harder? Absolutely.
I mean, their record with Deebo in the lineup versus when he's not. Now, that goes over multiple quarterbacks.
Right.
Over multiple seasons.
This season. 0-3.
But it also coincided with Trent's absence.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Look, I just think they're a different team without Deebo Samuel. I underrated his value. I'm not going to underrate it again. Clearly, the quarterback loves him. Clearly, the rest of the players need him for spacing and just making plays. Deebo has to play. If Deebo doesn't play, can they win? Of course they can. But boy, it makes it a hell of a lot harder. A hell of a lot harder.
Yeah, got to have Deebo.
I'll tell you this, whether Deebo plays or not, I'm just not pretending like I know, I am not touching the 6.5, 6.9er spread. Like, I would take Detroit on the spread.
I like the Niners this week. As much as we're talking about the Green Bay game, sometimes the divisional round game is the hardest to get to. Now, they also say the NFC title game is the hardest. The title games are harder than the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying?
And then the Super Bowl comes. The Super Bowl's the hardest.
You know what? The divisional round, I figured that was going to be a dogfight with the Green Bay Packers, especially when I started walking into the stadium. The hell with the predictions from last week's radio show. That's just radio bravado. I was like, boy, this might be a grimy game. Now, it was a little closer for comfort, and I didn't think the game would play out the way it did. But the Lions, look, man, I'm not afraid of the Lions. I think the Niners have enough talent to beat the Lions, but they do pose some threats, and we haven't seen them. Shanahan, we haven't seen the Lions since 2021.
And I can't take anything away from that.
I can't take it.
Yeah, there's no correlation.
But what I do see with Detroit, the way they built their team, very similar to how the Niners built their team. Physicality, intensity, good character guys, high IQ guys. Yeah. You think about how they built their team from the ground up with the whole motto of being grit. They're physical on that offensive line. They built the offensive line first. Remember, they drafted Sewell. A lot of people were saying, man, Penei Sewell, you're going to really take a lineman in the top 5, top 6? Well, they did that. And he is a captain on that football team and one of their emotional leaders. You got the other linemen, Decker and Ragnow. Those guys are really, really good. Then, of course, you got the running backs. You got the wide receivers. The way they built that Detroit team, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, very similar to the way Shanahan and Lynch built their team out here in San Francisco. Basically based on the same principles.
I mean, if you don't have Deebo, I might take their entire weaponry over ours.
Wow.
I mean, that's how good St. Brown is. I mean, Reynolds is solid. They've got play. Laporta is. If you watch Laporta, now he's got a hurt knee, so he's not.
Laporta's legit.
He might be your number one take in fantasy for tight ends next year.
Yep.
Like, he's sick. And they made one of the great trades of all time, trading down from 6, getting Gibbs at 12. You can't take a running back in the first round. Yeah, you can when he looks like Alvin Kamara. And then they took Laporta in the second round. Right. That was a grand slam.
Grand slam.
And if you think about how you allocate money to tight ends and running backs, like, those are great picks, great value financially for that team.
Jahmyr Gibbs, they got roasted for taking Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 overall and for trading DeAndre Swift. Now the Eagles just fell apart. I thought they fell apart. That Eagles offensive line, Baldy told us they wanted to run the ball. They didn't want to for whatever reason. But boy, this running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, is a problem. Here's Shanahan's first thoughts, or his thoughts on the Lions at first glance.
Really good team. You can see why they're here. Their defense runs around, hits, plays with a lot of energy, got a number of players over there, and then their offense is as good as it gets. They got a great O-line, great quarterback, 2 great running backs, great tight end, and a bunch of good wideouts who play the right way and a hell of a scheme. So pretty obvious to see why they've been so good this year.
All right, let's get to Shark Week. That's right. Joining us on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line, Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy joins us as he does every single Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. Good morning, Baldy. What a weekend of football. You have Mahomes and Allen in Buffalo. Lamar Jackson doing his thing against the Texans. You had a fist fight between Tampa Bay and Detroit out in Motown. And, of course, the Niners surviving against the Green Bay Packers. So a lot of people have had a lot to say about Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. Let's start with the quarterback. What was your big takeaway for Brock Purdy's performance Saturday night against the Green Bay Packers?
Well, ultimately, he takes them on a game-winning drive. And the stat that they put up in the game is alarming, that Kyle Shanahan was 0 for 30 when going into the fourth quarter down by 5 or more, and that's what they were. So he eliminated that stat. That was ugly. I didn't know about that. But anyways, look, he missed a lot of throws. And was it rust? Was it the weather? Was it he's got a glove on, he's got a glove off, he's not sure? All those things I think are a factor. But he missed throws that he doesn't, whether it's a swing route to McCaffrey out of the backfield, just throws that you don't see him miss. Second throw of the game, he throws it right to Darnell Savage. I don't think you ever saw him. Like that was kind of things were a little bit uncanny. So, do you chalk it up to just rust and not playing in a few weeks and then getting back on a soggy, wet, conditioned field against a really good team that does a lot of things? I think it's a combination of all those things.
So, obviously building off that final drive, what switched for them? I didn't think he saw the field particularly well. I thought he was just the most inaccurate he's been in a long time. But he completely regrouped. What was the difference in that fourth quarter?
Well, he was accurate with the ball. The very start, just throwing it to Jennings on a little boot, put it right on him, 7 yards. A couple checkdowns to McCaffrey. But the big throw, honestly, was the one to Conley where you go, where did that come from? The guy had 3 catches all year, and he catches that 17-yard, square out, and he throws it on timing, and he put it exactly where he had to put it. I think they kind of stepped away from throwing the ball in the middle of the field like he had been doing, and so I think the throws were a little less dangerous than they typically are, but that's how they like to attack. They like to attack the middle of the field. He made a number of those throws to Jennings in the game, but I think it was just the simplicity of it, going, look, we got 6 minutes. Let's bleed this clock. We don't have to rush anything. Let's stay on schedule. Let's don't have any negative plays. So we'll check it to McCaffrey for 5, and we'll roll out. And if nobody's there, we'll run it for 9, And so I think it really just said, this is our drive. Let's just execute it, a play at a time. Let's don't put ourselves behind in any situations. And I think that kind of simplified things.
You've been one of Brock's biggest supporters. You have been all over him from the jump. It feels like you're kind of taking the foot off the gas a little here on Brock. And jump in if I'm wrong at any moment, Baldy. But are you seeing some things that concern you, or are you just a little clearly that drive was amazing, right? But I can't ignore what I also saw in the Raven game.
No,
I can't ignore. So where are you at?
Be as optimistic as we have been. Or I have been.
Yeah.
After that performance, he just missed too many throws, and if Darnell Savage and Keyshawn Nixon could catch, we'd be talking about a funeral today.
Yes.
So you can't just dismiss that. You can't just overlook it and go. This is playoff football. It's different. It's a different speed.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get different defenses than you have seen. And so you're going to get unfamiliar opponents like Detroit this weekend. So you're just going to see Detroit does a lot of things that other teams don't do. And so, and he got pressured. He's, like Rashawn Gary is a legit, Kenny Clark are legit big-time, pass rushers. And all of a sudden you're going to get a little pressure. You're going to get hit. You're going to get bumped. And so you have to be able to deal with all that. So, I don't think anybody could come away and say that was a great performance outside of the last drive.
Wow.
You can't say that.
Baldy, I'm glad you said it. Baldy here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson Guest Line. I'm glad you said that because what's been driving me crazy, and I want to be fair to Brock. Brock's had an outstanding year. But I'm seeing comparison to Joe Montana and that reminded me of Joe Montana, Super Bowl 23, 97-yard drive or whatever. And I'm like, let's hold the horses. When I saw the third quarter, I saw the same thing you saw, Baldy. Missed throws, just kind of at a loss. He just didn't see. He seemed out of sorts here. But how much of that had to do with Kyle Shanahan? Because I believe watching that game play, and we've seen this in the playoffs with Kyle Shanahan. It felt like Shanahan was tight. The unbalanced of his play calling. McCaffrey's rolling, Baldy. We're running empty sets. The first 3 plays out of halftime, you throw the ball, basically. Jawad Jennings is in the backfield running the ball on first down. What about Shanahan's performance as a play caller Saturday night?
Well, I mean, you lose Debo on the 9th play. I mean, it does change things. We've seen this offense without Debo, and with it, it looks different. You're not going to get a lot of the yak plays that you get with him,
right?
And splash plays and all that. But when Kyle put Jawad Jennings in the backfield and said, "Oh, this is Debo's not here." I mean, we know Jawad can't run. It's just ridiculous, And he looked like a guy that's never carried a football before out of the backfield. So that seemed a little bit bizarre, and I didn't think they did a good job of really shaking Ayuk loose in that game. And he's their number 1 wide receiver, and you'd think that you'd get him a lot more involved than they did. It didn't seem like they did anything special to try to get him involved. Packers weren't matching up with Jair Alexander. They're just playing their coverages. And I didn't think they did much to really I know he dropped 1, but for the most part, they didn't really figure out a way to, especially when Debo went down, you'd think you'd get a lot more action to Ayuk in there.
Also, the clock management at the end of the half. I know we're asking you questions like the Niners lost. They didn't. They're going to their 4th NFC Championship game in the last 5 years. But that clock management at the end of the first half, Baldy, I was going crazy in my seats. You don't run a play on 3rd and 1. You burn a timeout. Then you get the first down. You burn a timeout right away. You let over 40 seconds elapse off the clock. And I've seen this story before with Shanahan during this time of the season. I've seen it in big regular season games with Kyle Shanahan over his 7-year tenure. That's the type of stuff that gets you beat, Baldy. I wasn't a fan of that because we know on the other side, Dan Campbell and company, Ben Johnson, they're going to be aggressive at the end of the half.
Yes, they are. They're going to be aggressive all game, and they're going to live or die by it. But it's their mentality. And so, we have seen them fake punts at their 25-yard line on national TV. And they lost it. They lost the gamble. But the fact is that they never stopped. They've attempted over 40 attempts on 4th down this year. I don't know where that ranks. It's probably number 1, but I can't imagine anybody having 40 4th down attempts. But that's who they are. They're not going to sit on the ball. They're not. They might. I mean, he makes some mistakes too in clock management. But I thought that. I thought they could have done things a whole lot better down the stretch there. And look, I'm not, Jake Moody needs to make that kick. But if you're relying on kickers, like Buffalo or anybody, to go win games like Green Bay, like San Francisco, at this time of the year, outside of Justin Tucker, good luck because there's just pressure there that is impossible to manufacture. Yep. Like it's just a different level of pressure.
I do want to get into Christian McCaffrey's usage because it was driving me completely insane. But before we get to that, on the whole, because you do this for a living, Baldy. You played the game, and then now you're on the other side with the media, and so you've got a glimpse of both sides of this. You were the biggest Brock Purdy supporter. Those things happen. He played great football for a long time. He was in the discussion for a reason, and then he had a bad game, right, and delivered in the 4th quarter. But it does feel like a lot of ex-players and a lot of people in the media are now coming out and criticizing him way over the top. What do you make of all that?
I think people just swing with the wind. They just swing game to game. And, their analysis lasts for 6 days. And then, they have to either eat their words. Like you either see something that you think is special or you don't. And you're going to have, I don't care. Willie Mays had bad days. It's just, you're just going to have off days. And it's a rhythm thing. It's a weather thing. It's a pressure thing. It's a playoff thing. It's all of that. Lamar, until, last Sunday, was awful in the playoffs.
Right.
And then he became Superman. So, it's a different offense, different scheme. It's a different level of confidence right now. But you gotta get through this. You just have to. Peyton Manning was awful in the playoffs until he became great in the playoffs. And so it's just something that you have to get through. You remember when Steve Young was, ripping the monkey off his back? Mm-hmm. Like, it's just every quarterback has to go through this. And not everybody comes. There's a reason why Jared Goff isn't with the Rams.
Yeah.
And you're going to see him on Sunday. But, this is Kurt Warner used to just tell me, look, you either have some guys just don't have big game genes. These games are big. It's sudden death. Yep. There isn't come back and we'll fix it next week. There is none of that. And so it makes you tight. It makes coaches tight. And so there's all the pressures on San Francisco, all of it. And so it'll be interesting to see how the quarterback and the coach and how everything gets called this weekend, because Detroit's playing with house money. Nobody expected them to be here. They're going to play loose and fast.
Yep.
And so can you force them into mistakes? That's Jared Goff. When he plays mistake-free football, they don't lose.
Yeah, no doubt. He's on a heater right now. Baldy joining us on the Boxer and Gerzer guest line. So how do you get heat on Jared Goff? Because his defensive line, we've taken a lot of calls. We've had a lot of conversations about that front four. It's been underwhelming, Baldy, to say the least. I thought it was underwhelming against Green Bay. I thought it was underwhelming over the last month of the season. They bring in Chase Young, Randy Gregory. I don't know what's going on with this defensive line, Baldy, but what do you see from them on why they're not sustaining consistent pressure on the quarterback or slowing down the run game?
Well, they're not getting any quick escapes in their pass rush. And so quick escapes is what makes quarterbacks move. Whether it's a spin, whether it's an arm over, whether it's just a head slap, whatever it is. Like quick escapes is what makes quarterbacks move. But right now, you're watching Rasheed Walker as a 7th round pick out of Penn State. He's just staying in front of Chase Young and Bosa out there. And Zach Tom is a 4th or 5th round pick. I mean, they're young kids. And they stayed in front of those guys all game long for the most part. I thought Nick played really hard and affected, a lot of plays, but I didn't see much from anybody else. And so you're going to have to probably go to your blitz game, whether it's blitz and Fred, running some twist stunts. You're probably going to have to add a 5th rusher to get steady pressure right now against Detroit. Because their line, Penei Sewell, you could beat them, but you better have your best pass rush that you've had all year to beat them. And all those guys can get beat. They got a backup left guard in there right now. Ragnow is just they play really well together. Yeah. And they played well against Tampa. And Tampa didn't blitz nearly as much as they normally do last week. But Jared Goff was pretty much untouched.
So, how I want to, continue to go on that D-line, because that was the strength of the team, right? That at least going into it, they spent 45% of the cap on these guys. Armstead, Hargrave, you're not seeing much. There was a couple of plays with Chase Young where he didn't set the edge, and the toss play went right in his direction, and he's 20 yards upfield, allowing Jones to just one cut and go, and then Bosa getting chipped and blocked by wide receivers and getting stood up by a wide receiver was shocking to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you got to. You just got to play more physical. And you can't let that happen. You can't run toss crack. They ran toss crack, and you got Dontavius Wicks basically blocking Chase Young. But there's technique to that.
Yeah.
You should never get cracked by a wide receiver. First of all, you got to see it. You got to see it before it happens. You got to play with awareness. There's a reason why they got to cut split. And so the linebackers got to be talking. And then when it comes, you can't be surprised by it. Mm-hmm. You can't just run up field and let Aaron Jones go for 10 yards around the corner.
Right.
You got to defeat that block at the point and not let yourself get blocked. And that's all technique. And so hopefully those guys are working on it this week, because Detroit runs the exact same play. But their running back is a lot faster than Aaron Jones.
Yes.
Aaron Jones is good in this game.
Well, Jameer Gibbs and David Montgomery.
Yeah.
Aaron Jones is great. But, that 53-yard run, he just gashed him.
Yeah.
He's off to the races now. But this kid, Jameer Gibbs, he did the exact same thing against Tampa last week.
Yeah, Jameer Gibbs is legit. David Montgomery's running hard. That offensive line is physical. They got the wide receivers. They got everything here. Can the Niners win this football game if they don't have Deebo Samuel?
Yeah, they can win it. They can win it.
Without Deebo?
You waited a long time to answer
Deebo's
that
our tone setter.
I waited, Joe, because he's so important to this team. You just don't have that ability to have, if you're, for example, if you're Detroit and you're Aaron Glenn, you're trying to match up personnel, and you've got 11 personnel out there. You got Deebo, you got Ayuk, you got Kittle, you got McCaffrey, and throw in Jennings. You're in 11 personnel. And all of a sudden, McCaffrey is out at wide receiver and Debo's at running back. What are you doing? How are you matching up against that? I've seen Detroit play 4 safeties at one time. I don't see any team playing 4 safeties, but they'll play 4 safeties in certain down and distances. And so that's like a lot of speed on the field, a lot of mixing and matching, whether it's blitzing, because they'll blitz number 6 and Brian Branch, all those guys will come, and speed to the quarterback. And so I just hesitated because of how important Debo is to how teams match up with San Francisco. And just taking 5-yard shallow crosses and turning them into 30-yard plays, like Jennings can't do that.
No. And there's a couple times Jennings is coming across the formation like Debo, and no one's moving. None of the linebackers are honoring his movement, and so then you hand it off to McCaffrey, and there's just not a lot of space because you're not getting all of that gravitational pull from the defense adjusting him. I'll let Bonte get to the secondary concerns. I want to get to CMC since we're on the offensive side here. Baldy, just to me, if you're going to go down in the playoffs, you got to go down with your magic bullet, which is CMC. And 17 rushes in a 1-score game, to me, was like criminal. I could not understand why CMC. You use him all year. You're rubbing him down to the nub during the regular season. And then come playoff time in adverse weather, when your quarterback's not seeing the field and having a rough game, you go away from the run? Am I overstating it? Like it was driving me crazy. I wanted them to run the ball with CMC more.
Yeah, well, I think you're not alone. I didn't think they, they didn't have, I don't know, like
good
how you want to mix it up. I thought they converted third downs. They had a lot of. I mean, I just think first down. I mean, obviously, the 2 touchdown runs were amazing, but I feel the same way. They've got to just feed him more. Like if they get 25 carries, what's the big deal? Why would you put Juwan Jennings in the backfield and hand it to him when you can hand it to McCaffrey?
That was at a halftime, Baldy. That was literally at a halftime. That was the first play out of halftime.
It made no sense. You didn't fool anybody. And look, I mean, Juwan Jennings had a really good game.
For sure.
He's a big body, but he's not a running back.
Right.
Like just the idea just doesn't make any. I was just looking at it and I was laughing. And I'm like, do they know what this foot speed of this guy is? Like, he's not going to stop and make anybody miss. Like, just give the ball to McCaffrey.
Yeah, I thought I was taking crazy pills, Baldy. Maybe I had too many drinks. I didn't know what was going on there. I was like, wait, did they just practice that play or they warm it up before after? I don't know. The secondary here, because Detroit does have some weapons. Sam Laporta is legit. He's going to be a good one for a long, long time. Amon-Ra St. Brown, physical, can run every route on the route tree. Jameson Williams is starting to come alive here. So this secondary for the 49ers, what's the best way to match up with Detroit? Is it a lot of zone? Do they eat up zone? Is it man? What do you do against Ben Johnson in this offense in the pass game?
Well, do they have anybody that can replace Ambry Thomas? Like, you just can't give up 41-yard pass interference calls to a guy named Bo Melton. You just can't do it. Like, those plays will kill him. And they'll throw. Jameson Williams runs like nobody else in this league. Maybe Deshaun Jackson in his prime. Like this guy, he takes the top off defense. You have to respect his speed because they will throw it to him. Now, they threw it to him a couple times the other day, but this guy's speed is – there's nobody in San Francisco that can run like him. So you're not going to get anything like that in practice. But this guy just closes cushions faster than anybody. But they do so many things with formations. You got to be really on your P's and Q's when they really walk through this stuff because they do so many things with formations. Like, for example, last week they threw a touchdown pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown from the 9-yard line. And they were on the near hash. Well, they put their twin set to the wide side of the field, anticipating that Todd Bowles was going to blitz, which he did, which means they were going to be a man coverage. And they ran a man beater. But they ran the man beater to the wide side, and it just gives Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown all this room to work. It's just it's almost impossible to defend. And so, but that's Ben Johnson. Like, he understands the hashes. He understands field position, where you're at. And it's really, really, I mean, it's not just clever. It's just what you should do if you're really a great play caller. And he takes advantage of all that stuff. And there's a reason why Laporta looks like he's always open and always on the run and looking like he's the next Travis Kelce. They get him free by formation and motions as well as any tight end in this whole league.
You know, Baldy, like I'm kind of like seeing where your tone and some of your answers and how excited you are when you listen to Detroit. maybe I'm victim of thinking about that Baltimore game, but ever since that moment, I feel like a little bit of the veneer has been taken off the 49ers in terms of toughness, in terms of them having the edge. And now, like, I see some vulnerabilities that I wasn't willing to acknowledge. Are you taking Detroit in this game?
No, I'm not taking Detroit. I still like San Francisco. Okay. But I think that, if Green Bay was a nail biter, if there's anything left to chew on, you're going to be chewing on it. Like, because just the way Detroit plays.
Yep.
They play really, really fast. They're very creative. They do things that nobody else does. I can't watch a Ben Johnson Detroit Lion offensive game and not see something that I don't see anywhere else. And it's not like that's going to win the game, but they just are so nuanced and game specific to some of the things that they do. Yep. And they have they know exactly what their identity is. And so they're going to pound David Montgomery early. Jahmyr Gibbs had 5 touches in the fourth quarter, went for 75 yards and a touchdown. Like he's going to be the reliever coming out of the bullpen. And when he gets in there, he's usually fresh. And if you make a bad angle, he's going to make you pay for it.
Thoughts on Dan Campbell, what he's done, him and Brad Holmes. I mean, they built this team kind of like Lynch and Shanahan when they came aboard to San Francisco. They identified what they wanted in the football team, intensity, physicality, good character guys in that locker room. Very impressive what Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have what they've done in 3 years in Detroit. What's your thoughts about Dan Campbell and the job he's done with the Lions?
Well, I don't know if anybody's drafted better than Detroit over the last 2 years, maybe 3 years. I mean, they're all homegrown outside of Montgomery coming in free agency. And picking up Jared Goff. But I think that they've, culture is the popular word that everybody wants to use. I think it's way more than that. It's just this constant belief in who we are and what we can do. And they really do a great job of blocking out the noise and just keeping it just in the locker room. Jared Goff does. I remember talking to him this summer. Like, he could care less what anybody thinks. He's a stopgap guy, whatever. Like, he knows that organization has his back all the way, thick and thin. And, I mentioned the aggressiveness that Dan Campbell coaches with. The players feel that. Yep. They're going for it on fourth downs. They're going for the win. They're going to try to steal possession in this game at some point. You got to be alert every single play, whether it's something as simple as, a chip shot field goal. I mean, they could fake that and try to score, in another way. So you have to, that's just how they've done that since Dan Campbell's first year when they went to the Rams and they're, onside kicking to start the second half and they're fake punting, the whole thing. And they've got real legitimate talent and they play very well together.
Baldy, you referenced the big game gene. You and Kurt Warner talking about that. Some guys have it, some guys don't. Like, I'm looking up today, all the criticism on Josh Allen. They didn't score for the last 3 drives. It's like the guy was carrying that team, it felt like, and just needed somebody else to make a play. Who do you trust more? Big game gene this Sunday, Jared Goff or Brock Purdy?
I would say Jared Goff, just because of his experience. Just of his experience, and I think the overall offensive line play, and how they play, and who those guys are up front. I mean, they got an All-Pro, first-team All-Pro center and right tackle. The left tackle has been in this league for a decade. Glasgow is just a warrior. Yep. Like, that group up front is really, really good. He might be the best in all of football right now. So, and they protect Jared Goff like he's their guy. So I would say just because Goff has been there, he's been to a Super Bowl, he's been in the playoffs, just his mentality, it never really changes. I'd probably trust Goff more right now.
All right, the other side, AFC, we got a special game. And last Sunday, Orchard Park Buffalo was special. Josh Allen gets Patrick Mahomes. God. Mahomes does it again. He's throwing dimes. All of a sudden, MVS is catching passes. Kelsey's woken up. Pacheco runs like somebody stole something from him, and he's looking to go get it back. Chiefs, Ravens at the bank. That place was deafening. Who you like in that game, Baldy? Who's representing the AFC in the Super Bowl in a couple weeks?
Well, I mean, I'm torn because Baltimore is a better team. But why would you ever bet against Patrick Mahomes?
That's what I'm saying.
You can't do it. You can't do it. I mean, MVS didn't catch that ball. Mahomes stuck it right in his helmet shoulder pad. He didn't have to catch it. He knows he can't catch, but he still threw it to him only in the only spot where the ball could stick. You know, I don't think his hands ever touched the ball. So the guy's just like nothing we've ever seen. Period. And just going into Buffalo and winning a first road playoff game, the legend just keeps growing. And so it's interesting, though, this matchup that they had with Buffalo, because Spags is so good, the defensive coordinator. Yep. And basically they said, they had 78 plays. They didn't have one explosive play the whole day.
That's incredible.
One. So they said, you can check it down. Josh, you can run it for 72 yards. James Cook, you can, catch this third down pass and get a first down. We're not giving you a 30-yard chunk play. We're not giving one to you. And so the whole game plan was, we're not giving up any chunks. We're going to defend the deep part of the field. Diggs could have caught that ball, yes, but he didn't. They didn't give up one. And so at the end, that was their demise, is the way that Kansas City played them. And these games, both of these games on Sunday, is going to be in the hands of the coordinators and which one executes their game plan better. They'll all have good game plans. I don't know that anybody has a game plan for Lamar right now. He's just that good. And their defense right now, every quarterback struggles against them because they play a matchup zone. You never know what they're doing or what they're in until the ball's snapped. You can run all the motions you want. It has no effect on what they're doing. None. And so they're just very, very good at what they do. And it's going to be tough. I mean, maybe Kelsey and Pacheco and Rashid, maybe that's enough. I have a feeling it's not going to be enough Sunday in Baltimore.
Wow, Baldy, ever since you said that about Baltimore's defense, the matchup zone, I can't unsee it, how they confuse quarterbacks. The window dressing, as you mentioned, all the motions that Andy Reid loves to do.
Well, what's interesting, Bonte, is they led the league in sacks this year with 60, right?
Right.
But they don't really have one good pass rusher.
Right.
But they make the quarterback hold the ball.
Yes.
And when you hold it, eventually Jadeveon or Van Noy or Matabike, one of those guys gets home. And that's kind of what they rely on.
All right, Baldy, looks like you got a podcast to get to here. We always appreciate the time. Championship weekend. We can't wait to tap in with you next Tuesday.
Let's do it.
Niners, Lions, Ravens, Chiefs. It doesn't get better than this. Baldy, enjoy, man. Have a good podcast.
All right, guys. Take care, man. I'll talk to you next week.
Next week, Baldy. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It's a lot to respond to. A lot of people may not like it, especially 49er fans. But it's something that, we had a conversation a couple weeks ago about it. But we're the haters. Let's get to the injury report.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
Uncomfortable conversations. People don't like to have them. Not in sports these days. The truth hurts.
I want to pick a fight.
So, 888-957-9570. Let me know what you would like us to talk about. Would you like us just to wear pom-poms and tell you that everything is great? Or would you like us to break down the game and be truthful? Because it sounds like a lot of you don't want us to be truthful. We'll get to that on the other side, Shasky. The truth hurts.
I don't want to get in trouble because every time we talk, we know we're at the break. We're the only show where we've got so much content, we can't hit breaks.
Yeah,
Ow! Ow!
That's how I know Purdy fans are triggered. Because I'm not a Purdy stan, I'm a 49er stan. But Purdy fans are so triggered, they're bringing up Trey Lance for some reason. I have no idea what Trey Lance has to do with this week whatsoever. Trey Lance is in Dallas. Hell, he might be in Cabo right now. He may be getting ready for the CFL. Why is Trey Lance a topic of conversation on YouTube? Moses Moody making good progress as he recovers from a grade 1 left calf strain. He was clear for light individual on-court workouts. It will be reevaluated in a week. Gary Payton II, dealing with the grade 2 strain in his left hamstring, has also been cleared to begin light workouts on the court. His next reevaluation will be in 2 weeks. That is the injury report from the Golden State Warriors. That is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're going to dive into what Baldy had to say, plus take your phone calls. Kirk Morrison at 8:30. You don't want to go anywhere, folks. The roast is humming.
In order for small businesses...
Oh, baby! What is happening on a Tuesday? Oh, I'm spicy now, baby. I'm spicy now. Now we got action. We got an NFC title game on Sunday. Fourth time in 5 years the Niners have played an NFC title game. And boy, we got material. Baldy just joined us, and he says some things you don't want to miss. So we're going to play that all throughout this segment before we get to 5-2 Kirk Morrison. That's coming up at 8:30. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shifts, the overnight dancers. Hopefully you made a good dollar yesterday. Good morning to all the teachers, students, cops, firefighters, BART conductors. Shout out to Anna and Baby Chiz who are on FaceTime right now. And, you know, I'm probably a little triggered now because Anna says I have anger issues like Tony Soprano. That's not the case. Tony's psycho. He's psycho. By the way, shout out to the
I'll read it.
Sunset
Cantina. So, you know, I'm an Excelsior boy with roots in the Sunset. I got this letter. I opened this box today. It said, Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky, as a daily listener of the Morning Roast, a Frisco native, and a longtime business owner in our fine city, I would love to invite you down to my restaurant in the Outer Sunset. It's called Sunset Cantina. I have enclosed 2 gift cards, one for each of you, as well as some Cantina swag. We hope you will enjoy this. and maybe even become regulars. This is my cell, because if you need a resi or whatever, just let me know that you're coming in. I would like to say hello. Thanks for the laughs in the morning. Keep up the good work. 3414 Judah at 39th Avenue at Sunset Cantina SF. And I'm telling you right now, he sent us sweatshirts.
Yep.
And if you're on YouTube, it's like a Toucan Sam kind of a character with the Sunset Cantina. You got the white one. Show up the white one. The white one is hard. I like the white one.
I feel like the white one I'll never be able to wear because Anna will just grab it.
Yeah, I kind of want to steal that from you. It is sweet. I mean, it's really cool. So I just want to shout out, there's a lot of small businesses right now that are doing everything they can to grind it out and make ends meet. And it's very difficult because the food delivery apps, are such a big part of their business. And, everybody's trying to squeeze a dollar, out of somebody. And it's just tough for these restaurant owners. And I know that there's a lot made about In-N-Out Burger closing in Oakland, which is why we need to support small businesses like Sunset Cantina.
Yeah, I love that. Sunset Cantina. I'll be seeing you soon. I will be seeing you soon.
Thank you, Colin.
Roddy and Tracy, get them on the airways before we start playing these Baldy cuts. Let's go, Roddy.
I couldn't believe what Baldy said.
Yeah, I can't.
We have to reset.
Well, I could believe it. Because the man knows football. So I could believe what he said. Go ahead, Roddy.
Yeah, what's up, Roddy?
What's up, fellas? Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Yeah, but you got to bring it.
Hey. A couple things. It seems like Armstead's injury is a lot more serious than it actually is, because Joseph Day was getting a lot of run, and I was wondering why the hell.
Justin Day only got 10 snaps. He only got 10 snaps.
10 too many.
He got 10 snaps. He didn't. It wasn't like he played the entire game.
To me too, Joe.
He played 10 snaps.
It seemed too many to me.
Yeah, but I didn't see him all year.
Yeah, but he played 10 snaps. Armstead's working himself back from an injury. Day played 10 snaps.
He's been working himself
I think
back.
we're overblowing his contribution to
Givens,
the team.
they were playing Givens much more throughout the end of the regular season, and I just look, D tackle's a problem. We spent a lot of money on it.
It is a problem, but Joseph Day only played 10 snaps.
Okay, keep going.
I understand. And it also seemed like that they were, the Niners have been attacking the middle of the defense this whole year, and it seemed like they were wanting them to, and they weren't getting anything out of it. And it almost seemed like they were getting more production outside the numbers. And last thing, if Debo is really banged up, I almost want to see McCaffrey in his sort of role, running in motion and having Elijah or Jordan Mason in the backfield just 100%. To have some sort of gravity pull. So that's all I got for you, boys.
That's a good call. That's a good call. I'm not mad at you about that. I mean, look, the Debo injury is going to be a problem. Now, he brought up something, Roddy and Tracy. He brought up something about the middle of the field. So you keep bringing up the Ravens game. What the Ravens did with their matchup zone was they just made the middle of the field congested. They had a guy designated to make sure, hey, Purdy and Shanahan want to throw the ball to this spot.
Yeah.
Whether it's the deep drag, whether it's the quick slant, whether it's the in routes, they had somebody over the middle of the field waiting on those routes. Same thing happened against Green Bay, which was why during the game I was screaming saying, man, there's no deep shots. There's nothing outside the numbers. Mm-hmm. Finally, they got outside the numbers on the final drive. And what do you know? Chris Conley, 17 yards. What do you know? Juwan Jennings with the drive starter going for 8 yards. What do you know? George Kittle's wide open in the flat. You have to take shots outside the numbers. That's the difference between Brock and Jimmy Garoppolo, which is why we fell in love with Brock, because he would take those shots outside the numbers, deep down the field. I need to see that against Detroit this week because they are sitting. I'm telling you, these teams now, they know the Shanahan game plan. They know where Purdy wants to throw. It's over the middle of the field, whether it's intermediate, deep, or short. They are sitting on those routes, Yasky. We got to open it up outside the numbers.
Well, they don't have a lot of personnel that can win matchups out there. Like, that's just not – like, Ray's not a great wide receiver. He's just not. Like,
it's not on Ray.
No, I know. But
this is where you got to develop guys.
But you also have to – well, I mean, you
Chris
also have
Conley,
to play to your
Juwan
personnel.
Jennings. You know what I'm saying?
But that's not their strength.
Brandon Ayuk. Force feed Brandon Ayuk every single play.
That I agree with.
CeeDee Lamb in Dallas is the only receiver worth the damn. Like, Brandon Cooks is okay.
No, Brandon Cooks is –
he's okay. He's whatever. But that's what I'm saying. Brandon Ayuk needs to be force-fed 15 targets.
Yeah, but that's why Dallas is at home. Balanced attacks are what's going to help you
But
win.
no, they had CeeDee Lamb running some garbage routes in that game against. They didn't come ready to play, but for the most part during the regular season,
yes.
In a game like that, you know what? I got to ice. You just heard Baldy.
Well, that's what
I didn't see enough creativity for Brandon Ayuk.
No, that I agree with. Which again, it felt like it was the Debo game plan, and then when Debo goes down, they were like stuck. They were in no man's land. The bigger thing for me is that and I'm just going off the tone of Baldy. Baldy is unemotional when it comes to each team, right? Yeah, he's friends with Lane Johnson. He's got a soft spot in his heart for the Baltimore Ravens, but he doesn't root. I felt like he truly loved watching Brock Purdy play football for the longest time. He was maybe his biggest fan. He believed before I believed, I admit it, and he helped win me over as well as Brock winning me over. And just you have to tap out when you have an unbelievable season like he had this year. He was unbelievable. But when I'm listening to Baldy, who is as big of a Brock Purdy fan going back to last year as anyone I know, when I'm going with my own eyes and I'm starting to like lose, I don't know, and I'm listening to Baldy talk, the big game gene, I don't know about. That I don't know. But in terms of like seeing the field and being inaccurate, it's inarguable. He didn't have a great game until the end. And I don't think he was as impressed with the final fourth quarter as maybe a lot of people online have been.
Well, so you missed the show. You're out with the new baby, LJ. Shout out LJ. Baby LJ.
I missed a lot of time lately, and I apologize.
So, but why are you apologizing for missing time?
Because I like being in.
No, you don't need to apologize to
straw.
nobody. Stop apologizing. Sure, you're the straw. Spinoni was here for you. It was before the Baltimore game. And we started talking MVP. You remember this, Spinoni? I think Spinoni asked a question, actually. Brock Purdy, MVP. Is it sealed? Is it? And Baldy said, I need to wait on that. I need to see what happens against Baltimore. And the way he said that, it was like, wait a minute, Baltimore, you've been hyping up Brock. You've been saying, but it was the week of the Baltimore game where he said, this is the game I need to see him play well. And if he plays well this game, sure, fine, you're the MVP, whatever. But I need to see it. I'm going to hold my reservation for the Baltimore game. And in the Baltimore game, Christmas night, Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions. It could have easily been 7 interceptions. Like, I'm not even being hyperbolic here.
No.
It could have been 7 interceptions.
No.
And ever since that game, Baldy said, oh, boy, these are the type of defenses you're going to have to see in the playoffs. I need to reserve judgment on Brock Purdy. So he has not gotten over that Baltimore game. Well, it's safe to say that. That Baltimore game did a lot to Baldy, and it did a lot to our fans. He threw 4 picks in the game, all right?
But
4 picks, and it could have been 7.
No doubt. The big game gene thing, like where you're talking about big games, isn't part of why Troy Aikman is held in high regard.
Yeah, I love Troy Aikman for that. Big games. I know a lot of people
not for his regular season
I know a lot of people think he's overrated, but I think Troy Aikman is one of the best quarterbacks I've seen. He's in my top 10 personally. Me growing up watching football up until today, Troy Aikman's in my top 10.
All right. I don't think Eli Manning is even sniffing the top 15 players of all time at the position. Why is he, highly regarded? Some of the big games that he played in. When I look at Patrick Mahomes, in a big game, does he ever step down? No. Why is Joe Burrow considered such an elite player? Because he outdueled Mahomes in those one-on-ones in the big games, right? The big games they matter. They matter a lot. And when I asked him, like, who do you trust in this big game? And he went, Jared Goff.
Well, here, let's hear it. Wait, hold on. Let's play it.
I would say Jared Goff, just because of his experience. Just of his experience, and I think the overall offensive line play, and how they play, and who those guys are up front. I mean, they got an all-pro, first-team all-pro center and right tackle. The left tackle has been in this league for a decade. Glasgow is just a warrior. Like that group up front is really, really good. He might be the best in all of football right now. So, and they protect Jared Goff like he's their guy. So I would say just because Goff has been there, he's been to a Super Bowl, he's been in the playoffs. Just his mentality, it never really changes. I probably trust Goff more right now.
So he trusts Goff more right now. And it's very interesting he said that. Which, it doesn't surprise me he said that.
It surprised me.
No, it's not surprising to me.
Why?
We just had this conversation last week. We talked about the 4 NFC quarterbacks. And last Tuesday, people thought I was going for a narrative or some hot takes. And last week I said, out of the 4 NFC quarterbacks, who are you taking off the board first, second, third, fourth? And then we talked about Jared Goff. And I said, Jared Goff has proven a lot more in the playoffs than Brock Purdy. You pass some pushback, and I get it. I get it because of the Goff's failures. But he has been in a... And McVay.
And the way McVay publicly criticized him, which was so unique, that's all.
He threw him under the bus.
Yes, he did.
But I tried to mention this, and he actually did lead a team to a Super Bowl without Todd Gurley as his running back who got hurt. And they had C.J. Anderson, who they just picked up off the street. And they played Belichick and Brady. And Belichick's one of the greatest minds, if not the greatest defensive mind that this game has ever seen. And they were in that football game for the most part. They were. Goff was young, inexperienced, but he did lead a team into the Superdome to get to that point, to the Super Bowl.
It's true.
And he's played a lot of playoff games, and he's won a lot of big games. So that's why it doesn't surprise me with a guy like Baldy, because there's no hate on Brock Purdy. He just doesn't have experience. Goff has been around the block a couple times. He's failed. He's been kicked. He's got sent to Detroit, and they thought, oh, boy, Goff's career is over. He's going to Detroit.
Well, but what about reaching the NFC Championship game in back-to-back years?
That's impressive. That's impressive. Okay.
So it's just basically winning the NFC Championship game is a differentiator?
No, it's not just that. It's not just that
it's
simple.
impressive to take two different teams there.
Two different teams. And Goff grew with that Rams team.
Yeah, and that Detroit team.
And that Detroit team. And he's put up some numbers for the Rams and the Lions. Now, also, Brock Purdy, sure, he got the back-to-back NFC Championship games, but how well did he play that Dallas game? The tone that we have about Brock Purdy right now was very similar to the tone we had about Brock Purdy after the Dallas game. He didn't play well for 3 quarters. And then in the fourth quarter, he showed up in money time, which he gets credit for. You showed up in the biggest moment, and you helped lead the team to the victory. But for 3 quarters of football against Dallas and against Green Bay, Brock Purdy was very, very average. And I'm being kind by saying that.
Okay, so was the Seattle playoff game a big game?
It was a huge game.
Okay, he gets
great. Credit for that.
He looked great in the second half.
He did look great against Dallas, right?
Was the Philly? Yeah, was the Philly? No, he didn't, and he didn't the following week. Was the Philly game a big game?
He played 6 plays.
No, the Philly game this year.
It was huge. We're talking playoffs, though. If we're going to move the goalposts, Goff is playing. Goff outdueled Mahomes on Monday Night Football, 54-51.
That was
if we want to bring up regular season games, Goff has a slew of regular season games to where he's balled out.
I'm just trying to defend Brock Purdy on this, like he hasn't shown up for big games.
No, it's not that. It's Baldy just said, who do you trust more in a big game? And he's trusted Goff more because he's been there before. Now, I trust Brock Purdy, but I may trust Goff a little bit more. Now, in this game, it's a different matchup. They're not playing against each other. Goff has to go against his Niners defense. Purdy has to go against that Lions defense.
For sure.
So,
for sure.
All I said was I trust Goff a little bit more. And I got a lot of heat last week for saying that. A lot of heat. But it was based off of experience in the playoffs.
I wonder what Niner fans, because I know that we're going to be more skewed toward Brock Purdy and what he's done this year. Dude, he was outstanding this year. And he's coming off maybe his worst performance, but he did, nail it down in the fourth quarter. And I haven't really now Jared Goff threw a beautiful pass. They were up a touchdown late and then put them away. That was a championship drive. He was from behind, Brock Purdy, in a game where he was struggling in. I think that, I think his mental toughness I can't overlook. It's very admirable to be able to shake off everything he did for 3 quarters and play the way he did.
I hope I'm not sitting here trying to slander Brock Purdy because
I think you're being fair.
It's just he played.
You're
well
trying to lay out
quarter.
the argument.
I'm just calling it like it is. And if you don't like it, then.
But I wonder where Niner fans are at because I think most Niner fans like myself are going to dismiss Goff, and we're probably too dismissive.
Well, they did dismiss Goff all year. The Lions all season long. I remember somebody brought it up yesterday. Said, Bonte, you said this in week 3 that the Lions, you bet not sleep on them because we laugh at them. We laugh at Dan Campbell. We think Jared Goff is a bum because we see them fail with the Rams and we watched him at Cal Berkeley not be able to take the Bears to a Pac-12 championship. We laughed at the Lions as a laughing stock. And I'm like, guys, this team is physical, man. And I know Baldy got on me after they beat the Chargers down in L.A. That was a very impressive win to me, to go to SoFi Stadium and to outduel them when the Chargers were playing for something. And to win that game for that team. You talk about culture builders, team builders. They've done it all season long. So, look, all Baldy said was he trusts Goff more in this game than he does Brock Purdy, which is surprising because I think it's surprising from this aspect from you, Shasky. It's because he was on the Purdy trade for a long time.
He was. And he was in part my own self, but he's in part of what has influenced some of my opinions. JT O'Sullivan as well. I'm watching the game with my own eyes. I formulate opinions. Then I watch the game back independent, removing emotion. I'm watching the game back myself. Then I listen to what other people that are really educated in the football X's and O's try to explain. And they're telling me why, reinforcing things that I already kind of believe or making me think about things in a way that I didn't necessarily know. I don't pretend to know every inner working of every single route combination and all that. That's not me. I'm just a dude who has Niner season tickets and wants to see them win the Super Bowl and wants us to have a franchise quarterback to win it all. But when Brian Baldinger, who I believe to be this era's John Madden, is championing you as one of these studs when everyone else is saying, no, you're not, I'm going to listen to him because he knows what he's talking about. He breaks down more film than anyone. So, yeah, when he's a little shaky, and I already felt a little shaky, yeah, that's not a good sign. And I wonder how many 49er fans are out there listening to this right now, either screaming at their radios.
Oh, they're screaming.
Or yelling at us like, you morons, Jared Goff over Brock Purdy. You got to look at it from the other point of view as well.
Well, I laugh at Niner fans when they tell me they'd rather have Brock Purdy over Josh Allen.
Come on.
That happens.
How can you watch what?
I don't even want to go there, but it's just in football, man. I realize having these arguments and talking, you can't please everybody. You just can't. Dominic and San Leandro, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? This is the perfect time for me to come on because you guys are talking about Brock Purdy. I honestly don't think the offensive struggles are on Purdy. And I'm not claiming to be an expert, but I watch all the games. I was at the game. I truly believe Shanahan is too scared of turnovers until he gets a 2-score lead. He waits all year for the playoffs. He looks for all these fancy schemes, all these fancy plays to drop, and he does a motion bubble screen to the left, fakes it, and throws a bubble screen to the right the first play of the game. And it just, what's with all the confusion? What happened to this talented team that would put 2 tight ends out there, pick a butt cheek on the guard, and then just run it right up the middle? He needs to go after teams more because the first half of the game, it seems like we're on our heels and not on our toes, and we're begging our defense to get a stop, which they're talented enough to do. But we could jump out 21-0 on teams if Shanahan allows him to make these beautiful throws that Purdy's been making all year. We have not seen a quarterback like this make throws over the top of linebackers across the middle like this in decades. If Kaepernick did it, it was a bullet pass, and it barely missed a linebacker. And if Garoppolo did it, it was up in the air forever and landed in a linebacker's jersey. This is something special we have here, and he needs to take him out of the box and let him go crazy and destroy this Lions defense because that's what's supposed to happen.
No doubt. No doubt. That's a hell of a call. Let's get to Trey real quick before we get to Kirk Morrison at 8:30. Trey and Vallejo, what's happening?
Man, how you top of the morning to you guys, man? How you guys doing today?
Oh, man, I can't complain, Trey.
Oh, all right. A few things. My prediction is this. I got the Niners taking it this Sunday. I'm kind of like an old philosopher on this. A dome team coming outside. I think that's going to play a part to the Niners' advantage. But, I know Detroit is tough. But I see the Niners winning it. Like, I'm gonna go 28-17.
It's too early for predictions. I got to know what Debo's doing. Like I can't even begin to predict. We don't even know if Debo's going to play. Yeah. That's a key component.
Yeah.
Like this team, forget this year and the 3-game slide. Just think about the career of Debo. When he's missed time, they have been significantly under 500. They're a totally different organization.
All right, we're going to have a lot of Dan Campbell sound, some Baldy sound, Dan Campbell sound, Lions and Niners. I got the Niners winning. I know it's too early for predictions. Don't get it twisted. I think the Niners are the better football team, but you better come ready to play. You come like you came out last week against Green Bay, and we will be having a funeral next Monday. Those are facts. But I have the Niners winning. All right, let's break. Kirk Morrison's coming up. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
It wasn't pretty.
Deebo Samuel.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I got my main man, Kurt Morrison, coming up. Courtesy of the Boxer Gerza guest line. I'm in a great mood. Got me a couple cappuccinos, Shasky. We're talking NFC Championship game, and 49er fans are losing their minds.
What's new?
Because we can't, whether it's the quarterback or the head coach. Look, I'm happy we're in the NFC title game, but I also have perspective that if you play like you did on Saturday, you're going home, and you're not making it to Las Vegas. So is there an urgency here on the show? Are we a little edgy this morning, this week?
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Yeah, I get that, RJ. I get that.
The stakes are high.
We've had an iconic season. One for the ages. Quarterback playing out of his mind, leading the league in all the passing categories. He had a head coach who's in his 7th year who has been, for the most part this season, very aggressive. All-time players in Debo, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle, and of course Christian McCaffrey. Can't forget about him. The defense only giving up 17 points a game. But you know what? Damn it, we want the whole damn thing. Going to another NFC title game is just not enough. It's just saying, hey, well, we may have a franchise quarterback. No, that's not good enough for me.
Well, the irony of the whole comps to Joe Montana, which are ludicrous, is that Bill Walsh even tried to trade away Joe Montana multiple times, and Bill Walsh even brought in Joe Montana's successor,
right?
And frustrated the hell out of everyone.
Exactly. I mean, that's
and that was with a guy who had Super Bowls on his shelf.
And see, here's the other thing I guess some of us didn't learn our lesson, but I did. I know you did. I see a comment like this. Yes, Bonte, we don't need to trip this hard over Detroit. Can we at least save the nervousness for Mahomes in the Super Bowl? See, that's the problem.
Can't look ahead.
Did you just learn your lesson Saturday night?
I did.
6 minutes left in the game. We all had lemon booty. You don't think it was floating in my head thinking, what are we going to talk about on Monday? Oh, my gosh.
If you didn't, okay, like let's call it this. If you were sitting there watching that game Saturday night and you were thinking to yourself, this is fine, you are delusional. Because I know what was going through my head. Oh, God. Bonte's going to be texting us. Kirk Cousins is back on the table. Bonte's going to be texting us. Who are they going for? Whose fault is this?
No, I wasn't thinking that. I said, we're going to be talking about that. Let's bring in our main man.
My bad. I didn't mean to phrase it that way.
No.
But you're right. Like, that's what we were all thinking.
We're not going to be texting. We're going to be talking about it.
We were going to be talking defensive line, head coach, play calling, and quarterback all offseason.
All right. Let's talk to our main man. Oakland's finest, the pride of Bishop O'Dowd High School, former Raider linebacker, now on the Rams pre and post, also calls college football games for ESPN, does a hell of a job doing that. Our main man, 5'2". We even get a Warrior ticket here if we want to. Kirk was disappointed in us, Shasky.
Why?
We had to bump him last time. He goes, come on, dog, you know I can talk Warriors. I was like, I know, Kirk. I've been trying to get you on the post-game show for so damn long here when you get back to the Bay. Kirk, man, good morning, man. Thanks for joining us this week.
Man, fellas, great to be with you as always, man. How we doing today?
We're doing all right.
I feel better.
Yeah.
But I'd be lying to you if I wasn't watching that game. Look, you played the game. You're talking about the game for a long time. Like, look, I'm just calling it what it is. If you're going to go down and your season's on the line, go down shooting your best magic bullet, as in Christian McCaffrey. I couldn't believe they got away from giving this man the ball. Like, he in a one-score, rain-soaked game where your quarterback looks a little sketch at best, okay? Hand the ball off to the best player on the team. Like, it was driving me insane.
Yeah, I would agree with you a little bit there, Shasky, only because I felt like this was a game in which you realize that throwing the ball deep down the field was not going to be the case. Everything that Brock Purdy had was underneath. I mean, if you really think about it, he threw more checkdowns than Derek Carr did while he was with the Raiders. It was unbelievable. And so, to me, I thought you would rely on the running game just as much as the Green Bay Packers relied on their run game, right? I mean, I saw Aaron Jones breaking, tackles, and they said, you know what, we're going to run right at Fred Warner. I'd never seen Fred Warner that deep before. He was 6-7 yards deep making tackles, and I'm saying, what is going on here? So Green Bay had a plan, and they executed their plan. I thought the 49ers, they had to find a plan when Deebo Samuel went out, and so that's why I thought that they would lean on Christian McCaffrey more. But when they leaned on him at the times they needed, Christian McCaffrey delivered. I think that's where Shanahan this week will have to lean on number 23 a little bit more.
Kurt Morrison on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. I caught that slip up. You almost said Schottenheimer. And you know what? That's appropriate because I thought Shanahan was more Schottenheimer in that game on Saturday.
Yeah.
I didn't like the play calling. I thought he got a little tight. We know Marty Schottenheimer, rest in peace, one of the best coaches we've seen. He would get tight in playoff games, and that's why he never advanced to a Super Bowl here. So what frustrated you more on Saturday with the 49ers watching that game, just as a football observer? Was it their lack of pass rush? Was it the run defense? Was it the play calling? Was it the quarterback play, 5-2?
For them to keep relying on Ambry Thomas. I mean, that dude right now, you put Ambry Thomas out there, you might as well just put a sombrero on him. Because everybody knows, go at him. Number 20 in red, throw the ball his way.
Wow.
Because to me, his confidence, come on, man, let's be real. If we're watching the game, that dude right now, his confidence is just not there. You don't have Talanoa Hufanga as well in that defensive secondary. This is a different secondary that we've seen. And so for me, this is a much different matchup. I mean, I think those were a bunch of teenagers. I mean, all them dudes can still get in the City Knights, the Green Bay Packer wide receivers. That's how young they were. And
that's
they were
a
still
deep
out
pull. That is a deep pull.
I'm just being real with you, though. But those young receivers were able to create separation, and they had a great day. And now, all of a sudden, you got a dude who I don't know if 49ers fans have seen him. I've had a chance to watch him since his days at Modern Day High School, but Amon-Ra St. Brown is the dude.
Wow.
He is the real deal. And you team him along with Jameson Williams and then another guy who was really, really underrated and Reynolds, the wide receiver who was formerly with the Rams. Look, this wide receiving group is going to go after that 49ers secondary. I think that's what surprised me a little bit most. Charvarius made his plays, but I think the ability to run the football really shocked me along that 49ers front. And And let's be honest, we didn't call Chase Young's name until he got reached. And then even Nick Bosa didn't really make a lot of those plays that you thought in getting after the passer. So I was surprised, but you remember, it was one of those rainy games where you didn't have that deep passing, but yet Jordan Love was still able to have that time rather than block Brock Purdy. So that's kind of, when I watched the game back twice already, I was just trying to figure out, why is this 49ers pass rush not getting there?
I'm glad you bring up the pass rush because your expertise obviously is going to slant more toward the defensive side of the ball. And you watch this Detroit team, so I've got a lot of questions on Ambry Thomas. But let's start with Bosa real quick. Like, when you're an all-time great and you get paid mega bucks, I judge you differently. Right. Like, you are not some fifth rounder. Aaron Donald dominated in the NFC Championship game in the fourth quarter and ended the Niners season. He did the same thing in the Super Bowl. That's why he's Aaron Donald and is one of the greatest players I've ever seen. I'm still waiting for Nick Bosa in the last 4 playoff games to do something in the fourth quarter. Now, I know Dre Greenlaw came through the big play, but, you can't get stood up by wide receivers when you're Bosa. Am I tripping? Am I singling him out? Or is that how you view it as well?
No, I think that you put those players on a different pedestal, right? We're talking about him, T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, right? These are the guys who we consider the best in the game. And, I thought that was disrespectful having a wide receiver block you in the run game. But that's what happened, and it created a scene for Aaron Jones. This is one of those games where he'll have the opportunity this week to get after the passer a little bit. The only thing is that he's got a couple of dudes, right? When I look at the rosters of both teams, Niners and Lions, it's kind of crazy that the Spider-Man meme pops up because you start pointing at each other saying, man, they got the same dudes that we got. Yep. Trent Williams, Penei Sewell, I'm telling you, I'm saying he's not there yet, but, man, you talk about a guy who's going on that same comp where Trent Williams is. And Taylor Decker's been in this league for 15 years, it feels like. So you got 2 bookend tackles that are really going to make Nick Bosa have to earn it. It's going to be more on Chase Young, right? The guys up front, Armstead, the guys in the middle are going to have to try to make some hay this week because it's going to be different. But I get what you're saying, Chasky. You need Nick Bosa to make his presence felt. Yep. To be honest, I think you're 100% right. We haven't felt that presence of Nick Bosa, who's a former Defensive Player of the Year.
No, you're spot on, 5-2. And I'm glad you said what you said about Chase Young because after his first game with the 49ers against Jacksonville, everybody was ready to pay the guy. And I'm sitting here saying, well, let's wait a minute here. Let's see how the rest of the season plays out. And now I think everybody's like, you know what? Chase Young can walk. I'm not paying him mega bucks here because he's had no impact. It is what it is. But I'm glad you brought that up about the defense. I want to go back to Brock Purdy for a second because Baldy, we just had Brian Baldinger on. I know you respect him. Right. We all watch Brian Baldy's breakdowns, and he's kind of been out on Brock since the Ravens game. He was waiting for the Ravens game. He was his biggest fan. He goes, let me see what he does against the Ravens. And Brock threw 4 picks, and it could have been 7. Where are you at with Brock Purdy right now? Because we see all the national discourse from your network, ESPN, and we see everybody talking on their podcast of Brock Purdy. Where are you at right now with Brock Purdy heading to this title game?
You remember one of those games we used to play in elementary, and they used to always say, hey, one of these things are not like the other? Yeah. And that's kind of what it is this weekend. There's 4 quarterbacks. 3 of them were drafted in the first round. 1 of them wasn't. And the guy who wasn't is Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. All of that stuff comes into play. I think, Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes, former MVPs in the league, they speak for themselves. Jared Goff has led a team to a Super Bowl already, and he's trying to do it again with the Detroit Lions. But when it comes to Brock Purdy, I feel like we can't ignore where he was drafted. We can't ignore the games in which we've seen from him. And look, last week people are saying, wow, Brock Purdy led. Look, and I'm not a Brock Purdy basher. I love the kid. I covered him when he was at Iowa State, man. He had some unbelievable talent there that he worked with as well. But last week he threw a check down. He threw an unbelievable, was it more of the throw or the catch by Ayuk on that last drive? And then he threw a nice honey hole shot. But then Christian McCaffrey ran the ball in. I'm not saying that drive was all because of Brock Purdy, but what I'm saying was that the team truly helped him out. And so I just haven't seen that moment just yet where I felt like, okay, he belongs with that group. You know what I mean? We've all been to the club before. Mm-hmm. There's a VIP section. Mahomes Mahomes, he doesn't have to show ID. Lamar Jackson don't have to show ID. Jared Goff, his resume speaks for itself. I'm telling you, the bouncer's going to stop Purdy, right? Hold on. No. These are guys. These are dudes. I haven't seen you. I don't know you yet. So I think that's what, to me, for a lot of people nationally, even for myself, we just still need to see more. This isn't it's not the Tom Brady yet, right?
Yeah.
We still need to see more on his resume, and it's no knock to him, but
throw him the name Montana out.
Opportunity.
Not to cut you off, Kirk. They're throwing Montana out there saying, "Oh, that was his Montana moment." I'm like, "Whoa. They're comparing him to Super Bowl 23, the final drive."
No, bro. No, that final drive.
For writers. This is from writers out here in the Bay Area.
No, man, stop, man. John Taylor, all them cats. Come on, man. Don't do that to us like that. Man, he's got to do it, man. And this is, trust me, he can do a lot for himself this weekend against the Lions, that defense. And this is what I always say, man, how motivated are you too as coordinators? I'm not taking anything away from, Kyle Shanahan and this offense. But what I'm saying is that Aaron Glenn is trying to get a head coaching job. You don't think he wants to shut down Kyle Shanahan's offense? You don't think he's going to throw exotic blitzes and things and show different looks to Brock Purdy? Absolutely right. Same thing on the other side. Ben Johnson, their offensive coordinator, the hottest candidate for a head coaching job. You don't think these dudes is trying to come to San Fran with that Detroit versus everybody mentality? This is all I'm saying, man. I'm going to be at the game on Sunday, fellas.
Oh, nice.
All I want to see is this. If the dude number 19 is not walking out with the boombox on Sunday, that's a different 49ers team. That's a different 49ers team. If Deebo Samuel is not walking out with Trent Williams in the boombox and they not having that same swagger, that's like all of us going out and we missing our best friend, our cousin. He's not with us. His health and availability, I think, messes with the psyche of the 49ers. Deebo's able to go, I feel like you good. He's not able to go, hey, man, you're missing that one key piece. And then you try to throw an end around with Juwan Jennings last week. Come on, man. He's not Deebo. Don't do that.
First play in the second half. First play in the second half, they ran that play.
What is that? Stop it, Kyle. Get out of here.
Kirk, let me ask you, before we get to Jared Goff, because you had an up-close seat for Jared Goff in St. Louis, in LA, and now you've seen him.
Even now, when he was one of them Cal Bears, too.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
But before I get to that, is part of how we're viewing Brock Purdy, and I'm just asking out loud, because I know all of this, for me, gets blended at times, and it's fair or not. Right. I don't even know. Does the Jimmy Garoppolo portion of the Niner run the last few years, does that bleed into how we're viewing Brock Purdy? Like, had they not had runs with Jimmy G, would we be this skeptical of Brock Purdy?
Had they not had runs with Jimmy G, will be skeptical.
Like seeing Jimmy G fall short. Do you get what I'm saying?
I hear that part of it, but this was still an organization that traded 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I haven't forgot that.
Yeah.
Maybe some other people we forgot about that. I didn't forget about that. You traded 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance. The dude's not even on the roster. So that's where my skepticism comes in, is that you were trying to find the replacement, and, by the way, you slipped up and found Brock Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant. Don't say he was the guy that we targeted the whole time. No, you found a quarterback that has ran the offense, and to me, it almost, and this is what you don't want it to be. Right, I've always used this analogy. You don't want it to be milk, right? Because milk, it tastes good for a while, but it always has an expiration date. And I think we're all waiting on that expiration date on Brock Purdy.
Wow.
Or is this going to be the milk that continues to keep going? Or is this almond milk? Is this oat milk?
Yeah.
This soy, right? It can last a little bit longer.
Kirk, I drink
if it's regular dairy, bro. If it's regular dairy, man, you already know that thing got an expiration date.
Oh, I love it.
Kirk, I drink oat milk. There's nothing wrong with that. It's actually better.
Kirk, I've gotten bougie too. I've been on the almond milk for about 5 years. That's why they call me Bougie Bonte. But I love the analogy. I love the analogy. Not everybody can have muscles like you, Kirk. We're not drinking 2% milk or old milk.
Brady Quinn was pushing.
Muscle milk.
Oh, yeah.
Remember Brady Quinn? We used to have the muscle milk.
Now I'm done.
Oh man, the Lions. So you saw the Lions this year. Obviously, the Rams went up to Detroit. Very fun football game. That was physical. I was shocked McVay this clock. Man, this was the first time I ever seen him kind of mismanage the clock in both halves there. But what was the big takeaway from Detroit?
Too, though.
Yeah, a little bit. But you know what? But the Rams played hard, but they couldn't score in that red zone. And that Detroit Lions defense, a lot of people say, man, the secondary's trash in Detroit. But what do they do so well? Because they bend, but don't break. And it seems like they always come up with big plays on the defensive side of the football.
I got some friends on staff over there too, and I've kind of crossed a couple of games this year from my college, and the Detroit Lions are playing that weekend. So I've had a chance to stay in the same hotel and just talk to the guys, and they all tell me the same thing, man. There's a belief that they know that let's get it to the fourth quarter and we're going to find a way to win. Like, they really, truly believe that. And I think on top of that, I thought last week Matt LaFleur got a little conservative and tried to hold on to win. Detroit, that's not who they are. With Dan Campbell, they're going to take it from you. They're not like hoping that, let's hope and kick a field goal. No, they're going to go for it on fourth down. They are going to be aggressive. They come into Santa Clara to come take a victory. They know if they're going to go to the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, they got to take it. The 49ers aren't going to give it to them. That's what stands out to me. I saw with the Rams game, how many times we've seen teams late in the game, they've got to run it 3 times in order to keep the clock moving. Man, they do say, Jared Goff. Yep. They trust in my guy from Marin Catholic and Cal, Jared Goff, to go do what? Go make a play. Go. You're a quarterback. Your resume speaks for itself. Go make a play. And the dude does what? He goes out, makes a couple plays, and runs the clock out, man. That's what the 49ers are up against this week. A guy who is, Jared Goff is unafraid, definitely.
What's the thing about Goff? But before you get on that, 30 seconds. What is the thing about Goff people get wrong?
Wow, what do they get wrong?
Yeah, because I think for me, when I saw McVay rip him publicly, I was like, McVay knows more about football than anybody. Like, I trust his evaluation. He was with him every day. Like, to see him do what he's doing has been very impressive.
And even last week, Kirk, we were talking about the quarterbacks left in the NFC, and I said, to Shasky, I was like, Goff has more experience. I may lead Goff over Purdy, and everybody say, what? Jared Goff, he stinks. And I'm like, well, he did lead a team to a Super Bowl. He has outdueled Mahomes on Monday Night Football. He's had some prolific games, some memorable games here. I don't know why he gets disrespected. So maybe it is because he got traded to Detroit. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'll always say this, though, about Jared. He went through some tough times in Los Angeles. He went through a tough time. I mean, remember, they went 3-13-1 his first year over in Detroit. It was bad. But yet, you know what? They found a way. They found a way to get to the point. I think what you miss sometimes with Jared Goff is the guy is, and I hate to use this term, but he is sneaky athletic. He'll take off in that pocket. He'll get about 6 or 7 yards. He'll pick up a first down when needed. But the thing about it is he is unfazed. If you haven't seen Jared Goff, he is unfazed. He'll throw, maybe he rarely throws a bad ball, but if he does, he'll forget about it, move on from it. And that's what you have to understand this week against the 49ers. I really feel like Jared Goff is coming in with his hometown right there behind him. He's coming in to go take it. This is a different Jared Goff I know that I saw in Los Angeles. He is taking on that mentality of Detroit versus everybody. And I think that's the mentality that you need in order to go out and win this weekend, because we know, San Francisco is going to be ready to roll. Them dudes is going to be ready. But without Deebo Samuel, I'm telling you, they're missing a little bit of that stinger. And we'll see what happens if he's available on Sunday.
Yeah, 50-50 for Sunday's game. No fractures, anything like that. They'll know more on Wednesday, but they need Deebo Samuel. No doubt about it. Kirk, 5-2. We're going to text you on Sunday. We'll meet up with you. We'll see you at Levi Stadium, man. Always thank you for the time.
Hey, always a pleasure, fellas. Great to be with you.
Anytime. Kirk Morrison here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And look, man, there's a lot of new audience members. I get it. You're coming over here for the first time. Never heard of the Morning Roast. This is how we get down over here. We don't pacify things. We're not going to tell you what you want to hear. We're going to tell you what we think. And if you don't agree with our opinions, that's fine. It's sports. A lot of people are going to disagree. But this ain't your normal mother and father cookie cutter radio. We're not just going to wave pom-poms because the home team won. We're going to assess the situation. And this situation right now is critical for the 49ers to win this game on Sunday against the Detroit Lions.
Thank you.
And you know what? Hey, you know what? Brock Purdy didn't have a great game. It's fine. He came through in the fourth quarter. We can say that over and over and over again. But also, if you play like that next Sunday, you're going to lose.
Well, I underestimated the Green Bay Packers, right?
We all did.
Well, no, but I think I was pretty disrespectful.
No, we all did.
I was pretty disrespectful, and I feel pretty foolish in retrospect. And I've done it. I'll do it again. I do it down the line. Bonte, have you ever coached a youth team at any point?
I coached high school football for a season.
Yeah.
And I coached some youth in a junior player development program for 2 years. Coach Peralta was one of the coaches, and then Coach Bluford.
Yeah, I love Coach Ken P. You could be coaching third grade boys basketball, fifth grade girls volleyball, high school level football, like whatever. You know what coaches have conversations on? Hey, who should we start? Who should we be playing? And you're passionate. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. These are normal sports conversations that you have, okay? You know what we don't do is talk in narratives and fakeness. And like, even when you win and you're coaching a team, like, man, we need to work on this. We need to work on this.
Always.
We can't do that again. Like, man, we need to learn from this particular thing.
Radio shows that we do, television shows that I do, both times when I leave the studio and I get in my car, it's like, damn, I should have said that.
Yes.
Damn, I should have brought that up.
Maybe
I should have let Shasky do this. Maybe I should have said, we do it all the time. All the time. So why can't we do it with the football team? Because Brock Purdy struggled a little bit? Let's stop. Let's assess the quarterback situation the same way we did with Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, Colin Kaepernick, Alex Smith, Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, and every other quarterback who's worn a 49er jersey. That's it. This is what we do in San Francisco. If you're new to this, then let me educate you on this. This is how we talk about quarterbacks in this market. Quarterback controversies is what we do in the Bay Area. That's the business we're in. And quarterbacks make things go. When you have a Montana sitting there in the suite and you have Steve Young on the field dapping up Little Wayne, guess what? We're gonna set the bar high for Brock Purdy too, especially after the regular season he just produced. That wasn't the same guy we saw in the regular season.
The amount of people I see destroying Josh Allen. I'm questioning your intelligence as a human being if you can't watch the Buffalo Bills play football and go, damn, like Josh Allen carries them.
Now, he'll get away. He'll make a bonehead decision and turn the ball over. But once they got Joe Brady in there as offensive coordinator, Josh Allen showed that he has MVP talent.
Yeah, and so like Lamar Jackson, it was going to have 2 MVPs before he hits 28 years old. 2. You know what most people are asking themselves? Are we sure he could beat Patrick Mahomes at home?
Right.
Are we sure?
Yep.
And he's going to get crushed. And he's carried that team this year with no Mark Andrews.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback position is different. I mean, it just is. I mean, Warrior fans have no problem crushing Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Steve Kerr. These are 4-time champions.
They wanted Bob Myers fired after he won 3 championships. Steve Kerr fired, and then they won a 4th one, and it still ain't good enough.
Bruce Bochy was like, a lot of people were pissed at Bruce Bochy after the 2016 playoffs. We can go right down the list.
Right.
This is what sports fans do. I don't know why we're so afraid to have normal sports conversations.
So here's another.
So, for example, Jared Goff. Right. I have dismissed Jared Goff because McVay dismissed him, and I was wrong. And I'm not going to do that heading into this week. And now I'm really worried about their wide receivers and our secondary.
See, you understand what I was trying to say last week.
Now
right?
I kind of,
You understand what I was saying last week. I said, look, I'm not the biggest Jared Goff fan. I'm not. But I also realized that he's been through a lot, and he's got experience. And when, I was getting ticked off at Spinoni in the chat because he was saying, oh, man, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Jared Love, this is easy for the 49ers. I said, man, don't dismiss Jared Goff and that Lions team.
They get paid too.
They get paid too. And now some people are saying, well, you know what? Purdy doesn't get paid as much as them. Well, one day you're going to have to make a decision on Purdy. And now, today's not the day for the conversation.
Thank God.
But you better believe the conversation will come on whether or not you want to pay Brock Purdy and make him the franchise quarterback. Now, he wins the Super Bowl. Boom. Give him the money, pull the British truck out, whatever.
Bonte, Nick Bosa has had a Hall of Fame start to his career, and it took until the last hour of the regular season to approach for them to finally settle on a number. If you don't think the 49ers are going to be a little more pragmatic when it comes to paying the quarterback, well, then you just haven't been paying attention to how the Niners operate. They wouldn't budge on a number with Nick Bosa, who's been outstanding.
It's why DeForest Buckner is in Indianapolis wearing a coat uniform.
Yeah.
To your point.
Yes.
This is why Buckner's not here anymore.
Yes.
Gabriel in San Jose. Gabriel, what's happening?
What's going on, Bonte? What's going on, Shasky?
What's up, Gabriel?
I'm a first-time caller.
Thank you.
How's it going?
Oh, man, we're good.
Just wanted to kind of chime in on this whole Brock Purdy talk. Just kind of want to give him my insight. For me, I just want to, with all due respect, fellas, I love what you guys do. I listen every morning. But can we just stop saying, like, Brock had a bad game? I mean, was it pretty? No. Did he struggle? Yes. Did he look uncomfortable? Yes. But to say he had a bad game, throwing 250 yards, a dime touchdown to Kittle, with a beautiful clutch drive at the end when he needed it. I mean, and not only say that, but the scramble at the end to set up the game-winning touchdown for McCaffrey, like, to say he had a bad game, like, that just kind of just ruffled my feathers a little bit. And again, I'm not a Purdy stan. I'm a 49er stan, just like you, Bonte.
Yep.
But if we're going to tell it how it is, we're going to tell it how it is. And this whole, like...
Did he not struggle for 3 quarters, Gabriel? He struggled for 3 quarters for the most part.
He did.
Right?
100%.
That's all I've said all week. He struggled for the first 3 quarters, 100%. And at money time, he woke up and got us to the damn NFC Championship game. Survive in advance. That's all we're saying.
Yep. 100%. I feel that. But to say he had a bad game, Bonte, you know football like me. To say somebody had a bad game, you had a bad game. That's you throwing 2 interceptions and fumbling the ball.
Well, interceptions tend to be
bad read.
Well, you know what, Gabriel? Darnell Savage right now is going to be thinking about a ball he dropped all offseason that could have changed his football game. You know what I'm saying?
How come? Right. Agreed. But how come nobody's talking about the 4 interceptions that Love could have thrown? Nobody's talking about that.
Because we expect that from Love.
Because the Niners could have.
They were 10-point underdogs. I
get that too.
I mean, that's too, and they had the youngest team heading into the playoffs that anyone's ever seen in 30 years. Like, it'd be a different story if you play that same game against the Chiefs. Everything is different.
I do,
but it's the Green Bay Packers, and it's a guy making his 2nd playoff start.
Gabriel, how old are you, Gabriel?
I'm 38.
38. So you're around our age. So you understand the way we critique quarterbacks in this market is a little different than any other market, right?
1,000.
It's not fair. I don't like it. I didn't set the rules. I didn't make up the rules. It is what it is. All I'm trying to do is be fair to Brock Purdy as I was to Jimmy Garoppolo. And at times we get a little sideways. We do. We get a little over the top when it comes to criticism. We get it a little over the top when it comes to praise. But what we saw on Saturday, it was a reminder of some bad quarterback play, Gabe. That's all it was.
Yeah. 100%. But at the same time, when I look at it too, I think of the Green Bay Packers. They have a young team. But we also have a young quarterback going in his 2nd season, and he only played a season and a half. Like, come on, and for him to do that, like everybody talks about the pressure. Brock Purdy does have pressure on him because he's leading a bunch of men that need a championship now, and he's that young trying to do that. That's just a lot of pressure. But he's doing his thing. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for giving me the
great
time.
Back and forth. Very respectful, Gabe.
Great
Very
call.
respectful,
Call again.
Gabriel. I got no problem with that. Here's what Baldy said before we get to the legal, before we get to the rest of the calls. This is fun. We're talking NFC Championship game. We're talking quarterbacks. We are urgent. We're all on edge. No doubt. We all want to win. At the end of the day, all the bashing that people are doing on YouTube and the Comcast Business Text line, we all want the same thing. We want to celebrate the Niners going to Las Vegas. We want to be there at Allegiant Stadium taking on either the Chiefs or the Ravens. At the end of the day, that's all we want.
Remember a few years ago when I said to you that the 49er quarterback position is so unique in just American sports?
Yeah.
Yankee best player, the captain, right?
Yep.
Like, you're judged different. If you don't think Aaron Judge is judged differently by Yankee fans because of Derek Jeter, because of the Yankee Clipper and Joe DiMaggio and all the great players that they've had be the captain, well, you don't understand your team, right?
No doubt.
Right? The Lakers' best player.
Yep.
That meant something, whether it was Magic Johnson, whether we're talking about Kareem before him, Kobe Bryant, etc. Like,
even Anthony Davis, you see the heat that he's getting for just being the wingman. It's the Lakers.
Because it's the Lakers.
Right.
49er quarterback, it's different.
The Lakers.
It's just different. And we have to acknowledge it.
Here's Baldy on Purdy missing too many throws.
He just missed too many throws. And if, Darnell Savage and Keyshawn Nixon could catch, we'd be talking about a funeral today.
Yes.
So, you can't just dismiss that. You can't just overlook it and go, this is playoff football. It's different. It's a different speed. Mm-hmm. You're going to get different defenses than you have seen. And so you're going to get unfamiliar opponents like Detroit this weekend. So you're just going to see Detroit does a lot of things that other teams don't do. And so, and he got pressured. He's, like Rashawn Gary is a legit, Kenny Clark are legit big-time, pass rushers. And all of a sudden you're going to get a little pressure. You're going to get hit. You're going to get bumped. And so you have to be able to deal with all that. So, I don't think anybody could come away and say that was a great performance outside of the last drive.
Wow.
You can't say that.
That's all we're trying to say. That's all we're trying to say at the end of the day. That's it. That's all. Is that a problem? Come on, Niner fans. We're tougher than this. We are. It's okay. Our quarterback got knocked around. He was uncomfortable, but you know what? He found a way. He found a way to win a damn game. And now we're playing the Detroit Lions. But we need better from him. We do. We need better from Kyle Shanahan. We need better from Nick Bosa. We sure Ambry Thomas. Now, that's the second pundit we've had on, Baldy and Kirk Morrison. Where Baldy said, is Ambry Thomas going to be on the field? Who can replace him?
But what are you going to do? You're going to play Isaiah Oliver?
Here's Baldy on
like
that
what?
one.
Well, do they have anybody that can replace Ambry Thomas? Like, you just can't give up 41-yard pass interference calls to a guy named Bo Melton. You just can't do it. Like, those plays will kill him. And they'll throw. Jameson Williams runs like nobody else in this league. Maybe Deshaun Jackson in his prime. Like, this guy, he takes the top off defense. You have to respect his speed because they will throw it to him. Now, they threw it to him a couple times the other day. But this guy's speed is – there's nobody in San Francisco that can run like him. So you're not going to get anything like that in practice. But this guy just closes cushions faster than anybody. But they do so many things with formations. You got to be really on your P's and Q's. And there's a reason why Laporta looks like he's always open and always on the run and looking like he's the next Travis Kelce. They get him free by formation and motions as well as any tight end in this whole league.
So how do you replace Ambry Thomas at this point of the season?
Well, either I don't even know if he can be activated because I think they've wasted their 2 IR reactivation spots. Womack coming back, I don't even know if that's plausible because of the rules.
Womack the third.
Or you put Isaiah Oliver on the field, and we know how that goes.
Oh gosh.
I mean,
so you put Lenore on the outside again. You put Isaiah Oliver in the slot. Oh my God!
I mean, look, there are.
Amon-Ra St. Brown loves the slot, by the way.
There are 4 personnel spots on defense that concern me. Oren Burks playing way too much.
Oh yes.
Okay, like Oren Burks, nice player on special teams.
Yeah, not into your base.
Terrible base defensive player.
No doubt.
Logan Ryan at safety.
Oh my gosh. We just picked him up off the street.
I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. Gibson's shown. Now, I don't know if it's in tandem. I don't know what the issue is. Gibson has shown a lot of vulnerability the last couple of weeks. Ambry Thomas. Is it Ambry or Ambry? I say it wrong.
Ambry,
okay. And then defensive tackle. Hargrave, Armstead, I don't know what the hell is going on. The two of you make $1 gazillion. Somebody do something. No, I'm serious.
Oh, man. This is going to be a fun week. 888-957-9570.
Bro, you know what's coming. You know what's coming. If they lose this week, I'm telling you right now, you mark my words.
I'm not putting that in the stratosphere.
No, but I'm just saying, you mark my words. Scheme change. Defensive coordinator is going to get ran out the building.
What's going to happen. Shanahan's going to throw everybody under the bus. That's what's going to happen, including the quarterback. If they lose on
I don't know.
I'll tell you that right now. I know what's going on. They will throw. A lot of guys will get the blame. And we'll be scared to blame who's really at blame and not fault.
What did I do wrong?
So I'm not going to,
I know for a fact that the 49er play-by-play guy was saying that he was thinking, I wonder if the coach is considering taking the quarterback out of this game.
In the divisional round game.
Said
a guy who played at an MVP level.
Not us.
Getting bitched. Not us. The voice of the 49ers was talking about, it went through my head that maybe we could have bitched.
Oh my
Brock Purdy
God.
for Sam Darnold.
If Sam
in the divisional round game.
My God, that's Sam Darnold's music. There's no way anyone was thinking Sam Darnold could play better than as low as I felt about Purdy. I was not thinking that Sam Darnold could save the day.
Except for the voice of the 49ers. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco. And you guys think I'm insane. You think you think we're done. We think
Ray McLeod was screaming at the coach on the sideline that he wasn't getting the ball. Ray, who are you?
It ain't us saying that.
Screaming for the ball.
I never thought 1 second, hey, we need to replace Brock Purdy. But I heard some media members say that.
Well, he is
over the last 24 hours.
He is the greatest thrower of the football in 49er history.
So let's be careful.
The takes at quarterback have been insane.
And we're the ones. We're the haters. We're the haters. Unbelievable. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. This is how I know I'm in some of you guys' head. And I'm living rent-free. So is Shasky. We're living rent-free in your head.
It's hard to find free rent.
No. Because all these takes that we're giving you, all this free game that we're giving you, all this knowledge that we're spitting, all you A lot of you guys on YouTube coming back, Bonte just watched Trey Lance back in Santa Clara. I could give a damn about Trey Lance. I told y'all after the first preseason game, this guy ain't playing like an NFL quarterback. Get him. It's time to go. It's time to move on.
Bonte, if you had the choice, I'm dead serious. I know you because I know what you're going to say. If you have the opportunity to trade whatever it took on the 49er roster to go get Josh Allen right now, what would you do?
What?
Exactly.
First round pick, second round pick, third round. Buffalo, what
Players?
do you want? You want Brock Purdy?
Yes.
Let's go see Brock Purdy throwing a win up there in Buffalo. I'll trade Brock Purdy right now, straight up, and a Gatorade bucket for Josh Allen. You kidding me?
Now that we've seen a full season of it, like thinking back on it, and I was the one who came to the table with this, and you guys laughed at me. Who wouldn't want to trade Bosa for a top flight quarterback?
Oh my gosh! After the way Bosa played, well, it was Justin Herbert who you said. Now I'm out on.
Oh,
Justin
the
Herbert.
line was Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I was out on Justin. You know how I feel about Justin Herbert. I take Brock Purdy over Justin Herbert.
Well, let's see Herbert with Harbaugh.
Yeah,
and then we'll make our decisions.
I'm out on that. I'm out on that. But there's a lot of y'all written free bringing up Trey Lance. I ain't brought up Trey Lance one time. Trey Lance is God. God.
And that's Cowboys fans are clamoring for him.
Right. I said Trey Lance should go to the CFL. That's how down bad I am on Trey Lance. But y'all got nothing to say. And so you keep coming at me with Trey Lance stuff for whatever reason. I have no idea what Trey Lance has to do with this week. But y'all do y'all. Y'all do you. Let's go to Charles in San Jose. Or actually, no. David in San Mateo. He's been on hold for the longest.
Hey, David.
He's been on hold for a long time. David in San Mateo, what's happening?
Bonte and Chasky, man. Hey, love what you guys do, man.
Thank you. Thank you,
Hey,
David.
just want to talk. Hey, just want to talk about the Niners, man. Just Kyle Shanahan. We got this game this Sunday, and the Detroit's going to try to make us one-dimensional with CMC. So if we don't have Debo, I'm just looking forward for Ayuk or Kittle or somebody to step up because you know right now in practice they're scheming against CMC.
Hey, I don't care what they're scheming against. The entire stadium might know it's coming. CMC's so good, he's gonna make four guys miss.
Right.
I don't know. Did you see the screen pass that he took like 3 jukes and shook like 8 defenders and had a 7-yard run on a play where he should have lost 6 yards?
Right.
CMC's one of the best players if ever put on a 49er uniform.
You know, there's a lot of guys I wouldn't want in my foxhole. I just tell you that right now.
Well, CMC, I'll say this right
CMC's
now.
one
I
of
don't
them,
care
though.
if there are 15 in the box. I'm running with CMC. He's that good.
Now they're saying Bonte wanted Steve Bono over Steve Young. 49er fan. We survived in advance.
Bonte,
you guys are the ones down
if
bad.
Steve Young doesn't win this game, Elvis Gerback could be on the table. If you don't think Al Toon
you know what?
and Boomer Esiason won't be lining up to come play for the Niners.
You know what? For the next 50 minutes, I was going to tell you guys how great Brock Purdy was. JFA, Bonte's asking for Jim Druckenmiller. No, I'm not asking for him. I want JT O'Sullivan.
You traded up to get Gio Carmazzi.
Right.
Let's see him.
Come on, where's Troy Hill at? Troy Smith at? Where's Nate Davis at?
Troy Smith did win a very big Europe game.
He did.
Against the Dolphins, I believe.
Was the Dolphins or Broncos?
Right, it was one of those AFC teams.
Clearly, it was a big one.
It was such a big win.
He also had a big overtime win against the Rams.
He did.
When they improved to 5-6, and he broke down the team in the locker room.
Hey, he was a Heisman winner.
Get these dudes off the radio. You don't want that. You don't want us to be off the radio. What do you want, some cheerleaders? Niners, Niners. Woo!
You've been waiting for a show like this since the second Radnich signed off. Who are you kidding? Who are you kidding?
Well, you want the truth or you want us to sugarcoat it?
Who can't handle the truth?
You wanted us to do it with Jimmy Garoppolo. We wanted to do it with Trey Lance. But now, you know what I'm starting to hear now? And this bothers me.
Alex Smith would have won that game?
Because we weren't patient with Jimmy Garoppolo. We sure the hell wasn't patient with Trey Lance. But now with Brock Purdy, it's his second year, guys. He's a young quarterback. It's his second year. Wasn't he just the MVP or in the running for MVP?
I just want to win the Super Bowl this year with the best team we've had in years. That's all I want to do.
Please. You guys are killing me out there, man. Charles, Zach, George, Diego, Kyle, lines are lit up. We don't even have to throw the number out here at 95.7 the game. You guys know the number, and you guys call. And the lines are lit up, and we're going to get to everybody. It's okay, folks. We're going to the Super Bowl, right? Buck up, folks. Buck up. It's coming up in a game brought to you by the Inn at the Tides. Your calls are coming up. I told you I'd be a little edgy and spicy. You want the truth? Well, if you don't want the truth, I can send you to a place where you won't get the truth. That's a promise. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. Winter is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night. Breakfast included. Book your winter escape now at theinnatthetides.com. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity.
and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Boy, we're going to get to all these calls. Shout out Larry June doing numbers.
Shout out KCBS. I think they're pissed at us. We're making a lot of noise in the break room.
We don't need to bring that up.
Sorry.
We get a little loud. Shout out to everybody on YouTube and Twitch. It's been a very entertaining show. I've jumped in the chat a couple times.
Yeah?
A couple times. Just,
Cannonball.
Got to jump it in, let them know that I'm real. You know what I'm saying? I am real. I'm a real human being.
And is it fabulous? Or what was the line? What was the line in Seinfeld? They're real and they're spectacular.
It's just, good text here from 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Y'all talked about our rookie safety, Jair Brown, missing tackles in open space, but he's definitely better at pass coverage. Our safeties last week were terrible at coverage. That's easy from Oakland. Safeties were not good. Safety play was part of why they lost to the Ravens in the Super Bowl against Anquan Bolden and Jacoby Jones. Chris Culliver, Dante Whitner.
They got roasted.
Wasn't a great game. We don't need to revisit that.
Morning roasted.
Speaking of which, Sam.
Oh, man, I'm a roaster.
Sam, couple things real quick. You've been kind of anti-Shanahan, not anti-Shanahan, but skeptical of Shanahan from the jump. All this Brock Purdy stuff, you have a different point of view?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of look more at Kyle Shanahan here on this one because coming into this year, I tried to take a more open mind with Kyle Shanahan. You know what? Maybe he'll figure out a way. He'll turn things around. He'll correct his mistakes and finally break through. And I really allowed myself to think that this year. And I remember you and I were on the phone, Shasky, a couple weeks ago, and I said, I believe this is it. It's all coming together for Shanahan. He's got all the pieces in place here. This is where his empire will really start to blossom. We're going to see him make that run we've been waiting for. And then Saturday happened, and it's the same Kyle Shanahan gacking all over himself with the clock management. Oh. And it's the point where it's like, there's doubts in Brock Purdy. I get that. But if we're talking about who do you trust to bounce back more this weekend, like, I trust Brock Purdy to bounce back more than I trust Kyle Shanahan right now.
Wow.
So is he like Mike D'Antonio to you?
He's Kyle Schottenheimer, right?
It's Kyle Schottenheimer. I've been saying he's Marty Schottenheimer 2.0 for like over a year now, and people are like, oh, don't say that. But that's kind of where we're getting to right now.
Shanahan got real tight Saturday.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Got real tight. I have flashbacks to Super Bowl 54.
Well, and Tomlinson on the sideline as the Chargers are losing, even though they had an unbelievable season, Debo on the sideline, not being able to play as the team had an unbelievable season. I can see the parallels. I'm not ready to go that far yet.
Ryan Clark, before we get to the Lions, Ryan Clark made the rounds yesterday. Here's what he said. I'll play two cuts. They're both a minute long. They think we spit a lot of hot takes. You and I, we're hot take artists. Oh, these fanboys are just hot take artists. We represent the Niners in this region harder than anybody out here in the media game. That is a fact. That is factual. Nobody reps the Bay like we do on the Morning Roast. That's number one. And I'm dead serious. Nobody does. We turn our post-game show, we turn the station into a Niners station, the go-to Niners coverage for Niners coverage, the go-to station for Niners coverage. We flip that. Don't forget that. When we say things, we don't just say them. Listen to what Ryan Clark had to say about Jordan Love in the NFL world. This blew me away.
Even with Jordan Love throwing an inopportune, inexplicable interception to end the game, I was sitting there watching them going, man, the NFL world should be excited that Jordan Love doesn't play for the San Francisco 49ers. And we are starting, at least in my opinion, to get into the realm the San Francisco 49ers used to be with Jimmy Garoppolo. Where it was, with Kyle Shanahan calling plays, we could be really good. With the players around him, we could be really good. But can our quarterback take us to the next level? And now that it's getting down to the critical football moments, to the moments that turn good players into legends, that turn good teams into teams we never forget, you're starting to see. You don't take Brock Purdy over Jared Goff right now, and you for sure don't take Brock Purdy over the two dudes on the other side in the AFC. So if you're the San Francisco 49ers, you're thinking to yourself right now, this team that we were starting to run through our quarterback better run through Uncle Shannon's nephew, Christian McCaffrey. Because if it doesn't, they're going to find themselves at home again without a ring.
I can't argue with the Christian McCaffrey part of that. The rest of it, we can, dice it up and talk about quarterbacks and things like that. But like the Christian McCaffrey thing is, I don't think anyone would deny that. They need Christian McCaffrey if they want to win a Super Bowl.
He said the NFL world should be lucky and happy that Shanahan doesn't have Jordan Love.
Meaning like that Jordan Love would take this offense to an even greater greats?
Yeah.
I mean, Purdy was pretty spectacular.
Purdy was really
He's
good
about
this
as
year.
efficient as you could possibly be.
Really good. Now, I know a lot of people are iffy on Ryan Clark. He says a lot of things, but I just think it's, maybe he has too much airtime.
Okay.
But he says a lot of things that I like. And look, Jordan Love has a lot to learn. I just said that last week, the potential of Jordan Love compared to the potential of Brock Purdy, I'm not sure if we see Brock Purdy hit a ceiling yet. Where can he improve it, right? Where can Jordan Love improve it? It just looks like Love has a lot more room to improve at the quarterback spot than Brock Purdy. That's not a diss to Brock Purdy at all. Brock Purdy was spectacular this year. Jordan Love also, which is impressive for the Niners defense to slow him down in the fourth quarter. Jordan Love in the last 8 weeks of the season threw 23 touchdown passes, 1 interception. That's pretty damn impressive, right? So I understand what Ryan Clark is saying there. Now, this next cut is going to trigger some people. Before we get to the calls, here's Ryan Clark saying that one of the hardest things he had to do was defend a certain quarterback. Listen to this.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him. And so when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the people around them benefit from having those sorts of players at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy benefits from having the sort of players he has at the skill positions around him.
Well, Peyton Manning benefited from having Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wade, Brandon Stokely, Joseph Adai, Andrew James, Dominic Rhodes, Dallas Clark. Kurt Warner benefited from having Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce, Az Hakim, Marshall Faulk. All quarterbacks benefit from having Joe Montana. They were playing everybody's playing had the video out on Twitter with Super Bowl 23, the final drive. Joe Montana benefits from having Jerry Rice and Roger Craig, who should be in the Hall of Fame. Roger Craig, that is. So they all benefit of having talent.
John Frank, who was really underrated.
Right. Number 86, tight end.
Just history has forgotten he was a solid player.
Right.
Tom Rathman was amazing. I think go back and look at Tom Rathman's numbers,
right.
By the way, Niner fans. And Juszczyk's a great player.
Right.
Just they were utilized completely different. Right. You'd be shocked at how much Rathman touched the ball.
Right, no doubt.
You'd be
no
shocked.
Doubt.
So that team was really good.
So I disagree with Ryan there. All these quarterbacks benefit from having great talent around them. No doubt about it. They all benefit from it. But for him to say, I had to lie and evolve. No, you didn't. You choose what you say. You didn't have to lie about it. We certainly did lie about it. When I said that Purdy was playing better than Mahomes 5 weeks into the season, I wasn't lying. I wasn't just doing it for clickbait. My eyes told me that Purdy's playing better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes. And he did throughout most of the regular season. Brock Purdy was a top 5 quarterback this year.
No doubt.
And he's not 5 and he's not 4. He's one of the top 3. That's what he was. And that's why when we see a performance like we did on Saturday, we're like, where did this come from?
So, this goes back to and I don't have the answer to this one, but this goes back to like the big game player stuff, the big game genes thing that Kurt Warner was talking to Baldy about and that Baldy brought up. And again, I'm not even sure if I subscribe to it all the way. Like everyone's saying like Josh Allen can't win the big one. Are we sure? Mm-hmm. He was carrying that team. Can Diggs make a play? Can his coach not, take him off the field and hand the ball to DeMar Hamlin on a 4th down? Like, what are you doing? Right? So I struggle with this big game thing. Like, okay, was Steve Young a big game player?
He didn't have a lot of good big games.
That's what I'm saying.
Didn't have a lot of them.
But he did have a Super Bowl, and he did come up big in the NFC Championship game. And he put together unbelievable regular seasons. Alex Rodriguez, Barry Bonds, these are guys who had unreal baseball regular seasons. Come playoff time, they're just a different player.
Right.
Kershaw, right?
Yep.
Eli Manning's like the reverse. So I don't know, man. I really don't know, because the season that I saw this year from Brock Purdy was outstanding. Outstanding. As efficient and as good as you could possibly be. But I also can't unsee that playoff game. And credit to him for coming back the way that he did, having the galls and the onions to be able to perform like he did and be calm and confident enough and mentally tough to be able to put this team into the NFC Championship.
And I need to back up a little bit, because I've been on record for saying this. In the playoffs, it's not always going to be pretty.
Oh, it's going to be ugly.
Lines don't. I saw Peyton Manning walk into Baltimore and win a game 15-6 with 5 field goals. Nobody's apologizing for that. Nobody in Indianapolis is, right? He won a game 15-6. 15-6. 5 field goals. Peyton Manning, Reggie Wade, Marvin, all those guys. You just got to do what you got to do in the playoffs. And that's why, as the week goes on, and as we get farther away from that game on Saturday, I do look at Kyle Shanahan a little bit differently. Maybe Brock's struggles early on was a byproduct of Shanahan being so damn tight.
I think Debo being out, too. Like, there's a lot. And Green Bay, I don't think we've given enough credit to Green Bay. I thought Green Bay played a great game.
Yeah.
I don't think we've given enough credit to Green Bay.
Let's hear from Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell on the challenge of getting ready for the 49ers.
That's easy. It's the distractions. That's the easiest one. All right. Getting ready for these guys is not going to be hard. Knowing what we're getting ready to face, the type of team they are, we already know it's a hard-nosed team. These are, to me, we're two juggernauts that are just going to be swinging at each other. It's not that. It's all the other stuff. It's all the interview requests. It's all the, hey, you look at all the plays you made in this game. You are the best player on their team. What are you going to do this week? Don't you think you need the ball more? Don't you think you need more opportunities for sacks? Don't you think they need to blitz you more? Hey, will you come over here and let's do this GQ shoot? So it's all the distractions. And as long as we block those out and just stay on course, we'll be fine.
Kind of like Dan Campbell there. 97 won the ticket in Detroit, our sister station. Also, he said Jared Goff's in a great place right now.
He's exactly where you would want your leader, your captain, your team on offense to be at. And I would not anticipate anything different this week. And I love the fact that he's faced San Francisco numerous times in Shanahan. I know it's a different team. I know it's a different coordinator. I just think it's good. He's been to this stadium. He understands what it is.
It's Dan Campbell. It's hard not to like Dan Campbell.
This would be a huge win for Jared Goff. To take two different teams to the Super Bowl and to take the Detroit Lions. I mean, we laugh about the Warriors before Steph Curry,
right?
But part of what has elevated Steph Curry and LeBron with the Cavs, their careers, is like the team you inherit and the team that you take to the promised land. That does matter to me.
The franchise of the organization, right? The Warriors were decrepit for how many years? I mean, they were the Clippers. And people forget the Clippers were bad. They were right there with the Warriors. We're like, who's worse?
Exactly.
It was the Spider-Man meme, right?
Like, when Tom Brady won the championship with the Tampa Bay Bucks, it was like, wow, you took the Bucks to the Super Bowl?
The Tampa Bay Yucks.
I mean, wow. I mean, that's for Goff to come into his hometown, to come into a team. I mean, we don't even have to go this far. I wanted the Niners to lose that final game.
And Jared Goff.
Yeah, so that we could get Jared Goff. They ended up not. The Rams ended up losing that game. They traded a bunch of picks to jump up in front of the Niners and take Jared Goff that year.
And Philly took Wentz number 2 overall.
Yeah, I believe they traded up too as well, correct?
Yeah, they got Wentz.
Yeah, and so, but like, this is a full circle moment for this young man. It's hard for me to hate on Goff.
And Detroit hasn't been to a championship game. I mean, they haven't won a championship since 1957. They're playoff. They haven't been to the playoffs. Look at their playoff wins. They hadn't had a playoff win since 1991. So we'll get more and more into Detroit. We'll dive into them as the week goes on here. But let's take some lines. Take some calls. A lot of people have been on hold for a long time. Let's rat-a-tat-tat. We got about 20 minutes left in the show. Let's start off with Charles in San Jose. Charles, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, baby?
First of all, I love you guys. I listen to you guys every day. I went to Mitty, class of 1989. Bubba Paris.
Nice.
Bubba Paris is my kids' godfathers. So I've been to Candlestick Park. I seen Joe Montana. I seen Steve Young. I seen Brock Purdy. Let's leave Brock Purdy alone, man. Joe Montana is a killer. Joe Montana, why do we call Joe Montana a killer? Because he comes back in the fourth quarter, which basically means we're losing. Tom Brady, we call him a killer because he comes back in the fourth quarter and he's a killer. We talk about all these quarterbacks and what they'll do in the last 2 minutes of the game. And that's exactly what Brock Purdy did. Had a bad game, whatever the case may be. He did what he was supposed to do. He's a killer. Brock Purdy is not Ryan Leaf. He's not out here being cocky. Brock Purdy's out here balling. He's humble. He plays ball. He wants to learn. He hasn't even played for a full 2 years. And the next narrative is Ryan Clark needs to shut up and stop talking about my quarterback, because every single quarterback that is good has had players around him. Pat Mahomes is struggling. Why? Because he doesn't have the players around him. Yeah, he does carry the team, but at the bottom line, Brock Purdy is doing what any other Hall of Fame quarterback is doing. Thanks for the call. Love you guys.
Good call.
Let's keep it rocking and rolling.
There's Charles in San Jose bringing some heat.
Number one girls program in America, Mitty.
Yeah, no, not even close.
In basketball.
Not even close. Let's go to Zach and Quincy. Zach, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate you guys. Charles just kind of hit on some of what I wanted to say. I appreciate what you said. And I don't know, I just kind of want to hit on a lot of these people that are talking and stuff. Not Ryan Clark, obviously, but a lot of these people have never put shoulder pads on. They don't even know what they're talking about. I played 12 years, not professional football, but, Pop Warner all the way to college. And I've had some bad weather games, and it's tough. It's hard out there, and so just look at Brock Purdy's numbers, and people just need to remember his pinpoint accuracy all year and just relax a little bit on all this stuff. We made it through with the dub, and we're on to the next. But I think we got bigger problems than that. Like he wasn't getting much protection. I don't think we run the ball very well or enough. I think, and that defensive line, man. Like, what's going on with that shit?
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the D-line.
There are more slipped curse words on this show than any show
in America.
It's not even close. Rap stations don't even slip this money. I mean, what are we doing?
Why is it us? Why do people just curse on it? Do we make people that angry?
Well, they feel very comfortable.
Or do people they scream at the radio, like, get these two jabronis off the air, they hot take on it, and they just start letting F-bombs go. Why our show? Curse on somebody else's show, man. I'm trying to have a job. No, tough it is to live in the Bay Area right now.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
World Series champion Bruce Bochy.
Oh, man.
Meanwhile, the Giants are arguing about why they can't get free agents.
Or how their Fan Fest is so weirdly set up this year. They're doing it in Sacramento.
They're doing it the day of the Niner playoff game. What are you doing? Tell me you don't get it by saying you don't get it.
You bring in Dusty Baker after free agency started. Why not have Dusty Baker replaced so you can court free agents? Dusty will help you recruit players. The Giants. Oh, gosh. The Giants. Georgia Los Altos. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Got rid of Mitch Haniger, though.
Oh, they did get rid of Mitch Haniger. Great Giant.
Hey,
forever Giant. George, what's happening?
Well, people cuss because they all get all passionate and get us all worked up, and we just can't control our emotions. That's got to be it.
That's got to be it, George. They just want me to leave Brock Purdy alone. I guess I've been bothering Brock Purdy too much.
And they do. Let me ask you guys a question, because you guys are historians, and I'm the old man here of this group. I'm 73, and I got to watch all 4 Super Bowls, including Joe's first one. What kind of game did Joe have in that game where he threw the catch?
Threw 3 interceptions. We get it. He fumbled. He had a rough game.
Well, 2 of the interceptions were like punt throws. Right. If we're being 100, right? Like,
no, I know where you're going here, George. Go ahead. I get it.
Keep going.
He struggled. I know where you're going.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you for just a second. They had a 3-time champion coach who changed how defense was played. They had Hall of Fame elite defensive line players in Randy White, Ed Too Tall Jones. Amazing players. They had Tony Dorsett. They had Drew Pearson. They were the team that was the favored team by 3 points. The Niners in this game are the team with all the Hall of Famers going up against the rookie players with the Green Bay Packers. The Niners have all the Hall of Fame players. The Niners were 10-point favorites. So, it doesn't hold water for me.
Yeah, George is gone. We cut him off. Oh man, I'm infatuated with YouTube this morning. Bonte Hill's a Packer fan.
You're a Packer fan?
Oh gosh.
Thank you, Bonte.
Oh man, Diego Sacramento. Diego, what's happening? No, hey,
Yo, Bonte Shasky.
What's up, Diego?
I'm fired up for this game on Sunday.
Let's go.
Our D line's gonna show up this Sunday because their left guard is out, their center's banged up. So we're gonna have a bounce back game for our D line, and they cannot stop the run. CMC is gonna go off. White, the running back for the Bucs, was averaging about 7 yards a carry. Purdy's going to bounce back. So I don't know about y'all. Y'all acting kind of scary. I'm juiced for this game. I think it's going to be a bounce back game for Purdy. Our D-line's going to show up. We're going to run it down their throat, and we're going to go to the Super Bowl, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. We're the scary ones. Georgia Los Altos, call us back. I didn't want to run him. I wanted to hear where that was going. Georgia Los Altos. If you could call us back, we'll get you to the top of the line.
But here's my problem with the whole Joe Montana thing.
Finish the call.
But
That's
like,
it.
Bonte, why? Like, when Steph hit that shot, when dropped 43 against the Celtics, I didn't, run out of the Boston TD Garden oh, my God, that reminded me of 1975 with Rick Barry. When Jeff Garcia hit Ty Streets and they came back and they beat the New York Giants in the wild card game, I didn't run out of Candlestick with Mikey C to my grandfather's S10 truck by going, oh my God, just like Joe Montana.
Well,
let these guys carve their own pass. It's very unique. This situation is unique.
Well, I want to touch on something that a lot of people are saying. You guys are acting scary or whatnot. I just understand the urgency to get this done. If you don't get it done this year, then we got to sit all off season. We got to go through the draft. You're going to lose some players. You're going to sign some players. Guys are going to get a little older. Then you got to go through training camp. You got to say again, oh, man, it's all about Super Bowl or bust, Super Bowl or bust, Super Bowl or bust. Then that window gets shorter because Brock Purdy will be on the last year of that contract. Then all of a sudden, you got to go into that season saying, boy, if Brock Purdy doesn't play well, do you pay him? That's why there's urgency to get this done now. You have to win now. This is the year. You ask for home field advantage, you got home field advantage. You wanted the number one seed in the bye week, you got that. All right? That's all it is.
Detroit's only going to get better. They've got tons of cap room. They've got more picks.
That's it.
They're only going to get better.
So that's all. And we'll break down the lines. We got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Trust me, the Lions have weaknesses. I believe the Niners are going to win the football game with or without Deebo Samuel. But if they play like they did last week, they're not winning anything. I just expect the Niners to be better. I expect Shanahan to be better. I expect Purdy to be better. Purdy, for whatever reason, was not Purdy in the first three quarters. Well, he woke up in the nick of time, and he got the job done to get us to the NFC title game. But there's an urgency here. Detroit, a lot of their fans are just happy to be here. All right? But you don't think the Ravens right now, Raven fans, they're sitting there thinking, we got to get it done now. We have home field advantage for the first time in our franchise history. We got to get to Vegas, and we know we beat the Niners, and we blew out the Lions. So they're feeling good. There's an urgency from us right now because, folks, we are tired of being the bridesmaids. We're tired of losing the title games. We're tired of losing Super Bowls. All right? We weren't even in high school the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl.
I mean, Trent Williams walks away, and you've got a gaping hole on this offensive line. Right? And he's at the end of his career. So would you agree?
Absolutely.
I mean, maybe he plays another year after this. We've all seen what they look like without him.
So it's not about being scary. It's about having urgency. Now's the time to get it done. If not now, then when? Right? We talk about this all-time offense, this defense with all these players and we got 7 All-Pros on this team. And we snuck out of there with a win Saturday night against the Green Bay Packers. So we're urgent. We're edgy because we want it. We want to be in Vegas. But nobody's scared. Trust me on that one. Ain't nobody scared around here. We just want it so damn bad that we're a little edgy this morning. We're spicy because we want it. We know we have a good team. But that performance on Saturday, damn it, we're lucky we're not talking about a funeral right now. George Los Altos, he's back, and then we'll get to everybody else. George, go ahead, finish strong.
Hey, guys. You said so much of what I was going to say. I think what happened is that Green Bay came in and they knocked off a Dallas team that was undefeated, 8-0 at home.
Yep, they won 16 straight at home, George.
And they spanked them. So they came in full of confidence. They also came in with a great offensive game plan. You got to give that to Matt LaFleur. I mean, if he called a great game plan. And I think what we ended up getting was smacked in the face. Frankly, we should have lost the game. But like champions do, they came back when they needed to. They made great plays. Dre Greenlaw is a dog.
Oh, yeah.
He did what he needed to do. And when the money was on the line, Brock took us down the field. Would have been 7 for 7. But, George dropped one, which is rare for him, and we won the football game. I think we learned a lesson last Sunday, and I think we're going to take that lesson into this weekend. And I've never felt more confident than I feel right now about the way we're going to play on Sunday. These guys are going to bounce back, and they're going to play their butts off, and we're going to win that game.
There it is. Georgia Laws also. So way to finish strong there. Let's go to Kyle in San Jose. Kyle, what's happening? You're on the roast.
All right, hey, so I went to the game in Green Bay. I'm going to the one against Detroit this weekend. And the thing I noticed the most that everyone notices is that everyone doubting the 49ers, saying the Detroit has an offensive line. They have this and that. Jared Goff's better than Purdy, whatever. None of us should be saying any of that. We should all be saying, how's the Detroit run game going to do against Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner? How is an immobile Jared Goff going to do against this pass rush? But a big reason we're not really saying any of that is because the coaching. Kyle Shanahan, over and over again, we could be ahead by a half a point. It could be 7.5 to 7, and he's still going to pass the ball 95% of the drive. And I don't get why. We have the best running back in football, and we don't put it in his hands. We put it in Brock Purdy with empty sets and shotgun, and we pass the ball. And we don't even pass it to Brandon Ayuk when we do pass it.
Brandon Ayuk was visibly frustrated Saturday night. Visibly frustrated.
I told you Ray McCloud was frustrated. I saw that multiple times on the broadcast when they were cutting to the, which I'm like, me personally, I'm like, Ray, really?
Did you see what Guru just texted us?
What's that?
Guru said Ray McCloud like Ryan Clark's post about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're doing that again.
But you know what? Who the hell is Ray McCloud?
That's
who the hell are you?
I mean, come on.
They will cut your ass in the Texas second, right? We'll cut your ass tomorrow. It wouldn't even look back. All right? So Ray, chill. Ray can calm the hell down. Why don't you catch a clean punt? Let's just return a kickoff to the 25 if you're going to take it out of the end zone.
Ray and a McCloud of dust?
On my flow chart of how and why the 49ers win, Ray doesn't even come up on it.
Yeah, he's not on the pie chart of culpability.
No, not even anywhere near it.
All right. Oh, we're going to get the line too, but he just dropped off. Let's go to Ryan in Oceanside. Ryan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
In Oceanside, down in like Carmel?
Is it down Oceanside, no. San Diego?
San Diego County, yeah.
Ooh,
there
nice.
it is. Yeah.
Beautiful San
That's
Diego.
That's you got to get out the Bay Area, Chasky.
Well, I know there's an Oceanside in no? Oh, I thought there was. Okay.
I think
Carmel
you guys should come down here and do a remote. There's plenty of us Niner fans down here. They'd love it.
I love that idea. I'm a La Jolla kind of guy.
Come on down. I called last week and I said this is like a perfect recipe. It's a rainy day. Let's run the ball. They don't have a good run defense. And I'm with that last caller that just called right now. Like I can't for the life of me understand the play calling in that game. And then it just set up for like a weird dialogue going into the biggest game of the season. I mean, what an amazing season it's been. And it culminates in this huge matchup with Detroit. And I don't know. I feel like it's like deja vu. Like Kyle, whatever happened in that Super Bowl with Atlanta and the Patriots, Kyle used to have like a brand. You knew whether it was right or wrong, that guy was going to be aggressive no matter what. And then after that game, I swear in these big moments, he just shunts. He coils up and just completely changes his mindset on the fly. And, I mean, look at the remaining coaches. Harbaugh is maybe to a detriment. He's so loose. That guy, it looks like he doesn't have a care in the world.
And he outcoached his brother in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. And like Andy Reid, he's got Mahomes. That guy has like no worries. And then Detroit, Campbell, although this is the biggest moment for sure of his, short head coaching career. Their team has no guesses what they're going to do in the big moments. They are locked in. They don't have to guess.
They are locked in. We'll get to the Lions. Trust me, I'm not afraid of the Lions.
Well, Dan Campbell, I think I really underrated him, and we all kind of fell in love with him in Hard Knocks. But when you hear Parcells and Sean Payton, and I have my own qualms with Sean Payton, but he is a really good coach. In the history of the game, Sean Payton is a good coach. Tuna is one of the guys that he's revered. When those guys swear by you, I listen.
Yeah.
They swear by Dan Campbell. Yep. So I have to listen to that.
Now, that organization we'll dive into the Lions over the next 3 days. We've moved on from Green Bay officially. We had to get it out today. Now it's time to get ready for the Detroit Lions. But the Niners have to play better. And I trust Purdy and Shanahan to have a better game. It starts with them. And then on the other side of the football, you know what? Nick Bosa. This is a physical football game coming up. The Lions are going to come at you. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it on Sunday? Paul in Detroit, what's happening? Motown in the house.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Paul?
Guys, how you doing today? Thanks for taking my call.
Good.
I got to tell you, man, I listen to you guys on Odyssey all the time. I absolutely love that you let your callers talk and you give feedback. You don't cut them off. I think you guys props to you guys for that, man. I absolutely love it.
Appreciate you. Appreciate that. That's what this market needs. We talk with you, not at you. Shout out Matt Steinmetz.
I was telling you, screener. I'm not going to be a bandwagon Lion. Jump on the wagon train now because I've never been a Lions fan my entire life. To be honest with you, I've always been a Steelers fan, and just some things that have been going on here, saying Stafford was here for 12 years, and the beating him down. They got 7 picks for that guy, and if they didn't trade him, they wouldn't have Hutchinson, and they would be nowhere near where they're supposed to be at this point. And a little unknown secret is when his wife was in the hospital, Mrs. Ford went to see his wife, and she said, "Is there anything I can do for you?" And because of Kelly Stafford, the Lions have cheerleaders.
Wow.
I don't know what to do with that.
Lions now have, I guess in the Midwest, Bears, Packers, fight. They don't really have cheerleaders out there.
I didn't know that.
They got the little fight songs and touch. So like the Eagles song, Fly, Eagles, fly, blah, blah, blah. Detroit has a touchdown song. But I went to a game in Detroit against the Rams with Sean Hill lit it up.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they had their own touchdown dance. The Chicago Bears have a touchdown dance. A lot of those Midwest teams kind of old school with their touchdown dances or whatnot, or touchdown songs, I should say.
I would say this, and I know we're going to get to Fast Five here, but it's really hard for me to not like this Detroit Lion team. They're a very likable team.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll find something to hate about them.
It's hard.
I have something to hate about. It's that safety. Chauncey, Gardner, Johnson. That's a great reason to hate the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, it's a good point.
He came at Deebo Samuel, called him a running back, called him a wide back, said, "I'm not worried about you." Well, I hope Deebo Samuel plays. Because Chauncey Gardner Johnson, you got something coming. The last person to talk to Deebo Samuel, Bradbury, it didn't end well for him. It didn't. His career might be over. That's how trash he is. But Chauncey Gardner Johnson, I'll give you a reason to hate Detroit. That's one. All right. That's one.
You can cut a WWE promo with the best of them. He looks directly at me like I'm that person and then just becomes someone else. It's really remarkable. This is he would 100% would have to be a clean-cut white boy wrestler. There's no other way. He couldn't be the bad guy. He has to be loved. He has to cup his ears to the crowd. He has to hear the fans cheering him on.
I'm a little edgy.
You could be a heel, could you?
But I could be a heel. No, I could be a heel. I'm ready to turn on Niner fans in the chat right now. The way they're pissing me off, calling us scary, and you guys are hot take, and you don't have any faith. I'm not a cheerleader, homie.
Fast five.
Here we go. Here's my final thought.
Here we go.
You'll love us because we keep it a buck. We keep it real. All right, we're willing to line across on a Benjamin. You know what I'm saying? In the $100 bill. All right, we're realer than that. That's why you love us. Wait, this ain't cooker cutting radio, man. It's the NFC Championship game, and our players did not play well Saturday night. They're 10-point favorites, and we all thought we were going to blow out the Green Bay Packers, and it didn't happen. So, you want us to just say Brock Purdy was great? You want us to do that? Find another show, find another station, because it ain't happening here. Don't forget who represents the Bay harder than us. Nobody.
Okay.
Please explain.
Yes, exactly, Roxy. Jeez Louise. My final thoughts, 22 days, boys. 22 days. Till pitchers and catchers report. We need this Niner season to go on as long as possible because there is nobody in this market who wants to talk about some catcher that the Giants acquired who bats like 160.
Actually, there is people who are in this market. It's Sam Lovett and Joe Shasky the Butcher.
Garlic fries and baseball, guys. Season 3 coming to you.
Oh man. Spadoni.
Looks like Jim Harbaugh and the Los Angeles Chargers are meeting together, and they are already talking about a staff and a general manager. It looks like that's probably going to come to fruition today. That's
Trent Baalke?
That's per Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network. Baalke, yeah. God.
Hey, you know, I got to say.
They hired a new DC, by the way, the Atlanta Falcons DC for Jacksonville.
And Belichick has yet to sign with Atlanta?
Correct.
Like, he's choosing.
They're also waiting. They want to interview Ben Johnson again.
Oh, I don't think teams are hot on Belichick right now.
If I was Buffalo, I would fire McDermott for Belichick yesterday.
Love it. What you got?
So, I love it when a guest list comes together, guys. Check out this lineup we got the rest of the week. Bomani Jones tomorrow at 7:20. Then we got our friend Anthony Slater at 8. Jamel Hill will join us Thursday at 8. Eric Kramer, he was the quarterback the last time the Lions won a playoff game back in 1991.
Nice.
He'll join us Thursday at 8:30. And then Lomas Brown, who was a left tackle for Eric Kramer. He does the color commentary for the Lions. He is set to join us at 9:20 on Friday and work on some more stuff too.
Somewhere, John Curley's saying the only way to finish that off is Marty Morningweg.
Oh, you'll never guess who just got back to me, actually.
Marty Morningweg. I heard him.
You knew we were going there.
Marty Morningweg. I heard him on the other station.
I love Marty Morningweg.
Hey, I heard him on the other. Remember I cursed out John Curley his last show ever with this? It's like, who the hell wants to talk about quarterbacks right now? Anyway.
That was about Kirk Morrison.
Oh, that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G
Sam,
network.
you've lasted the longest.
Only from Xfinity. Hey, by the way, Gary Danielson, backup quarterback on the 83 team, which lost to the 49ers in the divisional round. Niners beat the Lions 24-23. Eddie Murray went wide right on a chip shot field goal.
Not the Eddie Murray, the Baltimore Oriole, switch-hitting 500 home run guy.
Or Baltimore Oriole, LA Dodger.
Yes.
California Angel.
All right, we're good to go.
Who else did he play for? Future starts now with Evan Giddings and Darryl Guru Johnson.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to run.
And say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
And good morning, Larry Krueger sitting in for Matt Steinmetz, Steiny, and Guru on a Tuesday. What's up, Goo?
What's up, baby? It's really a Monday because we didn't get to react together like we'll do today for 4 hours about what we saw Saturday night. But the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC Championship game, Larry, and I'm excited to break it down with you, pal.
Oh, I am as well, man. 4 hours. We're going to break it all down. We're going to talk a lot of Niners, maybe get into some Golden State. Looks like
they got a game tomorrow.
Bonte left his phone. I don't know. Somebody left a phone. Hey, good to see you, man. And this is the first time we've talked since the game. And man, there's so many people now, Ryan Clark and others, doubting Brock Purdy, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Because
what do you love about it?
Well, I love it because I know that is the kind of thing that makes Brock Purdy better. You know what I mean? And nobody's better when everybody's, kissing your butt and telling you how great you are. You're better when people are doubting you if you have any competitive fire. And I've asked him about it in the past. He's like, yeah, man, I play with a chip on my shoulder. I call it Boulder's shoulder.
Okay.
And I just love it. Bring it, keep questioning that kid, because what I saw last week, and I was just showing you outside in the whatever. What do we call that?
The green room.
The green room.
The green room, Larry.
The
Johnny Carson. Yeah.
Where Brock Purdy dropped back to pass a lot in this last game, and his feet were just locked at the top of his drop. He would just drop back there and just stand. And it's like, you know what? Steve Young said it. He said, you know what? Well, the rest of us were going, oh, man, thank God they got rest. Thank God Purdy's going to get some time off and Greenlaw and CMC. Yeah, all these guys.
Okay.
The rest was good for a lot of people. For the quarterback, I don't know. Based on what I saw the other night against Green Bay, maybe the rest wasn't great. He didn't look like he was in rhythm at all. But it's like, I just think that, he's going to bounce back with a better performance, and they need it. This Detroit team's legit. They're real. But you know what? I kind of, every time I was thinking about this game over the last day, I'm thinking, you know what? I'm thinking of the Minnesota game. From the standpoint of Brock had completed 85% of his passes through three quarters in that game.
Before a concussion.
Then he got concussed, but I won't blame it on the concussion. He just threw picks in the fourth quarter, right?
He did.
And there were tons of people going, well, it doesn't matter that he was great for three quarters. He wasn't good when it mattered. Well, okay. If we want to take that as the premise, then shouldn't we all be totally fine with the way this last game went? Because he was S for three quarters, maybe 3.5 quarters. Probably could have thrown 2 pick sixes.
Savage, man. You shouldn't be allowed to play catch with your kids for dropping that pick that he threw to you. But go ahead.
Which one?
The first one in the first
Savage,
series.
Yeah.
Hit him right there.
Keyshawn Nixon had another one in his hands. These guys could play offense. If they could catch, they'd play offense. But they were on defense, and they dropped those balls. Okay, so he gets away with at least 2 picks, maybe 3, played terrible. But guess what? Gets to the fourth quarter with the game on the line, and you take away the George Kittle right in his hands drop, and he's 7 for 7 on the final drive with 2 runs, and look great and scored a touchdown, and they win the game, and they come from behind, and they do what everybody says they couldn't do. So I don't know.
Which was big to keep your season alive. You picked the greatest time to put one up in that column.
Exactly. My whole thing is that if you're going to rip him for the Minnesota game and go, those first 3 quarters don't matter. It's what he did in crunch time. Well, there were tons of people that I'm sure were calling you and Steiny that after that Minnesota game saying exactly that. And I was saying, hey, you know what? The guy was good that night. He completed 85% of his passes, but none of it mattered. Why?
Because they got the L.
Got the L, turned it over in the clutch, wasn't good at the end. Fourth quarter, fell apart. That's it. Well, guess what? This game was the opposite. He was bad, really bad, like out of rhythm, out of sorts, terrible, really in a fog, looked terrible the entire first 3 quarters. But he circled the wagons, blocked it out, and was perfect when he needed to be perfect. And even when George Kittle dropped that pass, he picked him up. Completed a couple more passes, had a key run. McKivitz and Brendel had a wipeout block on the McCaffrey touchdown run.
I think Ayuk had the catch of the year. Because what do you do on that 4th and 5? Do you punt it and trust your defense who had been getting gashed? I mean, that was a hell of a catch. And you could say throw, but it was more, the defender was on him. It was like I called it a windshield wiper. He had his hand over trying to hope to hit the ball or deflect it. But Larry, I'm going to say this to everything you said. Yesterday was a day of rejoicing. It's the 3rd straight trip for Kyle Shanahan and the Niner team to the NFC Championship game. I'll go back to 2019. Kyle went from 4-12, took his team to the Super Bowl. So the Niners have been in big games. My thing is, partner, and we haven't spoken, I was so gung-ho on 38-10. It wasn't just about Brock. He was a part of it because he has been phenomenal. 38-10. But you and I know in this world of football right now in sports, the most important position is the quarterback position. And we know the Brock Purdy story. The origin, I believe, and we talked about it with Willard and Dibbs, it's draftism. I believe he's hated on because of where he was drafted. So now all of a sudden we're going to say he's a system this, system that. But Larry Krueger, I never in a million years sat down with my num-num juice that I had watching this game Saturday night and thought that I was going to watch that game in the fashion it played out. And I'm going to save my takes on Brock Purdy because you hit it, but I'm more concerned about the other side of the ball in regard to the D-line when you're paying and shelling out all that money. And it starts with Bosa, and you went and got Chase Young. And I'm sitting here watching Aaron Jones and the Green Bay Packers run it down your throat. They kept the ball and set the tone with a drive for over 7 minutes in the first quarter. So I'm with you on Brock, but I'm also want answers from you because you're around this team on a daily basis. Larry, the Raven game, which was Brock Purdy's worst game, there was no weather. He was just bad. There were bad reads, and the Ravens didn't drop the ball. The Niners got a game this Sunday to go to the Super Bowl, so I'm trying to be positive, but I want answers from you as to, do I just say this defense all of a sudden doesn't have the necessary skill set players? Because I tend to think, no. You got Hargrave, which you didn't have last year. You lost Ebukam, and Farrell's not playing. But, Larry, Wilkes is my guy on my radar. Am I wrong for that, or what's up with the lack of D that we didn't see Saturday night? Because if that happens this Sunday against the Lions, you're going home. Or, and I mean this, in Vegas against Kansas City and Baltimore if you get there. That's what shocked me more than Brock Purdy being bad in the rain.
Yeah, I mean, the Niner D-line's got big names, and right now they ain't doing it. I mean, they're just not doing it.
What's happening?
Well, I mean, Bosa had 5 pressures or 5 quarterback hits, I should say, but the Niners only got 6. That means, Kinlaw was the only other guy that touched the quarterback all night. Chase got close, but no cigar. Gregory didn't even get that close. I mean, they got to get – I mean, I'll say this. Green Bay, on paper, number 2 in the NFL, pass block win rate.
Okay.
Right?
That I didn't know.
So they were the best. They were the second best pass blocking team in the game. And that was a concern. Love wasn't getting hit. You're a Dallas fan. Micah had nothing, did nothing. Dallas did nothing. They sacked him not at all.
At all.
So I mean, Green Bay, sometimes you got to credit your opposition, right? Green Bay's offensive line, number 2, pass block win rate. Detroit, 14th pass block win rate. But Detroit's got Penei Sewell, best right tackle in the game.
Man.
Frank Ragnow, who's banged up, but best center in the game.
Soldier. He came back in the game.
Yeah, and Taylor Decker's a well above average left tackle. So they've got 3 really good offensive linemen. And there's a very good chance that the Detroit O-line beats the Niner D-line in this game. But, there's other reasons, too, as far as the run D. Jair Brown's got to play this week over Logan Ryan. Did you see how awful Logan Ryan was against the run? I mean, he's a corner, and you're asking him to be a safety and step up into the hole and hit somebody. He's just not built to do that.
Man.
At best, he's going to shoot for your ankles and try to hold on. He's not going to challenge you in the midsection or high or deliver any kind of big detonating hit. Jair Brown can. Now, is he healthy enough? Do they trust him enough? How's the knee sprain? So on and so forth. I was shocked that he didn't go in this last game, but they need him. They need him. And then as far as the run D goes, you lost, Emmanuel Mosley, and I know that sounds crazy because he's a corner, but he's a great edge-setting corner. That hurts you in the run game. You lost Azeez Al-Shaair. Al-Shaair had a big year this year with Tennessee, and I think he's so tight with some of the Niners. He was actually on the sideline, I think, for that game this weekend. But you lost some really good run defenders. Then you brought in Hargrave.
Armstead back, though.
You got Armstead back, but you brought in Hargrave. Hargrave's a much better pass rusher than he is a run stuffer.
Man.
So they lean on Greenlaw and Warner to do it all, to absolutely do it all. They also replaced Jimmy Ward. He was like a linebacker. He was a hitter. Jimmy. The couple years ago they had Tart. Those guys, and they replaced these guys with guys. Gibson was very disappointing. Couldn't even keep his feet in this game. Hafanga's out for the year, but Hafanga's, really good at reading the mesh point and the handoff, but he's not an awesome run defender. So they've DJ Jones a few years ago walked out the door. They were an impenetrable run D. This year, their stats say they're better than they are. Why? Because their offense is scoring 30 a game, and teams are just stopping running on that. I think they faced like one of the lowest number of rush attempts against them of any team in the league. So their run defense rankings, don't tell me about that. Stats lie. Teams don't run on the Niners for other reasons. They're not necessarily stopping the run. So in this game, they better, because you got David Montgomery, who's a plow horse. You got Jahmyr Gibbs, who's electric. Jahmyr Gibbs can get to the edge. He can get to the edges of the defense, and he can catch the ball. So that's going to be a big one. But the other on the other side, I believe is Jonah Jackson, the guard for Detroit. He's out. Ragnow's not 100%.
So
maybe there's some potential that Hargrave can put some pressure, Armstead can put some pressure on Goff in his face. And if they pressure Goff in his face, the Niners are going to win this game. I really
Tampa Bay has some success. I didn't know that game was teetering. I didn't know. I was like, they might pull this off. You are correct. So, Larry, at this juncture, you would think you want to see what I thought was the staple of this Niner team before the offense took off. And I was like, hey, the defense could take a couple steps back and they'll still be fine, because on the offensive side of the ball, you were scoring, like you said, 30 or 40 points. But again, it's not a funeral. How many other cities wish their team was still playing? But it is shocking. Again, you mentioned Bosa and the pressures, and they did get to Love at the end of that game and kind of flushed him out the pocket. But it's just something to, when you think about the Strahans or the Charles Haleys or the Alden Smiths before the troubles, these are the stages to where you get home and pound your chest. And just in regard to Bosa, because he's your highest paid defensive player, Larry, that was, like it or not, the 4th playoff game with him not getting home. And it's just rather peculiar to me.
Yeah, well, the Niners have put all their money in their D-line. Drake Jackson had, 3 sacks week 1 against Pittsburgh. Then he got hurt. They brought in Randy Gregory. He's given him a little. They brought in Chase Young. They look good against Jacksonville, but Chase Young's stiff now.
Yeah.
Chase Young, that knee surgery, he's not the same guy. Not the same guy that he was at Ohio State. Not the same guy he was his rookie year. I think they're going to let him walk at the end of the year. I think the best hope in this game is that Hargrave. Where was Hargrave? You paid him a ton of money in the offseason to come in and be a difference maker. And I remember when they made that signing, You're sitting there going, man, can you imagine Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave on the same line? Man,
I'm the one I was thinking that.
Yeah, they're going to wreck shop. Man, they're going to be living in the backfield. No, they're getting very little out of their D-line. So I don't know if it's fatigue. I don't know if it's – I'll say this. I watched the game 3 times. They're getting close.
Yeah.
Okay. They're getting back there. They're just not getting home. You know what I'm saying? They're putting pressure on the opposing quarterback. Chase Young got really, really close, but he's not getting home. So I don't know what the answer is.
So am I wrong to just bring up Wilkes' name? And you could say, hey, Goo, it ain't Wilkes. It's not the system or the play calling. Is there any merit to that? Like, because where do you go if we're not going to blame the players? Like
last year under D'Amico, it seemed like they played games up front. And when I say games, they did stunts and twists and, TE stunts and ET stunts and all the guys shooting all over the place. Then they started getting gashed in the run game. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, let's just squeeze the pocket down. Now what I'm seeing is there's not a lot of movement. They're leaning. Give you an example. They signed Sebastian Joseph Day off the street. He played significant snaps. I don't know what the snap count said, but the guy was in there on a regular rotation. This is a guy you picked off the street, and this guy's getting regular run. So Givens is good as a pass rusher, but doesn't do a lot against the run. Kinlaw is strong, but doesn't come off blocks. And
we've been waiting on
doesn't
been
rush
waiting
the
on
passer
him forever.
Sebastian Joseph Day is maybe a little combination of those guys, but between Bosa and Gregory and Hargrave and Chase Young, you got to put heat on Goff. Goff's longest run all year is 11 yards. And if you look at his game log this year, Goo, the teams that beat Detroit, Baltimore, Chicago,
Dallas.
Green Bay, Dallas, they rushed and sacked Goff. So if the Niners if they're going to win this game, they're going to have to rush and sack Goff and get in his face and make him feel the pressure. The one thing that's scary is that Detroit doesn't throw deep. They don't. They throw short, but it's these timing patterns. And if there's a quarterback,
like chunks, though, Larry. No question. Your boy Goff is slinging it. 15, 20 yards. Like throw outside the numbers. Like that's their thing.
Well, not only that, him and Amon-Ra St. Brown are just in a absolute lockstep. You saw it.
Laporta?
Didn't he? Wasn't it a 4th down pass play against Dallas? Yeah. He stuck it in there.
Incredible.
So when if Goff's going to throw to a spot and Amon-Ra is going to run some 10, 12-yard stop route and turn around, the coverage had better be tight. And that to me is the concern, that the 49ers are can they stop the short, 3 steps and it's out. You're not sacking Goff in that situation. He can throw some lasers, and he's got an Amon-Ra, terrific player. Think about it this way. There's 11 offensive players. Detroit has 5 elite players on offense. Sewell, Ragnow, Gibbs, Laporta,
Brown,
and Amon-Ra.
Yeah.
So almost half of their offensive team are almost as good as any other player at their respective position in the entire league. So the Niner defense is going to be challenged in a huge way Sunday.
But
it
starts with the run, Larry, because they can play. Goff can play action pass with the best of them. They're not just happy to be here. It starts with their coach Campbell. They're going to go for it, and that's what was just like. Again, I didn't give Green Bay a chance, and you're right, they beat Dallas, but I thought that was just by default on what Dallas didn't do. I didn't think the Packers. They were 9-8. And let's be honest, they snuck in, and the physicality that they brought in weather conditions on the road. 1, I didn't see that happening. And 2, I'm just like, this can't repeat itself. But people are like, oh, well, they got past the Packers. Detroit will be a walk in the park. I'm like, Detroit won the division. So you are right. If they're able to just pound the Niners front like Green Bay did, it can be a long afternoon in regard to the play action pass. That becomes an option for Goff, and he can sling it with the best of them. So that's why I'm calling out the D-line, and it's not just me. I know they won the game, but if we're being honest, Larry, and my pops has a ticket right now, Norman Johnson, for the Niners to win the NFC and the Super Bowl, he called me, texted me, thinking that ticket might need to be thrown out. Because, Larry, I will say this, and I'm comfortable in doing so 48 hours or 72 hours after the game. The Green Bay lost that more than the Niners won. You could say, well, what's that mean? The Niners are playing this week? That can't happen again because a better team will make you pay if you're not on your A game. And that was the Niners C game. And we hadn't talked about Kyle.
We'll get to Kyle.
Why did Brock throw the ball 39 times in those conditions when everybody – what a pair of eyes saw he was struggling throwing the rock?
Yeah.
And you got McCaffrey. That's questionable.
I mean, I'll say this for Green Bay. Forget the record. I mean, Green Bay had a super young quarterback making his first, this was his first full year in the NFL. They didn't go into free agency and sign a veteran wide receiver. They didn't go into free agency and sign a veteran tight end. They drafted all these guys. So they kind of gave away the first half of the year. They were like 2-5. The quarterback wasn't on the page of the receivers, right? But then as the season got going, suddenly here comes Musgrave, here comes Kraft, here comes Jaden Reed, here comes Dobbs, Christian Watson. Love started to improve. Yeah,
right.
I mean, they're kids, but talented kids. So, I mean, Dallas did gag. I mean, that was terrible. I mean,
but now it looks like
Dak
they didn't gag
bad.
as much as I thought because Green Bay is formidable.
I picked Green Bay to win the game.
No, come on, Larry.
Yeah, I did. I picked Green Bay to beat.
Where can we hear the tape? I mean, our guys like to check you too.
Go check it out.
Come
Go
on,
check it out.
why would you pick Green Bay?
Because Dallas is a fraud.
Oh, over Dallas. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought you were saying for last against the Niners.
No, I picked Green Bay to beat Dallas.
Okay.
And then I went on the YouTube show and I kept saying, watching Niner fans are like, oh, they're going to win by 4 touchdowns. I'm like, you guys are high.
Right.
They're not going to win by 4 touchdowns. They're not going to win by 3 touchdowns. They're going to be lucky if they win this game. This game is going to be really, really tough.
You were right.
I mean, I knew Green Bay was going to be tough. I knew it was going to be tough. But I expected Brock to be not as rusty as he was. Man. But looking back at that game, Goo, and you just kind of hit on it, I love Kyle Shanahan. I think he's one of, I don't know.
I'll take him top 5 coach right now.
Top 5, top 6, something like that, right?
You could say top 3. All right.
Who would you rather have? Maybe.
I'd go Andy Reid, and that's it to me.
I mean, I like McVay.
Okay.
I'm a McVay fan.
Well, he did beat him on the NFC Championship.
But, I mean, Kyle Shanahan is a very good coach. This game plan this weekend, Kyle, I mean, what are we talking about here? I mean, it made no sense at all. You're going to have your quarterback, who you knew was probably going to be rusty coming off of a 3-week layoff, and you're going to have him drop back and throw it 39 times. Guess what that is in Brock Purdy's career? That's his career high. 39 times in driving rain. And this is a guy who struggled with a wet ball in Cleveland. Green Bay's defense was ranked 28th in the NFL against the run. Run the ball.
No doubt.
Run the ball. All right, we got a lot more to get to. If you want to jump in, 888-957-9570. Larry Krueger in for Steiny with Goo for the next 4 hours on 95.7 The Game.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny on this Tuesday with Goo. 888-957-9570. Big Mike in the city says, Detroit will be a handful. Gary in the city says, run the damn ball. All right.
Yeah.
Just when we broke last segment, I was getting ready to ramp up on my Kyle Shanahan diatribe, but I didn't get the game plan, Goo. I don't understand it. People say, well, they had 8 in the box. You have the MVP of the league. First of all, the offense dictates to the defense. The defense doesn't dictate to the offense. Why have Purdy throw it a career-high 39 times in driving rain when he clearly struggled with the wet ball earlier in the year? You had Debo out of the game early on. Your O-line is a better run-blocking O-line than a pass-blocking O-line. Your tight end, George Kittle, is the best run-blocking tight end in the sport. The game was not a 3-score game where you needed to pass it. It was a 1-point margin at half. The Niners' biggest deficit was 7 points. Your number one running back led the league in rushing this year, and in this game, averaged 5.8 a carry. And then you had, on the other side, Green Bay has 3 D linemen that had 7.5 sacks each. They had, in your game against your boys, the Cowboys, they had 4 sacks. They had 9 quarterback hits. Yeah. They had 2 interceptions, a pick 6. I just think that Kyle Shanahan sometimes gets a little pass happy. And to me, it was obvious after maybe 2 or 3 series that Purdy was in kind of a funk, and it wasn't dealing with the ball well. He wasn't dealing with the conditions well. Maybe the rust, the footwork wasn't the same. As I told you, he was locked in the ground at the back of the top of the drop, and he just no rollouts, didn't move the pocket, not a heavy dose of running. They didn't run effectively, but maybe that's part of it.
McCaffrey averaged 5.8 a pop, but he only got it 17 times, Larry.
I'll say this. I don't know what the Niner numbers were on first down, but they weren't getting big yardage on first down. They were staring at a lot of 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9s, it seemed like, from watching it. I don't know that. That's just my sense of it more than anything. By the way, we need to tell you that don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday. Man, that's a hell of a show.
Yeah, 2 of my guys.
Those guys. I don't know where Nahagian got those guys, but, man, those guys are good. No, but the great Lo Neal will join me 2 hours
Lolo.
Before the start of the game. Same church, same pew.
There you know Lo.
Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
I'll tell you this, Larry. Let me just give you this nugget because you're talking about Kyle. I know it's redundant, and I've used this before, and I think it was Bond. It might have been Shasky. And it was yesterday, and he was emphatic on, you know what, if you lose and you go down to said team, go down with your best players. And his point was, and both of their points was, but 17 totes for McCaffrey is not enough. He had 7 catches, 24 in total. My thing is, my intel was, had they not had the bye, it would have been touch and go for McCaffrey to play in the wild card round with that calf. So do you think maybe behind closed doors he was trying to lessen the load for McCaffrey? Because there's no other excuse on why in those conditions you wouldn't feed the horse. And I remember the Honey Badger, I know this is 5 years ago, in the Super Bowl that said he wanted to send a gift basket to Kyle Shanahan every time he threw it because they couldn't stop Mostert and company on the ground in the Super Bowl. But everybody brings something to the table, and we know this is why coaches get fired. It's not just the players, but I felt like Kyle was tight. And when you tell me McCaffrey only got 17 totes and the quarterback struggling with the Michael Jackson glove, from the outset, that's just a perfect scenario to feed your running back, and he didn't do it. And then that sequence we hadn't gotten into right before halftime, the double up. What was that, Larry? I felt like the football gods made that kick get blocked. Because why did you take your foot off the gas? Was Kyle tight?
Well, I don't know if he was tight or if he's trying to serve multiple masters. Ooh. If he's trying to do too many things at one time instead of simplifying and just drive the ball.
For himself.
they have so many assets tied up in their defense. They act like their defense is a joke. They act like if they scored with 45 seconds left at the end of the second quarter, that it's just like fait accompli that the Pack would run it back and score a touchdown on their defense. You've poured tons of your cap into your defense. You've got a lot of really good defensive players. Your defense can't play D for 45 seconds? I mean, are you scarred that much from the Jordan Addison Minnesota play where Wilkes called the all-out blitz?
I'll never forget.
I mean, is that do they have scar tissue from that? I don't know. But I mean, this idea that you're just going to have this, it's like the pursuit of great and you give up good. It's like good would have been getting a touchdown or getting a short field goal. Yeah. But no, it's like with like 45 seconds or a minute left. They got the ball with 4:09 left on the clock to begin that drive. They wasted 45 seconds just doing nothing and then asked their rookie kicker in wet conditions to kick 48, something like that. That's not
I'm saying it was going to miss
ideal.
Anyway.
It wasn't ideal.
Yeah.
So I just think that Kyle gets into that. You heard him answer my question earlier in the week when I said, would you ever consider, I don't know, maybe starting with the ball?
He was like, nope.
He's like, no. And then it was like, okay, and I'm not Mr. Follow-Up King, but excuse me, everybody, why? And then he's like, well, because we like to lap the field and this and that. How about put the side of the football out there that you think is the best? And to me, I thought the Niner offense against the Green Bay defense, which was 28th against the run, and you've got McCaffrey.
Been saying it all week.
Should have been out there first. Instead, it's like, nope, we're going to defer, and we want that first possession of the second half. Well, guess what? You got nothing going into the break. You got nothing coming out of the break. So, I mean, it's all these decisions are, you still got to produce. I mean, you still got to produce points.
Which they did on that last drive. Because think about what we would be talking about in the national narrative if you're into that. Out? But the thing about the national narrative, regardless if you like social media or not, and I know Steiny kind of hates it, even if you try to ignore it, Larry, you can't. I mean, just the way that the beast is set up now, even if you're trying not to hear the Ryan Clarks change their opinion on Purdy, if you think that's fair or foul, it's just you hear it. You can't escape it. And I think the players hear it too. But I'll tell you what, Kyle needed that win more than I believe Brock Purdy, because going into these playoffs, all just like a beautiful chessboard, we said it was set up. This was going to be the easiest path for the Niners to get back to the Super Bowl. And right now there's been turbulence. I just went to North Carolina a couple weeks ago, and the flight, it was turbulence. It was a nightmare.
Uh-oh.
That's what this game was for the Niners. Nobody had it this close, Larry.
You were bouncing up and down in the turbulence?
Yeah, it was scary. Thought it was going down.
Oh, that's terrible.
But Evan's tired of hearing this story. I told
that is terrible.
4 days in a
was
row.
it a big? Was it a big bird? Was it a big plane?
737. Okay. And we had to land in Atlanta. The pilot was crying when the flight was over, apologizing on him trying to land. He's like, I said,
he literally was crying.
No, dude, tears.
Well, hey, look at it this way. If you're following your current events, at least the doors didn't come off.
No, that and no doubt about it, we could have had that.
Maybe that's like the line as you're walking off the plane. Hey, sorry about the turbulence. Hey, look, I consider myself lucky. The doors didn't pop off, and I didn't get sucked out of the cabin.
The last thing is a lady grabbed my hand in the dark,
really,
and said, "We're not going to make it, are we?"
Really,
Larry? With true story. I was like, lady, have some faith. But I was. Dude, your boy.
What did you say to her?
I didn't say nothing.
Did you reassure her?
No, I was like, this is it, Michael Jackson.
You should have said, grab your hand, Myrtle. We're gonna make it.
Man,
we're gonna make it.
But I felt her. She thought we were going down, and nobody was saying nothing. They weren't communicating with us. It was just it was something out of a
coming
movie,
back
man.
from the Final Four. We'll take these calls, but coming back to the Final Four, I flew from this is 05. I flew from St. Louis to Chicago on a plane that was 3 seats across. 2 seats on the left side, 1 seat on the right side. You couldn't even stand, and I'm kind of claustrophobic, and there was terrible turbulence, and the thing dropped like at least 12, 15 feet in the middle of the thing, and I mean, I was literally doing the sign of the cross and just, picturing my children. It's going to, without a dad. And I was like, oh my gosh. All for Sean May and the Carolina, beating Darren Williams. I mean, come on.
But I made it. We made it.
We're here.
Yeah.
We're here. All right. I want to hear from Ryan Clark, but we'll do that in a minute. Let's go to the lines. Big Mike is in the city. 1-888-957-9570. What's up, Big Mike?
Good morning. Good morning, men. How are you guys?
All right.
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, thanks you guys for having me today. Man, I was on a couple of weeks ago regarding Buster Posey, and I'm calling today to talk about the Niners a little bit in Detroit. Detroit's a great team. Coach Campbell doing a great job. I know I was really irritated with people calling him a knucklehead, calling him this, calling him that, but look how he's turned the team around. I'm a USC alumni, so I'm on St. Brown. He's touched my heart. I'm happy to see him, excel. But I'm a diehard Niner, and I'm with you guys regarding the clock management toward the end of the second half, like the last 45 seconds of not doing anything. I'm an ex-offensive lineman. I want to press the issue and try to score points. With that being said, if you guys remember when we came off the bye break of the bye week and we played Jacksonville, see how we were kind of a little bit nervous, especially we had a little turbulent time between Minnesota and the Cleveland game. We came out and played well, and I think we got the jitters out regarding Green Bay right now. Brock Purdy, he's not Josh Allen, he's not Jordan Love, he's not Mahomes, he's Brock Purdy. I like how he fits in the system. I like how he plays as an offensive lineman. He handles his business out there. He doesn't get rattled. And, he's going to have up and down deals. This is his second year, right? But you know what? I look at him like Drew Brees. As he gets older, he'll get more mature as a quarterback, and he will play to the level, hopefully, that Mahomes and Josh Allen does. But in the meantime, right now, for this system way he's playing, I think he's doing well. And I'm with you guys. Hey, Guru. Hey, Morgan Freeman, lean on me. CMC, give him the ball. As an offensive lineman, let's run the ball. They had 9 in the box. We're going to run it. We're going to run it. And I guess they're saying this, but they can have a different play style. I guess Detroit has the worst or not that good of a passing secondary. But
yeah, their corners are kind of liability.
Yeah, I would hope that Kyle doesn't get pass happy in regards to that. So, now we can take advantage of it. Just stick with what we are good at. And as an offensive lineman, I would tell, and I know Trent Williams telling everyone, hey, man, let's blow these guys off the ball. Aiden Hutchinson. If anything I know about defensive linemen and great pass rushers, they don't like the run block. They don't like to sit there and have to get the run blocked all day. They rather just get the ears back and rush up the field. When they start getting blocked, it's frustrating. So hopefully we can stick to our game plan, run the ball, and use all our assets and weapons that we have, and we should dominate that game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you wholeheartedly on run the ball in this matchup. I know people would look at Cameron Sutton, appreciate the phone call, by the way, and Kendall Vildor as the Lions corners, and they lost Mosley, and they don't have quite the pass. The reason I thought Detroit was maybe 1 year ahead of schedule here is because they're not that great on the back seven, right? I mean, they got Hutchinson, but that's it up front. Aleem McNeil's pretty decent, but I mean, Hutchinson's got 8 sacks in the last 4 games.
And that was just about that. And speaking of great Lions, we got Herman Moore joining us at 12 o'clock, former Lion receiver. You remember him? Moore was awesome. A bad dude.
He was bad. He was great at Virginia. He was great in the pros.
But now you're just asking that, let's say, leaky secondary to have a good game. You know what I mean, Larry? Like, they're going to see. I mean, Green Bay drops them. Like, do you blame the weather conditions for the bad reads from Brock Purdy? Because, they dropped the interceptions. You won the game. But if you know and you watch ball like you do, Larry, the Ravens caught those balls. So I'm just wondering, where do you chalk that up as? Bad weather? That's why there was some, like, Brock was off. We can all agree. But some of those reads gave me Jimmy G vibes. And you can't do that this week because if the defenders catch that, Larry, that game could have got ugly Saturday night had the other team held on to the – but, like, I don't want to say, it was a great defensive play. It was like, what did Brock – like, Brock – you didn't see that guy. And those are the concerns I have, that I didn't think Brock, outside of the Baltimore game, we kind of ever saw that from him.
I thought this was his worst game.
Whoa, worse than the Ravens one.
Yeah, because the Ravens game was...
They did move up and down the field a little bit.
They were too lucky interceptions. I mean, the guy threw 2 interceptions. In this game, he could have thrown 2 pick sixes, and he was off all day on routes that he normally hits guys in the hands. He just looked off. So I think it had probably a lot to do with the weather, maybe a little bit to do with 3 weeks off. But I'll say this. This Detroit Lions team is the hardest hitting team in football.
Physical.
They will knock your block off. Kirby Joseph, did you see that hit?
I did see it. Man.
It was dirty is what it was. But I mean,
Stafford didn't like it.
How about C.J. Gardner-Johnson? You think Debo?
I hope Debo has to play.
Debo, if Debo's got a bad shoulder, something tells me C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to test it. You know what I mean? I have a feeling that he's gonna hit Debo pretty good. So they got some thumpers on the back end. And
it's one game, Larry.
It's one game. It's a hard hitting defense, and it's a hard charging offensive line. Niners are going to be challenged. I don't know what the game plan is. I mean, one, is Debo going to be there? Is he not going to be there? I'll say this. I want to see more touches for Brandon Ayuk. He touched the ball 3 times. Talk about an all-pro wide receiver.
What was that?
He gets 3 touches. 3?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
and he was looking
enough.
around a little bit. He wasn't CeeDee Lamb. He wasn't being demonstrative, but a couple of Ray, he was getting screamed at by Purdy. We see that, Tom Brady and the greats. But, I mean, Larry, there was some mannerisms to where, a lot of guys were like, what's going on here? And I'm not accustomed to that when I watch the Niners.
Well, what do you think of, in that Ravens game, not only did they lose the game, but coming out of that game, Kyle Van Noy said, we've got the secret to beat the Niners. Man. And then the Niners played Washington, right? And they looked okay, but not great. Then they had the bye. Then they had the Week 18, so they didn't really play.
Punted on that, right?
Okay, so that was Darnold, and then they had 3 weeks off, basically. Brock had 3 weeks off, and then this game. So I guess we're going to find out Sunday if Kyle Van Noy was right and teams are copying what they did. Now, what did the Ravens do? All I saw that they did was they attacked the 49ers because of their condensed formations by blitzing the slot corner, in this case for the Lions to be Brian Branch, off the edge, putting heat on the quarterback, dropping people into the middle, anticipating what windows Brock wanted to throw to, and just clouding those windows with all kinds of people.
Right, and throwing the receivers off their terrain to get to the spots because they said Brock throws to the spot.
Right.
And what did Devontae Freeman say for Green Bay? That he almost was what do you call the person that predicts the future? He almost got it right in the sense that they did make Brock but they didn't take advantage of.
I mean, that's the question. Are opposing defenses reading his mail, kind of a thing?
Man.
And he needs to adjust. I'll put it on Shanahan to adjust, and we'll see if he can do it. This Detroit team's though impressive because everybody focuses on Dan Campbell and all of his I don't care if you got 3 toes and 1 ass cheek, I'm gonna kick your ass.
I'll give you a 4.
But Ben Johnson's a terrific coordinator. Aaron Glenn, I think, is a really good defensive coordinator, and their general manager Brad Holmes was in L.A. He's the guy that was there in L.A. when they drafted Todd Gurley, Aaron Donald, Jared Goff, Cooper Kupp. You know what I mean? So he's done a really nice job at bringing in. I mean, look at these players. Look at this. Look at the draft picks that they've had. I mean, it's amazing. Laporta, Amon-Ra, Gibbs, Brian Branch,
all productive.
Aiden Hutchinson. You're talking about some of the very best players in the entire league. Give us Gary in the city. He says,
Gary.
Run the damn ball. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys. I've been fans since the Kezar days. No, Shanahan sometimes got to get one. Let's first give Detroit the respect they deserve. Their speeds. They'll score from anywhere on the field. They'll try anything anywhere on the field. Their special teams also do fake punts. I mean, he's not just a whack-out coach. He's a very good coach, but I think the assistant coaches, his coordinators, are some of the top in the league. They got speed from everywhere, and they're not afraid to use it anywhere on the field and a lot of imagination, where I think the 49ers are going to have all kinds of trouble covering I think their defense is very overrated. People talk how they stop people. They really don't. They sometimes get a 3 and out once in a while, but they usually teams move down the field on them. On offense, I wish Shanahan sometimes would get his head out of his word processor and be a head coach. I mean, he can't just dial him a Kyle. It took him a long time to get the ball in that game to George Kittle. I mean, that doesn't take a scientist to figure that one out. You attack the middle of the field, that'll open everything else up. But Cleveland set the blueprint for the 49ers, how to beat the 49ers. Baltimore excelled on it. and Green Bay copied it. So there's 3 teams right there that showed what to do with the 49ers right there. But you gotta be able to show. You got to be able to be. If you want to be an aggressive team, show it, because that helps, like you guys said, your offensive line.
You know, it's going to be interesting too,
Appreciate
Gary.
the call.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Will they blitz him? You know, will Aaron Glenn blitz Brock Purdy? I mean, they blitz. I'm looking at the numbers here. 17.3% of the time. That's 12th in the NFL. So
I thought Green Bay didn't blitz on that last drive. I would have made Purdy get rid of it faster than he thought, and they just like, we'll take it. But I thought, bring the house, you cut us. But it was slow, methodical death, and I felt like, man, he ain't having his best day. Bring it.
Speed him up. Yeah, he's not seeing it. Don't give him all kinds of time back there.
Yeah.
Final drive, Brock Purdy against Green Bay, 6 of 7 to 5 different receivers. Man. I mean, he looked really sharp.
And Conley, who the hell was that? I
know.
I was like, who was that? But great catch and throw.
Yeah, no question. And Conley's a burner. I'll give Conley credit, too. He's got the most thankless job on the Niners. He's the deep speed, run off the coverage guy. And that means you got to run a ton, and you're never getting the ball. And so this was one of the rare times that he actually got the ball. And sure enough, you know, Brock put it right on his hands and he caught it. I mean, you know, it sounds easy because you're a receiver, but imagine just running routes all game long and you're not seeing the ball. Yeah. And all of a sudden you flip around and there it is. You know,
he caught it.
He caught it. It was a big play. But it was interesting. I don't know if you heard Steve Young with Rich Eisen. Did you?
No,
I
love what is Steve, because he doesn't bite his tongue.
Yeah, no. Steve's like, you know, I mean, he basically said that Purdy he thinks is one of the most efficient quarterbacks ever. That he leads the NFL in yards per attempt. But you know, it's fascinating. He said Brock's fascinating. He's a fascinating human being. Because he described the Green Bay game as a confusing watch. And it was he said it was an unnerving watch. And he asked the question, you know, is it a rain thing? Was it just the wet ball? Was it the 21 days off? And just said, hey, it was a massive sigh of relief. But, you know, everybody's trying to understand, like, what is Brock Purdy? Who is he? And I don't know. Ryan Clark, I thought, took kind of I don't want to call it a cheap shot. We'll play it. Should we play it? We'll play it next segment.
I thought it was weak by him by succumbing to the pressure of rolling with it all season. Like, be your own man. Say why the hell did you got to this? That's what was like. I feel like you're a lie, Ryan Clark. I love your commentary, but that was the weak part about that I took. So I'm gonna just follow everybody. Like, that was the part I was like, what else do you do that on then?
Yeah, exactly. And it just this melodrama and all the setting it up. I mean, I normally like Ryan Clark's commentary, but I was sitting there going, well, somebody just punched this guy. I mean, it was annoying to hear him sit there. Well, you know, so I was lying to you all year, but I'm being totally true to you now. It's like once you tell the audience that you've lied to them or that you've kept things from them or that you're saying things for effect, it kind of...
Or feeling pressured? Like, what was that?
Yeah, I mean, and who are you feeling pressure from?
Yeah, that's all.
18-year-old ESPN, producer or something. It's like... To be your own man.
Shout out to your own man.
Yeah. But, you know, as far as Brock is, you know, it's easy to look at him and go, he's not Josh Allen. Of course he's not. You know, he's not Patrick Mahomes. Those guys are blue chip guys that were taken in the first round with big time arms. He's obviously not those guys. But, you know, to me, he kind of reminds me a little bit of Drew Brees, Hall of Fame quarterback, a little bit of Russell Wilson, who I think probably someday is going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. For some of you old school people, maybe a little bit of Fran Tarkenton, who's kind of like an old school version of Russell Wilson, running around and that kind of thing. But to me, that's what I see with Brock. I mean, he doesn't have the overwhelming arm. What Brock's greatest traits are his brain and his heart and his competitiveness. And you can't see any of those things, Goo. You can't see. You can see arm strength. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can see speed.
Ryan Leaf had arm strength.
Yeah, you can see.
Marcus Russell had that.
And I bring up Tarkenton just because Tarkenton was kind of a narrow-shouldered guy, kind of like Brock, very similar body type. He reminds me a little bit of Breeze, a little bit of Russell. But anyway, we'll play the Ryan Clark comments and we'll comment on it next. Where are you with if you're a 49er fan and you're getting ready for the NFC Championship game, what is your biggest concern? Is Brock your biggest concern? Is Shanahan your biggest concern? Is the 49er defense, which didn't make Green Bay punt until the fourth quarter, your biggest concern? I'd love to know what your biggest concern is. 888-957-9570. Herman Moore is going to join us a little bit later on at noon, right? Noon for Herman Moore. More straight ahead on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Shop Safeway this week and pick up Sumo Citrus.
Welcome back. Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny. Man, I love listening to you guys, by the way. There'll be many days this year I'm driving from my home in the creek down 680, listening to you guys. You guys are like an old married couple, man.
No doubt.
Man, you guys
I want a divorce. That's my guy.
I mean,
thoughts and prayers to Stein. He's getting a new hip right now.
Oh,
you
Steiny,
said that's a big deal during the break, that surgery he's having. Thoughts and prayers to Steiny.
It can be. It's a big surgery, but Steiny, we love you, brother.
Yes, sir.
And you guys. I mean,
that's
seriously,
my guy, man.
He's hilarious. You're hilarious, and you guys go back and forth, and it's great stuff. And that's why you guys are kicking butt. That's why you guys are winning the ratings battle, man. Look at you. You're on top of the world.
We're trying to be like you, Larry.
Dang. Look at you. You're sitting there and you're parking your big rig in a lot and you're riding fat. Everybody else is taking BART.
Larry got jumped.
Trying not to get jumped. Who's rolling around like funny. Gary Radnich in style.
I miss Ratty.
Oh, I do too. Ratty, if you're out there, we love you, brother. Anyway, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with that Larry Krueger guy and Lorenzo Neal. Live 2 hours before the start of the game. I'm loving working with Lo Neal.
Yeah. Seriously. How can you not?
Lo Neal is, I hate the saying, but it's kind of corny, but Lo's good people. You know what I'm saying?
You said my wife's met Lo. That's all she can talk about is when you say that and you mean it. Good. There's not a lot of good people out there, Larry.
Well, and
people.
He's a man's man. I mean, let's be honest. I introduced him the way he deserves to be introduced, which is future Hall of Fame fullback.
It's just ridiculous.
Lo Neal would lay people out. I mean, LaDainian Tomlinson, Eddie George, Corey Dillon, all these guys would just bow to him. When the Niners, because, I mean, he basically kept guys off of him. I mean, nobody went stripe on a stripe and banged heads like Lo Neal.
Dial up Lo Neal's greatest hits on YouTube, and you'll see him on he's mic'd up like, that little boy, they can't block me. But
and he was a freaky athlete coming out of Fresno.
No doubt. He could do
the full splits.
Yeah, no doubt.
And he's like 240
pounds. I'll say this. He has all the reason, too, because he's a celebrity. He has all the reason to where he could be smug or arrogant.
Right.
And he's the nicest soul, man.
My favorite segment that I think I've done in the last 5 years was pregame with Lo Neal before the Bengal game.
Okay.
When Lo brought in Joe Kelly and Icky Woods.
Come on, man.
And
Icky came on?
I did the Icky shuffle in front of Icky.
Wow. Look at Larry. I'm going to give you a one. Yeah.
I was doing the whole deal.
Larry, get jiggy with it.
Oh, man. I mean, and then this week we had the rapper, the Bay Area rapper who's got the
song
Travis.
Travis King. That's
Travis
my guy.
King.
Yeah.
And Lo was dancing.
Did a song with E40. Got a new one.
Yeah, Travis King.
He's cool, man.
He's good people.
And he's a real fan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's great. He is. What a talent. Anyway,
when
join us.
Mashed potatoes, you got to put some butter and gravy on it.
You got to run. When you play football, newsflash, you got to be able to run, kid. So who knew.
Yeah, he's great.
Same church, same pew.
No doubt. You got that one.
Same church, same pew.
One of a kind.
Join us at the Hilton, Santa Clara, for delicious food, great drinks, the best pregame show in the Bay, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com, and the great Tim Jordan will be there with us as well, setting us up on the dials. All right, we're talking Niners. Go ahead.
No, I was just, you threw the provocative question out to the listeners, and before you go to the calls, what would your answer be, Larry, after what transpired Saturday night? Is because there won't be, it looks like the forecast. I stole your weather report. You got to love me. I liked your tweet last Monday before the game. It was 17% chance of thunderstorms, 85% chance of rain. Stein was like, it's Monday. I said, this is for Saturday, and boy, did it rain. So I shouted you out on the show, but
is there anybody steals more than San Francisco weathermen?
Come on.
I mean, seriously, if the guy died, you could put a guy in there and be like, well, it's going to be a little cooler on the coast.
Look at Larry.
Could be a little warmer inland. We got patchy fog. It's going to temperatures between 50 and 70. And, be careful out there. I mean,
they never say when they're wrong.
They're never wrong. The San Francisco weather.
Gotta love that.
It's the same weather all year.
But what would your answer be about going into this week after what transpired? We know they got the win, but what concerns you the most?
Okay, I'm not concerned about Brock Purdy.
All right.
No,
I believe you.
I'm not. He was rusty. It was wet. he's going to bounce back.
All right.
And keep doubting him. I love Ryan Clark, bring it. Amy Trask, love her, but bring it. You want to doubt this kid, keep doubting. I said to him right before the Philly game, I said, hey, the people in Philly, Brock, say that you're the weak link. And
you said that to him.
I said it to him in the presser. And the look on his face, he's like, well, I never heard that before. And the look in his face was like, I'll show them. He's said at least a half dozen times this year, well, we'll just have to see when it's all over. Like, here's a guy that pictures himself in Vegas holding the Super Bowl trophy with the hat backwards, saying, Colin Cowherd, mature this. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So I just think that I'm not worried about Brock. He's going to bounce back. As far as Shanahan goes, I don't know. Shanahan makes me nervous because he's gagged. He has gagged in the past. I mean, he didn't run the ball enough in Atlanta as the OC there. They blew a 28-3 lead to the Patriots.
Man.
Debo was the MVP at the half of the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, only to touch the ball twice in the entire second half. Debo didn't touch the ball in the final 13 minutes of the NFC Championship game.
Those are big deals.
I mean, come on. I mean, when the Rams got into the moment where they had to have it, it was Stafford to Cup, Stafford to Cup, Stafford to Cup. It's amazing how other teams can find a way to get their money players the ball in the money moment, but the Niners, for whatever reason, can't. So I'm a little concerned about Shanahan, Goo. I got to be completely honest about that.
I appreciate the honesty, man.
The 49ers have been good against the pass defensively. They've struggled against the run. Lions have been good versus the run. They've struggled against the pass. So maybe the game plan this week favors Shanahan because he gets a little pass happy. I don't understand why they had a 39, Brock Purdy had 39 passes in the rain when you have McCaffrey. Boy. And by the way, R.I.P. Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason. I mean, are those guys still alive?
But that's been a theme throughout the season.
I mean, if they are, where the hell are they?
Yeah, even in the Pittsburgh game, we're like, man, you can't spell McCaffrey. But speaking of McCaffrey, he had the, what's the gun? The massage gun on the sideline. Do you think something was up to where, Kyle don't need me to defend him, but do you think something was up to where they were trying to limit maybe his touches, and that's why he only got it 17 times?
I mean, what are you holding him back for? Right. I mean, seriously, he's got all you
had you lost
May?
That, all hell would have it would be Armageddon right now.
I mean, the guy hasn't. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. It's possible that they were trying to spot him a little bit, rest him a little bit.
Because McCaffrey's not the type of guy to have his shirt off at the locker. You're in there, and him saying, "I can't believe I only got it 17 times."
And then in this game, are you going to have Debo? Or are you not going to have Debo? And if you don't have Debo, does that mean it's going to be more run for Conley and Bell, or does that mean you're going to flex out CMC and use Mitchell and Mason? That's what I would do. I'd flex out CMC and make him run the Debo routes and go with Mitchell. Mitchell looked great at the end of the year. Yeah, fantastic. So
took you to the Super Bowl.
I'm a little not concerned about Brock at all. A little concerned about Kyle. I'm a lot concerned about the 49er defense.
And that's what's my
I'm a lot concerned. Why? Because the Lions have some great offensive players, and the only guys on defense I feel really confident about
Greenlaw, let me guess, and Warner.
Yeah, that's it. Those guys
have times changed.
Yeah, those guys are bad A's. The rest of the guys, I mean, Bosa played better, even though he didn't sack the quarterback. He still had 5 hits on the quarterback. But how about Chase? How about Hargrave? How about Gregory? These guys have got to do it up front, and this is a great run blocking line. So can the Niners, stop the run, force Goff? Can they pressure Goff in his face? Can the Niner defensive backs play with some poise? I mean, Ambry Thomas, you cannot grab the guy down the field. You can do whatever else you want to do. It's like one thing you can't do is you can't grab the receiver down the field. And what did he do? Grab the receiver down the field.
And Green Bay went away from that. I was like, until he proves he can do it without tackling the guy. I mean, those were nobody in the stadium, Larry. I wasn't there. I just assumed those were egregious PIs. Why did Green Bay not just say, drop back, love, let's do it again until this dude shows us, unless we almost you can make the Niners have to do it. What is hockey? The line change to where, hey, you need to come out because something's going on in your dome right now. And I felt Green Bay let the Niners off the hook and Ambry. Danker's texting us on the YouTube chat. He's saying Lenore this and that, balling. Yeah,
Lenore
but they were
balling.
going away from Lenore, and that's where the problem occurred. I just can't believe Green Bay didn't keep trying to go up top to see if Ambry couldn't be had.
Lenore has just been amazing.
That play in the, I mean, that was
Lenore,
beautiful. They got Dallas on that. That was a play Green Bay ran on Dallas for a touchdown in the end zone. And, boy, Niners were ready for it.
How about this? Lenore in the postseason, Goo? 19.6 passer rating for opposing quarterbacks when they target Lenore in the playoffs.
Damn, that's a baller.
He worked out at the Mamba Institute down in Southern Cal this summer. And I asked him, I said, man, you look a little lighter. And he's like, actually, I put on 4 or 5 pounds. So he just kind of redistributed his weight. He came in great shape, stronger than ever. He's striking people. He's hitting.
And the league recognizes greatness, too, with his, what to get all pro, right?
No, he didn't. No. You're talking about Mooney Ward.
Oh, Mooney Ward.
I'm talking about Demo.
Right.
But Demo and Jawan Jennings. Did you see Jawan Jennings block that guy
He's a baller, man.
Into the Kool-Aid?
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, oh, wow.
I mean, that's like stuff from a movie or something.
And his hands, though. He made that big catch, which I thought, Larry, I got to be honest.
JJ.
When that ball left, I had the Jimmy vibes like, oh, he threw a pick. Like the way
JJ bailed him out.
Yeah, a couple times.
It was an absolute duck. Quack, quack. And all of a sudden, here comes
Anaheim,
yeah.
Oregon.
Yeah. But no, I'm concerned about. I mean, Wilkes is supposed to be a former DB and a defensive backfield coach. You're gonna once JV Verrett went down, you're gonna have to lean on Lenore and Ambry and Luter and Jair Brown and Samuel Womack, who wasn't even active. Somebody please make Samuel Womack active. He's too good to not be active. You got 5 young DBs there. The Niners aren't getting it done. They're not going to win the next couple games unless those 5 young DBs play ball. So,
well,
I don't know.
Then, man.
We'll see.
Yeah, no,
a lot of questions about the D.
No doubt about it.
All right, should we take some calls and we'll we'll listen to Ryan Clark. But Jay's hanging in Vallejo, wants to talk about Brock Purdy on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Long-time listener. Really enjoyed the show. I guess today, my question is, man, please stay objective because I think that, and I find it very interesting. I just wish you all would defend Draymond iota as much as you guys defend Purdy. I definitely find that the national media tends to defend Draymond while you guys go after him. But the way you guys are digging in on Purdy is pretty ridiculous. I think Ryan Clark said what was true. We as all football fans, we can look and see that something may not be right. He has a good cast around him, but when you see in these games, particularly pressure situations, something is off. But you can't say anything because the numbers are right. So I don't think Ryan Clark was being a coward or all these other things that you labeled him. He was just telling the truth. When the chips are down, Purdy looks a little suspect, and I love the guy, and I wish he did not. I think that these comparisons to Drew Brees, stop it. Like, it's not even close. Like, Fran Tarkington, I mean, come on now. We at least as listeners deserve to hear the truth.
Okay, well, you want the truth, Jay? Here's some truth. Brock Purdy went 7-0 as a rookie. He went 2-0 in the playoffs as a rookie. He's 17-4 in his career as a starter. He's 3-0 in playoff games he started and finished. I mean, I don't know. They had 4 guys go for 1,000 yards this year. He had arguably the best stats of any quarterback in the NFL. I mean, what's not to like? Let's play Ryan Clark. Jay, we appreciate the phone call. Let's play Ryan.
I got something for Jay, too, after we play
Ryan let's play Clark. Ryan Clark here, because he brought up Ryan Clark. And I'm going to tell you what I really disagree with, and I'm sure you're going to be able to guess. Spadona, here we go. Here's Ryan Clark on ESPN.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him. And so when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the people around them benefit from having those sorts of players at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy benefits from having the sort of players he has at the skill positions around him.
He doesn't raise the level of the play of anybody around him?
Hold on, because I'm not a Brock Purdy stan, but I find it real convenient for Ryan to say this now and give us the Usher Raymond confession about, one, he said he was acting. Ryan was it's not Hollywood, dog. I know it's TV. Why would you act? You're supposed to give us your honest assessment. So, Jay, first, I'm going back to Jay. I think it's disrespectful to compare Draymond Green and his off-the-court antics, because that's the only time we come at Draymond Green is when it's off the court and he's acting a fool, and we're talking about Brock Purdy's play. And, Jay, Brock Purdy beat Seattle in the playoffs, and he beat a damn good, stout Dallas Cowboy defense at full strength last year. The game he lost against Philly, he got knocked out. So my thing is, my takeaway was, you know what, Larry? I never said Brock Purdy was destined for Canton. I do have questions and concerns now about maybe that Raven game wasn't the fluke game. But, Jay, to call in and feel like not just the host at 95.7 The Game are on eggshells or not coming with that heat toward Brock. We just haven't seen Brock be bad for most of his career. And that's where I believe, Larry, the hate has stemmed from, because he was on the fast track, Purdy was, to perfection. And now we see, okay, he's human, and he just had a bad game. It was awful. It could have cost him, but you can't come with that Jay energy as if they lost that game, because it would be a different story. He did his best work at the end, but
they won the game.
And he was a big part of the drive. But I still got questions about Brock.
Well,
That's
of course.
fine.
That's
but
fine.
for Ryan, I got to get back to Ryan. For him to say he's been acting for how long and for what and why just lost me.
Yeah. Well, on the J front,
that hurt me.
First of all, I've listened to all your guys' stuff on Draymond. I think everybody is in the same area with same church, same pew.
Okay.
No, from the standpoint of Draymond is a genius basketball player, but when
never a doubt
when he head slapped Yusuf Nurkic, come on, man, that's a different. Who's
don't
advocate?
Tell me, yeah.
Who's an advocate for that? That's not basketball.
Don't tell me it wasn't no purpose.
That's not basketball. I mean, if that happens in a basketball game, guys are brawling.
Oh, there's no.
If that happens if you're playing in the Panhandle and somebody does what Draymond did to Nurkic, it's a full-on brawl.
No. In the Union, Alvarado, that's a brawl.
I mean, and it was not only that, it was premeditated.
Yeah, no doubt.
So Draymond's got
that was a bad comparison.
Some other issue. Yeah. I don't know what his issue is, but he's a genius basketball player. I've defended him forever because at the end of the day, I want him on my team. I would rather have him. I'll ride with Draymond, the good and the bad. And what he did to LeBron that cost him the suspension, which ultimately cost the Warriors the title. If you do that to me on a basketball floor, we're going. Right. You dangle your stuff over my head.
Teabag.
The reciprocal response was exactly what Draymond did, which is get off me. And then he got teed up and the whole thing. But there's other tees that led to that, and we know that wouldn't have led to a suspension without a whole lot of other issues with Draymond. But
absolutely incredible. He's back.
I love Draymond, and I hope the Warriors keep Draymond.
I do too. I just disagree with some of his stuff that cost his team and his brothers, like the Nurkic.
And he's crossed the line, and you guys have said it.
Right.
And you're carrying nobody's water, and Steiny's carrying nobody's water, and everybody knows me knows that I'm not carrying anybody's water. As far as Brock Purdy, though, let's lay this out there the way it was. There were 4 quarterbacks this weekend: Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, Brock Purdy, and Jordan Love that had the ball in their hands late in the fourth quarter with the ability to come from behind and win the game. Allen lost, Mayfield lost, Love lost, Purdy won. So, I mean, what are we talking about?
Get Amy Trask on the phone.
He's a second-year quarterback. He's a second-year quarterback, and if he wins the next 2 games, he's going to be a Super Bowl champion, 19-4 record, 5-1 in the playoffs.
Right. And I'll tell you
You're going to find
what.
a lot of and he's Mr. Irrelevant. I just don't like the Ryan Clark stuff from, it's like obviously those guys were drafted high in the first round. They're super blue chippers. They're incredible. They've got great athletic profiles. But it's easy to attack the guy whose traits are not necessarily, tangible to the naked eye. He's got rare competitive fire. He's got rare, processing ability, and he's got tremendous heart. You can't see any of those things. And so when he wins, you can just point to the record. But when he loses, you can go, look, he doesn't have a Mahomes arm. Look, he doesn't have a Josh Allen arm. Look, he doesn't have Lamar Jackson's mobility and escapability. It's like, and he's never going to have those guys' arms, and he's never going to have that level of escapability. But the job is to win the games, and right now he's 17-4. Right. So, what are we talking about?
Yeah, right. We're talking about hate. That's what it is. And I'm sitting here looking you in the face, Larry, and I got to tell you, it's my prerogative. But after watching, there you go. After watching that Ravens game, I'm not just blaming it all on Brock Purdy, but for me, I didn't think he was. I don't know why or what mechanism came over me to think he was incapable of having that type of showing. So I said, you know what? Everybody has a bad day at the office, but I got flashbacks watching that playoff game where the stakes were win or go home. So now I'm going to watch very intently just him in the Niners, naturally, like I always do, but I never once said, oh, he's Joe Montana because it's too soon. How old was Peyton Manning when he got his ring? And Drew Brees.
But you didn't say he was Joe Montana, but guess who did make the comparison to Joe Montana? Brent freaking Jones, a guy who played with Joe Montana. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not about what I'm saying or what you're saying. Listen to what Steve Young says. Listen to what Brent Jones says. Listen to what guys who actually played with Steve and Joe say about Brock. And then, of course, watch the game on Sunday. And join us for the kickoff show. All right, we have touched a nerve, man. 6 lines all cooking. Why don't we do this? We got a bunch of people who want to talk. We'll take a timeout right here. We're coming back with more. 888-957-9570. Niners-Lions go Sunday at Levi's. What concerns you? How are you feeling? We'll talk more with the callers next on 95.7 The Game.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find
Welcome back, Steiny and Guru. Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny on this Tuesday. Hope everybody's having a great day. Getting ready for Niners and Lions coming up this weekend. Check out the kickoff show with Lo and I leading into the game on Sunday. The lines are lit. People are wanting to talk. David's in Denver. Raymond's in Richmond.
Okay.
Dave's in Hayward. Jordan's in Hayward. Danker's on the line.
D.
Who do you want to go to, Goo? You want to take them in the order that they...
Who's out of state? Well, somebody was out of state. Who was that?
David's in Denver.
Let's do it.
We go to the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah, look at it. Jokic.
What's up, David?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm doing good. I just got to chime in. I've decided I'm going to do a media fast for the rest of the week because
wow.
And I appreciate you guys. I love listening to Steiny and Goo and the fellas in the morning. I understand y'all got a job to do. I appreciate how you guys do it. But with this Brock Purdy stuff, man, it's too much. And for me, as a faithful, it's kind of like taken away from just wanting to just watch the game, enjoy the game, because it's like everybody's got to say something. Everybody's got to get their hot take in. And you know what? On one hand, I guess that's the era that we live in, whether it's like this Ryan Clark guy, Amy Trask, like everyone, it almost seems like they just want to say something and talk and try to get some attention. And it's just, I'm like, I'm good with it now, man. I just want to like fast forward and get to Sunday afternoon so that those other questions that everyone wants to be answered about Brock, can he do it in these games? And it remains to be seen. And I love the guy. And yes, there are still things he has to answer, but for what he's already done and people saying stuff, it just doesn't make sense, man. It's like, I mean, give me a break. You know, the one caller who called before, like people are just saying stuff to say stuff, I feel like. And like, I'm excited for the game. What, if there is one concern I would say, and I'll take your guys' thoughts on this further because I think it's already come up, is what's up with the D line? Because I am concerned about the effort there. So please, guys, give me some either reassurance or confirm my concerns about the D line, and I'll take it from there. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Appreciate you.
I think that's question of the week, man, Larry. I am really.
Yeah,
I'm going to say it. I'm disappointed. I'm envious of the Niners, their front office, what they've put together. But I'm almost despondent on that collection of talent. Just that was a no-show. And I know you mentioned the pressures, and you're right, but Larry, that's lowering the standard or moving the goalpost when we talk about Bosa and company putting some pressure. What happened to, you know what, these are the damn offs. We're going to show out and wreak havoc. That didn't happen. And then, Larry, I keep thinking about the Cardinal game in the regular season where they gave up 232 yards to Connor and company. And I was like, you know what, just that didn't mean anything. But maybe that was something that we were blinded by and didn't hone in on. But, I mean, Aaron Jones and company ran, and that 50-yard run when you're down 4 to a good team, that could have been night-night had they got that ball in the end zone and you're down 11.
Should have been.
That's how I watch sports like, yeah, you got away with it. Kudos, but you can't give up that run. And how did you give up the outside and the edge when it was, win or go home, and you give up a 50-yard pop?
I look at it as the Niners had a really great run D a few years ago, and since that point, you took away Tart, you took away Ward, you took away Mosley, you took away Aziz, and you replaced them with guys who are more coverage players than run players. I mean, Logan Ryan, that miss where he shot the gap on the stretch run by Jones to the left, he basically got a hand on Jones. I mean, you gotta go stripe on a stripe and blow him up there. I mean, if you're playing safety in the NFL, he's a corner. He's a corner playing safety. He's not a striker in the run game. So that's why they need Jair Brown. I mean, Jair Brown will detonate on you. Right now, they're asking Greenlaw and Warner to do the whole damn thing.
Yeah, wow,
and it's
they need help. It starts up front.
I mean, to me, it would be. I'd like to see one more glass cutter on that D line. One more guy who's just, you're
not going to get it before Sunday.
No, I know. So I mean, you got to rally to the ball. You got to make sure that that you're getting a bunch of guys around the football. I mean, there were guys around Jones. He was just cutting left and right and making plays. But Greenlaw's the only guy who acts like he's out for blood.
That's a great call.
Everybody else is just kind of, I mean, Warner too. Yeah. Warner and Greenlaw are out for blood. They're out to seek and destroy. But, I mean, Jimmy Ward used to be that guy. Tart used to be that guy.
He was a thumper.
Jimmy Ward did an interview. I did an interview with him last year at his locker, and he's like, yeah, Krug, if you hit a guy in his ribs or his patella.
Oh, damn.
He's like, he'll wince, and then he'll give you that look, and then he's kind of smiling at me, and I'm like, dude, Jimmy Ward's he's savage.
Look what he did to Pollard in the playoff game last year. Not that that's what he was aiming for, but he hurt him.
Jimmy Ward's savage. Yeah, exactly. He took out Pollard.
He did.
He took Pollard out that day. That was why the Niners won that game.
I really believe that has something to do with it.
That was a huge play in that game. So we're not advocating injury, but they could have one more nasty guy on their line. That's for sure. And they missed DJ Jones. I mean, letting DJ Jones walk out the door was, I know he wanted a grip of cash, but I mean, that guy was a dominant run defender. I really believe that if they had DJ Jones, they would have beaten Kansas City in that Super Bowl. Instead, Williams, I think, ran wild in that game. So, I mean, I don't know what the answer is, because I'll say this. The back for Montgomery, David Montgomery for the Lions, is a load.
They got two. No doubt.
5'10", 225, and he's just a
and they run to the outside like Green Bay tries to do, so they run that same action, man.
Yeah. And Jahmyr Gibbs is a home run hitter, and he's a mismatch, quick feet, slasher. So
time of possession is going to be key. Oh, duh, in a football game. But
you know what? That's the other thing. That I'd like, and I'm going to ask Shanahan about it tomorrow. It's like, can you play some? McCaffrey got 17 runs, and Mitchell got none, and Mason got none, and you threw the ball 39 times.
Damn, Larry.
How about you run the ball 39 times? How about a 65-35 run pass split instead of a 65-35 pass run split, and take the ball out of Brock Purdy's hands a little bit and play, complimentary football, run the ball, and keep Detroit's explosive offense on the sideline and protect your defense a little bit.
You know what? Just had that played out and they did that this past Saturday night, Larry, I think the score would have been 34-21. It wouldn't have been that close had they ran the ball more than they passed it.
I agree.
I just really believe that.
JT's in the city, in San Jose. He's with us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, JT.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call. I mean, Wilkes should be on the hot plate, because my thing is, as a coach, what do? You prepare your team to do what they need to be, right? They got to be in position. And I've seen a lot of guys that were out of position. It seems like all we're doing is bull rushing, where we should be stunning. Obviously, we're not getting that interior pressure. And you can definitely see that our boy's still hurt. Yesterday, I seen him. He was getting double teamed. He just stopped pushing up the middle. That's pretty detrimental to the team. But there's no pass rush. There's going to be no time for the coverage. But we had linebackers that were out of play. I mean, I get the turf was the same way. The team was in the same It's tough. I'm a defensive guy. I like defense, and when I see play calling, bull rush, no penetration, it's like, okay, when are we going to make adjustments? It seems he makes better adjustments in the second half than he does initiating, trying to figure out what the game plan is in the first half. And to go back actually to when Debo got hurt, we came out passing. I have no idea in the world why we're throwing a football. Once Debo got hurt, why are you not putting Mitchell back there and then go ahead and spreading out CMC? Because now you're forcing that linebacker to cover him, and if he does, that opens up the middle where you can gut him with Mitchell.
No, I totally agree. I mean, Quay Walker and Devondre Campbell could not cover anything, and they didn't really have to in this game. I mean, where did Shanahan get, McCaffrey or anybody isolated on Quay Walker, who's kind of a defensive end, and Devondre Campbell, who doesn't have a lot of pass coverage ability? I didn't see that. So, I don't know. I'm with his initial, and I'm not saying you're not Larry. I didn't mean to step on you. No, go ahead. But this is on Wilkes. Like, you got to be in the lab. And I saw what you saw. This is on him. I don't think anybody was like, oh, they let DJ Jones go and they lost some pieces. But Larry, this is all of a sudden, this is not eroding, but the Niners, I never envisioned, okay, the offense has to save the defense with Greenlaw and Warner, but outside of that, they can be had. And they were, I don't want to say dominated, but they were pushed around. So I'm just saying this is when the coordinator needs to step up and say, okay, I know Larry's, he's hampered or this is that. I mean, give us something, change something up. And you mentioned the stunts. They kind of just have been going it's kind of maddening, and that's why I am not there. I'm done with predictions because I was like, 38-10, I'll bet my car and my kids. But, boy, I'm not doing that this week because I don't know what defense we're going to get from the 49ers. And, Larry, file that under scary. Yeah. No, I mean, and this Lions group offensively is legit. I mean, every single one of their weapons is legit, and Goff's hot. The couple things have to happen in the game. You got to hit Goff somehow, some way. You're going to have to hit Goff. You're going to have to get pressure inside, and you're going to have to hit Goff. That's one. And then you're going to have to – they can't miss 9 tackles. They missed 9 tackles. Against
what about
Green Bay.
I got some breaking news, NBA. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Milwaukee Bucks have fired their coach, Adrian Griffin.
Really?
They are 30-13, and they fired him. But if you watch them at all, Larry – he wasn't a guy.
They're the 2 seed.
But if you watched him, they didn't get along, and Giannis was saying some cryptic stuff, but they fired him. They're not 13-30. They're 30-13. But, Larry, it's about you got to coexist with these players, man, and I don't think Giannis and Dame and the rest of the game were feeling him. They played no defense. Well, how are they 30-13? But, yeah, they fired. Imagine that, honey. I'm home. They fired me. What was your record? 30-13.
They're giving up 120 points a game.
And maybe you think some of that is they didn't like him and maybe they just weren't playing for him. They didn't quit, obviously, but you know what I mean,
19-4 at home. They're basically a 500 team on the road. They're 11-9 on the road.
How many points were they giving up?
120.
That's too many.
120. Yeah. I mean, the only team there's no team in the East that's going to the playoffs right now. I guess the Pacers, they give up 120. Boston gives up 110. Philly gives up 111. Right, Cleveland gives up 109.
You got to go through.
You're giving up 120.5 a game.
I think that's what got him fired.
Per Adrian Wojnarowski, the Bucks are expected to make assistant Joe Prunty the interim coach.
Joe Prunty.
Can't tell you.
I wonder if that'll last the whole year.
I can't tell you if that's a good move or not. I don't have my Joe Prunty file. It needs to be updated.
Spadona, you guys know Evan, you know anything about him? I don't.
No, but I know he's taken over for a first-year head coach. Only made it 33 games.
Dude,
I can pull my
17/5.
I can pull my spring training analysis. I think that's old man Prenti's kid, right?
He let's see. Went to high school in Sunnyvale. From Sunnyvale.
No way.
Cal Poly grad.
Cal Poly grad?
Yeah, has been an assistant coach since '96. Spurs, Mavericks, Blazers, all over the place. So
you knew he was from the area?
No.
I thought that was material you were running. Sunnyvale.
Look at that. Bay Area, born and raised.
But the last thing, and we'll get back to Niners. If you saw the Warrior game when they didn't even have Curry, they took that. They could have won that game against Milwaukee. Griffin called a timeout and exploded. And I was in North Carolina. I was like, oh, that's not good. Yeah, you went Singletary, but that let me know. These dudes you might be in trouble, and he lost his job.
Well, that's interesting, though. I mean, that shows you what their standards are.
Mark Jackson.
They're the 2 seed. They're the 2 seed, and they're saying goodbye to the coach.
No
so
doubt.
obviously, there's some bad vibes there. And on the Warrior front, I know we've talked a lot of Niners, but Warriors are sitting there at 18-22. A lot of people are saying, well, it's all about next year, and it's not about this year, and they're the 12 seed in the West, and I don't know, Goo. It's like. There's too much basketball left for me to sit there and be like next year.
And when you got Steph Curry, I don't think that's what they're trying to do.
I gave Goo a list of like 12 or 15 trades
I love them.
that I saw worked on the trade machine. The Warriors got to do something. I don't know what it is, but they, Dunleavy's gonna, and Lacob's kid have to cook up some deal, right? I mean. You got to shake it up. Either move Clay, move Wiggins, move Paul's contract. You got some expiring deals. You got some assets that maybe you should be able to move around. Do you move Draymond? They got a bunch of options out there, and I refuse to sit here on January the 23rd
because February 8th is on its way, Larry.
Say it's done.
Yeah.
It's like they get up off the canvas, make a deal. I know they've had some tragedy in their house the last 10 days, and I know obviously we're all sensitive to that.
Yep.
Kerr's going to be on today with Willard and Dibbs, and I will not be missing that conversation because I have a feeling that's going to be emotional, powerful. The one thing about Steve, he's just real, and the boys treat him, they really do a nice job at kind of pulling things out of him.
They do. I mean, they're dog on a bone.
Yeah.
And to Kerr's credit, he answers it.
Yeah, Danny and Mark do a nice job, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. And Steve pulls no punches, and oftentimes gives you insights that you don't necessarily think that you're going to get. You know what I'm saying? But they're at a crossroads personnel-wise beyond this tragedy. And what do they do? What do they do? I mean,
one of these trades, Larry, was Colin Sexton, who I love, point guard for the Jazz, and Lauri Markkanen would come to Golden State for Chris Paul and Jonathan Kuminga.
And you'd have to throw picks.
Oh, and throw however many you wanted. I would do that if I were the Golden State Warriors. I love
both those guys.
Utah's the 10th seed. They're one of the hottest teams in the league. Got off to a slow start. Larry, I don't think they would part ways with either one of those guys.
Oh, I think they'll move Sexton. He makes a grip of cash. Supposedly the Lakers want Sexton, but Markkanen, hard to picture. I mean, Steve would love it though, man. Arizona guy, big man.
Warrior fans would love it.
I mean, that would be almost kind of like the Kings.
But you would part ways with J.K. Kuminga?
I love J.K., but if I'm getting Markkanen, I'm doing it.
All right.
Real quick, boys, to put a bow on this. So Adrian Griffin, who was the head coach, now just fired. The third shortest tenure ever for a head coach in the NBA, by the way. The Milwaukee Bucks letting him go. Joe Prunty, the assistant, going to be coaching that team now in interim capacity. But Doc Rivers has now emerged as a serious candidate to become the Milwaukee Bucks' new head coach. That's per Sean Sharani.
Incredible.
Wow.
And you inherit Giannis in a team that's 17 over.
Lillard.
And Lillard. How dare me? Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Doc back.
And Spadoni, I hate to do this to you and Evan. I should know this. I want to say Magic Johnson. Who have the shortest tenures
I was going to say,
the NBA? Is Magic on that list?
Do we know what the shortest?
Okay, yeah.
It's probably like 48 hours or something. I bet you it's a super short amount of time. I bet you the shortest tenure is like 8 games.
I want to say Magic. But
I'm thinking like Dick Motta or somebody, some old school name.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the lines.
Yeah.
People want to talk Niners.
Jerry Tarkanian with the San Antonio Spurs lasted 20 games.
20 games.
Bob Weiss for the Seattle Supersonics, 30. Rudy Tomjanovich, that's right, with the Lakers, 43 games. Gar Hurd, yeah, you heard that one, with the Washington Wizards, 44 games. And Maurice Cheeks with the Detroit Pistons, 50.
Man.
Mo Cheeks.
Yeah.
Love Mo Cheeks. Second round pick. Who's been waiting a long time here? Let's go to Jordan and Hayward. Jordan, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Listen, I'm going to run through a bullet of points. I've been listening for a little while. Let's talk about Draymond. Draymond's our Dennis Rodman. You know, we're going to take the good. We're going to ride with our guy, but sometimes he crosses the line. So the criticism is fair. So I thought the earlier caller's comparison with Brock Purdy and you guys' criticism of Draymond versus not criticizing Brock Purdy, I think that was off. This is apples to oranges.
Yeah.
As far as Brock Purdy, we got to put this situation in perspective. You go back some years, you have Alex Smith, high draft pick, doesn't work out. You get Kaepernick later in the draft. He kind of works out, not really a great passer, doesn't work out in the long run. You get to Jimmy G. Jimmy G's a game manager. They win some games, but okay. The criticism is, you know what, let's go for a guy that can really take us over the top, right? So they get Trey Lance at the third pick. It doesn't work out. The 49ers can't really afford to go after another guy, waste draft picks and all this type of stuff. You know what I mean? So you get Brock Purdy, he's balling. You should count your blessings. Let's just be honest here. He's been good. He's been really good. I don't care if he's Lamar Jackson or not. Let's put it in perspective. He's been balling. Last point.
Yep.
The Green Bay game plan, right? Obviously, it's a run script. It's raining outside. It's a run script. Both teams know they're going to run. The 49ers got Christian McCaffrey. And Green Bay has Aaron Jones. He's fast. Green Bay just played better. The offensive line just played better in the first half. That's just all that was. I'm not worried about the defense. They were third in the league against the rush as far as rushing yards this season. They're going to be fine. But the same game plan for them, which is to go after the quarterback and put pressure on in the Green Bay game, which ended up, I feel like, winning the game in the end because you put pressure on Jordan Love. He makes a mistake to end the game, is the same thing that you do against Detroit in a homecoming game for Jared Goff. So I think the 49ers are good to go, but, you know, they're going to have to do some nickels, some cover one. They're going to have to mix it up a little bit to kind of keep the passing game in check, but they're going to have to get to the quarterback.
Jordan, amen. Amen. I agree with everything you said, and I totally agree with your assessment of how to win Sunday. Goff has to feel the pressure. You got to hit that guy. You hit it. He's totally immobile. Totally immobile statue of a player. Jordan Love had a movement ability and is younger, thicker, better athlete. He could take more punishment. As far as Purdy, just remember this. Garoppolo, 6 playoff games, 4 touchdowns, 6 picks, 71.4
One of
rating.
those was a Super Bowl.
Right. But he played bad in that game. And then Purdy, 4 touchdowns, no picks, a 101.2 rating. He's been quite a bit better. He's not Lamar. He's not Allen. He's not Mahomes. And there ain't no shame in not being those guys.
We're going to ask Herman Moore.
Enough.
We got him coming up at 12. We'll ask him about all this stuff, man.
Absolutely. Let's take one more before the break. Dave's in Hayward on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call. First-time caller. I've been listening to this for a couple of days, and it shocks me. So I'm going to say about Purdy is that, okay, Niner fans, Montana's not coming back. Let it go. Number 2, we pulled out the win against Green Bay in the divisional round. Green Bay's one of the top, hottest teams in the league the second half. We didn't lose to Chabot, or we didn't beat Chabot. So give him a break. Next week we'll come back strong. Goff will throw the ball to us. Just give him some time, pressure. He'll throw the ball to us. Thanks. Have a good day.
Appreciate you. I was on Friday with Dibbs and Willard, and I told him what I honestly felt, which is, and Willard was like, whoa. Because I said, I really believe this is almost the de facto Super Bowl. I really think Green Bay is a much, much, much better team than their record indicated. They got a hot young quarterback. They had a really hot, good running back. They had a fantastic offensive line. They got a bevy of top-tier young receivers. They had a good D-line. Jair Alexander and Savage on the back end. I mean, they weren't a perfect team, but I really felt like the Niners or Packers, whoever won that game, would go on and win the next 2. We'll find out. A lot of people like the AFC teams, but I see flaws in Kansas City. I see, Kansas City's got tackle problems, and their receivers drop the ball. The Ravens, I think, are a bully team that can't play from behind and don't have great offensive weapons outside of Zay Flowers. So I don't look at Baltimore and Kansas City and go, oh my God, they're juggernauts. And I don't look at this Detroit team with their questionable corners and mediocre defense and say, oh yeah, they're monster. But they're hard hitting. They're absolutely hard hitting, and it's going to be a huge challenge on Sunday. For sure. All right, good call there.
Herman Moore
is going to join us next. We'll get a perspective from the former Lion on the upstart Lions. Do the Lions believe that this is their time? I want to get into that with Herman Moore next on 95.7 The Game.
It wasn't pretty.
Deebo Samuel walking into...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to Steiny and Guru. Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny, taking a bunch of good calls, but we're going to pivot and hit the Boxer and Gerson guest line for the 4-time All-Pro, the former Lion, the former Virginia Cavalier. The great Herman Moore is with us. Herman, thanks for the time.
Absolute pleasure. I appreciate you having me on.
Well, it's a pleasure, and, man, we enjoyed watching you. What do you think when you watch Amon-Ra? I mean, I know he's motivated because he didn't make the Pro Bowl, but I think he's one of the best receivers in the league, and him and Goff are absolutely on the same page.
You know, when I look at him, I look at a very disciplined young man. I look at a very disciplined receiver, and despite the fact that he was overlooked by other teams, he ended up where exactly he was supposed to be, because that's why he's producing. And I always tell people, you know, sometimes you things happen for a reason, and for him, this has kind of turned into probably the best scenario that I'm sure he could have imagined himself being in after such an early career and getting off to such a great start. When I see him, he's a smart player. He plays he understands. I call him the chain mover, because, you know, if you're looking for someone to get you the first down or get you great yards on first down and has sure hands, I mean, that's who he is. He's very dependable, and he is definitely by far one of the top receivers in the NFL.
Herman, you played this game. Right now, I mean, the Detroit Lions are the darlings of the NFL, and rightfully so. It's a great story. I didn't give, personally, the Packers a chance to come in here and give the Niners a game, and they had a chance to win it. Where is your confidence level when you look at this Lion offense against this Niner D? And for the better part, how about the Lion defense against this Niner offense? Where are you at? Like, how do you see this game playing out?
And I think you make some excellent points, because that's where it kind of becomes a solid matchup when you talk about the two offenses. You got two of the top offenses in the NFL. They both have excellent running games. They have quarterbacks who are patient in the pocket. They know how to find their receivers. They don't make too many mistakes. But then where the disconnect happens and you start to see it shift slightly towards San Fran's side is when you look at their defense versus the offense versus the Lions defense versus San Fran's offense. There's a little bit of a fall off. The Detroit Lions offense has had some struggles, but they've played very well in spots. And it's going to come down to them just eliminating big plays, making sure that they are in position to make this game come down to, you know, being stretched out. It can't get into a shootout, because I think San Fran's defense is going to be able to hold Lions offense at bay a little bit easier than the Lions offense will be able to hold the San Francisco's offense at bay. But, you know, you're down potentially one big playmaker in Samuel that could be a difference maker in this game and neutralize that a little bit more for the Lions defense. But overall, that is the biggest concern I see coming into this game, is really how does this defense stack up against the offense of San Francisco.
Jahmyr Gibbs, man, I love Jahmyr Gibbs. Dalton High School in Georgia, and just, starts at G-Tech, transfers to Bama, and just everything you want in a running back receiver. I mean, he's a mismatch in the passing game. He's got soft hands. He's a slasher. He's got, two-step acceleration. He's getting better, it seems like, Herman, as the season goes on.
One thing I want your listeners and people who haven't followed this team maybe as closely until they got on the radar, with Jahmyr Gibbs, he has explosiveness. He runs downhill. He combined with David Montgomery, being downhill runners, mean they're not going to have a lot of yards for loss, hardly ever. And then you're playing behind one of the best offensive line, if not top three in the NFL, that allows him to use his size as a back. And if he's hard to tackle one-on-one, he's almost impossible for linebackers to take on one-on-one in open space. And even with that, I mean, he's just a back that no one really saw coming. And I know when he was picked, there were some people questioning whether or not the Lions had made the right decision, but the scouting report came back correct and said that this was a player that many were probably not looking at as tightly as the Lions were, and they snatched him up at the right time. Big runs bigger than even what he's seen sometimes. And so that's one thing that I think catches the defensive defenders off guard a little bit.
Herman, let me ask you this, because my partner and I go back and forth. I didn't play pro ball like you, so I think every coach in sports is like Denzel and Remember the Titans, giving that speech and yelling. But, everybody laughed at Dan Campbell at that press conference, and look where he's at now. And to me, I think a lot of being a good NFL football coach is not the X's and O's, but having the guys, getting them to feel like they want to run through a brick wall. Can you talk to how much of that is real, or like Kyle Shanahan, a great coach, but he's more reserved, it seems to me. But Dan Campbell, it just seems like if you have that type of coach wearing his heart on his sleeve, that can take you places.
So when you look back at really what has been tradition typically gets disrupted because someone does something different. Right, bring in a guy like Dan Campbell, who former player. He's been in offensive systems. He's been underneath some more popular and well-known OCs. But when you are able, you don't understand unless you've been in a locker room, unless someone understands the relationship and bond that needs to be established between coach and players. And it does not mean the coach it's be-all, end-all, my way or the highway. We used to hear that all the time. Well, Dan Campbell's not a my way or the highway. It's a, hey, let's get in the car together and let's take a drive and let's get to the destination together. And when he brings in that mentality, he softens all the stuff that is plagued, in my opinion, a lot of these traditional coaches who think that, they know it all, but you don't. You got to understand the other side of it, just like we're forced to understand the coaching side and that they have the authority. But when you can humble yourself and you can come down to the level of the players and say, we're together, we're all at the same plane. That's what Dan Campbell has done. And then what is the support of that? He has other assistant coaches who have played in the NFL, and they've had some experience that are in certain key position units that then allow that same message to continue to be pushed and that narrative to be written. And then now all of a sudden you have culture and you have a locker room that believes and understands how you win together, how you lose together, and also how you handle conflict resolution, which is the biggest thing that we see in the NFL sometimes when it comes to coaches, how they manage the disconnect when things go wrong with players.
Herm, you got a whole second career going here, huh? We should tell people, check out Herman's unique hand-drawn blankets and other products at hermanlow.com. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so that's been a real passion project. I worked on it for 2 years. I got with a local artist here by the name of Larry Dodge, and phenomenal illustrator, phenomenal artist. And my goal was to get some depiction and get some caricatures put together about my career through my tenure, and then also bringing in a guy who's been a great mentor and a friend of mine, Lomas Brown. So I wanted him to incorporate Lomas into this project of mine, and it's called Herm, Herm, and low.com. And if they go there, they can see all 32 teams that are represented, with the Lions always being the fan favorite in it. But it's just a way of telling stories about our career. So that's where it is. And so I'm doing that, and I'm also doing a lot with player issue memorabilia at hermanmoore84.com. This is just from my own personal collection, not my personal Pro Bowl jerseys and stuff, but card companies and things I've collected along the way that just sit in a box. I want to make sure I share those with the fans, and it also goes to support my foundation.
That's awesome stuff, Herm. I know social media wasn't around when you played, and, I advise anybody to stay off it because it's toxic. I tell my partner all the time. But the reality is, when you talk about a guy like Brock Purdy, who was Mr. Irrelevant, and I'm being real with you, Herman, I don't know where I'm at with him, but I know he's been damn near picture perfect running this machine, which is the Niner offense. But when I hear people say he's the product of a system and kind of not give him credit for the wins, operating that system, I'm like, what are we doing here? Can you walk us through just how and what you think of Brock Purdy thus far as the Niner quarterback?
Well, Brock Purdy is a player that gives you hope if you're an NFL player that doesn't have that high stature, that is not coming out of college in everyone's draft board and you're being sought after. But when the opportunity arises, you take advantage of it and you do what everyone hopes that when they put you on a roster is that you're not just taking a space, but you actually are providing value. And with that, yes, you can be a product of the system. I think there's some validity to that. But I think also it takes the player to make the system work. So they work hand in hand. When things don't work, you're not going to say, hey, we lost this season because the system didn't work. You go, hey, we won or we lost because of also players and their execution of that. And it brings it back full circle. You have to have so many things going right. You have to have the right player who can implement and has the skill set. You have to have the right chemistry. You have to dial up the plays at the right time. That player sometimes is given liberty to make his own decisions that make or break a play. So I think let's give him credit. Let's give him credit for making use of the opportunity and putting himself in a position where if you don't want him there, I guarantee you there's a lot of teams in the NFL that will take him as is.
No doubt. I hope Debo's going to go because I want to see the C.J. Gardner-Johnson-Debo clash. Gardner-Johnson, tore the pec in week 2, missed a big portion of the season. To me, Herm, it's not accidental that Detroit has risen up and Philly's fallen back. And, Gardner-Johnson was an Eagle and is now a Lion. I mean, he is an absolute underrated star. Do you know what the genesis is of his beef with Debo? Because he obviously doesn't like Debo, and Debo's got a bad shoulder, and something tells me if Debo plays, C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to make that shoulder worse.
With CJ and with Debo, it becomes that clash, that traditional clash of wide receiver, defensive back. We talk smack all the time. I'm not going to be a hypocrite and sit here and say, listen, I didn't talk smack. Sometimes I didn't even know players. I wanted to just start talking just because it made me feel just in the game. But ultimately, it comes down to this. You can talk all you want. And CJ can say what he wants. If Debo's ready to go, he's going to be ready to go, but you can't bring the excuses. You can't bring, okay, I was injured here or I'm returning from an injury. When you're out there, all that goes away because you have a task to do and you have a job to do and a responsibility. So I think it's all good for media. Don't know the source of it other than one plays opposite of the other. And typically that's going to arise whether it's there in the beginning or not. All it takes to quiet that, go make a play. That's what it boils down to. Go make a play.
Wow, Herman, let me ask you this about Jared Goff, because he is from the Bay Area, and I know it's about his team and the Detroit Lions, but I don't know if you've had this opportunity, but what would it mean for him to get traded from a team like the Rams, who he's taken to a Super Bowl? They didn't win it. To come back and beat the team to go to the Super Bowl, like, you think that's added pressure? Like, how does he compartmentalize that aspect of this game?
Jared Goff, for those have kind of watched his journey as he left the Rams, he came here with the big trade with Stafford and watching Stafford go through. I said this on another interview that, the pressure was, how do you perform when you see a guy that you get traded for go on to the Super Bowl from the team you got traded for? The pressure doesn't get any higher, and then you're on a team that it has a losing season the first year. It comes back and finishes strong. The second season near the end, and then now it's all come together and you're sitting one game away from the Super Bowl. The pressure's gone. The man is focused, and for those, and I'm speaking on his behalf as an alum who's watched this young man go through it, he's commanded the locker room. He's become the leader. He's not thinking about the pressure, and if he had it, it is dissipated, and now he is focused on one thing, and that's winning a championship. It's not about erasing the playoff wins that the Lions haven't had in so many years. That's been put to rest. And now he's in command of this team in this city right now.
What's the key factor? I know Jonah Jackson's not going to play the left guard. He's out. Ragnow's a great player, but he's dinged up at center. Niners have Armstead and Hargrave inside. Can you think the Lions can protect those inside gaps against the Niner D-line? And if that's not the key factor, what do you think is?
The key factor, I think, is the Lions have done a really good job of bringing in substituting players or bringing in guys when you get players down. Of course, you start losing key players like Ragnow or you lose someone like Jackson, then it becomes a little bit tougher, obviously, because those are your starters for a reason. However, I think the scheme in the system here has to be to try and figure out a way to get the ball out quickly. It's got to be a way to not allow the outside pressure to close down the pocket and make Jared Goff become just a sitting duck. I mean, he's got to be able to move and reestablish the pocket at time. That hasn't been necessarily a big strength. We've seen how he has responded with pocket pressure, and that's not where his stats really shine. They shine when he has rhythm and he has time to get the ball off. So that's what I see as being the disruption for this game. That's going to be key for them offensively. Is I think really using that two-man running game to really soften up what hopefully they can find some soft spots in there. But, I mean, the linebacking core for San Francisco is tight. The ends are tough to get around. And so they're going to have to make their way. It's going to be a fight. But ultimately, that's why I'm a little concerned if they bring the pressure, that's going to make it really difficult for Detroit to really get into the rhythm of their offense. And if they have to go more one-sided or predictable, then the game could get away from them.
Once again, people check out Herman's unique hand-drawn blankets and other products at hermandlow.com. Good luck with that, Herm. Appreciate your time, man. Have a great week. Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Herman Moore, all-time Lions wide receiver, 4-time All-Pro.
Tall receiver, too.
Yeah, hell of a player. Hell of a player. First-round pick from Danville, Virginia, played for UVA, and then played for the Lions and the Giants in the NFL. Yeah. I think he hits on something, though, with Goff.
Man.
Gua, as far as if you look at the Lions this year, okay, so when you look at the games that they lost to Seattle in overtime. Seattle sacked them twice. You look at Baltimore. They lost to Baltimore 38-6. Baltimore had 5 sacks in that game.
Yeah, that was ugly.
They lost to Green Bay 29-22. Green Bay had 3 sacks in that game. They lost to the Bears 28-13. The Bears had 4 sacks in that game. They lost to Dallas by 1. We know Campbell went for 2 or went for it on 4th and 7. Is that what it was? Yeah. And, so from the 7-yard line, but Dallas had a sack that day. So, and they picked him off twice. So it's like, you got to get pressure in the face of Goff. You got to hit him. You got to sack him. If you do, he's going to throw you some. And that's basically the way to beat him. If he gets to stand back there like a statue, untouched.
Oh, man.
He's going to find Laporta.
Yeah.
Laporta's one of the great.
For chunk plays, Larry, they ain't dink and dunk over in Detroit.
Right. And then Laporta's a star receiver. I mean, he was a great receiver in high school, great receiver in college. He's been great. They signed Zach Ertz.
Yeah, I saw that. And, they throw it to Gibbs and Montgomery out of the backfield, too.
Right.
Green Bay they kind of got away from the run. Green Bay, I don't know why. I just felt that way. But, the Niners are going to have to bring it. And I'll say this about the Niners offense. I know styles make fights, Larry, but Baker Mayfield, say what you want, almost had 400 yards passing. Hit Mike Evans and company against that Detroit Lions team. So they know what they're going up against. You mentioned Glenn. I remember him at Texas A&M, right?
Texas A&M, yeah.
Okay. But this is going to be a great game. Are you shocked that Jared Goff has got back to these heights? Because I'm going to say this. I think he was the scapegoat, and I'm not saying I thought it was the wrong decision when the Rams decided, you know what, we lost the Super Bowl, which I believe was tied with New England 3-3.5.
Yeah, 13-3 I think was the final.
Normally when a guy like that gets ousted, they don't get that get back, as we say, revenge. But he goes to Detroit, hadn't won nothing in a long time, I think of Wayne Fonz, and now all of a sudden he's back here one game in his hometown or his home city, the area, to get back to the Super Bowl.
Well, I just think they surrounded him with the right. First of all, Brad Holmes drafted him in L.A., so he's the GM now in Detroit. So he had a guy believe in him.
All right.
Then I think, a lot of the things, Jared Goff's a nice kid from Marin Catholic and, grew up in Marin and probably a Niner fan. And, I don't know if he's the most intense guy of all time. And Dan Campbell probably is a perfect blend for him, right? And then then he goes into this offense, they surround him with Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker. I mean, a great, a quarterback's best friend is a great tackle combination. Sewell is a once in a lifetime kind of offensive lineman. He's probably the best right tackle in pro football.
Damn.
He's a former Oregon Duck. He's Isaac Sopoaga. If you're a Niner fan, remember Big Isaac Sopoaga. He's Isaac Sopoaga's nephew. Won the Outland Trophy at Oregon. Was like the first freshman to start there in like his first game in like 20 years. And he's just everything you want. Elite feet, super tough, 6'6", 330, great movement, great toughness. Violent at the second level. So, I mean, he's great. I mean, he is great. So you got great tackles, and then they've now systematically went through the draft. They added Laporta, and they've got Amon-Ra. You got nice weapons around him. You protect him with a good line. You run the heck out of the football. They're doing some good things. I mean, I'll say this, Brad Holmes, behind almost every great team, and there's some great young GM. Brad Holmes is one of the great young GMs in the game. Worked under Charlie Army with the Rams and Les Snead. And then, Cooper Kupp shows up and, Aaron Donald and all these guys. Right. And then he comes to Detroit, and, man, between Laporta, Gibbs, Ragnow, Amon-Ra, Aiden Hutchinson, Brian Branch.
Players.
Signing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I mean, they've got a good talent, good core of talent. I would say Detroit has 8 or 9 of the very best players in the entire league.
Wow.
So no
shocker they won the division and went 12-5.
Not an accident, but they are weak in the secondary. So Brandon Ayuk has got to have more than 3 catches. The Niners have to be able to pick on those corners.
They didn't take a shot downfield with Ayuk or anybody for that matter. Like that.
Guy's an all-pro.
It was wet, but damn.
Yeah, I mean that to me was a little bit of a surprise that Ayuk, had 3 touches. But it was a weird game the other night. How much of that was rust? The Niners offensive football.
To their credit, they haven't used that.
Yeah, no, they don't. They're not. To their credit, they're not going to make excuses. But it's like when you have 3 weeks off. Essentially, that's what they had. You benefit, I think, on the defensive side because defensive football is about chasing things down and effort and accountability and energy, and they got Armstead some rest and Greenlaw some rest. Okay, so I think they maybe benefited there. But offensively, Steve Young said it. He's like, hey, you know what? This is not ideal, and it's going to, the offense is going to be rusty. And the offense looked terrible. They had 7 points at home at halftime. 7 points.
He said terrible. Like that's what it was. And then that drive after halftime, that was the one where I was like, you know what? They'll regroup. And it was 3 and out. I was like, oh boy. And it kept getting darker and darker. I'm at the house watching. And then they come back from commercial and the rain looks like it's getting stronger. Just hard to navigate. But they figured a way out. Now they host this game. But I'll tell you what, Steiny and I go back and forth, Larry, because I always think about, again, I didn't play college ball, but Denzel on Remember the Titans or Newt Rockney and what you hear about those speeches. Every coach is different. They're not a rah-rah guy. But I said one of the things I give Kyle credit for, he's not Mike Ditka, but he leads. Whatever he does, they respect him by their play and their effort and their physicality. But Dan Campbell, for Herman to say it's not just my way or the highway, I think that's how you operate and navigate in today's era with today's athlete. And that's a hell of a way to go because that's how I don't think Griffin guy from Milwaukee, I know we got to go. He was trying to do it my way, and he didn't even last you were 30-13 and you got ousted.
Is there bad beef in the Niner land as far as Brock Purdy and Ray McCloud?
Wow.
That's one point I want to hit next. And, of course, we'll go back to the phone calls if you want to jump in. 888-957-9570. Big playoff game for the 49ers on Sunday. They win this thing. They're going to Las Vegas for the Super Bowl against the AFC champion. They lose this thing. Who's going to get the lion's share of the blame? I don't want to think negatively, but we'll throw it around a little bit. If the Niners somehow lose to the Lions, is it predicated on how they lose, or is the blame coming right down on Kyle Shanahan no matter what? Will Brock Purdy be blamed heavily? Will Wilkes be the fall guy? What happens if the Niners lose? And is it possible that there's, even though in the midst of this great season, that maybe Brock Purdy and Ray McCloud have legitimate beef? We'll talk about that next. There are indications of such beef. Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
For too long,
catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app.
Steiner.
Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, we've taken some phone calls. We talked to Herman Moore. We've been talking a lot of Niners. We'll get into some Warriors before we get out of here. And, of course, Willard and Dibbs will jump in at 2 o'clock, and they've got a hell of a show this afternoon with Steve Kerr stopping by. You don't want to miss that. That's coming up later on today on 95.7 The Game.
You just showed me something that blew my mind.
What's that?
A reaction from Kyle Shanahan after said play.
Right.
And I saw a reaction, and I've seen reactions from him in the past over the years. Jimmy Garoppolo maybe going the wrong place with the ball. But what I just saw on your phone, that was the most animated, if you can explain to the people, Larry, what happened on the play, but him bending over and just throwing down his whatever he has. He was hot.
He was hot. So it was a 3rd and 10 play, and Brock threw a pass that went inside. It was a deep ball to Ray McLeod, and Ray deviated from the route and went outside towards the sideline, and the ball was thrown inside, and he had to dive back at the last second to even get his finger on the ball. The ball fell incomplete. Kyle Shanahan lost his S. You don't see Kyle Shanahan
Evan,
jumping up and down. He literally leaves the earth and is jumping up and down. He's motioning with his arms. He was PO'd that Ray wrong. It was a big play. It was 3rd and 10. And then they did a close-up of Brock, and Brock's like, what are you doing?
That did cut man.
Okay, so that's that. And then Ryan Clark's whole criticism of Brock Purdy was on.
I'm taking him out of the category with Lamar.
Right.
Yeah, to paraphrase.
And Ray was one of the people that liked it.
You can't do that, Ray.
On social media.
Yeah, that's Dallas Cowboy stuff, who are at home wishing they were the Niners. But I'm shocked
good.
Ray did that.
Yeah, that's not good.
So will you bring that up with Ray tomorrow when you go in the locker room this week, or is that the type of stuff, Larry? Because I know you got to navigate.
Yeah,
but
well, you got to pick your battles for sure. But Ray and I have a good dialogue going.
Somebody's going to say, hey, Ray, why did you do that, right?
I'm going to have to ask him about that.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not sure if I'll ask him about it with the open mic.
Okay, gotcha.
I might give him the respect of just being like, hey, man, did I see that right? Did you like that? What's going on there? Can you give me fill me in on that? And maybe I'll report back what he said as opposed to, if I was really hardcore, I would just sit there with my mic and just go right up to him and, excuse me, what, if this were Boston, New York, Philly.
Look at you.
I mean, right in his face. Ray, how could you throw your quarterback under the bus? Go. I don't know if I'll be that hard hitting, but I would like a little bit of an answer to, dude,
But Purdy got after him, though. Purdy got after him.
And then on the sidelines, they showed Ray in an animated thing explaining it to Brock, and you could see Brock sitting there talking about it. So obviously they have talked about it. And
don't hit me on socials.
But yeah, the fact that you could see Brock really angry and animated, going, "What are you doing?"
And the frustration of how that game was playing out had something to do, I believe, with Kyle too.
Yeah,
it's not just this play; it is, but it's everything that's going on right now because this ain't right.
Well, and if you get close enough to any team, baseball, basketball, football, hockey, it doesn't matter.
You see,
it's not all hunky dory. It's not like everybody's sitting there kumbaya. There's a lot of
tense moments.
Well, you get some type A personalities. They're all in the same room. There's a lot of pressure, the cameras, the expectations. But you saw that clearly Brock probably, it looked like that Brock knew the route that Ray was supposed to run, put it on the hands. Ray ran the wrong route, and Shanahan lost his S watching it on the sideline. And then maybe Ray went to his locker and liked that after the game or whatever. I mean, I don't know when Clark put that out.
Monday morning, after the game.
So maybe he, but that's not good. I'll say that's not good. I don't know that that's going to be the ruination of their culture or their locker room vibe, or it's going to have any impact on the game Sunday, but it ain't good.
I'll tell you what is good and what's not good, and an exercise Steiny and I have done ad nauseum on this show, Larry, and We've talked to a degree about just how loaded the Niners are and their weaponry and who's the most important. And, it's just fun exercise.
Right.
And for the most part, up into the 3-game losing streak, Christian McCaffrey was it for me. And I don't take that back. It's what I saw. It's what I thought he meant. And he still means a lot. But when they lost those 3 games, I had the initial thought of, I underestimated Debo. Larry, I think we did a show last year, and I was telling, if somebody was expendable, it's downtime. Maybe it's Debo. That's how loaded they are. Ayuk's come of age. But at the end of the day, I've realized pre-snap what Debo has meant, and that 3-game losing streak, or 2.5 games without Debo, and I know Trent was out, that let me know that meant something to Brock Purdy. So I'll ask you, but I feel like the person we need to ask is Brock Purdy, because his play suffers the most when Debo is not there. And I just can't believe we're on, 5 days away from the most important game of the season, because it is. And if Debo is not there, the impact, not that that'll just have on the team, but and I know Brock probably won't speak to this, and he'll say everybody is just as important. But, man, Larry, I believe if I'm an opposing defense like Detroit, my God, if there's one person that's not there, we don't have to worry about the jet sweep or Debo in motion. Now we could just hone in on trying to take McCaffrey away. That is a big-ass deal.
Yeah, you have to have Debo out there. Now, here's the other question. What the heck's the injury? At first they reported it as a concussion. Then they reported it as the shoulder. Kyle told us yesterday in the conference call at 3:30 in the afternoon that it's not broken. So he fractured the shoulder in the Cleveland game and missed 2 games after that. It was a hairline fracture of the shoulder. Kyle said yesterday it's not fractured. He wasn't moving around like it was dislocated. So, you that look where guys like,
oh man, it's hanging.
You're hanging, or, your arm's in a brace, or, it's incredibly painful. So what's the injury? If it's not dislocated and it's not fractured, what is it? Is it a bruise? And then and a lot of people would say, well, if it's a bruised shoulder, then why is he coming out of the game? He can't play with a bruised shoulder. I mean, Jerry Rice played the second half of the Super Bowl with a dislocated shoulder. And caught a touchdown with a dislocated shoulder and rolled over on his other shoulder. So,
I remember Emmitt Smith against the Giants in a game years ago. Yeah, he had the dislocated shoulder.
Ricky Jackson in the 94 NFC title game popped Emmitt on his shoulder, and Emmitt still stayed in the game and played with it. So, there's a lot of people who want to know what's the status of Debo. Kyle said we'll know more on Wednesday. That's tomorrow out at practice, and we'll find out. But
so is it a range of motion, you think? You got me thinking now.
I don't know. I mean, is it a sprained shoulder? It's not a dislocated shoulder. It's not a fractured shoulder. So what are we talking about? Can he play with it? Can he not play with it? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Obviously, it brought him. He said he was obviously in a lot of pain, had to come out of the game. I'm never going to question an NFL player's toughness as I'm sitting here,
especially Debo,
with my stocking feet and my sweats, drinking a soda and popping chips into my fat pie hole. I'm going to sit here. They're not tough. This guy's not tough. Is there anything more tired than fans or media people going?
I do it all the time.
I question his toughness.
Because I hit my Slurpee
as you're sitting there in your Snuggie.
That's pretty good.
In the warmth, in the 72 degrees of your home.
I'll tell you this, though, Larry. It was a playoff game, and I did yesterday's show with the great FP. And tell me if this is fair or foul. And he said it from his heart. He said, with the stakes this high, just on a personal level, if Debo were not to play, and he understands he's hurt or what's ailing him, his opinion of Debo, just as a fan, would change if he couldn't be on the field. And that hit me like a bag of bricks, like, damn. But now that you got me thinking, hey, Goo, what is the injury? Is this just a pain tolerance issue? If it's not a fracture, because a fracture, you'd be like, okay, we get it. But, Larry, now you got me thinking just from the vantage point of pressure from not just the fans, of all the guys that have played this game, like, dude, you got to – and we know you give it your all when you're out there, but – to maybe miss this game and it not be a fracture. Oh, Lord, the medicals need to do a spin on me. Give us something in regard to a diagnosis to where it's not just, I couldn't take the pain.
Yeah, I know.
Man.
And you're in the same locker room with Dre Greenlaw, who's taking Toradol shots and playing with like 5 different injuries and Achilles pain. And he said it on the podium. He said it to me last Friday at his locker. He's like, they ain't nobody taking me out of that game. I'm like, I don't know what Dre's exact physical status is, but he's playing. Man. He's going. For sure. So, yeah, I mean, this is a league where Jack Youngblood played with a broken leg. This is a league where Phillip Rivers played with a torn ACL. So, I mean, yeah, we're going to need some clarification as far as what that injury is. But Shanahan said he's still in a lot of pain. So, I'm not sure. I'll say this.
It's a big deal.
They are a lot better with Deebo Samuel. And in some ways, like, let's say McCaffrey's their best offensive weapon. In some ways, Deebo is, I mean, in that Philly game, he took it over, man.
Yeah, man.
He took it over.
It felt like the NFC Championship game in L.A. where they lost the game. But he went on a run. I mean, the game to win the – I mean, Deebo when he's on, he's second to none, man.
Yeah, and I'll say this, just watching this Detroit defense, man, if you're not ready to get popped and if you're not ready, if you're – this next one ain't for the meek. That's for sure, because the Lions bring it. They bring the hat. They hit like trucks. Gardner Johnson, Kirby Joseph, these guys are out for blood. This is the hardest hitting team in the league, in my opinion. Maybe the Ravens, maybe the Niners, but the Lions are absolutely hard hitting. And this is going to be, Kyle likes to call certain games ice bag games. This might be a 3 ice bag game.
Body bag.
Yeah. So get him a body bag. That's from
and the Gardner Johnson thing and Deebo.
My Karate Kid.
I'm gonna give you a 2.
Sweep the leg, Lawrence.
Finish him. Did you ever watch a Cobra Kai on Netflix?
Yes,
dude. I did it twice. Get a life. That was good. I'm a sucker for it.
Seriously. Who's your sensei?
Oh boy. Yeah.
All right, let's go to we'll go to the lines right here. Nick's in Berkeley. Nick wants to jump in on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, man, there's not going to be any complaining or blame because we're about to stomp these cats, man. Look, Goff has like 21 touchdowns on turf, 7 on grass, okay? He passed for like 3,000 yards on turf, and he passed for like 1,200 yards on grass, okay? It's not happening for these cats on grass, man. They don't play well out. They're pretty good out the house, but let me tell you something, man. The Niners, not only were we playing in the rain, in the muck, but we were also playing against the referees. I was at the game, and they showed the replays, and I'm not one to complain about referees and blame all that, because I was yelling in the stands, don't even trip, y'all. We're going to win this game. Believe. I kept yelling, believe, the entire game. I wasn't even worried. But to sit up there and watch replay after replay after replay, the unprofessional and inept way the referees were conducting themselves is just strictly unimaginable. Like, I don't even know where they get these cats from, man. It's disgraceful, actually. And I don't even know how they even got the gig. Honestly, that being said, Deebo's going to suck it up. You know what I'm saying? And I'd like to see a pro set with Mason back there, because Mason runs hard, too. You put Mason and Caffrey back there, hey, have him chip block and run out in the flats, man. We're going to eat him up, man. Shanahan got a plan. And, Shanahan is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde sometimes. And Mr. Hyde was trying to creep out. But in the end, Doctor came back and was diagnosing it, and we drove down the field, and Purdy came through big time. And I'm sick of everybody complaining about Purdy. He's way better than Jimmy Garoppolo could ever dream of being, and he's the best thing we've had since Steve Young. So I don't care what anybody says. He's breaking records, and the stats don't lie, man. Let's go, Niners.
There you go. Nick in Berkeley. I like the energy. I'll say this. The guys who believe the most in Purdy are the guys that know him the best. His head coach at Iowa State, Matt Campbell.
Trent Williams.
Deebo, Ayuk, the guys in that room. I mean, Dre Greenlaw. Their lockers are right next to each other. I mean, if people saw how much the guys in the room believed in this guy, and it's, I understand it. People say, well, what do you expect them to say? It's not what they say. It's like you're talking to a person that has spent, I've been in that room all year. And I know football players, and it's like I don't need somebody to tell me how they feel about a player directly. There's a vibe that the player gives off, And, these guys the cameras are not everywhere, and there's down moments. And if there was a bunch of guys in that room that didn't believe in Brock Purdy, you would see it. You would feel it. He's won over that room. I mean, he absolutely believed it, he's a guy that he's one of their leaders. He absolutely is. I don't know if he's the leader, but he's one of their leaders, and there's universal respect for him. So
going back to your point, Ryan Clark, that video, I don't know if you saw Debo, he came over the top and just put in, what does the kid got to do? And again, I'm not telling you Brock Purdy is a Fran Tarkenton. My jury is still out, but he's passed a good quarterback. He's winning games, Larry, and he's won 3 playoff games now with that come from behind win last Saturday. So, the Raven game had me concerned, and what I saw, and I didn't expect to see Saturday, but I can't say, okay, now he's no good or he's not going. Like, this is why we do what we do, react to new information, and the truth will come out. And that's the beautiful thing about sports. There's enough games to where things will play itself out. And we'll get to see him answer back after arguably his worst playoff game.
And I'll tell you, I don't know how your phone is. I'm kind of known as the guy who's backed Purdy. So every time he plays poorly, anytime he has a down moment, there's just an avalanche of comments on my phone. He's not him. See, and sure enough, late third quarter, as he's throwing high, throwing low, and they're punting, and there's frustration mounting. I got this several texts from several tweets and social media interactions from people. Purdy's not the guy. They need a quarterback, and it's like, God,
I saw it.
Are we there?
Yeah.
Are we gonna? Is that where we're gonna be? See, that's the one thing that I love
Steiny can't stand it. I told him stay off internet.
I love interacting with people. I love the tweeting. I love the texting. I love the phone calls. I love it all. I love when people come up to me at the stadium, when people come up to me at the mall. I like people, and I like talking sports with people, and I never shy away from any interactions. I don't hide behind some barrier wall, and I'm gonna be the sniper from the tower, and you're never gonna touch me. I like to mix it up with the people. But I'll tell you, it's nauseating when everybody goes to the nuclear bomb as soon as the season's over. Shanahan's not it. Really? Shanahan's one of the best coaches in football. Purdy's not hit. They need a new quarterback. It's like, it's not your birthright to win championships. That's why they have parades, because it's pretty freaking special and it's pretty hard to do. So it's just, I don't know if the Niners are going to win on Sunday or if they're going to win in Vegas or if they're going to lose one of these next 2 games. But does it have to go to fire Shanahan? Does it have to go to Purdy ain't the guy? Can we stop short of that, or does it have to be literally all or nothing? And I bring this up because I kind of threw out the question before, and I'd love to hear from the people on the lines at 888-957-9570. If the Niners fall short, who's taking the blame here? How will I'm not talking about the nut job maniac. I'm talking about the rank and file and a 49er fan who's loyal to their team. Is it all predicated on exactly how they get bounced, and that will determine how people react? Or do you have a feeling that if the Niners fall short, people are going to blame the D-line, Wilkes, Kasarik, Kyle, Purdy, Ray? Who's taking the blame? Who do you think's most likely to take the overwhelming fan wrath if they fall short?
I love the question, and before I take it on, because I know we're up against it, Larry, what you said about social media, there is no perspective, and this is coming from a guy that's loud. It's either A or B. There's no middle ground. Sometimes there is, and then when you read it as you scroll, you're like, whoever that guy or gal is, it's like, I just appreciate the wisdom. But everybody now is their own sports center. Everybody now that has an X account or a profile is their own news station. So a lot of the responses are just, good God, does it have to be a fastball every time? But I'm an all-cap guy at times. But, Larry, I'll tell you this. You answered your own question. And It's what it's going to look like in regard to the lasting optics of the season. So had you asked me this question Saturday going into the fourth quarter, it was going to be Brock Purdy 1 and right behind him Kyle Shanahan. I believe this storyline of do the Niners need another quarterback would have been all summer, off season long. That's where this thing was going in regard to narrative. And I'll say this about Kyle Shanahan because I've come down this road. I understand the greatness, especially with the team I root for and what they're going through and what heights they can't even get to. I would love to have the Niners and have what you guys are feeling, even if you were to lose. My point is, Larry,
as a Cowboy fan.
At what juncture is Kyle Shanahan on a personal level going to get it done? Because I know two things have come out of my mouth. One, this was the easiest track for him to get back to the Super Bowl. You got up until the defenses start struggling, everything you need on both sides of the ball. Larry, I can't ignore that we said the Niners are happy hour. They're loaded. Everywhere you look, you got what you need. Bosa, Greenlaw, you got everything. So now here we are to where it almost came crashing down on Saturday night. And if Brock Purdy wouldn't have got that game-winning drive, do you think I'm wrong for my answer to be I think Brock would have took the brunt of the criticism, and then right behind him it would have been Kyle.
Wow. Yeah. No, I think it's funny, and it's probably largely because of the way the sport's televised. We don't watch the All-22. We get a close-up of the quarterback. We get a close-up of the head coach. And so I think that because of those two images, and it's very powerful, people see the head coach and the quarterback, and the head coach and the quarterback get too much credit, and subsequently also probably too much blame.
But didn't Jimmy live this? Didn't Dak Prescott live this? Isn't Lamar living this?
It's just the way it is.
This is not just Brock Purdy. This is Jimmy Garoppolo. This is Niner fans have the rich history of Montana, and they got teased with Kaepernick, and that got taken off your plate. For whatever reason, he vanished. He was gone. But, Larry, I just hate that this seems like Brock Purdy's the only one on – this is the most important position in sports, and I get it. And I remember Shasky thinking he had found his new third baseman, a shortstop with Casey Schmidt, and then we found out, okay, maybe he wasn't ready. And
I love Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, but he started out looking like Cal Ripken, you know?
Right.
And now we're like, okay, it could still happen. So I just bring that up because now you kind of proceed with caution with Brock Purdy, but I don't want people to think this is a personal vendetta on Brock. I think all these Mac Jones, they all go through it because people care and want to know if it's real.
No, they want it bad. I mean, there's a lot of Niner fans. I mean, I was there for the Super Bowl against the Chargers, and I remember Joe Montana in the 80s. But there's a lot of Niner fans that are walking around going, man, this is an iconic franchise, and I know they've won 5, but I personally have never been able to enjoy it. And it's they want it bad. They want it bad. And Shanahan, he's in a spot right now where, in a lot of ways, he's where Andy Reid was before Andy Reid went to Kansas City. But, I mean, is Philly better off that they chased out Andy Reid, who's going to wind up winning 2 or 3 rings, in Kansas City? In a lot of ways, I think Kyle is Andy Reid before he got to Kansas City. Hopefully he
Andy
won't
had 4 cracks at the NFC Championship and 1 Super Bowl.
The 49ers are in the NFC Championship game 3rd year in a row and 4th season out of 5.
Man,
and as a Cowboy fan, you guys haven't won a divisional, got by the divisional round in since what, 95?
Man, and a whole lot of other teams would give their right arm to have the success that the Niners have.
I heard Shasky this morning say that he's more nervous right now about Purdy and how he's going to play going forward than he's been at any point. I thought that was kind of an interesting comment coming from Joe.
And truth.
All right. Baldinger weighed in on a number of things. We're going to hear from Brian Baldinger. We're also going to hear from Kyle Shanahan, Dan Campbell. We're going to play some sound for you. Also, some very interesting stuff coming across on the Raiders and the Chargers. Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny on 95.7 The Game.
The Niners are going back to the NFC Championship. Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I lost. I'm out.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny as we begin hour number 3 of the extravaganza. Having a good time, Goo.
Man, it's fun. It's going by.
It's going by fast.
And there's rumors that Coach Harbaugh might have a new job, Jim Harbaugh.
How about that? Jim Harbaugh's smart. It's like he understood that,
He's about to get
Mike
popped. He got
Singletary.
popped.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's running away from
the
Michigan.
police.
Yeah. And, but he came to the Niners and he understood that the Niners, Scott McCloughan had put together a real good talent base, but that Singletary couldn't coach. And the same thing's going on right now with the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers, Tom Telesco got dumped, and he's in the news today as well. But the Chargers, Telesco did a great job.
Look
at
at
putting
that
together
roster
talent.
when healthy, man.
They're stacked, man. They're really stacked. Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, Darius Davis went to the Pro Bowl or was an all-pro return man. Quentin Johnson, Zion Johnson. They got obviously
Justin Herbert.
And then on defense, you've got some of the best players in the league.
Eckler,
Derwin James, Khalil Mack, Bosa's brother, the rookie from SC, the defensive end. He's good. Dayon Henley. They got a bunch of guys. Asante Samuel. That team's ready to win, but Brandon Staley was a tire fire.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
And so it's like, you know what? Harbaugh's smart. He goes where there's a bunch of talent and a horrendous head coach. And he just says, oh, well, you know what? I'll replace a horrendous head coach.
Be in the playoffs. And
it was like in college when I was at Sac State and I took a public speaking class. I would always wait for the person who stood up and had a speech that was just awful. I mean, they're just sweating. They can't say their name. I'll go next.
I see what you're doing.
I'm next. I'll go next. He was terrible. I'm next. That's Harbaugh. He sees who's terrible, and then he goes, I'll go next. So a lot of talk that Harbaugh's going to the Chargers. It's not necessarily official yet, but it looks like it's going to happen. And then I mentioned Tom Telesco. Telesco's a really good GM, and according to ESPN.com, the Raiders are working to hire Telesco as their general manager, and I think this is a good hire. I mean, he's 51. He was fired by the Chargers. He's a really good personnel guy. He'd been the Chargers GM since 2013. They just dumped Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels. And they rehired Antonio Pierce. He went 5-4 down the stretch.
He got the gig.
Well, I mean, Max Crosby said, hey, if it doesn't go to Pierce, I want to be traded.
Badass Max Crosby. You're right.
He did Pierce a solid.
I think Davis was pressured into hiring AP. No shade at AP because he got those boys playing. But, yeah, I was like, what's taking so long? But, Larry, it's all good. But you can't tell me Davis, had those demands not been Crosby not came out with those demands, I think Raiders might have a different coach.
Parties at P.F. Chang's in Vegas.
Look at you.
It's all on Mark. He loves that place. And then Eagles fire their OC, Brian Johnson, but Sirianni's coming back. So Sirianni's back in Philly.
Yeah.
Brian Johnson, the OC's out. They fired the OC, the DC. Isn't it interesting? People at the beginning of the year were like, Philly, watch out for them, man. They lost Jonathan Garmin and Shane Steichen, 2 good coordinators. People were like, no big deal.
And they were 10-1. They backed it up too, though,
right.
Larry.
They got off to this hot start. They're 10-1. They play the Niners. The Niners go in there, wreck shop, and they just free-falled from there. I mean, it was stunning watching the Eagles. That's the thing. It's like
lost to the Giants.
I took Detroit last week against Tampa because Tampa wasn't impressive against Philly. That was all Philly. Philly's terrible at the end of the year.
Yeah, no doubt. I did too.
Yeah.
I got a little nervous, but they covered.
Yeah, it covered. All right. 888-957-9570. Let's go back to the lines here. Sid's hanging out in San Bernardino.
Sid.
What's up, Sid?
Hey, what's going on?
What's
going on, Larry?
How you doing, man?
Larry.
Appreciate you.
Hey, man. Hey, I just want to give props to you, Larry, man. I've been on your show a couple of times on YouTube, and want to say what's up, Guru. How you doing, bro?
What's up, baby? Talk to us.
All right. I talked to you a couple of times, man. But, hey, I just want to say this, man, real business. I had something going in before the call, but you had said, Larry, about, okay, who would be at fault if we were to fall short, right?
Yeah. Who's going to take the blame?
So,
somebody always does, right?
Yeah. Who would take the blame, which we always do. You know, this is the world we live in. Somebody got to take the blame, right? If, let's just say we fall short, it's going to be Kyle Shanahan.
He just got an extension, though. But you think the fans are going to rain down a bunch of hate is what you're saying?
No, yeah, exactly, that part right there. I'm just saying, like, he's going to be the blame of that because, for one, going into this game with Detroit, we should be already in preparation for this last game with Green Bay. That was a poor performance, which I was happy with. I barely just got my voice back.
It was a miserable game to watch, Sid. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, but a win is a win, right?
Yep.
But what I'm trying to say is that if you don't learn from that game and we're in playoff surroundings, like, come on, bro. Like, what does that say about Kyle Shanahan? He leads he's leading the whole team, and then everybody else leads after that on the field.
Well, and the bottom line is it's year 7. Right? I mean, if this were the first year, second year, it'd be one thing. But he ain't going anywhere, right? He just got an extension.
But for the fans, the Jackals, the heat would be on.
It's going to be Shanahan.
He's keeping his job, and Steiny always talks about that. Guru, it's not Super Bowl or bust because Kyle's not going anywhere. But I'll say in the court of public opinion, he would lose a lot, and Kyle could probably care less, but he would lose a lot of luster if somehow they don't get this done. But Larry, real quick, I wanted to ask your buddy too. What about if Brock Purdy and the offense looks like the offense and they lose 41-38 and this defense pulls another last week version of themselves? I think Kyle would be protected in the sense that Wilks' unit. Kyle doesn't oversee the defense, or are you going to tell me, and I get it because people he's overseer of the whole team, but if the D has a bad outing that cost him the game and the offense showed up, then I'm thinking, just even from the fans, okay, hey, now we can hone in on Wilks, and I wonder if his job is in jeopardy.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I don't know if you looked at the Wilks Wikipedia, but, I mean, he's been everywhere and back. I mean, the guy's had like 20 jobs in 23 years. I mean, he is truly a nomadic coach. He goes from A to B to C to D. Oh, yeah. Steve Wilks has been absolutely everywhere. In a way, I feel like it would almost be wrong if he got dumped, though, because he didn't have a chance to come in here and run his own show. He didn't run.
Well, now, what does that mean? Like, did D'Amico and Robert Saleh have that chance? What does that mean?
Well, he's not running his system. He's running the Niners system. He came here eyes wide open to run their system. You know, they liked what they had up front with Chris Kasarik and this wide 9 defensive front. You know, Kyle has a hard time going against it as an offensive coach. He really likes it. They didn't want to tear the whole thing down. They felt like they had momentum. So Steve came in and adapted to the Niners, not to, usually you go get a defensive coordinator, he brings in his system. But instead, he adapted to their system. And then in the middle of the year, when things weren't going well, Steve likes to coach from the bird's eye view. Why? Because he's a former defensive back at Appalachian State, so he wants to see the coverage. But the Niner players were used to having that voice on the sideline, and they said, Steve, no, you're not coaching in the booth. Now you're going to coach on the sideline. So he's adapted to them all the way through. But, yeah, I mean, if you look at where he's been, he played as a player with the Charlotte Rage in 1993.
All right.
Then we're talking about, Savannah State, Illinois State, Appalachian State, East Tennessee State, Bowling Green, Notre Dame, UW, Bears in 2006 to 2008, Chargers 2009, 2011, a couple years there, Carolina 2012 to 2014. Then he was the assistant head coach with Carolina. Then he was in Arizona as the head coach in 2018. Then he was in Cleveland in 2019, back at Missouri as the DC in 2021, Carolina Panthers 2022, Niners, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I get it.
We're talking about, and it's
flyer miles.
And I don't know. I mean, what and I don't want to say like, oh, that's definitely means something, or he wears out his welcome. A lot of these could have been promotions. I'm not
right.
Yeah, it's not
but
necessarily.
Where are we at?
But it always makes you wonder:
is it the players or the coach? Because we're getting to the nitty gritty now. That if they have another subpar performance, just me by nature, I find it hard for you, Larry. And I'm not saying you are, or Evan, or anybody to tell me going into this season, all hands on deck, the Niners defense was a position of strength collectively, regardless of who wasn't coming back. And you added Hargrave. He was under the Christmas tree. So 8 months later, we're all ready to say, you know what, Goo? They lost this and that. Well, when they wrote that check for Bosa, I believe the Niners brass thought that was the anchor to a D that was going to cause havoc. So, and Larry, where I live, the sectors where I live in the Union, my phone, black on black crime. Goo, were you trying to run the black coordinator out of the game? No, I'm fair. I'm just saying it's either Kyle or the defensive coordinator if they don't get their stuff right in a week. And I would tend to think, from my experience in sports, sometimes the coordinators are the fall guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're going to – okay, so here's the thing. If the 49ers fall short, there's going to have to be a significant pivot, right? Significant pivot. I don't know who that's going to be. I don't know what that's going to be. But it's not going to be Kyle Shanahan.
No doubt about that. It's not
going to be John Lynch.
I got that.
They just, Adam Peters has moved on, so Lynch is not going anywhere. And Lynch just got an extension. It's not going to be Kyle Shanahan.
First question to a possible defensive coordinator. Can you get number 97 to get to the quarterback in the playoffs? Like, that would be the first question for a D coordinator. You might laugh, but Larry, is there a connection?
Is it on Kasarik? Is it on the front? Or is it on the back end? I'll say this. I like the way Diamador Lenoir's playing. And Charvarius Ward, when he can keep his feet, has looked pretty good. The rest of those guys don't look good. I mean, right now, Logan Ryan doesn't, he'd like to throw that film out. He was like, basically wasn't making tackles. Ambry Thomas tackling receivers. Tayshaun Gibson, a step late or falling to the ground. Jair Brown didn't get on the field. The rest of a guy like Samuel Womack was a 5th-round pick. He was inactive this week. So, I think they're going to look to somebody who's going to help them on the back end. And on paper, it should be Wilkes. I threw out a crazy idea, and I know a lot of people thought I was absolutely nuts, but is Belichick want to be a head coach? Belichick's like in his 70s. There's all kinds of examples.
He's got a second interview with Atlanta, but
does he want that? Does he want to be a head coach? Does he want that record? Does he want Don Shula's record, or does he just want to win another ring? Because you can pay him whatever you want. How about pay Bill Belichick?
No,
he's tight with Shanahan. Why not pay Bill Belichick big cash and say, hey, you're the best defensive backfield coach maybe in the history of the game.
Man. What Niner fan would say no to that?
You got Womack, you got Brown, you've got Ambry, you got Lenoir, you got Luter, you've got all these young DBs, you got Talanoa Hufanga. How about Bill Belichick, cut him the fat check? You're going to have a significant pivot point to something major. And the head coach ain't going anywhere, the quarterback's not going anywhere, and the general manager's not going anywhere. So I don't know what it is. I'm not sure what.
But you're not mad in my thought process of just, and again, I'm not pointing Wilkes out, but it is, I'm watching these games like, man, this is under your watch.
Yeah.
This is your unit.
It's his show on defense. And he had the high-profile gaffe against the Vikings on the zero coverage on Jordan Addison at the end of the first half. But I think, overall, the 49er defense and Wilkes has done a decent job, but they've lost a lot of personnel that's good against the run, and they've replaced it with guys that aren't as good against the run. It's kind of selling out for kind of a pass rush deal, and now their pass rush is not getting home. So you went for Hargrave.
It's weird watching it, too.
Yeah, they're not getting home. They're not getting home. So now the NFL is an interesting thing, too. It's like, I kind of wonder if the wisdom is it right to throw all your money on defense into your defensive line in a league where it's so easy to neutralize a great defensive line by these 3-step drops and get the ball out? If you want to not have your quarterback sacked, you could drop 3 steps and get the ball out all day. But then can you dial up the coverage behind it? And is your coverage tied to your rush and so on and so forth? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but the Niners, the Niners are I bet you anything Jed York went to John and Kyle and said, you know what? I know you got your quarterback knocked out against Philly, but a quarterback and quarterback injuries are no longer going to be an acceptable excuse going forward for why you don't contend for that 6th Lombardi. So I don't know what the Niner pivot point's going to be. Let's hopefully not have to think about negative thoughts on that front. Should we take one more here?
Let's do it.
Let's go to Danker. Danker's been waiting patiently. Danker, thanks for being patient, man.
No problem. Thanks, guys. For the people who have questions about Brock, it's the gridiron for a reason. It's chess, And to me, the smartest play was when on the last drive, when he tucked the ball and he actually changed and stayed in bounds.
When he ran and cut it back inside and he took the hit.
Exactly.
The 3 or 5 or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, it took the hit like a stud, And I don't know what these guys want. It's like every team runs a system. I think if you say, it's just a system quarterback, maybe you don't understand your system or whatever. Long story short, I think, the quarterback is an extension of the head coach. And, Jimmy was proving to make bad decisions. So people who compare Brock to Jimmy, it's like, I don't know what they're watching. To me, again, Brock's bad games are the wet ball thing. And the problem was Brock obviously hasn't acclimated to a glove. So I would say after this season, he should rock the glove from now on. Might sound crazy, but I wouldn't let Mother Nature be the X factor.
Danker, let me just ask you this. That Raven game, which was a home game, there wasn't a drop on the field in regard to weather.
Well, that first interception, Kittle flattened out his route. If he continues to the end zone, he pulls the safety. That's a touchdown. We have that's a 14-point swing, There's a lot of little things that happen in these games that have huge outcomes. And Shanahan's smart enough to know to not run his team into a wall. And as far as Wilkes, I really think that Larry, obviously, once again, you nailed it. The injuries have changed the way we're able to come at teams. So my whole thing would be like, let's at least create some blitz bluffs. Because if we create any hiccup to get someone through, that one hesitation could be everything. So that's kind of my
your breakdown. We hear you. Thanks, Danker. Appreciate the call, and it opens up a line 888-957-9570. On the hand thing, it's not hand size. I'm looking at the hand size chart of all the NFL quarterbacks. Okay,
the ball slipped. Go ahead, Larry, because the ball slipped out of his hand in Chicago. Remember that. He was luckily able to pounce. So I'm not saying they're little, but something's up when the ball's wet.
Who's got the biggest hands in the NFL, quarterback-wise?
Carson Wentz. He just got a job, but
let's see.
Dak got little hands, too, to me.
You said Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
You're very familiar with Carson Wentz's hand size.
Yeah, he was an Eagle.
Let me see. He is on here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 10-inch hands. So the biggest hands of any quarterback in the NFL are Jordan Love.
Come on.
Jordan Love, 10.5-inch hands.
Well, maybe that's why he wasn't having a problem throwing
10.5-inch hands for Jordan Love. Russell Wilson, 10.25. So obviously hand size and height don't go hand in hand.
Give me Lamar's.
Lamar's hand size.
He plays in bad weather and they having problems.
Lamar's got 6-inch hands. No. Lamar's got 9.5.
Okay.
9.5.
And Brock, what did you say Brock was?
I don't even see Brock on here. I think Brock's are also 9.25. Right. Same as Mahomes.
But what was your initial thought when you saw the glove? I didn't like it. We were talking about it yesterday.
I talked to him earlier this year about it. He said, he has worn a glove in college at times. And I'm not an advocate of going to the glove unless you really have a lot of experience with it. Because, the gloves are very tacky.
Yeah. 9.25.
There's a lot of tack on those gloves. I mean, have you ever touch receiver gloves, or if you have a kid who plays high school football and you the gloves are incredible. We've seen some of the greatest wide receiver catches of all time.
Oh, Beckham, that was because of the glove, I believe. I ain't hating no deal.
There was the Steeler tight end whoever this rookie tight end from Georgia, made a catch at the combine last year that was just like he just caught the
Spider-Man stuff.
It was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It got stuck in there. It was like, what?
Lester Hayes.
But it's also about just how you. The one thing I've never seen is what we saw in this game this weekend, where Brock went back to pass and literally took his hand in the middle of a play and rubbed it on his pant leg to dry it off. So obviously the moisture, he doesn't feel comfortable about the grip that he's getting on the football.
We were commended, FP was commending Fox on just, playing that back. But I'll say this, the glove was symbolic to me, Larry, regardless if it worked or not. There's something upstairs was going on for him to think he needed it. You know what I mean? So already you were kind of at a disadvantage because you're hoping it works. And then he came back with it off. I was like, oh my gosh, if I'm Green Bay, I'm loving this.
Did you guys know that Jared Goff has smaller hands than Brock Purdy?
And I never,
by a half inch.
I would have never known that.
Where'd you get that information?
I just looked it up.
I'm just joking. Yeah, Jared Goff has on the small hands. He's got 9-inch hands. So, but you know who also has tiny little hands? Joe Burrow.
And who?
Joe Burrow's pretty damn good.
Yeah, no doubt. And he plays in weather.
Yeah. Baker Mayfield. The smallest hand in the league is Taysom Hill, 8 3/4 inch hands. Then you have Burrow, Tannehill, and Goff with 9-inch hands. Those would be the smallest.
So there is nothing to it. Well, obviously,
I don't know if there's anything to it.
We know Brock doesn't like the wet ball, and it might not be because of hand size. The feel.
Right.
Yeah.
The guys who have the biggest hands, Josh Allen, 10 1/8, Aaron Rodgers, 10 1/8, Russell Wilson, 10 1/4. As I said, Jordan Love, 10 1/2. Gardner Minshew, 10 1/8. So there you go.
Josh Allen threw a ball in weather the other night, Larry, and he looked like Hercules. I thought the ball was going to go out the stadium. I'm like, dude, you might not win a damn thing, but you got a cannon.
He's got a absolute
that's just
cannon.
ridiculous. Evan, the ball almost went out the stadium. It felt like and Diggs dropped it, but good God.
But Jarius Sneed just absolutely shut down Diggs twice this year.
You know what? I think Diggs I'm ready to say, not overrated. In big game, you got to come up bigger if you're going to talk, man.
Who do you like, by the way, in the AFC game this weekend?
Larry, I was rooting for Lamar. I thought it was destiny, but I think we're watching Michael Jordan in regard to Patrick Mahomes. And I'll say this to Josh Allen. You may be Patrick Ewing. You may have just come up, Karl Malone, Barkley. You were just around at the wrong time because Jordan was there to just take your rings. And now that they got Rice back and guys are catching the ball, I expect him to go win that game in Baltimore.
I do too. I like Kansas
City. That I'm saying that.
But Jarius Sneed is going to take away Zay Flowers, and then it's Nelson Aguilar time now.
Rashad
Bateman.
Yeah,
no.
I get it. No. And the quiet be kept. Texans kept. I was like, hey, what's going on here, Lamar? I'm not blaming you, but they had him bottled up in that pocket a little bit of that game to where I'm like, oh, Lamar don't look comfortable. And then he started getting to the outside.
By the way, in one more hand size, Trey Lance, 9 1/8. So Purdy's were 9 1/4. Trey Lance, who's 6'4", 220, 9 1/8.
Hashtag random. I think Trey Lance is closer to playing in Dallas, and I know we're up against it, than we ever thought.
Wouldn't that be something?
No doubt about it.
I'll say this, and I've been on the record of saying this, and I'll stay with it. I'm going to be consistent. I like Trey Lance.
You mean
and
that?
I really do. And I think Trey Lance is going to have a significant NFL career. It's going to take a while, but he is going to figure it out. He's smart enough. He's athletic enough. He wants it enough. He'll figure it out. It may take a while. He'll get there. All right, we're going to take more calls. 957-9570. Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny with Goo on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
All right, it's Willard
and Dibs
for Safeway.
Kyle Shanahan has taken the 10-man and Jimmy Garoppolo and got him to a Super Bowl.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny with Guru today, having a good time.
Yeah, get better, Steiny.
Yeah, seriously.
He's probably
Steiny.
coming out of, what do they call it when they put you under?
Anesthesia?
Yeah, to help me. Yeah.
Those anesthesiologists make bank.
Yeah.
Make bank.
I had one surgery in my life. My belly button stuck out as a youngster, and my mom didn't like it, so that was all.
You had an outie? She wanted an innie?
Yeah. I woke up. I go, what the hell happened to me? Bandage on my stomach.
How's the belly button?
I'm in now. Yeah.
Are you much better now with an innie and an outie?
Yeah, with the innie.
Yeah. You don't want the outie. Not a bad car, but I don't know belly button wise. Yeah, well, we've had a good time, and we talked a lot of football today.
Yeah.
But and we got the boys coming up here. This is our short segment. You want to take another call or two?
Yeah. I'm men of the people.
Let's do that. Let's go to Eddie in San Jose on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Eddie?
What up, guys? How y'all doing this afternoon?
Hey. Doing great.
Hey. Yeah, I just want to talk about how all the slander Brock Purdy's getting. And you know what? I got a question for the fellas, and this will straight up answer it. If the Niners had the number one pick this draft, are y'all taking Caleb Williams? Yeah.
I mean, I would take Caleb. Yep. That's no slight at Brock Purdy.
I don't know. I mean, all these quarterbacks,
on, guys.
It's hard.
I'm
a Michael Penix fan.
And he's developing, guys. He's developing. I'm going to give it to him. But you know what? You see the limitations. You see it. He's a game manager. He doesn't wow you with the throws, but he makes the good reads. You can't knock that. But at the same time, man, I just think, I hope to God that those Niners win the Super Bowl because I got money on them. But at the end of the day, if they screw up and it's on Brock Purdy, it's the same thing that happened with Garoppolo 2 seasons ago or a couple seasons ago when they were at the Chiefs. So, you know what I'm saying?
I have more confidence. I mean, I'll say this. I used to interview Greg Cosell all the time. We talk about Brock Purdy all the time, or all about Jimmy Garoppolo. And he would always say, it's funny, we get in these areas now where you can say a guy sucks without saying he sucks. It used to be like, that guy can't hit a lick. Yeah. Now it's like, there's too much swing and miss in his game. And it used to be, that quarterback's garbage, he's trash. Now it's like, he's not a great late in the down thrower. It's like, and so Greg used to say that repeatedly about Garoppolo, which basically means if he didn't succeed with the play that Kyle Shanahan called and he had to go through his progressions, that bad things were on the horizon. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's exactly what it was.
Las Vegas, Jimmy.
Yeah. I mean, I think, I understand that people want to call Brock a system guy, but Brock can make plays out of structure. I mean, we just saw it in the Commanders game where he pointed to Ayuk and threw him a dime in the end zone. It was a beautiful escape. So he can make plays out of structure. Is he Lamar? Is he Mahomes? Is he Josh Allen? No, he doesn't have that kind of skill set. But he's not a system guy who, you call the play. If the play doesn't work, it's time to throw it into the
let's
turf.
put the right on the table real quick before you grab that next call, brought to you by ATCO. The bottom line is I think his quarterback mannerisms are way better than Jimmy.
Way better.
Okay, that we already know. But what was Jimmy's claim to fame? My win-loss record. And I took my team to a Super Bowl. So that kept Jimmy afloat for a long while, and rightfully so. But then I think people saw in big moments the Super Bowl, the ball might come out, he'd make the wrong read, the Jimmy no throws.
The pitter-patter feet, the nervousness.
Coupon and expired.
Yeah.
And I don't think Brock's there at all. And I'll say this for Brock in regard to if you think Kyle loves him. Like you said, to throw 39 times in a monsoon, I'm just saying, in bad weather, I mean, that's the biggest compliment my coach could give me. That meant he trusts him. And how many times did we see him come out of the empty set? Larry, I'm thinking damn, Kyle, you think you got Peyton Manning back there where you're telling the defense, I'm chucking it.
Yeah, well, and you know what? If you looked into the numbers before that Green Bay game, Green Bay was like 7th or 8th worst in the entire league against the empty. So I knew there was going to be a bunch of empty, but they had empty sets on 4 of the first 7 pass plays. It was an awful lot. Yeah, he put the ball in Brock's hands. There's no question.
Do that.
He has shown a confidence in Purdy that he never showed in Garoppolo, that's for sure. Jose's in Oakland on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Sorry about that.
No problem. What's up?
Okay, with Brock Purdy, what he is or what he's not. I'd rather have Brock Purdy go in and win me a Super Bowl than to have Justin Herbert sitting at home watching the game, okay? It does not make any difference to me that whether he wows you with his throws or not, as long as he wins games and does what he does. As far, excuse me, as far as the defense, Wilkes, granted, he had to adjust to what we had, but if anything, I would have to say the defense has regressed under his coaching. They used to, the defense is his show, and his show right now is stale. It's always the same. It never changes. I don't see any creativity. I don't see any, exotic blitzes, anything to go against these rookie quarterbacks. If he goes in and plays, whether it be Mahomes or Lamar Jackson in the Super Bowl, if we make it there, and he doesn't change and he prepares the same way that he prepared against Green Bay, we're going to lose that game.
I hear you.
The only thing that has saved the season is the fact that we have some of the best defensive players in the league.
Biggest problem for the Niners this weekend, Lions run offense, number 6 EPA. Niners run defense, number 26.
Wow, man.
EPA. Let's squeeze in Steve in Fresno before the break here. What's up, Steve?
What's going on, Krug? How we doing, buddy?
Doing great, man. Having a great day here with Goo.
Oh, man, I'm formerly known as Niner Gang too, man. I'll be following you everywhere, Krug.
I appreciate you, man.
Hey, question for you guys, man, on this good old Brock Purdy subject. I'm just going to keep the train rolling. Do we think Brock's, struggles against Green Bay, was that more of, the weather, or was that more of a rust factor throughout the team?
That's a great question. I think it's rust. I really do, because he looked, and also I didn't love the play calls, to be honest. I didn't love the pass heavy scheme, and I didn't like the fact that he seemed like he was in the gun a lot. I didn't like the fact that his feet seemed like they were planted in cement at the top of the drop. It seemed like when Brock looks good, it's when his feet are moving. I would like to see Shanahan move the pocket a little bit. But I think it has to do with rust. I mean,
Baltimore
was off for 3
scored
weeks.
34, but you're right, 2 weeks, but they mailed the last game against the Rams.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
you're
right,
Baltimore had a great game plan. I thought McDonald, the DC for Baltimore, had a great game plan. He blitzed off the edges. He dropped guys into the middle. And let's give Baltimore credit for what they have. They got awesome safeties, and they got awesome Queen and Roquan and Hamilton and Stone. They're stacked in the middle, man. Absolutely stacked.
Thumpers.
All right, appreciate it. Appreciate the phone call. All right, we're going to take a timeout here, right? We're taking a little break right here. We'll come back. Mark Willard out today. FP Santangelo in. We're going to have FP and Dibbs stepping in here next.
Before we go, you got to demonstrate, because you were just telling your guy there about the feet. You demonstrated in the green room. This was great. It was like John Madden, rest in peace. No, but seriously, you illustrated what Brock usually does with his feet, and I'm just wondering why you think it. I know we're up against it 42, but why you think he got away from that, or was that just pressure? Like, how did he not know he wasn't doing that?
It was the first time I've seen Brock Purdy's feet look like Jimmy Garoppolo's feet. Wow, Jimmy Garoppolo sometimes would have pitter-patter wild
I know what
feet,
you're talking about.
and sometimes his feet would be locked, and I don't know if it was the pressure, the field, the conditions, the 20. I think it's a rhythm. He is a rhythm player, and he was out of rhythm. There's no question about it. All right, we will talk to the boys coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny. It's time for Willard and Dibs, starring Dan Dibley and FP Santangelo.
The guys.
And, you know, we've been talking a lot of football today, guys, but FP's here, and every time I see FP, I think Giants baseball.
Put the rat on the table.
What is going on? I mean, I'm losing my ass over here over the Giants. I'm passionate about the Giants. I want to see them do something. Can I get Baldinger? Can I get Hoskins? You're a Sac guy, dude. I love Sacramento's tradition. I'm a Sac State guy. I went to Sac State. My brother sends his kid to Jesuit. Hoskins is my guy. He's a Jesuit guy. He's a Sac State guy. He's a right-handed power hitter coming off an injury. I just assumed that he's coming here. FP, is he coming here?
If you're a Sacramento guy, then blame Scott Boras.
Is that it?
He's a Sacramento guy.
He is?
He's holding everything up.
But do you think Farhan's done, or do you think he's going to sign a significant bat?
Like done, like on his way out, or
no? I mean done as far as building. Because
yeah,
I want to see offense. FP, I like offense. I want to see Baldinger or Reese Hoskins. Chapman doesn't excite me because I like Casey Schmidt, but. Tell me something good news.
Well,
you got to have some sources.
If you like offense, they need to build a dome over the stadium, first of all. And I know what you're saying. And I love the Dusty hire. Here's my take. And obviously, baseball's in the back seat right now. And it's not very. I don't think I've ever seen a Giants fan base more cranky than they are right now, and justifiably so, based on what's happened over the last couple of years and what hasn't happened over the last couple of years. I understand. I think the people on the corner of 3rd and King who do it for a living understand too. But We all want to fall in love with Giants again. We all want to go out and buy a jersey. We all want to see a guy get 5 at-bats a game and not get pinch hit for in the 4th inning. We want to see players like the old days, like Robbie Thompson, Jose Uribe, and Will Clark, and just fall in love with guys and wrap our arms around these guys, whether it's Casey Schmidt, whether it's younger players or not. And I think they realize that. And I think it's really important with the hire of Bob Melvin that it's not going to be a rebuild. I've talked to a lot of players this offseason. They're excited about the year. Half of them are already in Scottsdale, or driving to Scottsdale as we speak. And when you look at Farhan, his track record, it's understandable what people are thinking right now. And I get it. I'm a Giants fan. I've been a Giants fan longer than I've been associated with the franchise, so I understand. And all my friends I hear this from. But
By the way, guys, I used to bum Copenhagen dips off this guy in 1999.
Terrible habit. That's probably why my voice is hoarse right now.
So he was a player.
I haven't
and
done
you
that
were,
in a long time.
You were covering the team, and you were hitting him up for some dips.
I was. I'd be like, dude, can I get a little Kopi dip there, FP? And you guys had great vibes in those late 90s Giants teams. Seriously, I remember you guys used to hang out, and I used to park in the players' lot back then when I do the show. And because it was, it was nice. It was. That's where you wanted to be. And you would come out, JT, Billy Miller, Richie. You guys would hang out after games and have a couple pops and talk ball, huh?
Yeah, it's changed. Everyone's in their cell phones now, heads down in their cell phones in their lockers.
Yep.
But so here's the thing. Signing a player and the player wanting to come to you are two different things. This isn't a draft. You just don't go out and say, I'm going to get you on my team, and he says, okay. It's a two-way street. It's a marriage, especially when you're signing a long-term deal. And when you have the biggest agent in baseball saying, wait, and the whole industry basically is on hold right now, who signed who? The Dodgers have been the only active team really all off season. If you want to sprinkle a player here, a player there. And I think when you have these big packages and these big deals on the table and a big agent involved that knows what he's doing, everything about Scott Boras, he knows what he's doing. He gets the most money for his clients. Right now, there's just a log jam. It's all clogged up, and we're just waiting. And I think if you ask Farhan, he's probably doing everything he can, but it's just not happening for anybody right now.
What about the inability to close a deal when you got that person in front of you?
Dude, I don't know anything about that, man. I wish I did. It would be so cool to see the behind the scenes on how a draft goes in a war room in baseball, or how a free agency thing goes.
Pitch?
Just the pitch and what they do. And, you hear things from Rich Aurelia, who was in on the Aaron Judge thing, and you hear things from certain people like Logan Webb, who was in on some things. So you kind of hear how it goes. But, man, to be a fly on the wall and see how that pitch goes, because, the bottom line is, there is better salesmen in the world in the business industry than others, right? There's a reason why you're the CEO of a company or a corporation, because you know how to seal a deal.
Not to put you on the spot, but to that point, what did you think of Buster's comments about maybe people not wanting to come to the city?
I thought he's absolutely right.
Wow.
Maybe, and we were talking about it before we went on here, maybe he shouldn't have said it.
Right.
But why not? It's the big elephant in the room. And I think a lot of people forgot the word perception. I think the perception of San Francisco is terrible. The reality isn't good, but the perception's way worse than the reality. You guys know, I live in the city.
Right.
But
I think the reality is way better than the perception.
Right.
And that's where when you put your name to the perception, it becomes part of the reality for people who don't know what the reality is. And I've been coming to the city for, probably 40, 45 years. I grew up in the North Bay, and I've been coming to the city for a long time, and I've seen the ups and the downs. And I know that people think that we're down right now, but it's better than what people think. And so when you have one of the greatest of all time, and you have the face of your franchise talking about how maybe that's a problem, I think that becomes a bigger reality than it actually is.
I don't like the reaction to it, though. It's like everybody's ripping Buster. Rowdy Tellez is a good dude. I know you know him, FP, and he came out and spoke to it. And also people, he's from SAC. What does he know? Everybody's ripping these guys. It's like, come on. These guys are being candid about what they're hearing from the players. And, I get it. I'm born and raised in the Sunset. I've got great pride for the city of San Francisco. But perception becomes reality to some degree.
Dude, here's the thing. When you're a visiting player and you play the Giants, you stay at the Park 55, the Hotel Nico, and you stay in that area. And guys like to walk to the ballpark. Guys like to leave early and walk to the yard. They don't like to take a bus if it's 8 blocks to the ballpark. So, hey, what are you doing? Let's meet in the lobby. Let's grab a Starbucks. Let's go to the yard. So visiting players stay there, and they walk down 3rd Street or whatever to the ballpark. And that is their perception of San Francisco.
Right.
Yeah. That's what when I used to come here with the Nationals, everybody hated this trip. I'm like, I'm coming home. I get to see you guys. I get to go to the ballpark. And they would just say, we walk outside the hotel. There's a dude laying on the ground bleeding out of his head. I remember our sideline reporter, dude, was just like, I can't look. And I hate this place. I see this all the time. So that little bubble, that little area,
talking about 5-block radius.
5-block radius is what every team in the National League and the American League think of San Francisco. Unless you're from here, you know the city, or you play for the Giants.
We saw it in the Super Bowl. When the Super Bowl last came here, Mike Florio stayed south of Market. I think he stayed at the Marriott. And remember where the media row was? It was right there at the Moscone Center.
Yeah.
So he basically walked from his hotel south of Market to Moscone Center, walked over some homeless people, smelled some people smoking some weed. All of a sudden, it's like, dude, San Francisco's a dump, and this and that's like, dude, go to the wine country, go to Muir Woods, check out Marin, go to the beach, go to the, this. Come on,
well, go to any other major city in our country, and you can pick whatever major city you want in the top 10 or top 20 markets, and you're going to have those areas and those pockets. And the fact that this happens to be whatever between the hotel where some millionaire has to walk down to the ballpark to go swing a piece of wood at an oblong piece of leather. Give me a break if that's really going to... I mean, to me, that's as soft as it gets. And to have Buster Posey, and this is why I ripped him.
You ripped Buster?
Yes. A guy who doesn't live in the city. I know where he lives. He lives kind of by you.
Where he lives?
Did you hang outside his house?
That sounds very threatening.
Hey,
his kids play in a flag football league very close to my house. So I see him come and I see him go. I know where he lives. He lives kind of by you and kind of by me. So you don't live here. So unless you live here and you really grind here, then don't talk about it in those terms. You don't need to put your name to that perception because then it becomes reality, which is why I ripped Buster Posey.
I hear you, but I thought he was just being candid, and he's telling. I mean, I'd rather.
But you're a member of the organization now. It's not your job to be candid.
I think we can all handle the truth. That's all I'd say. I'd say that's all I would say. And I'd rather people tell me the truth, and even if it's tough. And I think Buster is a straight shooter. I admire the guy. He was telling the truth. He was telling the truth from his perspective. But,
But the truth hurts.
Beyond that.
And the truth hurts their organization. And all we have now is another offseason where his boss has been unable to do anything other than sign a guy off the surgical
Could you
table.
imagine, though, if your job was to sell Giants tickets? I mean, this Boris thing is baseball. It's almost like, Rob Manfred, who, he's not one of my favorite people since he called the World Series trophy a hunk of metal. It's
Flaccid Rob, we call him.
But I mean, you got to do something to jumpstart because, if people will buy tickets based on who are they going to go see. And you got to, the people will know they're going to go to some baseball games, but I guarantee you, if you're selling Giants tickets, you're having a hard time selling them right now because people want to know before they spend their money who they're going to go see. And I agree with you, FP. It's probably all going to, March 8th or something, there's going to be like 75 signings, but that's not a great offseason. That's not a great way to hold an offseason.
Dude, I'm doing some broadcasts this year, play the drip sound, and I can't wait to say who's on first. I'm dying to say who's on first.
Because you won't know.
As soon as he gets there.
Right. And
I just want to say who's on first after he gets a single.
It's name tag baseball is what it is.
Catcher in left field.
Right.
You want to talk
about who's on first? As soon as he gets a base hit,
that's just
who's
genius.
On first?
Yeah,
I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm glad you're trying that out now in January.
I don't know. I don't know. It's on
I don't know if that's gonna fly.
I don't know. It's
April.
on second. We could probably say I don't know. It's on second.
And the
right
BS
now.
part is it's almost like a microcosm of society. And my late great mother-in-law Mary Brown used to say, "Son, it's going to be one day the haves and have-nots." And I said that didn't sound too nice. I don't like that, but that's what baseball is. You watch what the Dodgers are doing. Boris hasn't slowed down what they're doing, and the microcosm to them are the Giants and all these other teams that have nothing. And how fun is that going to be, FP, to sit there and watch a competitive game, what's supposed to be a competitive game, where off the field it's not? How the Dodgers compared to this Giant model? Like I'm scared for April because I'm gonna watch every inning, every pitch, but it's like the Giants are approaching the Warriors when it was a great time out. Oh, you got Warrior tickets. Who they playing? Who can I go see? Is getting to that, and that's getting scary.
It's going to be great to see the Dodgers choke in the first round again, though.
Well, that'll
be satisfying to us all.
462, it's a party.
I think there has to be some rule that you can only defer 50% of your contract.
Never happened.
There has to be some sort of
the players' union, your union is so powerful.
I hated that.
They're not going to roll back anything. And before you do the legal, and I'll help you transition to something that people actually care about.
Oh, look at this.
This is why.
Look at that anti-baseball.
No. It's January 23rd, and this is why we love the NFL.
I don't get to see FP that much. Can I talk a little baseball?
You can grind FP's ear with all of your Rule 5s and your free agent. And hey, how about Farhan of those international signings? A couple of 16-year-olds. I think that they nailed it. Go ahead, Larry.
You're so anti-baseball.
I love baseball.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and we thank them.
Larry, this is why we love football, though, as we transition, is because even if you are the blanks as an organization, get a coach, get a quarterback, and you get a chance. And you look at D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud, and in baseball, you can't really do that, right?
I know. It's a stack card game. Baseball's a stack card game. It's just in my blood. I just love baseball.
No, and I love baseball, too. But
my kid's playing varsity baseball right now, and I'm a season ticket holder, so it's like, I'm out there watching every game. I've been there. And these kids are dreaming the dream, and I love the sport. It's like, I know that it doesn't hold the same place I don't talk about it as much on my YouTube channel, right? Because I'm doing it for money, and it's like so I talk football.
I thought you did basketball. The joy of broadcasting.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But I still love it.
I do too, and I love it less on January 23rd. Especially, no, I'm sorry, Larry, I just do, and the hot stove has become the not stove.
I know. Well, the winter meetings. Remember the winter meetings used to be
They used to be a
cool
thing, and now it's because of Scott Boras and the what agents are now doing. Like, these guys won't sign until March, and that's what football and basketball do so well. It's like free agency, 2 days of like, oh my God, refresh. Baseball, it's like,
but Dibs, get a salary cap. That's really the root of all
it will never happen because of FP and all the players. The players' union is so strong. This will never.
They don't need a cap.
Dude, a salary cap.
What they need is a floor.
Would have benefited players like me. You kidding me? If they get a salary cap, now I'm going to get paid. Where the big guys can't get paid, the bench guys will get paid a little bit more.
You would have loved it.
I would have loved a salary cap. I'd be sitting here wouldn't be sitting here with you three jokers if there was a salary cap.
I brought you in, Santangelo, and I'll take you out, darn it.
If they had a salary floor, I mean, then you could eliminate teams like the A's who just want to sit on the money and collect from the general fund. All right. Let's talk a little bit about the Niners, because I know FP and I know Dibs. I know you guys are fired up and have a lot of passion for Niner football. What do you guys think? I mean, was that rust? Was that bad play calling? Was it the weather? I mean, was it a little bit of everything? I actually kind of left that game going, dodged a bullet, and they're going to play better next week, and Brock's going to play better, or probably be dry. And I feel really, really good about what we're going to see from the Niners in this next round. Well, how are you guys feeling?
I think it was weather in part, but it was also Green Bay's scheme, and that's the part that makes me a little bit worried. Can Detroit do defensively what Green Bay did, which is take away a lot of the in-between the hash marks throws that Brock loves, and also take away McCaffrey in the flat? Those are the two things I think they did very well in that game, and it left you with George Kittle and not much else, because Debo went out, and I'm not sure if Debo is going to be able to go. Duck Pandia and his thoughts at 4 o'clock, UCSF awesome. Cleared to play, and he'll weigh in on what he thinks in terms of it's not a broken shoulder, quote unquote, but what could it possibly be, and what's his return to play looking like? I don't think that Detroit can do what Green Bay did defensively, so I'm less worried about this Sunday than I was last Saturday.
Dude, I'm worried about the Lions big time.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think they're good. I mean, they're legit.
And here's why. The whole, you're playing, you have momentum, you have confidence, you start to believe in yourself thing. Like, we can sit here and do X's and O's and talk about the great points that Dan just made, but the bottom line is these guys have momentum, and more importantly, they believe in themselves. Their coach has them believing in themselves, like the grit thing and wearing the grit hat and the way they're playing, and you see the locker room scenes after, and you see the confidence and the swagger and the drip this team has where the kickoff team's all dancing. And, I mean, they have it. Whatever it is, the rest of the country, they're America's team right now.
Yeah.
And the Niners are the villains big time on Sunday. So we can sit here and break it down and talk about the right guard and the left tackle and what's going to happen, and that's all fun to talk about. But the bottom line is this team's coming in here like a freight train with tons of momentum and tons of confidence, and that scares me more than anything, because I think with the Niners this week, when you sit around, I know it's not baseball, Larry, but when you sit around, you get rusty, you get stale, and then all of a sudden I'm supposed to go to 0 to 60 and floor it when I haven't floored it in 20 days if you're Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey, and I'm supposed to just go out there. Now the Lions have rhythm. Jared Goff's got the most confidence he's ever had in his life, and they are rolling, man, and it scares the hell out of me.
FP, real quick, I bragged on your Debo take. You got to fire that for Larry. I've been bragging on it all day.
Jim Tracy.
This is a personal.
Jim Tracy was our bench coach in Montreal, and he became the manager of the Dodgers, the manager of the Rockies, and he used to say all the time, if the fracture isn't visible from the bench, don't have the trainers come out. So in a big game like this, I know it's kind of old school thinking, if that thing ain't broke, you got to play. You got to shoot it.
And
up.
how would you feel you said about Debo if he didn't play?
I would look at him a little bit differently.
Wow.
Unless here's the one thing.
That's fair.
Here's the one thing you go
unfair.
to.
It's wildly out of bounds.
Here's what you
serious.
Save it for our show.
No, I'm serious because I've had a torn labrum, and it's not a fracture; it's a torn labrum, and there are certain motions like you get your arm up about this height, and you can't do anything.
Yeah, but did you get shot up with a Novocaine?
No, I was teaching PE to 4-year-olds.
Oh, there you go. That's similar to playing in the NFL. But here's the thing: like, you ask the medical staff, "Can I hurt it worse, or is this a pain tolerance thing?" That's the question. So if they say yes, you can hurt this worse by playing, then you have to look at the big picture. If they say it's a pain tolerance thing, then you do whatever you take whatever you take. It's an NFC Championship game. I know these things don't come around often. It's their third one in a row, but like they don't come around often. So you get out there and play.
I agree with FP, but I will say this, and I'm sure you could probably maybe relate to this. Sometimes in the middle of the game, you don't know like the extent of the injury, and maybe you react differently after the doctor tells you the prognosis than you did when you actually felt it initially.
True.
So maybe like he thought, like he didn't come out of the game. It's not fractured. It's not dislocated. So I need to kind of know tomorrow from Kyle, what is it? But maybe he felt like it was fractured. Maybe he felt like it was more significant. So there's a lot of Niner fans who are like, he's soft, he's this. No, we can't call him soft, but he may have thought that he fractured the shoulder only to find out afterwards that there's no fracture and that it's just a contusion. And you're right, maybe he'll have to take some pain medicine this week and suit up. I expect him to go. When you're 50-50 and the season's on the line, there's no dislocation, there's no fracture, I think he's going to go.
And if they tell you you can hurt it worse and it could affect your career, then you shut it down. If they tell you it's a pain tolerance thing, then you go. You go. And if it's the second quarter and it's just barking and there's nothing you could do and you can't get your arm up and teach fourth graders in PE, then
4-year-olds. Go ahead.
4-year-olds in PE.
Much harder.
Way harder than catching a ball across the middle.
Dude. I had Barry Tompkins' kid at the time. Ryan Tompkins.
Wow. Really?
Kid was
that kid's a jerk, I heard.
He's strong for a 4-year-old.
I heard he's...
I do know this, though, and I think about Kevin Durant, the way you guys are laying that out. So Kevin Durant had a chance to make it worse and had a chance to have it really hinder his career, and he went out and played, and then he tore his Achilles, and he missed a year. So
I was mentioning to Philip Rivers.
Right, but I don't think that a shoulder, if it's not fractured, let's say it is a torn labrum, and we don't know, or if it's a strained muscle or a partly torn muscle, even if it gets worse, you're only looking at 4 to 6 months, which you're going to have anyway if you lose on Sunday.
This is a physical player, too, we're talking about. So
that's part of the problem.
Whatever we shoot it up with, he's running into this door right here full speed behind us for 2.5 hours.
Exactly.
Right. He bounced off of Marlon Humphrey in that Raven game. Phillip Rivers played a playoff game with a torn ACL.
And
Jack
shouldn't
Youngblood
have. Ask Flo Neal about that.
Played with a broken leg.
Flo Neal wanted Billy Volek in that game.
Everybody's got a different pain tolerance for sure.
Yeah.
Who is the baseball equivalent of Dan Campbell? I've always wondered, because Dan Campbell is just almost like a character in a movie.
Biting kneecaps.
Stop.
Is there anybody like that?
Are you kidding me? Baseball's soft now. It's about hugging guys and making sure.
No, but think about when you played. Like,
I got a name.
Who was the rough and tumble coach?
Jim Leland?
Yeah, maybe Jim. No, there was. Baseball's not a rah-rah sport.
Billy Martin. That's a little before your time.
But baseball's not a rah-rah sport. I've done so many shows where they're like, he needs to get in there and rile the troops up. You play every single day for 6 months, bro. Like, there's no.
How many times did a skipper flip the spread when you were playing?
Never saw Hal McRae.
We would just sit there and go, it's not the food's fault, bro. Like, why are you taking it out on the food? Wow. Like, the food didn't
still hungry.
The food didn't strike out 3 times tonight. Oh, you're going to punish us without food? Guess what? We're going to go out and get drunk anyway, so we'll get drunk quicker.
But you do come from an era where if you had the hat trick and struck out 3 times, you were lightweight embarrassed. Now it's just...
Not lightweight, dude.
It was like
the worst thing in the world was walking back to the dugout with a strikeout. We would fight and battle and hit an 18 hopper
They don't
short.
even care. It's part of the game.
Right.
The 3 true outcomes.
What about music in the locker room after you lost 10-1 and you committed 3 errors?
It just depends how you're going, man. That doesn't happen. Jason Giambi was the best, man. If we played a good game, he'd like, don't hang your heads. Come on, turn some music on. And the game would be gone like that. We'd flush it and get ready for tomorrow.
Right.
Who made you put the batting helmet so low?
I did.
mean, where did that come from? Was that high school on?
It was kind of like.
I mean, seriously. I mean, it was like you're like Dave Stewart of hitters. I
No,
mean,
it
It made him look taller, I thought.
It's kind of the same reason for Stu. Like Stu did it to like lower his strike zone.
Sandy Koufax
taught Stu how to do that to lower his sights. Basically,
Right.
like if you lower your sights. And I did it in baseball to like I had trouble swinging at the high pitch. Plus, I thought I looked like a badass too, like because you can't see me, and I had the thing low.
Were you in the game? Now, this is just a me FP question, so now it's like I'm probably alienating the audience.
No, this is great. I love these old stories.
The Giant, yeah.
No, I'm gonna go get a second cup of coffee.
The Giants Expos came. It was at Candlestick. Giants Expos. It was the day Rondell White hit for the cycle. Dusty got really mad at Felipe because he felt like the Expos were stealing signs. It was like 19-4.
We didn't do that. I tried to implement the sign
Were
stealing
you on
thing.
that? Were you on the
I was.
Expos that year?
Yeah. I was in the middle of all that. Dusty was mad at me. He thought I was doing it.
He thought you were stealing signs?
And Felipe and Dusty got in a fight because of it.
Really?
Yeah.
What's Dusty going to do for the Giants, you think?
Whatever the hell he wants.
I know. But what
He's
what
Dusty
do you think
freaking Baker.
Yeah,
He's a Hall of Famer.
But like, what do you think he'll do? I mean, if you had to guess, because he's, that was a great hire.
He's just a great resource.
Yeah.
It's just to be walking around. He's a living monument. And if he walks around spring training and there's kids that obviously they all know who he is, just pick his brain, man. He's got stories for days and everything he says just resonates even. It crosses generations, man. He's just perfect to have around.
Yeah. Great hire by the Giants.
Yeah.
Thanks to Herman Moore. Thanks to Grandy and Goo, and of course Evan.
Had a ball, man.
Yeah, seriously, man. It was a fast 4 hours. How's the family, man? Your kid used to be our producer, and I know you got a son and daughter.
My kids are jerks. Family's awful. No, my kid. It's great. It's good to be home, man. I see my son all the time.
Nice.
We watch the Niners game on Sunday together, and he's married now. He's all grown up.
He's married now.
Yeah.
Wow,
His
Junior.
His wife and I and him watch the Niners game on Sunday.
That
together.
is so cool that
Yeah, it's
they're all,
great.
and your daughter's still local or
No, she's in upstate New York with her boyfriend.
Nice.
And she's a substitute teacher and a salmon fishing guide in Alaska.
You
in
like the
summer.
boyfriend, FB?
Yeah, he's awesome.
Okay, cool.
He's great.
That's a prerequisite.
Yeah, but
for
they're
sure.
still jerks if they're listening.
Nice.
All right, Goo, you ready to bolt for the door?
Yeah, I'm doing my Steiny. Kudos to him. He went under, had his procedure today. So
Yeah, did you hear from him yet?
No, he just texted me this morning and said, I'm scared. I said, you got it.
I called him yesterday and gave him some well
There
wishes.
you
As
go.
a man who's had multiple surgeries, it's
Right.
the hardest part is waking up.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what Larry said. Yeah.
The waiting is the hardest part.
FP and Dibs, you can talk a lot of baseball.
petty.
4 hours of nothing but lineups, double switches.
Yeah, Krug. Memories of the Expos with FP as I grab a pillow.
It's going to be lots of double switches. It's next.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wow. Yeah, I'm trying, Grandy. Kruger's slow on the exit, and my God, go to the hearing doctor. You are deaf, my brother. I had to turn those things way, way down. It is Dan Dibley here. Willard and Dibs. Mark is out today, and my good friend FP Santangelo is riding shotgun. And FP's a man who I've known for probably 15 years, I'm guessing, maybe more, as we look at the calendar 2024. I think we go back at least 15, but never have I done a show with you, FP. I'm looking forward to the 4 hours.
Dude, I was so fired up when I got the call today, just sitting around, and Dibs and I are finally going to do a show. You've been nothing but a good friend to me over the years, a mentor, if you will, always helping me out and giving me tips. So this is cool, dude. I'm fired up to do the show with you.
I appreciate it, and I was a fan of your show on the other side, and, I would text you on my drive home and a little bit of back and forth because I'd listen to Grandy and the best of, and then we'd go to commercial, or it would be my own segment, and I'm one of those guys who doesn't really love to hear his own voice. I like it in real time, but listening back to it, sometimes I hear it and I go, shut up.
I'm with you, dude.
Stop.
I'm with you. I cringe whenever I used to hear myself on whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I cringe.
Here and
to this
there,
day.
everywhere.
Here and there, yeah.
So you and I'd go back and forth on that show, and I'm excited to get into it with you, and you can feel free to intersperse any of your baseball stories and your expertise because I do value that.
Dude, let me tell you this real quick, though. Like, baseball season, I talk baseball, but, like, I know football. I know basketball. Like, I've done sports talk radio my whole life. I hate when people not you, but people pigeonhole me, oh, let's talk baseball. Not that Larry did anything wrong, but in the past, it's just like, well, you're a baseball guy, talk baseball. And one of my goals when I started this was to be known as a broadcaster and not just a baseball guy. So I love the Niners. I love the Warriors. I love the Giants, and hopefully they figure some things out. But I'm super excited for the NFC Championship on Sunday.
And I want to get all your thoughts on that and more. And I guess what I was thinking about was you interspersing your experience as a pro athlete in terms of Niners, because being a pro baseball player, you can relate to what the Niners are going to be facing here in 5 days. And certainly your thoughts about locker room culture in light of what happened with the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr going to join us at 5 o'clock. And in the pre-show, FP, you had some very poignant remarks about what it's like in the culture, not only in the midst of tragedy, which the Warriors are dealing with, and just, in light of what pro athletes go throughout the course of the season. So that expertise, I'm hoping to lean on here throughout the course of these 4 hours.
Yeah, I mean, there's no playbook for this whole thing that the Warriors are going through right now, and it's just, it saddens my heart. And we watched the tribute today. You watched it separately. I was on the treadmill at the gym today, and I had tears, like, in my eyes watching the tribute to Coach and in his country, and just the way this whole thing has gone down. And Tibbs, I think we get caught up in X's and O's like I just talked about. And as players, we get caught up in our batting average, our fame, our fortune, how much money we make. And when it's all said and done, it's all we have is our legacy. Like, so, like, even for me as a retired player, like, was he a good teammate? Nobody asked how much money you made. Nobody asked what your career ERA was. Nobody asked how many championships you won. Well, maybe that one. But, like, what you have left as an athlete when it's all said and done is your legacy. And I think when you talk about what happened recently, and you see how many lives he touched, and you see how many lives he affected, and you see how Steve Kerr's handled this whole thing, it's just like, to me, that's more important than championships. It's more important than the car you drive. It's more important than how much money you make. It's more important than walking down the street and everybody knowing your name. It's like, how many people did you touch as a human being? Like, how many people's lives did you affect as a human being? And when you see that tribute, I mean, you and I were talking about it before we came on the air. It was just like, there's not a dry eye in the house. They're panning through the crowd. Grown men are crying, which, by the way, for the record, it's okay for grown men to cry. We're human beings.
Yeah.
It's fine. And it was really cool to see how many lives Coach touched.
And the tribute from where he played in Belgrade, Serbia, we're going to share that on our Twitter page. And, of course, we're talking about the passing of Warriors assistant coach Dejan Miljovic, and that happened almost a week ago. Steve Kerr going to join us at 5 o'clock today, and we'll get his thoughts and his feelings, chance for all of us to express what's going on as the Warriors get back to action tomorrow night. Peter King, 3:15, we'll get his feelings and his thoughts on 4 teams left, FP. We've got Baltimore hosting Kansas City in the first game on Sunday, and then it's the 49ers and the Lions. And I want to take the temperature not only of UFP, but of all of our listeners today, 888-957-9570. What's your confidence level right now heading into Sunday's game? Normally we wait until Wednesday to turn the page to the next opponent, but this one is so big. We want to roll out 4 full days of feelings and prep and emotions and thoughts. And where are the fans at? Because I'll tell you right now, FP, I'm of the mindset of looking at flights to Vegas, thinking about where I can book an Airbnb for the 3 or 4 days before the Super Bowl. I don't have any doubt about the 49ers in this game on Sunday. I think they're the better team. I think the matchup is in favor of the Niners in most ways. There's only a few areas that I'm concerned about. I think that this one is a 49er win, not necessarily a blowout, but I don't have much doubt at all about the 49ers and their chance to win the NFC Championship. Where are you fans? 888-957-9570. Are you booking a flight? Are you pulling out your lucky hoodie? Are you of the mind that, oh boy, they've got a whole bunch of trouble because this Lions team is hot? I'm feeling confident, and as a fan, FP, I can be overconfident because it's not going to affect the way they play at all.
Yeah, you can feel however you want to feel as a fan. I never tell fans how to feel. I think Niner fans have been overconfident a lot this season, and I am a Niners fan, and there were times when I was guilty of it. But I respect this Lions team. I respect what Dan Campbell has done for this team. It's really a cool dynamic within my family. Not that anybody cares, but my father, who's 80 years old, grew up a Lions fan. And
I didn't
he's
know that.
never.
I know he was a high school football coach,
yeah,
right?
he was a high school football coach in Sacramento for 40 years. And so, like, we moved out from Detroit when I was 6 years old. So it runs deep with him and my mom too. My mom's a gambler, and she bet the Niners to win the Super Bowl early in the season. So she stands to win a couple grand if the Niners win. So I asked her, and she's like, Niners, baby. And my dad's like, I don't know. So my dad's even toured because we've been in California probably since 1970. 1971.
Okay. Is he still a Lions fan?
He's still a Lions fan. He bleeds it, man. He watches every game every Sunday.
So what's it like for those two right now?
They don't know how to react. They're in uncharted waters. They're just like, my mom went to University of Michigan, so the Wolverines won the national championship.
Shout out Ann Arbor.
The first one they've seen in their lifetime, basically. They were real young when they won it last time. And the 97 one was split, so we don't count that. So this is the first ever they've experienced. And now the Lions, so like, if you're a Michigander and a sports fan, this is just uncharted territory because the Lions have always sucked. Matt, our program director, he tweeted out something, the first line that pops into your head. I just dropped Eric Hipple because like those are the days like that I grew up watching the Lions and Barry Sanders and those teams. So
that's so funny.
And then I'm a Jared Goff fan. So but watching the Lions and watching Hard Knocks and being all in on Dan Campbell and kind of being a closet Lions fan. I've been a Niners fan my whole life. Like I'm a faithful. Trust me. I'm scared of this team coming in. And like I said in the handoff thing that we just did, that momentum and belief to me at this time of the season are more important than talent. I think over a 17-game schedule, talent plays, right?
Yeah.
And talent's going to play on Sunday. I'm not just saying you can go over there, go in that game with a bunch of stiffs and win, but like momentum and belief and what they have, whatever that thing is, they have that thing. And maybe the Niners have had it and then not had it and had it and not had it this year. But the momentum, like I said earlier, the freight train is rolling into Levi's on Sunday.
Well, momentum is the next day's starting pitcher, as you know.
Yeah.
And that's obviously a baseball axiom. But in terms of football, I don't know if there is really momentum when you have teams at this point in the season. You've got a Lions team. Yes, they've got momentum. They won 2 games at home. The first 2 home wins they've had, the first home game they had in 30 years. So the Lions now have a total of 3 playoff wins in the Super Bowl era, 2 of them coming in the last 2 weeks. So yes, they have momentum in those terms. But the Niners are at home, and they're coming off a home win. And yes, they didn't play great, but they won the game, and they wrapped up a season as the number 1 overall seed. So I'm not sure in terms of momentum if it carries over from one week to the next. For me, football is more about matchups than it is about momentum. And I look at this matchup, and I think about how each team can make the other team uncomfortable. And the Niners can pressure Jared Goff, which he doesn't like. He doesn't really thrive under pressure. He's not that mobile. I think the 49er pass rush against a Lions O-line that's good, but I think they can be susceptible. And if you pressure Jared Goff, he can make mistakes. And on the other side, I don't know how the Lions defense can make the Niner offense uncomfortable. I don't see that part of it.
Yeah, their pass defense is porous. So,
right.
I mean, yeah, but it still comes down to belief and momentum. And I think what I tweeted out, and this is what I believe, that if you're playing for your season like the Niners did, and they had a horrible 3.5 quarters, and they can turn things around, and Brock Purdy had a rough game, and it's okay to say Brock Purdy had a rough game.
Yeah.
The best players in the history of football have had rough games. I want to dig deep into the hatred for Brock Purdy right now.
Oh, we'll get into it for sure.
Literally, I could do the whole show on that. And then he turns it around. He has the mental capacity, the mental toughness, and the mental strength to, at the biggest moment, like the rest of the offense, to have that drive at the end. So that's what I'm hanging my hat on. I am scared of the Lions. If you listen to me at all, I'm a big worrywart. I'm Italian. I worry about every team. There was teams I worried about this season for the Niners, and guys who were making fun of me, and they're like, "What are you worried about, bro?" I'm like, "I don't know. This one just this, and this, and this is why I'm worried." And the Niners would win by 30. So maybe that's going to happen. Dibs, all my buddies, every single one of my friends, and I'm going to say probably more than 5 that are Niners fans, that are diehard, faithful Niner fans, are on your side. They think this is a rout.
Yeah.
They think they're going to win by 20.
Feet up. To me, it's not that they're going to win comfortably or by a blowout. I just think they're going to win. I think they're better. They're at home, and the Lions coming outdoor, Jared Goff being in a spot that's going to be difficult. Dan Campbell has never coached in this spot either. I think that this Lion team is going up against a real juggernaut. And I think that the rest versus rust thing, that goes away. And Brock Purdy with a dry ball, you're hoping. The forecast is for no rain on Sunday. I think this offense definitely hums, unlike it did this past weekend. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Where's your worry level for the 49ers heading into Sunday? We got Peter King at 3:15, Doc Pandia from UCSF Medical to break down all the Bay Area injuries, and then Steve Kerr coming up at 5 o'clock. FP's in for Mark Willard. We are sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game.
Shop Safeway this week and pick up Sumo Citrus, an incredibly sweet, easy-to-peel, nutritious mandarin. Available for a limited time.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Willard and Dibbs, FP is in for Mark Willard. We are streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you'll get to hear it. Subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show, and I know you do. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The topic right now is, what's your confidence level for the Niners and Lions? FP's buddies and I all kind of in the same boat in terms of very confident. So confident, FP, that I am currently on the VRBO website looking for Airbnb, VRBO listings in Las Vegas for a couple of weeks from now.
That's good. Yeah, what are you paying, like $1,200 a night?
It's actually not as expensive as you would think.
Really?
Yeah, you can find some affordable spots.
You staying in somebody's bathroom?
There is one spot where it's rent a room in my house, which I'm always a little bit hesitant
Dude,
about.
I got a story. I did that one time in spring training in West Palm Beach, Florida, as a broadcaster. And I asked my executive producer, I said, hey, I just want to stay. They would fly us in, parachute us in for games. They would fly back and forth from D.C. And I said, I just want to stay in West Palm and get the vibe. So I did that. And I didn't realize that I was staying in somebody's place. I looked at the place. It looked cool. It was over a marina.
Right.
It had windows. It was like on a place called Singer Island in West Palm Beach, Florida, which is near and dear to my heart. That's where I live when I play N-ball. I'm like, this place is beautiful. It had like the elevator that opens up into the place on the top floor.
Okay.
And the price was way reasonable. I'm like, no. So I ran it by him. He said, yeah, I'll pay for that, whatever. So I get there, and somebody's living in it, dude. And I had a room, and it got weird. And I don't just want to say like details, but the person that lived there was weird. And it was weird, and the whole thing was weird, and I had to bail out after one day because it was weird. Like
watch you while you sleep weird?
No, it was just somebody living by themselves that was a strange person. I'll leave it at that. And I felt uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I kind of ghosted. And I don't know if I got in trouble for ghosting, but I ghosted. And I went and stayed at a hotel.
Did you get your money back, or?
I didn't care at that point because the station was paying for it.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah,
Gotcha.
I just whoa.
I had a similar experience.
I will never stay in a room in somebody else's house again that I don't know.
Right. Maybe a detached garage or something like that you could do, but not an actual room. I had the same. It was
a woman too. It was just weird.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird.
I did the same thing on the road, and it was a woman, and we did the meet and greet, and she's showing me where everything is, and next thing you know, we're talking about her son who had passed away about 9 months ago, and now she's in tears on the couch, and I'm supposed to be there a week, and I was like, I think I might last about an hour here.
Yeah.
Slept the night, and I woke up, I said, I'm going to have to, something happened, I have to get back out of town.
I think my torso was going to be in a ditch somewhere in a Glad bag if I stayed there. That's where I was going with it.
Well, FP's got me scared about my Airbnb plans for Vegas, but I'm going forward anyway because I'm very confident about the Niners taking on the Lions on Sunday. Where are you, 49er fan? 888-957-9570. Peter King coming up at 3:15. But first to the phones, Ramiro in San Francisco. What's going on, Ramiro? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? What's up, FP? I'm calling you on the new station, man. Congrats, man. I'm happy for you. Diz, what's up? Hey,
what's up, Ramiro?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I was at the game actually on Saturday. Saturday night was my first ever NFL game, and I'm not a Niner fan per se, but I was there for the experience. So it was great. You guys were talking about the Brock Purdy and kind of the Niner disrespect. I feel like I've always been of the thought that Bay Area sports, no matter how successful or how bad they're doing, they always get the worst flack from the media. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Dude, the Niners are getting zero respect right now, and there's so much hatred out there for this team. If you look around, I don't understand why the rest of the country hates the 49ers. I mean, they have a quarterback that looks like, I don't know, like a college student.
Right.
He's clean cut. He's religious. You have Christian McCaffrey, who's like the poster boy for running backs in the NFL. You have a bunch of likable guys on the team. There's no jerks on the Niners unless someone's a jerk to them first. So I just don't get this hatred for the Niners nationwide. And I just really, 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 really don't get hatred for Brock Purdy right now within our community, within our region.
Well,
I
it's
should
really
say,
outside the community, I think, more than inside. But inside, you're right, FP. There is still some consternation. There's some hate coming down on Brock Purdy from inside the community. Earlier today on the Morning Roast, Brian Baldinger talked about the national pundits, the punditry, and how they've kind of been on a roller coaster with Brock Purdy.
I think people just swing with the wind. They just swing game to game, and their analysis lasts for 6 days, and then they have to either eat their words. Like you either see something that you think is special or you don't, and they're going to have. I don't care. Willie Mays had bad days. It's just you're just going to have off days, and it's a rhythm thing. It's a weather thing. It's a pressure thing. It's a playoff thing. It's all of that.
It's all of that and more, FP.
Dude, nobody ever has to eat their words. That's a problem with our country. There's no accountability. You can just go on Twitter and say whatever you want.
You're going to have to eat those words.
I'll eat it. Dude, I'll be the first one to say I'm wrong. I've done it a million times. I preface everything like, I'll fall on the sword if I have a sword to fall on. But what Baldy's saying is there is no accountability. Nobody ever has to eat their words. You can just go on whatever's show, wherever, nationally, watch the highlights of Brock Purdy, not even watch the whole game, and then start ripping Brock Purdy. And usually, the little guy that's the Cinderella story that was Mr. Irrelevant is like the feel-good story that everybody loves and everybody wraps their arms around. And for some reason, whether he's getting penalized for having weapons all around him or getting penalized because his coach is probably the best play caller in the NFL, that he's getting no credit. And then if he has a little wobble, that everybody jumps on this, like I told you, he sucks bandwagon.
Right. And people, I think, in this day and age, you have to have a take, and it has to be hot. So you come out on one side, and you're a hot taker. And the latest is Ryan Clark, and we've played the comments on this show, and I know we've played him throughout the day on the station. Ryan Clark basically saying he was all but forced to put Brock Purdy in the category with the likes of Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and the rest, and he's done doing it. Well, you don't ever have to feel pressured to feel one way or the other. Maybe on the national stage you do, and if you're Ryan Clark and you want to keep that high-profile job, maybe the pressure is on to have a hot take, and it's easier to have a negative take than it is to have a positive take. You know what I mean, FP? For an unproven commodity. Like, you're not going to come out and say, I think Patrick Mahomes is overrated. Well, you're an imbecile because he's been to 3 Super Bowls and he's 4 quarters away from going to a 4th in 5 years.
There's a way to go about it if you're Ryan Clark. You could just say, I got caught up in the moment. And maybe in my heart of hearts, I didn't believe in Brock Purdy, but I saw what he was doing, and I was on the MVP bandwagon, and all of a sudden, he's had a few clunkers, and I'm off of that. But you don't have to say, I was forced to say anything. Your take is your take. And you can always back off a take. Takes are like stocks. They're up, they're down. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. And if you wear it on the other side of it and say, look, I got caught up in this and I was wrong. But to say that he was forced to and he didn't believe in what they said, whatever. Don't say it in the first place.
Well, in this day and age, and I think,
can we hear it?
Yeah, I'd love to play it. And you were speaking to this before, and I'll let you share your comments about where we are as a country in terms of having the ability to backpedal. It's not only no accountability, it's also no ability to say what you said about being wrong. Here's Ryan Clark on First Take from ESPN yesterday talking about the hardest thing he's had to do.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him. And so when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the people around them benefit from having those sorts of players at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy benefits from having the sort of players he has at the skill positions around him.
In other words, he's a system quarterback who's only good because of his surroundings. And Ryan Clark, it's the hardest thing he had to do, FP, was to admit that he was wrong, that he put Brock Purdy into that same category as those other quarterbacks. It's not an admission, and it's not him saying, you know what, turns out Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. I was wrong, and he belongs there. And that's something that you were talking about during the sound clip we played before, that we now in this country have a difficult time of doing what you just did earlier in the segment, and that is admitting that you made a mistake.
Just admit you're wrong.
Exactly.
The hardest thing you had to do all year, that's a bit dramatic.
It's tough, really hard.
The one thing I'm always, or try to be aware of, Dibs, is like I wasn't that good as a player. So when I go out on a limb to criticize somebody, I always have to remember how hard it was, number one, and how I wasn't very good, number two.
You made it to the major leagues.
Okay, great. I mean, that was a hard thing. 7 years in the minors, making no money at all. Trust me, I realized that.
I hit 182 for Food Villa as a 14-year-old in the Fairfax Little League. So I know how hard that was. You played in the major leagues, FP.
Well,
don't be so self-deprecating.
Still, though, I mean, Ryan Clark, I don't remember his career. I don't remember who he was as a player. I'm sure he had a wonderful career. I'm looking right now. He had 16 interceptions over what looks like an 11-year career.
For the Steelers, right?
The Steelers, they were the Redskins back then, the Giants, and mostly the Steelers, and then back to the 2014. So, yeah, it was the Redskins.
Yep.
Can you say that on the air? The Commanders.
Yeah, not really.
The Commanders.
The Washington. You can say, I mean, yeah.
The Washington football team. So, yeah, I don't know. There's so many different ways he could have handled that. I was forced to. It was the hardest thing I had to do.
Right.
Just because he had a wobbly 3 quarters, you're going to jump off that. I hope Brock Purdy throws for 450 yards on Sunday and 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. But here's the thing, though, Dibs. Like, when you're a player like Brock Purdy and you're Mr. Irrelevant, you need this. You need Ryan Clark saying this stuff. You always need that chip on your shoulder. You want to prove people wrong. It's gas in your tank. And the second that Brock Purdy takes a deep breath and says, I got this, he's going to get knocked right on his butt. And he's going to have to get back up again. But guess what? Guys like that are used to getting up again. I'm a pro at getting up again. Knock me down. You knock me down. I'm right now, I'm in my wheelhouse, bro. Knock me down. I know how to get up. I'm a pro at getting up. And I think Brock Purdy is a pro at getting up too. So he had a tough game. He's going to bounce back. I'm still worried about the Lions. I'm not going to change my take on that, but I do think Brock Purdy plays way better this week.
888-957-9570. And I appreciate those comments because you were kind of a AAA majors kind of toggle guy for a lot of your career, right? You never got to the bigs and felt like, all right, I'm comfortable.
No, I got to the bigs and I never went back, but I never felt comfortable.
Right.
I was always like in my mind 1-0 away from going back to AAA.
Yeah, which is the kind of motivation I'm sure that kept you sharp and kept you in the game as long as it did. Chris in New Jersey wants to weigh in on Brock Purdy. What's going on, Chris? You're on with FP and Dibs.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm actually, this is the first time I'm listening to you guys, diehard Niner fan since '87. Big Brock Purdy fan. He processes information very quickly. But my concern is that Baltimore game, when he played Baltimore, he was throwing some balls. I don't know why he saw what he saw, and they're just literally going right to those players. Same thing with Green Bay. I mean, I'll give you the weather as a factor, but going back to that Baltimore game, I'm concerned at some of those throws. I mean, if he doesn't make those throws, we have a really good chance of winning the game. I just wanted to get your take on that.
Dude, here's the thing. Like, as a this is no comparison at all, but as an undersized quarterback, my freshman, sophomore year in high school, I couldn't see my receivers. Like, I was 5.
And you were at Oak Ridge?
Yeah, I was like 5'4" and trying to see my receivers. Man. So when I think Brock Purdy needs to get outside the pocket. I think when he stands tall and he gets flat-footed in the pocket, that he has trouble seeing. That's why he throws to spots. That's why they rely on timing. I think the timing was off because receivers couldn't cut on wet grass like they normally can. When you're a timing guy,
yeah, I heard you say that yesterday.
If the route's kind of rounded off, then I'm thrown to a point and he's rounding off his route where he's usually sticking his foot in the turf. So yeah, I don't know that he saw it. I don't think he saw it. I don't think that throw with Jawan Jennings in the middle in three guys in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Dude, that was a Hail Mary. Everyone's like, that's the best throw he's made all day. Dude, that was a Hail Mary.
It was a great throw.
He
put it over the linebacker and in front of the safety. It's the only place he could have thrown that.
Yeah,
and
but
he's been getting away with those all year.
Dude, he just chucked it.
I do think you're right in terms of, getting him to roll, and he likes to roll left. So let's see some roll out left or some half rolls to the left side and give him a little bit of a better look. Because if I am Detroit, I'm going to look at what Baltimore did. I'm going to look at what Green Bay did, and that is clog the middle of the line and also clog the middle of the field. Make Brock Purdy have to make the tougher throw outside the hash marks and also get a lot of hands up in his face. If you don't have the ability to pressure all the way to him, get up and make it more difficult for him to throw. Raymond is in Richmond, and now you're on the game. It's Willard and Dibbs with FPN. What's going on, Raymond?
Hey, what's up, Dibbs? What's up, FP?
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? I just want to touch on that Niners defensive line. I think if we rush 5 this week instead of 4 and we can make Jared Goff uncomfortable, then we win this game. But if the defense isn't getting home and putting pressure on them, then we don't win the game. You know, Nick Bosa got to earn that contract that he was holding out on. I think he's 0 sacks in like the last 4 or 5 playoff games. I think that they got to show up and they got to make Jared Goff uncomfortable. And as far as the Packers game, I think, a lot of those bigger plays they had in that game, if Mooney Ward and the defenders don't fall down, the outcomes of those plays are different. And I'm sitting watching the Packers game, and I'm having flashbacks to Willard and Dibbs when Dibbs is saying, oh, man, it's going to come down to some special teams plays, and then they get the blocked field goal, the big kick return. I'm like, oh, man, Dibbs jinxed us, man. But then I think that this team proved that they have to win ugly. You have to be able to win ugly in the playoffs. And I think that was really big for us. That should give us a confidence boost because everybody's saying we can't win from behind. And Ryan Clark is a clown. The guy had 8 tackles in 2 Super Bowl appearances. And he should be on Purdy's side because he was an undrafted free agent coming into the league. So I just think the national media, they have to give certain takes and they have to stick with that so that they don't look dumb in the end. But we got something to prove this year. Everybody's hating on us, and I think we can get it done.
Thank you, Raymond. I appreciate that. And what I said, FP, was I see the game coming down to a last-second kick, Jake Moody needing to bag one from 42 yards to win the game, and Mark was, getting a little bit sick to his stomach over the notion of that being the way. Because we talked about what would you rather have, a close game that the Niners pull out or just a lopsided blowout? And I said, I'm here for the close game. And then we get to Saturday and, they're down 3-0. They're up 7-6. Then they're trailing and they're trailing. They're still trailing. And now Brock Purdy's got to lead them on a drive. That for me was peak fan experience. I was telling Mark yesterday, the wife was even watching, and I had my baby in my arms, a 16-month-old Mila, and she was past her bedtime, and she puts her head on my shoulder, and it's like, we can't put you down right now, honey, because Brock Purdy's got the ball, and we need to see how this ends.
Did you spike your kid when McCaffrey scored?
No, but I was definitely pumping the fist with the non-hold hand. I go with the left side hold, so it was a right-sided fist pump, but as soon as he scored and the PAT was good, I said, all right, we're going to put you down, and then put her down real quick. Mommy puts her down, and then I watch the final minute and change.
Dude, isn't it, dude, it's so funny, like, perspective on that game.
Yeah.
What lens you saw that game through, because I'm getting goosebumps over here. I'm with you, dude. Like, whatever happens in the course of a game, I watch games differently because I know how hard it is to flip the script. Like, when stuff is heading south and you're having your worst game ever on the biggest stage, like, your brain starts to play tricks with you, man, and things start to go faster. The game starts to speed up. You hear all these coaches, well, we're really able to slow it down, or the game sped up on us. The game goes fast in and of itself when you come out of the tunnel. I don't know what it's like. I'm just imagining, but I've been in big games on the other side where it's as soon as you step on the field, it's going fast. And the guys that perform the best on the biggest stage have the ability, the mental wherewithal, and the ability and the mental strength to slow it down. You add a pick and 2 near picks into your what's going on, it starts to speed up, and it's fast. And I can't imagine how fast it was going for Brock Purdy. I can't imagine how fast it was going for a lot of guys. They're probably looking around going, we're about to like choke our season away right here against this team. And I'm with you. I gave the Packers tons of respect. I told all my buddies, the ones I've already referenced, take the Packers and the points. It's going to be way closer than people think. The Packers are rolling. They have the momentum, just like the Lions have the momentum this week, which scares me. But for Brock and the whole team to have the mental toughness to get into that huddle and to command that huddle before the last drive with 6 minutes left, and for Trent Williams to come in there and say something, for them to flip the script and slow it, it's hard for me to articulate, Dibs, like how hard that is. That's really, 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 really hard to do.
Especially as a second-year player when you are the quarterback.
He's
and
a kid.
Yeah, all eyes on you. And as a baseball player, and you make a couple, 2-3 big outs in your chance in a big game, you're thinking, just give me one more chance, and then you get that one more chance, and it's kind of, UV the pitcher, a little bit more compartmentalized in terms of you just go in there and you look for a pitch, you do your job, you put bat on ball, and maybe something good will happen. Brock Purdy's got to worry about 21 other people, and he's got to command the offense, get everyone set, get the ball, and still make plays, and also put out of his mind what's gone on. To your point, flush it all, because you haven't had a good game, and you hear all the chirping nationally about you being a system guy and how the Niners never come from behind. You're not built to come from behind, and here you are needing a touchdown. You got 6 minutes left, and you got to go down 75 yards and score and do it so that Green Bay can't answer, and then you command the drive. The only incomplete is a George Kittle drop, and you get the job done. CJ in the city, we're going to squeeze you in here before Peter King coming up after the top of the hour. What's going on, CJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just got a quick one for you on that. I think the main reason why Brock gets a lot of hate is because I think win or loss, he's always the main focus of discussion. Even if there's big plays by other players, like, for example, against the Packers, Greenlaw had a great interception and Jennings with that catch, and he's still the main focus of the conversation. Like, he's the one that got the job done because he led us down the field at the end of the game, sure, but there was also many other factors in that game. And the other thing I want to touch up on is, obviously, if you put any quarterback in this system with these players, it'll be almost impossible for them not to succeed with Kyle Shanahan. So I think Brock is a decent quarterback. A lot of our fans just want him to be like a Joe Montana or Steve Young, but, we just got to chill. He's good, and he's all right, he's decent, and that's all I got.
Thank you, CJ. I appreciate the call. And you can't be Joe or Steve until you stack seasons and stack titles. So for right now, be Brock, win on Sunday, and then we'll see what happens in Vegas, and we'll see if you can join the pantheon of quarterbacks. Only 34 quarterbacks have ever won a Super Bowl.
Or you could see if you could join Dibs in his Airbnb.
That's possible.
It'd have to be inspiration for
I got
me,
room.
dude.
He'll probably be staying with his parents.
Yeah.
We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. FP is in for Willard. Peter King coming up at 3:15. Don't go anywhere. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
It wasn't. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, FP, we got some occupancy out there in Las Vegas. I'm just going through my Airbnb right now. We got options out there in Vegas for my Super Bowl trip.
Are you staying with Sierra or Portia?
Depends. It depends on who's working that night. Ladies and gentlemen on the main stage, she rooms with Dibs. It's Portia. Yeah, I like that. And that's good accompaniment for the music. For those of you not on the YouTube, it's FP in for Mark Willard. Willard a little bit under the weather. Peter King going to join us here in about 10 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on the Brock Purdy experience. Are you of the mind that 3/4 of bad Brock is troubling or the game-winning drive is exhilarating? I'm of the mind that it was an exhilaration sensation, FP, as I borrow from Tim Roy yet again. You're able to flush the 3/4 of bad. You get that one drive. You need a drive. You get a drive. You win the game. For me, that's more important than 3/4 of bad football.
Yeah, I mean, when the chips were down, he had to step up. He did. More cliches. Can I get more cliches?
No.
When the chips were down,
that's one.
He had to step up.
Cliche.
At the biggest moment.
Cliche.
And perform at his very best.
And he delivered.
Yes,
it's so great. You know, we're just taking it one snap at a time.
Yeah,
you probably were great in the post games as a baseball player, just in terms of cliches.
No, dude, I gave you something. That's why I got into broadcasting. Everyone's like, "Wow, you're a good interview." So I always had microphones in my face, and now I still do.
You would actually give thoughtful answers,
what I thought were hilarious, yes, and thoughtful.
Okay,
and just like from the hip, kind of like I do radio shows, same way. And I enjoyed in my interactions with the media as a player, and I respected their jobs and what they had to do. Unlike a lot of athletes,
right?
They don't realize that, or didn't at the time realize that that's their job, man. That's their livelihood, and you're just making it harder if you're being a jerk.
Yeah, it's a little different now because fans don't have the same need to go through the media to hear from the players. Players can go direct to fans through social media and podcasts. If you're an athlete without your own pod, I don't know what you're doing. So the role of the media, I think, has been lessened a little bit in terms of fans getting the information they want.
I need a pod. Everyone's got a pod. I have a name. FP's pod. FP's pod.
FP's pod?
Yeah.
P in a pod?
P in a pod. That's it. That's the one.
FP in a pod?
No, just FP in a pod. That's it. I just totally forgot.
All right. No,
on live radio. FP in a pod. That's
what would it be focused on?
I don't know. Arts and leisure? No, I don't. Sports. What do you think? What do you think?
Like baseball?
Math?
Or?
It could be about math.
No,
I'm going to do a
podcast
podcast about math.
You're more than just, a former baseball player. You're a man who's lived bi-coastally. You've lived a very rich life.
I speak 2 languages. Yes, I do.
So, and my pod would be called Grandpa Daddy because I am a Grandpa Daddy. Old enough to be a grandpa, but actually I am a daddy of a baby. So,
are you a grandpa, though?
No, but the point is I'm a dad who is old enough to be a grandpa. And I had somebody come up to me in the grocery store last week and say, "Oh, is this your grandbaby?" And I said, "No, it's my daughter, ma'am." Exactly. So
did you say it like that? Were you a jerk?
No, I said, "Nah, it's my baby girl."
See, you said it's
my baby.
You're
Come
a nice
on, I'm not gonna.
You're a nice guy.
I'm not gonna clown some lady.
Snap on
in
her
front of the iceberg lettuce. She was being friendly, but
what do you think? Is what you should have said.
Exactly.
What do you think?
Do I look that old?
I would say, what do you think? You look like you're the one that always complains to the manager that you got 14 fries instead of 17 fries. What do you think?
Totally.
Yes.
I didn't want to blow her up like that. Let's go to Frank in San Francisco. We're talking about Brock Purdy. Why the hate? Frank, why the hate for Brock Purdy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Frank.
Why the hate? Why the hate? I don't know, but I'm seeing a lot of people putting 6 figures on Brock Purdy rookie cards. So I'm like, I see a lot of hate. A lot of people want to doubt him, but there's a lot of money on this kid, even though he doesn't have a chip yet. But 6-figure card, one sold back in October. Someone bought it. They're flipping it. It's going to end this Saturday. Do you think it'll go more than original cost at $120K?
$120K, Frank, for a football card? I didn't know that.
So we got to fact check that.
I didn't know that player trading cards were still a thing. You're saying a Brock Purdy rookie is going for 6 figs?
I am currently fact checking, and this is from about a month ago. Brock Purdy rookie card sold for a record $186,000.
Well, Frank, come on back to the show because I want to apologize on behalf of FP for doubting you. And
I just said fact check it.
Well, I mean, we don't always fact check our callers. Frank, are you still there? Are you ready to accept my apology?
Oh, dude, don't even gotta apologize because a lot of people. Hey, there's money. There's bigger money on Mac Jones or whatever, but the only person who can prove the money right now is Brock Purdy because he's still in it.
You're telling me a Mac Jones rookie card is going to go for more than a Brock Purdy rookie?
It's some already did. Some already did.
All right, Frank, we may have to fact check that. Frank, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
Can I give you a little more info on this?
Please.
This is actually fascinating.
No, and obviously it's something that has struck a chord with you because you're very interested in this.
According to a story from cron4.com.
Jason Dumas?
Yep, shout out Jason Dumas.
Friend of the program.
This Brock Purdy rookie card, the 2022 card for $186,000, the one that just sold, it's the highest selling 49er trading card of all time. The only others behind it, I guess the others behind it are a Jerry Rice card, I'm guessing a rookie card sold for $150,000, Trey Lance rookie card, $132,000, Steve Young card, $120,000, and so on.
What about the Wisnowski? Not listed?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, because everything's about me. My rookie card, 99 cents. Right here, I got it. I just Googled.
Les Expo?
1996 Pinnacle Baseball All-Rookie Team, 99 cents.
Cash me out one time.
Thank you.
Yes.
And only one time. You were all rookie?
I was. I was on the All-Rookie team. Derek Jeter was the shortstop. I finished 4th in Rookie of the Year.
Are you?
No, I did.
We need to fact check that. We need to fact check that.
I did.
In the National League?
Yes. Expos. Les Expos.
Les Expos.
Should have won, by the way, but we played like 4 games on TV all year back in the day.
Now, was that the
Todd Hollandsworth and the Dodgers?
Was that the year where they got screwed by the strike and they would have won it all? Were you on that team?
No, I was in AAA that year making a cool $10,000 a year before taxes.
Oh, my God.
With a wife and a kid, $10,000 a year before taxes. I don't even know what that adds up to.
It's about $81.50 is what it is.
Yeah.
These are so good. If only it wasn't a monster day with the Niners and Lions. No. I just want to put a pin in this for.
You listen to me.
I don't know, like
bro.
March 23rd. Memo to Matt Nahigian when we get past the Niners, hopefully a Super Bowl, and before the Warriors make their playoff run and before the Giants start, I want to do a whole show of just useless FP stories because I love these. We'll get Larry Krueger on as a guest.
Yeah, 99 cents. Top that, Brock.
So great. Top that. Let's go to Ray in San Ramon. We got Peter King coming up in 10 minutes. What's going on, Ray? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, how you guys doing? Great job. Great show, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to talk about this game. I mean, I think it's just so intriguing to see all the matchups within the game. Like this kid, Aiden Hutchinson, that guy's a problem. And I feel like if, that Trent Williams wins that matchup, I think that's going to give Brock Purdy the time and confidence to execute the game plan. And we can take care of business. I think if the defensive scheme of Detroit is just super aggressive, the way they looked last week, and we can't combat that, we're going to have some issues. But I'm hoping that the in-game adjustments, like the usage of McCaffrey, is higher, and that way we can just take care of business. So let me know what you guys think.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ray, and I think the McCaffrey usage is one that you're gonna have to look at in the pass game more than the run game. And I haven't looked at all the player props yet for the game, but I think with Detroit's run defense being a lot better than its pass defense, you're going to want to get McCaffrey involved in the offense a little bit more through the air. And I wonder, FP, about the usage of Christian McCaffrey if Debo's out. Because if Debo's out, I think you play Eli Mitchell more in the backfield and you move McCaffrey up to the line of scrimmage in the slot and let him play the Debo wide receiver role more than you do normally on a game where Debo's available.
Yeah, I think you should be the old coordinator this week. I think that Kyle Shanahan's overrated, and that's a great call. I need some more Elijah Mitchell in my life this week. I do.
Yeah, neither he nor J.P. Mason got a carry in the game against Green Bay, and we'll see as time goes on if Debo will be available. Doc Pandia coming up at 4 o'clock, but next, it's Peter King, Football Morning in America. We'll get his thoughts on the Niners ahead of their Lions game. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. FP in for Mark. Peter King next on 95.7 The Game.
You're funny.
All right, it's Willard.
And Dibs. Nice. Little Kanye? It's a great call right there, Grandy, the Grandy man. It's FP in for Willard. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Peter King going to be along here momentarily. Lucas, the great producer. Mark Grandy on the ones and twos, our technical director. And Lucas with an interesting question, FP. We can get into this after Peter King. Heck, we can even ask Peter when he joins us, who do you think the NFL would want in the Super Bowl? What would their dream matchup be? Because we can play out all the storylines of Niners, Ravens, Niners, Chiefs, Lions, Ravens, Lions, Chiefs, whatever. There's storylines to be had in all four, but what do you think the most desirable would be?
Well, I think you always want West Coast, East Coast, right, for ratings?
Yeah, I think the Super Bowl is the one event that it doesn't really matter. You know, if it were, I don't know, heck, the Texans in Tampa, for example, the Super Bowl is still the Super Bowl. It's going to rate no matter what, I think.
Did you see, I saw this on Twitter today, 37.5 million watched the Packers and Niners divisional round game. That's the biggest audience for a telecast on a Saturday on any U.S. network since the 1994 Olympics.
Yeah, I heard actually Bonte talking about this and the 1994 Olympics that were referenced. You know what the event was, right?
Javelin catch?
Javelin catch.
I'm not sure.
Now, that would be an event.
I'd watch.
Maybe you should not leave the jokes to me because that was really funny. It was women's figure skating. Nancy Kerrigan v. Tanya Harding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, no, the Galooly Bowl.
That's right.
Yeah.
You are kind of funny.
Jeff Galooly in the house.
That's right. Maybe Jeff Galooly not in the house.
Is that the weirdest thing ever? I know we probably got to get to Peter King, but is that the weirdest thing that's ever happened in sports? Like, that might be the weirdest thing that's ever happened in sports.
It's up there. I was traveling in Europe the day that Monica Seles was stabbed in Hamburg, and I woke up in Amsterdam. And the headline, the top of the head was a picture of her grabbing her neck after she was assaulted by that fan.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, that was a weird happening. And not to bring it.
Yeah, but another athlete with putting a hit on another athlete.
Right. I'm trying to think what would even compare in terms of like straight nefarious off ice hijinks.
Olympic Sopranos.
Right. Yeah. So we'll get into that Super Bowl matchup topic because Lucas and I were throwing it out, and he said, of course they want the Chiefs. And I said, why? And he said, for Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
And we looked, and she's actually going to be on tour in Japan. So I don't even know if Taylor would potentially be able to make it back for the Super Bowl. But first, let's get our guest in. It's Peter King joining us here. Let's go out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Peter King. Insider calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Peter, how you doing? FP's in for Mark Willard. And what do you think of this last four standing in the NFL?
Oh, I think they're going to be fun. Hi, FP. Good to talk to you. By the way, I might be the only person who knows that you hit 17 home runs for the Montreal Expos.
Wow,
that's something that Tom Brady can't say, by the way.
Peter, I can't
accomplish something that Brady never accomplished.
Peter, I didn't even know that, Peter.
He's blushing, Peter.
Peter, quick story, and we got to get to football because football rules, as you know, but John Hughes was a scout for the Expos, and when Tom Brady signed, he brought him to Candlestick Park when I was an Expo. And he shadowed me in batting practice all day, this skinny 18-year-old kid. And the idea was to get Brady to sign with the Expos and not go to Michigan and play football. So we got him in the locker room, and my mom went to University of Michigan. We got him in the clubhouse after BP, and we were telling him, like, don't play for the Expos. The Expos suck. They're cheap. And why wouldn't you go to Michigan and play in front of 100,000 people every game? And you're a good-looking dude. Peter, I didn't know this story until like his third Super Bowl. The Boston Globe called me, and they told me that was Tom Brady. I thought it was just some skinny kid that followed me around. Wow. So there's this like urban legend. I had nothing to do with it, that I convinced Tom Brady to play football instead of baseball.
That really is an incredible story. And you know, to me, I think Brady once told me that I think after like his third year as a starter, he said, you know, I was starting to feel after every game the way I felt after I caught 9 innings. He said, because you have no idea what it feels like and what your knees feel like, when you're catching every day. And I said to myself, am I destined to feel this way? And that was kind of the birth of all the stuff that he did in taking care of himself and all that. But yeah, I remember you, and for some reason I remembered that you played for the Expos, and I thought it was cool. And I just looked up Baseball Reference, so there you are.
Wow, Peter.
7 jacks in one season.
Yeah,
you were a power hitter, man.
Yeah, Peter. It's just like that Olympic Stadium couldn't hold me. No, but that's cool. That story about Tom Brady comes up every time he's in the Super Bowl. I've never met Tom. I'm a huge Tom Brady fan. Obviously, he's from the Bay Area, but I didn't even know that was Tom Brady till probably I was retired for 10 years.
That's really cool.
So the playoffs, the last 4 teams standing. Before we get to those teams, Peter, I got to ask you, and it's something that's near and dear to my heart, this whole Brock Purdy story. And usually when a guy is the underdog, the Mr. Irrelevant, the undersized guy that arrives on the scene, that we all as a country wrap our arms around, that Cinderella story kind of thing. And there's so much hatred for Brock Purdy out there. I can't figure it out. Maybe even within Niner Nation at times where fans are jumping off the bandwagon. Do you have a theory on why this is? Because I have some, but I want to hear what you have to think about it.
Well, as you know, because we've talked about it a lot on this show, I think a lot of it has to do with the phrase that you guys coined, which is draftism. If he was drafted 262nd overall, how good can he really be? And look, I think it took Tom Brady at least till his second Super Bowl to convince people you don't need to say in every story in the first paragraph that Tom Brady was the 199th pick in the draft. You don't need to. Just watch the games. And in my opinion, I think that people really have not watched the games very closely if they're being critical. Now, look, we happen to be at a time right now where if you're going to have some questions about Brock Purdy, it is right here, it is right now. Because his last 2 real meaningful games, against Baltimore and obviously against Green Bay, have not been his best games by any stretch. But I think overall, when I look at it, I don't have big questions about him, particularly though with Deebo Samuel missing. I got some questions about how well he's going to play this week and whether Deebo's going to be 65% or whatever he's going to be, but he's not going to be fully healthy. That hurts this team. Now, last thing I would say just about Purdy as a player, I think one of the things that people look at when they look at him is, well, he's so small, and most of the time he's not throwing the ball deep downfield. So does he really have the arm to compete with Josh Allen throwing 60-yard bombs that land in Stephon Diggs' hands, even though he doesn't catch it? And I would say about that, it is not a fluke to have a 9.6 yards per attempt average for a season. That's one of the best in NFL history. That means that every time the ball leaves Brock Purdy's hands, in essence, complete or incomplete, he's throwing for a first down. So there's that. And I also say, just go back and watch the 4 touchdowns he threw against Dallas in week 5 this year. And in Next Gen Stats had a great stat about that. He's the only player in the 8 years that Next Gen has been doing stats who threw the ball for 4 touchdowns, and every one was on the move outside the pocket. No one's ever done that in the last 8 years. So he's not one of these guys who is only acting as Kyle Shanahan's proxy. He makes some good plays on his own.
And as we look back at the Green Bay game, Peter, do you see the performance as bad because of 3 bad quarters, or actually a good performance because of what he did in the fourth quarter to lead them back?
that was a tremendous job by him in the fourth quarter. 6 of 7 on the last drive. And that's one of the reasons why, we've talked about this a lot. He is not one of those guys who ever, at least to me, the game's going to be too big for him, or he's going to get tight because of what's happening on the field. This guy has played so much football. And, we've talked about this also. I think not only is it that he started 46 games in a Power 5 conference, but I think there was a great advantage to starting 46 games for a middling team in a Power 5 conference, because so much was on his shoulders. And he went and played before 100,000 people in Austin, Texas. He went and played before 92,000 people in Norman, Oklahoma, as a big underdog. And so he's used to everything being on his shoulders. And, I don't think he minds. I don't think he cares. And I don't think he cares what anybody, from any of these places that don't think that Brock Purdy is some sort of illusion. I think that really doesn't matter to him.
Yeah, underdogs love to hear the noise. It's gas in their tanks. Trust me, I know a little bit about that. Peter, do you think that the Niners deserve to win that football game on Sunday?
Yes, Saturday. You always, because I think I'm one of those people who believe you always get what you deserve in sports. And that's why everybody loves sports. There's nobody who looks back at great football games in the past. I don't think many people do, who say, well, the only reason that the Giants beat the Bills in that Super Bowl back in 91 is because Scott Norwood, missed a kick 18 inches wide. Who cares? That is part of football. You miss a field goal, the other team wins. And same thing we saw in Buffalo the other day. You always get what you deserve in sports. And sometimes wins are fluky. I don't care. I think the 49ers deserve to win.
And now the 49ers up against everybody's darling, the underdog Detroit Lions. How do you size up the fighting Dan Campbells and whether or not they have momentum coming in, or are they in a little bit of a tough spot based on the fact that this game is going to be on the road and outdoors?
Well, I think they definitely have some momentum coming in, but unless the weather is brutal, I don't think it's really going to matter that much. I think the most impressive thing about the Lions is, and this is not hyperbole, this is absolute raw fact. Right now, they have, I believe, 8 players on their team who really threaten a defense. They have their 2 backs, David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. They have Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was one of my first-team All-Pro receivers this year. I love this guy. He's so competitive. And they've got 5 wide receivers. And then they've got Sam Laporta. Obviously, every one of those guys say, well, everybody's got 5 wide receivers. Well, hang on a minute. Their 5th wide receiver is a guy named Khalif Raymond. He's a wispy guy, sort of a Smurfy guy, kind of like, if you remember the old days, kind of like a Gary Clark kind of receiver. Clark was built a little bit more solid, but Khalif Raymond, 14 yards a catch. Jamison Williams, 14.8 yards a catch. Josh Reynolds, 15.2 yards a catch. These are guys who are like 2, 3, 4, or 3, 4, 5 in their receiver group. So, listen, good luck in keeping up with all of those guys. That, to me, is going to be the hardest thing for the Niners, trying to figure out how to keep all of those guys accounted for who are such dangerous offensive weapons.
Peter, you worried at all about the Niners' defensive line and how they defended the run game? If you watched the first drive against the Packers, their offensive line dominated. Does this worry you at all Sunday?
Well, I mean, look, I don't think any team really goes into a game. I think every team goes into a game with the idea that we are going to be able to stop the run and we're going to be able to run the ball. Here's how we're going to do it. And the fact is, in this game, they allowed whatever it was. I think it was 5 yards a carry, and it was way up from where they were in the regular season. And that has to be an emphasis this week. I mean, look, everybody loves Aaron Jones. He's a really good, he's a feisty, tough runner. But you can't be allowing 5 yards a carry. You're going to lose games if you do that against teams that are deep. So that has to be an emphasis this week.
Peter King joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. Let's kick it over to the AFC real quick, Peter, to get your thoughts on Baltimore and Kansas City. The Chiefs survived a game that was an instant classic, and it ended the way Buffalo Bills fans have games end in their nightmares with a missed field goal. Kansas City going for a second playoff game on the road at a very good and deep Baltimore team. How do you size up the AFC Championship game, Peter?
I hate to be boring about this, but as we watched the other day, I think Baltimore really made Houston one-dimensional. They totally shut down the run. And I think Kansas City comes into this game. They're not going to say it. They're not going to admit it. But as you watch how these playoffs have started, you see both against Miami and Buffalo that the Kansas City offense is running through Isaiah Pacheco. 41 touches in those first two games. And I think that the offense is going to run through him again. He has done a really, really good job. He runs angry. He runs hard. And I think that one of the things that Andy Reid is going to design this game to do is he's going to design the game to try to only give it to Lamar Jackson 8 or 9 times. They want to hold the ball. They know that they're not the Tyreek Hill kind of explosive team anymore. So I think this comes down to whether Kansas City can dictate how this game is played. And, on the other side, look, Lamar Jackson has not been a great playoff quarterback. He's only 2-3. But in those 5 games, 3 times he's rushed for 100 yards in the game, including the other day. And he is just so dangerous because he knows how to run without getting punished. There's very few quarterbacks in NFL history. He reminds me almost of Franco Harris, who a long time ago, everybody used to say, "Why do you run out of bounds?" He said, "Because I want to be here to play next week." And I think Lamar Jackson is a lot like that. He knows that in the last 2 years, he missed 34% of the Ravens snaps. That is enormous. And that can't happen for the Ravens to get where they want to go. So he is going to make sure he doesn't take the big hit. I think he's going to be able to run the ball well. The key is his defense going to be able to stop Pacheco? If they do, the Ravens will go to the Super Bowl.
A Franco Harris reference. That's this is like the first NFL name I knew as a kid. Peter, who do you think the NFL would like to see in the Super Bowl? And what's your take on all this Taylor Swift stuff? I'm a big fan. I think I'm not a Taylor Swift fan, but I think anytime you can get more eyes on a sport, it's a good thing. So who do you think, number one, the NFL wants to see in the Super Bowl? And are you a Swiftie?
I actually really like Taylor Swift. My daughter, who lives in Seattle, is an absolute nut job Swiftie. Saw her twice on this tour. Had to spend too much money, and there was a lot of eye raising in her house, or eyebrow raising, I should say. But no, I think she's great. I think she is a hero to young people, and rightfully so. She's tough. She stands up for herself. I like her. I think she's really cool. And And look, the stuff that happened the other day, I was in Buffalo, and it was weird and all that with Jason Kelce, but Jason Kelce and 15 beers are a combination of, that is going to make some interesting headlines. The one thing about who the NFL wants to see, I mean, look, they've gotten ridiculous numbers this postseason. How about 51 million people watch Buffalo and Kansas City, biggest divisional game of all time? It's ridiculous. When America really is getting, divided in what they watch on TV anymore, it's not just ABC, CBS, and NBC. There's 1,000 things you can watch on TV, and you can stream on your computer or your tablet, whatever. So I think that's an amazing achievement. And in my opinion, if you ask me what I think America would love to see, I think they'd love to see Detroit, which is the Cinderella of all Cinderella stories, and Mahomes, a rematch from the 1-point game that was the first game. Imagine the first game of the year and the last game of the year are the same. Look, whatever the Super Bowl is, it's going to be a sick rating, but I think that would get a lot of people to watch it.
Ned, grand opening, grand closing. You're right there, the first game and the last game. So what's on your dance card, Peter, for this weekend? Are you coming to San Francisco, or are you going to take the easy way out and stay back east and go to Baltimore?
No, I'm coming to San Francisco.
Yeah!
I took the easy way out last weekend. I did the Baltimore-Buffalo doubleheader, and I must say it was a tad nippy.
I was just going to say you checked the weather. It's 66 and sunny on Sunday.
Totally.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't even looked. What is the forecast for the game?
66 and sunny.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, bring your shorts.
Wow. That's really fun. Well, good. I'll be happy with that. Plus, I've had a cough for like 10 weeks that I can't get rid of. So maybe if I go out and breathe some good air, I'll finally be able to get rid of it.
Yeah, well, come on out, Peter. And if you need a place to hang out and chat, doors open for you here at 95.7 The Game, as always.
That's great. Thanks a lot, fellas. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Peter. And, man, showering FP with praise, and got a baseball reference in there as well. That was Odyssey NFL insider Peter King. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. 17 bombs as an expo. It's impressive. I didn't expect the interview to go that direction, but it's why we love doing live radio, FP.
Yeah, sometimes, you get lucky, you run into one every now and then. So, yeah, it was fun.
Again, drop the self-deprecation. You can stand on ceremony for just a moment. You made the bigs. You hit homers. You played for the Montreal Expos for crying out loud.
I'm nobody. I'm shocked that Peter King knew who I was.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then I had to drop the Tom Brady story.
The Tom Brady story is a great story, and people, I certainly had never heard that one. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's fantastic.
My pleasure.
That was Peter King, and Peter King is coming out. I thought he was going to stick and stay back east, but loyal listeners to the program would say, yeah, Peter had a bit of a cough for 10 weeks. So hopefully Peter can come on out and get well soon. 888-957-9570. Where are you with the Brock Purdy hate train? Why do so many people hate on Brock Purdy? FP's in for Mark Willard. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your calls and Dr. Narav Pandya at the top of the hour. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
The road to Vegas.
That really is an incredible story.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and that one goes to FP Santangelo, my partner today. Mark Willard is getting better, a little under the weather. FP telling stories. We didn't even have to fact check it. You and Tom Brady, not at Michigan, but at Montreal, as you were in Expo, and it was now Brady was drafted by the Expos. Is that right?
Yeah, it was at Candlestick Park, and I was with the Expos as a visiting player, and some 18-year-old skinny kid shadowed me all day. As a favor to John Hughes, who was a scout for the Expos at the time, who drafted Tom Brady from Sarah High School. He's a Padre. And I didn't know it was Tom Brady until after his third or fourth Super Bowl when the Boston Globe called and said, hey. And then John called me and said, hey, the Boston Globe's going to be calling you. Remember that? Like, that was Tom Brady?
Right.
So I said earlier, I have met Tom Brady. He just wasn't Tom Brady when I met Tom Brady.
He was just some 18-year-old graduate of Sarah High School.
Yeah. That really is an incredible story.
And that's a job that we're going to have to keep.
Dude, we got him in the clubhouse, and like Mike Lansing was like a disgruntled Expo. He hated it. He's like, don't sign with the Expos. They're cheap. We suck. Go to school. And then my mom went to Michigan, so we were like, bro, Michigan, big house, football, and you're a good-looking guy, and you're going to be the quarterback of the football team? Bro, do you want to play in front of 400 people in Bakersfield making $750 a month?
Shout out to Blaze.
Or do you want to play football at the University of Michigan? And John Hughes always tells a story. It's like he had to call Kevin Malone, who was the general manager of the Expos at the time, and say, that was a bad idea. That didn't go how I planned.
Right. So Brady goes to Michigan, and the rest is history. He has you to thank, in essence. That's the way the story ends now.
Kind of hoping he would have introduced me to some of Giselle's friends, but that never happened, so whatever.
Then no time for that now. Unfortunately, that ship has now sailed.
That has.
Apparently, she's now close friends with her trainer, Pilates or
happens.
Yoga.
Happens.
It does happen.
Happens.
Yeah, I've heard that happening, not around these parts, but as you can hear, FP Santangelo in for Mark Willard today. Dr. Nirav Pandya joining us here coming up at the top of the hour. And then 5 o'clock, you don't want to miss it. We're going to have Steve Kerr on. Steve on for the first time since Dejan Milojevic, the assistant coach, died suddenly about a week ago in Utah of a heart attack. So we're going to get it's kind of a catch-up with Steve Kerr. And I don't know how deep we can go with Steve in terms of what happened and how he's doing, but we're just going to give Steve a chance to talk about a situation that is obviously unbelievably tragic for, Dejan Milojevic's family, first and foremost, and a difficult situation, to say the least, for the Golden State Warriors.
Dude, I'm a Steve Kerr fanboy. I love him. I love everything about him as a person and a coach, and the fact that he's taken time out to come on here today, to me, is amazing. It speaks volumes about the man.
Yeah, and I heard that you and I both had a chance to listen to his press conference from, I believe it was yesterday, and he spoke very openly about his own situation with the passing of his father 40 years ago, last Friday, and just some of the emotions around the team and, what the team is trying to do to help people through. And, basically life goes on and you have to go out and play basketball again tomorrow. But I don't know how you go about charting that course as the head coach and, getting everybody to focus on, transition defense and let's get a stop and, let's run the offense and all the rest of it when you have this greater event that happens and kind of puts everything into a dramatic perspective, so to speak.
Yeah, in the locker room or the clubhouse is always your sanctuary. And Dibbs, you had a really good point when we were discussing before we went on air. Like, whatever's going on in your personal life, when you get around your bros and you're part of a tribe and you have value to the guy next to you, that's your sanctuary. And you kind of leave everything else that's happened outside the arena, outside the ballpark. But like when that happens within your immediate family, and this was your point, like, and you asked me, can you leave that outside the arena? And I think, and this is just pure speculation, I don't know, I can't speak for those guys, but I think once you get into the game and you're actually competing, and that's all you've really known your whole life is the competition, and you're in the heat of the moment, you're in battle, you get the autopilot on and you're playing a game and you're trying to win, that's going to be their sanctuary. So maybe coming to the locker room is going to be rough.
Right.
But once they start competing on the court at 7 o'clock, it's not going to be easy, but that's the one place you can escape a little bit,
right.
I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Did you ever have anything, obviously nothing this dramatic, I would imagine, happen when you were a pro baseball player, but whether it was a teammate who had to deal with something and the ability that the team had to rally together or players had to compartmentalize as far as, putting the real world events behind you. I know you were a player when 9/11 happened, and you actually would go on to face the Yankees, I think, in that postseason.
Yeah, there was a couple of things. Like John McSherry was an umpire in Major Leagues. It was my first ever opening day, and he passed away on the second batter of the game. We watched him walk from home plate, and we were all friends with the umpires, dude. It wasn't like a teammate. It wasn't like a coach.
Yeah.
It probably pales in comparison to what the Warriors are going through, so please, by no means am I trying to compare this.
No, and I appreciate you sharing this.
And it was my first ever opening day in Cincinnati, and like the second hitter was Rondell White, and and he walked 3 steps back toward the double doors that open at home plate,
right,
and he bounced on the turf. And apparently he was dead before he hit the ground.
Wow.
His heart just exploded. So the reason I'm sharing this story was like, kudos to the NBA for realizing that the trauma that the players are going through. Marge Schott that day wanted to play the game after an umpire died in the top of the first inning. So Barry Larkin came over to our clubhouse to talk to David Segui, who was our guy.
Wow.
And said, Marge wants to play. Can you believe that crap? So they had to go like... There's umpires in the ambulance going to the hospital with John McSherry.
Right.
And Marge wanted to keep 2 behind to have them umpire. It's opening day was her thing.
Right.
In Cincinnati, which back in the day, not in her defense by any means.
That was the opening of
that was
season.
The only game. We're the only game.
Correct.
You played the first game of the year was Cincinnati. They were rewarded that every year because of the oldest franchise in baseball. And she wanted to play the game. And David Segui and Barry Larkin were adamant that we weren't playing. So the game did get canceled. But so there's no comparison.
Right.
But there really isn't. But like there was a poll cast, and then even the next day, and it was just the umpires and players used to be close. I don't think they are anymore. There's more sterile relationship between them because they're younger and they're more
it used
aggressive.
to be National League umps and then American League umps, and so you got to know the crews a little bit
It was
more.
like, how's your wife? How's your kids? And they would know your kid's name. They would know your wife's name, and they would ask how they were doing because you'd come out of the clubhouse and see them, and everybody would kind of hang out. If you were at a bar and they were at a bar, you'd go over and talk to them, and there was relationships built, and you knew their names.
Maybe buy them a drink and get a call in the corner the next day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You build relationships with them.
Right.
So by no comparison, there's no comparison to what Steve's going. And the one thing I will say, and I said this earlier, so repeating myself, is that, the fame and the fortune and the championships and winning games is great. But like it's all we have when it's all said and done is our legacy and the people we've touched and the people we've affected throughout the course of our lives. Like nobody cares what my batting average was. Nobody cares how many They just care like, were you a good person?
Right.
And how many lives you touch as a human being, no matter what line of work you're in. Nobody cares if you're the CEO. Nobody cares if you're making $3 million a year. Like when it's all said and done, like what is your legacy? What have you left behind? How many people have you affected in a positive way, and how many people have you touched? And I think the outpouring of love for Decky at the game that they had in the memorial they had for him the other day. If you get a chance on YouTube and you're driving around, and you get home, watch it. I was on the treadmill today in the gym. I watched the whole thing, and I was crying by the end.
Yeah, powerful.
And I think if you ask Steve Kerr, and I do want to touch on this when he comes on without getting too deep, that we worry about wins and losses. We worry about championships. We worry about Hall of Fame. We worry about winning number 5, and with the Niners right now, winning number 6. But when it's all said and done, like this year might be his best job coaching ever because he's had to deal with the Draymond thing. And then this has come along. And now he has to be the leader. He has to step up. And Steph Curry had those great lines about Steve Kerr addressing the organization and taking leadership. And to me, that's what a leader is about. A leader isn't about just wins and losses. Like good coaches can win and lose, but great coaches affect your life for the rest of your life. I talk about Felipe Alou maybe once a day.
You talk about Dusty all the time
Dusty
as well.
once a day. Like they're great coaches and they're great managers, but they were mentors to me and they're people I still look up to. So Steve's caught a lot of heat this year, right? How silly does it sound right now for not playing this guy in the fourth quarter and playing this guy in rotations? But when it comes down to it, like his legacy for me is not that he won 4 championships and 5 as a player. His legacy for me right now is as a human being. And what he's doing, this is what true leaders do. What he's doing right now in negotiating and navigating this course for an organization and for a team that's devastated, that's what leadership's about. So I'm excited to talk to him today.
Yeah, 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr will join us. And thank you for sharing that story. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I figured, with all your travels, you'd probably experience something of a grave nature. And, how you go on. And the Marge shot angle is absolutely
terrible.
And just perfect because that's, that kind of backs up the impression that all of us had who didn't really know Marge and the way she ran things out in Cincinnati. That seems absolutely spot on. So Steve Kerr going to join us at 5 o'clock. And, I would not anticipate a grilling of the Moses Moody rotational spot or the trade deadline machinations, trade deadline 16 days away, or the playoff picture. It's just going to be a human conversation with a guy, and you mentioned it, FP, and I think you put it very well, the mentors and the leaders, and, put aside Steve Kerr's unrivaled success. In my career on the radio, 25 years or so, he's one of my favorite interviews ever because he gives you straight answers, and he's not afraid to open up and give you as much information as he can. You ask him good, fair questions, and he gives you great, honest answers. And, the Warriors had two of the all-time greats when Bob Myers was still here. And I think that sort of culture matriculates down in an organization, and it's partly why fans gravitate to this team so much. Yes, there's the success, but your superstar is a great guy and a humanitarian, and your head coach is the same, and your former GM. So these are things that make you want to be a Warrior fan even more, in my opinion.
Dude, authenticity plays at any line of work.
Yeah.
It's something I struggle with. It's something that I work at every day, to try to be authentic and to be honest and open with everybody. And it's not easy. But this, for some people like Dusty Baker, like Steve Kerr, that's just who they are, and it's super genuine. So yeah, I was here the last time with your partner, and we interviewed him, and I'm excited to talk to him again today.
Yeah, Steve Kerr coming up at the top of the hour. FP is in for Mark Willard today. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Well, let's go out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line because it's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, FP is in for Mark Willard. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing well, and a little bit concerned about Deebo Samuel in his shoulder. No official word, obviously, because it's Tuesday on his status for the weekend. But what did you see from the injury and the news that his shoulder is not, quote, broken?
Yeah, I think that was the main concern because he kind of had that hairline fracture. The good news is obviously that's been rolled out based on the reports. But I think the key thing is that his shoulder's hurting for some reason, and there has to be some sort of potential structural issue there. The real question is this some sort of structural issue where it's just pain relief, where, you need some sort of pain-relieving injection or Toradol to help with the pain? Or is it hurting because there's a structural issue that he can't function even if you numb up the pain? So I think that's the key question. Obviously, it seems like the 49ers are not giving too much details because what structure may be injured can impact how you game plan for him or how you potentially address him. But the fact that there's no fracture is the best news because that means there is a possibility to play. He just wouldn't be able to if something was broken.
So when it is a joint like that, Doc, I mean, the Toradol shot does not go in the joint. That's more of like a Nubain or a Marcaine kind of thing to numb it up for the game, right? I mean, how would they, I guess for us people that have never had that shot, how does that work for Deebo to be able to numb the pain and possibly play in the game on Sunday?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That Toradol is more for general kind of pain relief. It's like taking a mega dose of Advil to kind of help, pain, and hopefully that helps alleviate the shoulder pain. When you're numbing up that shoulder joint, taking Marcaine, you're essentially trying to figure out, okay, where is this pain coming from? Most commonly, it's usually an AC joint issue. You don't necessarily need a really stable AC joint to be able to play football. So you inject in that area. You can move the arm around. You can take contact. You inject in that. If you're injecting in the shoulder, the joint itself, then you worry about, well, look, if you're trying to numb up a cartilage issue, you're numbing up the rotator cuff, that structure's injured. So even though if you don't have pain, you're not being able to do the thing. So if it's a rotator cuff issue, you might not be able to block, even though the pain's not good. If it's a labral issue, you might not be able to raise your arm up above your head to catch. So absolutely, it's really figuring out, is numbing going to take rid of the pain, allow him to function? And will he also be able to protect himself? Because the last thing you want is you numb up that area, he aggravates it more, and then next week he's got a bigger structural issue as well too.
Yeah, it'd be 2 weeks until the Super Bowl if they win the game, but that's a great point, Doc, because if it is labral and it gets to be a more severe tear, then you're looking at Debo being unavailable to play in what would be the biggest game of the year. Eric Armstead came back from his myriad of injuries. What did you think of his mobility coming off the knee and the plantar fascia?
I think two things. One is he looked like he was moving pretty well. Didn't really see any kind of major changes in terms of how he's moving in his position. I think the key thing was how many snaps he played. I think he played 43, 44 snaps, which is a good marker of how that plantar fascia is going to feel. Typically, if you're going to see aggravation happen, right around snap 20, snap 30, things are going to start breaking down. The fact he played a lot, I think he was like 5th or 6th in the defense in terms of snaps played, is a great sign, and that really bodes well for him leading into the hopefully next couple of games in the playoffs.
That's absolutely critical, especially in terms of them stopping the run. So hopefully he responds well from a few days off, the extra day off, them having played on Saturday. Jair Brown was cleared to play, but he was unable to get on the field. What do you think that is indicative of, Doc?
Yeah, if it's not an issue in terms of, I think I said Logan Ryan had, more experience, but anytime anyone's coming off a knee sprain, it's wet weather outside, you're playing at a position he plays where there's a lot of agility, there's a lot of cutting. So number one, you're worried about how that knee may potentially hold up, or is there going to be another aggravation to it in the wet weather? And also number two, it's the timing. So, a lot of that position is in terms of reacting quickly. Is your timing on? And if you're a little bit worried mentally about how that knee is going to respond in terms of agility, quick change of directions, it may have just been more of a precaution given who they were playing, how long he had been out, and the weather as well, too. I think it'll be a little more telling to see how if he's there next week, because that seems to be more of a precautionary measure. Maybe they're trying to ease him back in with a bigger game coming up this weekend.
Doc, Dan Campbell, the coach of the Lions, who in his introductory press conference talked about biting kneecaps off.
We're going to bite a kneecap off?
And so if the Lions do bite, say Christian McCaffrey's kneecap off, and he said get up and bite the other one off, can you play with one kneecap? And if you do bite one kneecap off, how do we heal that game time? Do we tape it up? Do we put some duct tape on that and send CMC back out? How do we treat that?
Newbane and Markane.
How do we? It's a joint, though. You can't just shoot up a missing kneecap. You got to put a new kneecap in there, right, Doc?
Yeah, you get the trainer's got a couple on the sidelines, just slap that kneecap in, and they'll be good to go. But all seriousness, though, for people who have really bad, kneecap fractures, occasionally we will, and older people take them out, and people say, can you actually function with not a kneecap? And you can actually walk and do things. You just lose 50% of your quadricep strength. So Christian McCaffrey gets his kneecap bitten out, you're going to get 50% Christian McCaffrey in the game. So there's still a possibility.
That sounds excruciating.
You need a tetanus shot too, don't you? Probably.
Probably.
I think so.
Probably that whole infection thing. Yeah.
Well, we don't know what goes on in the blue tent, so maybe they got a new kneecap in that blue tent. And they can just slap one in there during the media timeout and get the player back on the field ready to go. Doc, Warriors are going to be back in action tomorrow after more than a week off. What are the sort of concerns you have medically when players are coming back after that much time off?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with, the lack of practice. And it sounds like I think yesterday was the first practice that they had. Obviously there's going to be benefits to taking that time off, not taking the emotional and obviously mental burden aside. The soft tissue is going to get rested. They'll have a little bit more time to rest some of those injuries and give players like Moody and Peyton a little bit more time off and some of the older players. But it's a lot of the timing. Part of the keeping in shape, and as FP knows, being a former professional athlete, it's about making sure that you are exerting your body and keeping that timing down. And when that timing gets thrown off, particularly when you're playing with basketball where there's such a rhythm, you worry about, is there going to be another soft tissue injury? Is there going to be issues in terms of minutes played those first couple games? So I do worry a little bit about how they're going to perform those first couple games because they just haven't had that practice. But hopefully they'll get, land on that positive side with that additional rest, particularly guys like Draymond and Clay and Steph who've had a lot of wear and tear on them and not moving so well the past couple games.
Doc, appreciate you coming on as always, and enjoy that football game this Sunday.
I absolutely will. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Thank you. That's Dr. Nirav Pandya. The preceding was sponsored by UCSF Health. He always provides such great medical advice, and we got a little bit of an update yesterday from Kyle Shanahan's press conference call talking about Debo's shoulder, which was the subject of our Cleared to Play segment.
It wasn't broken, so that was a real good sign, but still hurting too much for us to really have an idea how it's going to heal up this week. So we just got to be patient, see how he feels on Wednesday, and based off if it's improving, it'll give us a better idea whether he has a chance for the game or not.
It's not broken, and you dropped a couple of nuggets there that I'd never heard. Newbane and Marcaine. So Newbane, a numbing agent, and Marcaine is,
I've just heard.
Walk me through Newbane and Marcaine.
I've just heard, through the grapevine.
Gotcha.
I've never taken anything you could possibly take to get out on a field.
Yeah.
Dude, I played half a season with a broken kneecap. I can't believe you were just talking about broken kneecaps. I got hit by a pitch. I got hit by a pitch and broke like an equator right in the middle of my kneecap. And I played a whole season on it.
Via Newbane and Marcaine?
No, that doesn't help bones. Maybe some other pain pills.
Gotcha.
Whatever it takes, baby. That's the motto until like your liver falls out. But yeah, whatever it takes.
I get that. And how you doing with your liver function? You still all right?
It's still there. It's the size of a rugby football, but it's still there.
And I wonder, though, about Deebo Samuel and, how much that worries 49er fans. 888-957-9570. If Deebo is at 50%, and Peter King said, 60, 65%, we do know that almost assuredly he won't be at 100%. Deebo probably going to be playing with some sort of pain. Don't know what he'll be able to take. And, it's a good question you asked the doc about injectables and what you can actually, put in there to make it feel better. But that first time that he gets contact or gets a hit, how much is he going to be able to play through that?
Dude, I don't know anything, but I do go on WebMD a lot. And I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. But
nice.
I think capsules are hard. Like if it's the capsule of the shoulder, I think it's hard to get in there and to not aggravate it with a needle, regardless of what is in that needle. If it's a numbing agent, but you're still putting... Imagine being in the worst pain you could possibly be in and then sticking a needle in that spot, which is what happens with like cortisone, which you would probably do earlier in the week. But you have to get this thing to calm down first and foremost if you're a trainer, based on, and I'm not a doctor, but based on things that have happened to me.
And it depends on what it is, though, too.
Once it calms down and you treat it like conventionally with stim and ice and modalities, then you move to like, how can we get him on the field? But the question you have to ask if you're Deebo, and we talked about this earlier today,
in the crossover,
yeah, in the crossover is if, can I hurt it worse? That's what every athlete's going to say. Will this debilitate me next year? Could this be career threatening? If it's just a pain tolerance thing, let's go. Let's do this. And then you go out there and you warm up and you do everything and you catch balls over your head.
Yep.
And then the first time you get hit, it's going to feel like somebody stuck a knife in your shoulder. I don't care how much numbing agent you have in it.
Yeah.
So it's just going to, hopefully it's a pain tolerance thing, because if I'm Deebo, I don't think I would jeopardize my future for this, even though it's a huge game. But I would jeopardize being in some serious pain with a bye week coming up if we win.
And it's made more difficult by the way he plays, because he plays with such violence.
He's a physical player.
Right. He's not a guy, like if it's a quarterback and it's your non-throwing shoulder, you can protect yourself in some ways, although you're going to be a part of almost every single play on offense. So at some point, you can't really protect it. But as a wide receiver, if you can't get your arms up to catch a high pass, I don't know if you are really going to be useful enough to be out there. 888-957-9570. What's your level of confidence going into this Lions game? We got a bunch of calls earlier. We got a few on hold. Want to hear from you in terms of last weekend, a little shaky against the Packers, but they got the win. Where are you confidence-wise going into this game? Because I'm looking at Airbnbs in Las Vegas. I am supremely confident, maybe even overconfident, about the Niners' chances against the Lions on Sunday. Where are you, Niner fans? 888-957-9570.
If you were that confident, you'd be looking at the Bellagio or somewhere better.
I don't have that kind of chicken, FP. I'm looking for a place to just crash, and I'm getting ready for the 49ers Lions and the NFC title game on Sunday. Get ready with us on 95.7 The Game. We'll be live and local starting at 9 a.m. with Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett, leading up to the kickoff show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Your calls on the other side. It's Willard and Dibbs with FP in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
UCSF Sports Medicine.
local organizations to refer qualified applicants. Simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com to be notified of all open positions. And we invite our listeners to visit odyssey.com/careers to view a listing of all job openings.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Having a great time today with FP in for Mark Willard. I've known FP almost 20 years, never done radio with him, so this is pretty fun for me. I'm enjoying it even more than I thought I would, FP.
Yeah, same. And I was excited about today. But when I filled in the morning show, you were there. I think.
For
back in the day.
Rise Guys, 95.7 The Game?
No, the other station.
No. And plus, I was just a bit player. Oh, good one. And, hey, we got problems on the Nimitz, southbound I-80, Gary. It's a 3-car conundrum. That's, so I wasn't even in the same room, as you recall.
A 3-car conundrum.
I was 2 rooms away. I wasn't even in the Grandy and Lucas room. I was in the room behind the room, yes.
All right.
So I wasn't even really,
right.
you might have been in, but, I was kept at arm's length, so to speak. But
and your little cage back there, I remember that.
Completely, my little booth.
Your little booth in the back.
Which is fine. I could come and go as I
You're
please.
big time now. Look at you.
Yeah, things have changed now.
Yeah, kind of a big deal.
10th floor here.
People know me.
Yeah, I smell of is it mahogany?
Yeah.
Or leather?
Leather-bound
Something?
books.
Yeah, whatever. I'm wearing a dirty hoodie. What am I talking about? I smell of baby powder and baby food. 888-957-9570. I need somebody to talk me down because my confidence level in this Niner-Lion game is at least a 9. Probably low 9s. I think the Niners are better. I think Detroit is a great story, and they're a great team. They've bit all the kneecaps they're going to bite. I think the Niners are better, with or without Debo. I'm not saying they blow Detroit out, but I could definitely envision them winning this game comfortably. I think Detroit has a hard time stopping the Niners. I think the Niners can pressure Jared Goff, force him into making mistakes. The Niners at home, they win this game, FP. And I'm looking for some people to talk me down. Why am I too overconfident in my thinking about this Niner-Lion game?
So if on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 you're on a bridge somewhere and you're worried, and 1 is you're just like falling asleep in the first quarter because you're not. Where are you on that scale?
Oh, on that scale, I'm probably a 2.
I was gonna say 3. I was gonna guess a 3 for you.
I'm gonna watch the game every snap, and I love football. I won't miss a thing.
We live for this, bro.
Of course, and this is one of the great days on the sports calendar each and every year. Little melancholy, though, because going in that you're down to 3 football games and you don't even have the Pro Bowl anymore. You got 2 this Sunday, and then you got the Super Bowl. That's it. And then we have to wait another almost 7 months to get real football back. Apologies to is it the United Football League? Because I know they merged the 2 other leagues, but I've never been a big spring football guy, so for me, a little bit of sadness because you know that you've got just 3 more games left on the docket.
Well, I'm fired up to watch the Niners play another week, and we didn't know if that was going to happen halfway through the game on Saturday, so I'm fired up that they got out of it. And I think any time as a team that you can play one of your worst games of the year in advance, then that's a good sign. I think that's how you win championships. But my worry level is a little higher than yours. I'm about a 7.5 on the worry level meter here. Just because, and let me reset a little bit, because a team they believe in themselves. They have momentum. Their confidence level, talking about the Lions, is as high as it's ever been. Jared Goff is playing the best football he's ever played in his life. Dan Campbell has these guys believe it in the grit. And once you get a bunch of guys in a room and they all believe in themselves, and it's a synergistic approach and nobody gives a crap who gets the credit, then you could move mountains, man. And right now the Lions are moving mountains. If you'd have told me they'd be in the NFC Championship, I wasn't on the Lions, say 4 or 5 weeks ago. I watched them play. I watched because my dad's from Detroit. We watch the games together on Sunday. So I've probably watched the Lions play 8-9 games this year. And they have their warts. They do. And Jared Goff might be the biggest wart that now all of a sudden he's playing as good as anybody in the league. Like, he's playing great football. And he has the confidence, and he has the swagger, and they're chanting Jared Goff, and he goes in the locker room. His teams are chanting Jared Goff. The coach throws him the game ball, Dan Campbell, and says, "We want you here in Detroit," or whatever it was that he said to him. And this team has it, whatever it is. I thought the Niners had it last year, And the NFC Championship game happened in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
and
that thing went south.
Brock's arm flew into the stands into the fourth row, and then the game was over. But now I feel like the Lions have it, and that scares me. That's why my worry factor. I'm not going to sit here and break down the left tackle and their running defense and their passing defense, which sucks, and their run defense is good. I know all this stuff. But for me, I go to the intangibles and what separates you in the biggest time of the year and the biggest games of the year. And right now, Detroit has it. And I don't know if the Niners have it. Did the Niners get it on the last drive when they turned a crappy game into a W? And now you take a deep breath and you relax and you get your confidence back? But I would say if we're doing confidence level on teams, they're both probably equal, but Detroit has momentum plus confidence.
Yep, and I think the 49ers have got some momentum, and I don't know how much momentum there actually is in football because you've got 8 days between games, or 7 if you're the Lions. And, the Lions had to eke one out against the Rams, and Tampa Bay was threatening to come back in that game. They had the football with a chance to drive down and tie it. So Detroit's got their warts as well. Brian Baldinger on with the Morning Roast today had an interesting take in comparing Goff and Brock Purdy.
I would say Jared Goff, just because of his experience. Just of his experience, and I think the overall offensive line play. And how they play and who those guys are up front. I mean, they got an all-pro, first-team all-pro center and right tackle. The left tackle has been in this league for a decade. Glasgow is just a warrior. Yep. Like that group up front is really, really good. It might be the best in all of football right now. So, and they protect Jared Goff like he's their guy. So I would say just because Goff has been there, he's been to a Super Bowl, he's been in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Just his mentality, it never really changes. I probably trust Goff more right now.
Trusting Goff more than Brock Purdy. That's Brian Baldinger on with Bonte and Joe, the Morning Roast, right here on 95.7 The Game. What do you make of that, sports fans? 888-957-9570. Goff over Brock on the trustometer from Baldy. And he did lay out, the offensive line, a couple of all-pros, and a great left tackle who's been in this league more than a decade. They protect Jared Goff. To me, that is where this game definitely swings, FP. The Niners recently beleaguered defensive line against a very good Lion O-line.
I don't know if I agree with that, and Baldy's forgot more football than I'll ever know.
Totally.
I don't know if I 100%, and I'm trying to say, is this a homer take? Do I have my rose-colored glasses on or my Niners-colored faithful glasses on? Because I think Jared Goff, and you made these points, Dibs, and they were awesome, he should be under duress the whole game. He is not a mobile quarterback. Nick Bosa, if he's Nick Bosa, should have a field day. Like there should be 3 or 4 or more sacks in this game if the Niners dial it up right. I know the offensive line is great, but that offensive line hasn't faced a defensive front like this. Now, have they been? You disagree with me? Have they been porous against the run? I think so. I think the run. I don't remember teams running on the Niners like they have of late. So I'm gonna disagree in the sense that, and I'm not trying to say I'm no more than Baldy because that guy's amazing. I watch all of his videos on
Baldy's breakdowns.
Yeah. Oh, dude, he's fantastic. I'm sitting there, he's pointing out stuff that I'm like getting deep into the weeds with.
Totally,
him. I love it. So he knows what he's talking about. But I just feel like maybe it's based on what's happened to this point, and I'm trying to project what's going to happen in this game. And if I'm going to project what's going to happen in this game, it's that Brock is going to have a way better game than he did on Saturday. And that Jared Goff is up against it. What is he, 0-5 career against the Niners or something like
exactly.
that? Sometimes he's old enough and experienced now that coming home is not going to be a big deal for him. But sometimes as an athlete, when you come home and you're playing in front of people, you try to do too much. I don't think that's going to be the case here. I think the case here is going to be the Niners defensive line is going to step up like we haven't seen them yet so far.
Yeah, no sacks against Green Bay. They did have 6 QB hits, and Nick Bosa was responsible for 5 of those. And to me, it comes down to more of the interior defensive line pressuring Goff up the middle, and then you'll get, Chase Young and Gregory and Bosa coming around the outside, but you want to collapse it from the middle in on Jared Goff, make him get outside the pocket and make a play from being on the run or being outside the pocket. 888-957-9570. Where's your confidence level? It's a Tuesday. We have a long way to go till kickoff, but we're starting to gear up now, FP, just inside of 5 days till kick. Ali's in Sunnyvale, and now on the program. What's going on, Ali? What are you doing?
Well, how you doing, you guys? I'm heading back after, on traffic right now. Just listening to you guys.
Yeah, are you on the Guadalupe Parkway, Ali?
I'm sorry?
No, I'm just kidding. I was guessing the freeway. You're probably on Highway 85 right now, heading southbound toward Los Gatos.
No, I'm on Lawrence Expressway heading south. And, traffic's not bad. It's actually moving pretty good. But just called to let you guys know that I think Niners offense against the Lions are, at the end of the game, I think we're going to win by 2 scores. So my comfort level is like, my nervousness level is, I would say a 2, maybe 3.
Wow.
But I expect our defense to show up because, last week against the Packers, we didn't have any sacks. We didn't really have a lot of pressure. But if the defense shows up, it would be a blow-away game. It would be by, 16, 17, maybe even more. So I'm looking out for our defense. The defensive line, Armstead back, Bosa, they got to show up. They got to, tighten up. They got to put some pressure. They got to knock down Goff. As far as Goff and Purdy, Purdy, his second year, but he's been in he's been in more playoff games in the last 2 years than Goff has been. So, and he's a winner. He hasn't lost the game that he finished. So, I think we're in good shape. I'm a lot more comfortable than I was last week.
I appreciate that, Ali. Thank you, and drive safe there on the Lawrence Expressway. More confident than last week. I'm kind of in the same boat. Even though last week I did predict the Niners would cover, 31-21 was my prediction. I thought it would be a game that they would have the lead, and it would be a little bit more of a comfortable win. They had to come from behind. Brock Purdy leading him down the field in a 6-minute offense, so to speak, to get the victory. I think this game's going to be a higher scoring affair. Detroit's going to have some success, but I think if you get them one-dimensional, if you try to key on the run, and I thought that the run defense got a bit of a bad rap against Green Bay. They did give up 100 yards or more on the ground for the first time in 51 games, which is a pretty incredible streak that they had going, but I thought it was tainted by the 152-yard run that came against him. In general, I thought they were okay against the run. Not terrible.
I just saw 5, 6, 7, 8 yards of carry for the most part. I don't know if there was a big loss of yardage in there in the final total or not, but it seemed like the Packers were running downhill all day. I might be wrong on that, but that's just the way it seemed. And I only had 2 beers for the game, so I was literally locked in and paying attention to the game. I like that Ali gave a number. I want a number from the callers on their worry level.
Okay.
10 being you're just petrified. You think the Lions could win.
And you're at a 7 right now.
I'm at a 7.5 right now
7.5.
on my worry
Okay.
level. Like, I think if we start to get in the 8s, we're worried the Lions are going to win. In a 1 means this is I already got my ticket. It's a non-refundable ticket to Vegas for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm at a 2, and I was telling you earlier that I've been shopping for Airbnbs and VRBOs. I found a cheap one. I think it's a room in somebody's house for $75.
Do it.
I clicked on it, and the bed appears to be a cot.
Do you care though in Vegas?
Well,
you're going solo, right?
I think so. Yeah, the missus seems to think that she's going to be joining me.
Nah.
But I let it be known that I had other plans and it's a work trip. So I'm not only sleeping on a couch in Vegas, I'm also sleeping on a couch here in the Bay Area now.
Yeah, you're sleeping on a couch at home after that one. VRBO.
And you met my wife. She's a tough customer.
You outkicked the coverage. So VRBO or Airbnb, I've had some better experiences with VRBO. I don't want to mess up any sponsors here.
No, and I would tend to say that the listings are usually found on both.
Yeah.
My ex and we had a house in Oakland, and before we split, and I moved out, we turned the garage into an Airbnb VRBO unit that she now owns and runs, and she has it on both sites.
So if I'm renting a place right now in the city and I decide to spend the weekend with my parents and go back to, can I Airbnb my place out, or do you think my landlord will find out?
The landlord probably wouldn't be thrilled.
Why?
Because that is a sublet.
He's not going to know.
There's usually a sublet clause
Is that illegal?
Depending on your rental agreement that you have.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Usually boilerplate is...
I'm unemployed. I'm looking for any way.
Especially with the rents here in the city.
Find a way, dude. You got to find a way.
You got to get it done.
I got an extra bedroom downstairs. I could even do it while I'm there.
We turned the garage into a 320 square foot studio. Pretty impressive.
Wow.
Cost a couple shekels.
Did you get the money back that you invested into it through Airbnb?
Not completely yet, no.
Okay.
But in terms of the resale value of the home itself, So now, and it's her house now. I live elsewhere, obviously. But if she were to sell the house, you're going to be able to sell it for a lot more because it's a permitted, legit.
Oh, it is
320 square foot standalone unit. So,
did you have any bad customers? Like people that just thrashed the joint and didn't get their deposit back?
No, because it's only. I mean, it's a garage, so it's like what 16 by 12. So it's pretty small. So you can't really
thrash a 16 by 12 place if I have a good night.
I'd
go rock star on your place, dude. Just break it all up and leave.
David's in San Jose. FP's trying to burn down the house. What's going on, David? You're on with FP and Dibs.
Hey, what's going on, FP? I could definitely trash that garage too if you need
smaller. It's easier with smaller. There's less stuff
me.
to thrash.
No, I just wanted to call in, man. Of course, all Niners all day. That was a hard game to watch. Been listening to you guys all week, man. I know we all felt kind of like we were losing the whole game until the very end, and so matter of the playoffs, just get the W and go on. Now my concerns are obviously Detroit and Green Bay. They actually are pretty favorable to each other when you want to compare them. I would say Detroit has probably a little bit of edge on the weapon, especially at the tight end position. And I would say the reason why we were off is because our D-line did not get home and made our DBs look suspect, which they may or may not be in some cases. But I'm specifically going to call out Bosa. $170 million. You had the quietest double-digit sack totals for the season. You are now 0-4 of getting sacks in the playoffs. Are you a pass rush specialist or not? I know you're not a speed guy, but are you a power guy? Because you got stoned by a wide receiver last game. So I am fully expecting to have Bosa to have a big game, and if he doesn't, and that probably is a game, gentlemen. So I'm really hoping that Bosa steps up, gets to the quarterback, not just pressures, but loss of down on those plays, hopefully a fumble, but it really starts up front. That's how I see us winning this game. The offense is going to turn around. They were not clicking. They'll turn it around. Debo's playing. My buddy sent me a picture. He was playing craps in Vegas just yesterday or the other day. So he's out there. He's going to be playing. He'll take a shot, and he's going to be fine, whether it's a decoy or not. I'm not worried about the offense. My worry is with that D-line. We're going to go as far as they take us. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll take your comments off the air.
All right, David, thank you.
It's a good take.
It's an interesting take, especially Debo throwing dice in Vegas. I'll get my fact checker on that. Lucas loves to fact check, so we'll see if we can get confirmation. And if he is shaking dice, I would imagine he's throwing them with the right hand because I think it was his left shoulder that got hurt, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not biting on that.
You're not biting on
my buddy saw somebody playing in Vegas. Debo's in Vegas.
Well, you played Saturday, which means you were off Sunday.
Yeah, but you got to get treatment. You're not off when you're hurt. You're getting treatment. Unless they said just nothing, let it calm down before we can treat it.
You telling me you can't get treated in Vegas?
Cabin pressure hurts any injury, dude. You're going to get on a plane with an injury because cabin pressure.
7.5 hour drive.
Inflames it.
Less from Santa Clara.
I don't know. Then he's okay. He's going to play. If he was in Vegas, he's playing Sunday.
That's kind of what David was saying.
Yeah, he's playing.
And I agree with you.
I'm not even biting on that. He was not in Vegas.
Okay. But
I liked all his other takes about Bosa.
Where do you sit on the Nick Bosa hate?
Because if I'm Nick Bosa's friend and I'm in the locker room, I'm giving him crap for a receiver standing him up like that. And then and people are talking about it. He saw it. He's got pride. He can be ready on Sunday.
Well, that happens, and that's what
it's football. But still,
it's the old pin and pull, as I've been told repeatedly on broadcasts, where you bring the wide receiver in and you pin the defensive end, and then you pull one of the offensive linemen around to pick off the other guy as you run in that direction. So if you're Nick Bosa, it's tough to avoid that when off the snap.
Just stop.
FP, I've played defensive end.
Okay.
I've been victimized.
I don't know what the term is, but I would term it a rag doll. You take that receiver and throw him around like a rag doll. You just and then go.
These are some pretty strong receivers.
I'm not dancing with him. I'm not dancing with him. He's up high. He's dancing with him.
He locks you up, then that's the way it goes sometimes.
Ragdoll him. That's my term. Ragdoll him on the ground and then go make a play.
Where are you with the Nick Bosa criticism? Do you think it's fair or foul in terms of, it's easy to look at that one play and say, oh, Nick Bosa's not making an impact. And the D-line didn't have any sacks. Is that a Bosa issue? Are we just scapegoating him?
I think Bosa relies on a dry track just as same as Brock Purdy relies on a dry track for his moves and all the moves he has to put on somebody. So maybe that was a factor. I don't know that you can go to training camp and missing training camp. I said that on the air, and I got home the other day, and I'm like, there is a reason why there's training camp, and you do play uphill when you miss camp. I don't care how many uphill sprints you run. I don't care how you try to recreate it in your gym or recreate it on a practice field. If you're not with your teammates and you're not getting game reps, there's a reason why there's training camps. There's a reason why Hard Knocks thinks training camps are awesome and puts it on HBO, because you have to get ready for a season. And if you miss that and you're negotiating and you sign your contract and your first game's against the Steelers on the road and you basically play every freaking snap, there could be a point to be made that you're playing uphill the rest of the year. You're a salmon swimming upstream instead of downstream because you came to the party late. That I don't know because I've never played, but if you miss spring training and you're hurt in spring training in baseball, you feel like you're playing uphill all season. Like you never really get into the flow. You're playing catch-up ball, basically. If you miss a big portion of, say, spring training in April and you jump on the freeway in middle of May and all the cars are going real fast. I don't know if that's the case with Bosa, but I mean, he's had some rushes. He's had some hurry-ups. He's affected games without the stat of a sack.
Of course.
But he's not the same guy he was last year.
QB pressures, he's among the league leaders, and he leads the team in sacks and in QB hits and in tackles for loss. So I'm kind of with Big J in Oakland, who's going to join us. Big J saying, this Bosa narrative, unfair. What's up, Big J? I got your back.
Hey, guys, I appreciate that, Dibs. It's exactly what you just said. I mean, imagine, let's do a comp real quick. Think about Steph Curry, and when he's doubled, he's not going to get to 30 to 35 points in a game. Other players have to step up. So these other teams are obviously scheming for Bosa because he's an elite player. So it really boils down to his teammates making plays as he, does the best he can to get to the quarterback, which he's trying to do every play of the game. So I think the narrative is a little bit unfair, and we kind of need to lean towards a team effort versus one player who is dominant, but people just start to focus towards him to take him out of the game.
Thank you, Big J. I appreciate it, and the Steph Curry comp is an excellent one. If you double him every single time down the floor, at some point, Clay's got to hit one, Pods has got to hit a three, everybody else has to step up and take some of the pressure off the chef, FP. It's not an individual game. It's a team sport.
Yeah, but he's on the end by himself, one-on-one. I know that sometimes they bring it back and he's chip blocking him too, but like he had his chance.
Doubling him.
He has chances. Somebody else do something.
Did I mention the pick and pull yet?
Is that like barbecue?
That's like pork, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Pulled pork. Had some carnitas a couple nights ago. It was really good.
Chase Young, any good?
Yeah, he's really good.
Is he?
He's really good.
I don't hear his name called. I don't see him.
I think
Big
J was hitting on what I was talking about in many ways, which is it's got to be a team effort.
My point is Chase Young any good?
Yeah, Chase Young is great.
I mean, I was excited when they got him. I mean, based on his resume and his pedigree, and I know he's gone through the ACL thing, I just haven't seen a lot of him. Have you seen a lot of him?
He has not been a game wrecker, no. And I would look at Javon Hargrave as a guy who you brought in free agency, and he has not lived completely up to bill.
I see him jogging after plays a lot. I don't think he played. I don't think his motor is running like, say, I don't know, an Aiden Hutchinson. I don't see that in him. I see him standing up tall.
Yeah.
I see him penetrating, getting close, and then I see him jogging after plays a lot.
Well, it's game time now, and they all have heard the criticism coming off the Packer game where they had 0 sacks. And I'll make this prediction, FP. If the Niners come away with 0 sacks against Detroit on Sunday, they will lose the football game. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Mark Willard is out today. FP Santangelo is in. Steve Kerr going to join the show coming up at the top of the hour. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Are you facing the daunting...
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Having fun with FP today. FP is in for Mark Willard. Hopefully he's back tomorrow. As we roll on here, Steve Kerr to join us coming up here in 10 minutes. FP, we were talking about Bosa and the blame game, and you seem to be on the side of many fans coming down on Nick Bosa, who has been, for the most part, ineffective in his playoff time with the 49ers. He did have a couple of big tackles in the run game, but no sacks in the win over Green Bay.
Dude, he's the only player I've ever locked into and not watched the ball on defense. Last year, I just watched Nick Bosa, and I do the same thing this year. Like, I probably should lock it on Fred a little more and maybe Dre a little bit more, but like Bosa's been my guy for 2 years. I love to watch football away from the ball. I don't know, having a dad as a football coach, maybe that's ingrained in me, but I've been watching Bosa, and he looks a step slower to me this year. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's just as good, and the sacks haven't been there. And like the callers are saying, there's been more attention and double teams and whatever and different schemes to stop Nick Bosa. Just like if I'm the Lions, I'm going to stop Christian McCaffrey and make Brock Purdy beat me. Like, that's my game plan. I think it's pretty obvious. But I don't think the motor's running as quick as it did last year, and I don't know why.
Yeah, he hasn't been as dominant. He's had a few games where he's had multiple sacks, and it looks like the old Nick Bosa is coming back. But in general, this defensive line, certainly against Green Bay, was a little bit muted. No sacks, and you look at Jared Goff and a good offensive line, you've got to find a way to make him uncomfortable, get them into second and third and long, and that way they become much more one-dimensional. And if you pressure Jared Goff, you know that he has a propensity to give the ball away.
He'll throw it to you. Got to make him throw it to you.
Yeah, with some pressure. And you got to obviously stay out of second and short and third and short where Jared Goff can rely on his bread and butter, which is the play action.
You know this game's going to come down to, easy for me to say, this game's going to come out to Dan Campbell making a wild decision. And whether that wild decision works or not.
I was thinking about that on the drive in.
He's gonna do something that we're all going, what is he doing? And it's either going to work or it's not going to work, because he's not going to be scared of this game. He's not going to go conservative like Kyle does sometimes. He's a riverboat gambler, and I think that's a cliche, but he is like the most gambling head coach I've seen in a long time.
Right.
Like 4th and 6 on your own 25, and you're like, whoa. Or whatever, a fake punt. That's how his season started. Remember the fake punt against Kansas City in the first game of the year?
Yep.
And you're like, wait, what? I mean, this guy doesn't care. He gives zero you-know-whats. So, I don't know. I think the game is going to come down to that or Jake Moody. I think it's going to be close. I took the Packers. Well, I told my friends to take the Packers and the points. I don't gamble. And I told my friends this week to take the Lions and the points. Could be wrong. That's what I would do.
Detroit 12th in the NFL in fourth down conversions. The 49ers are 13th. So neither team that excellent in fourth down conversions. I was thinking the same thing as you on the way in, FP, in terms of Campbell. Maybe it's a 4th and 3 on his own 30 and they go for it, as opposed to, Kyle Shanahan's been known to be a little bit more conservative. Where do you weigh in on the coaching matchup? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Trey in Oakland, who wants to talk about Nick Bosa. What's up, Trey? You're on the game with FP and Dibbs.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Trey. How are you?
I'm doing all right today. Slow Tuesday, but I want to comment on the Bosa situation. I feel like it's the same thing. I don't know if he's getting double teamed, or I don't know if he's taking it kind of easy. I just don't know what's wrong with Bosa, but I can see where that caller's coming from. But he does attract a lot of attention. But you got to know he is surrounded. But I think his situation is different because, if I compare him to Max Crosby, you could say this: the difference between him and Max Crosby, Bosa's working with a lot more talent on the defensive end than Max Crosby, so it shouldn't be that hard. Now, I can see if he's in a position with Max Crosby in, and he has to face double teams. But I don't know if Bosa's getting double teamed like that, because you got a whole bunch of good guys on the Niners defensive side. You got Fred Warner, a whole bunch of dudes. Even I know he's a linebacker, but you can't sit there and say they're just double teaming Bosa. I think there's something else wrong. We just can't figure it out, and I don't think Bosa can figure it out.
Yeah, they need to figure it out, though, Trey. Thank you for the phone call. They've got about 5 days to figure it out, and I don't know if it means you want to bring extra people. 49ers don't blitz very often. I think they're 29th in blitz percentage. Defensively, they've relied on the front four to get it done. So do you want to bring 5 or bring 6 and then end up exposing yourself on the back end in a secondary that had a little trouble against Green Bay? Ambry Thomas with a couple of big pass interference penalties. Or do you just rush the 4? You rush your 4 and you play 7 behind and try to, and I think they did this pretty well against Green Bay, rally up and tackle. Bend but don't break. They were good in the red zone. You got to pick one way to go.
I just vote for not tackling receivers while the ball is in the air this week.
That's a good take.
I just like if I was a
Son of
DB
a
coach,
right there.
Yeah, I would just say, hey, you guys, whatever coverage we're in this week, let's not try to tackle wide receivers while the ball is in the air for a long time. Can you guys, are we on the same page there? Can we just do that? Okay, thanks. Bye.
Duly noted.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
That's good. We're good. We're going to win then. If you guys don't tackle receivers while the ball is in the air, that's just a good thing. Generally speaking, always.
30th in blitz percentage, FP. 18% was their percentage of the time that they blitzed. So you're going to go with your front 4. It's what you've done most of the year, which is Armstead and Hargrave in the middle and Young and Bosa on the outside. I know they rotate a lot of personnel, and Cleveland Ferrell's been out, so you're not sure if you're going to have him. Gregory's got to step up and make some plays as he's going to be a free agent at the end of this year. And Javon Kinlaw in the middle, who's had a little bit of trouble in the run game, getting moved off his spot. The D-line's going to have an elite game to make this Detroit offense uncomfortable, because what you said I think is accurate in terms of Detroit. They're going to be aggressive. I don't think that Dan Campbell is coming into this game thinking about protecting anything. This is uncharted territory for the Lions. And Brian Baldinger had an interesting take earlier on the Morning Roast talking about pressure. And Baldy seems to think he knows where the pressure is in this game.
Kurt Warner used to just tell me, look, some guys just don't have big game genes. These games are big. It's sudden death. Yep. There isn't come back and we'll fix it next week. There is none of that. And so there is, it makes you tight. It makes coaches tight. And so there's all the pressures on San Francisco, all of it. And so it'll be interesting to see how the quarterback and the coach and how everything gets called this weekend, because Detroit's playing with house money. Nobody expected them to be here. They're going to play loose and fast. And so can you force them into mistakes? That's Jared Goff. When he plays mistake-free football, they don't lose.
Detroit's fans are playing with house money right now. When you get to this point as an athlete, there's no such thing as house money anymore. Once you get to this point, you're like, we're one win away from the Super Bowl. It's not like, good season, guys. We didn't get the Super Bowl. You're on the verge of doing something extra special. So maybe house money last week, maybe house money the week before. Nobody expected them to be this far, but I disagree in the sense that, like, when you get to the World Series, if you're the wild card team, you're not playing with house money anymore. You got a chance to win the World Series.
True, but at the same time, I do think that Baldy's right in terms of the pressure. The pressure's on San Francisco because they are supposed to be the team that goes to the Super Bowl. Steve Kerr joining us here in about 3 minutes. I want to get Ryan in San Francisco in first, and he's got a thought on the Niner-Lion game. What's going on, Ryan? You're on the game with FP and Dibs.
Hey, how's it going, guys? So first off, Dibs, I got to say you're like my favorite radio host of like any radio station in the entire country. FB, glad that you joined the team. You've been awesome. So to the point, we're not going to have that same situation next year with our defensive coordinator because Steve Wilks, he's not going to be going to another team as a head coach. He's just not managing this defense well. You see, the stunts have gone down. Like, everything's gone down. Like, Bosa and Young should be running crazy sacks right now, and it's not happening. It's the problem is Steve Wilks with the defense, and that's my opinion. What do you guys think?
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. I think that Wilks was the scapegoat when they lost 3 games in a row, and the defense was looking shaky, and Wilks has to come down out of the booth. He's got to get on the sideline. And so he did, and then the defense got better, and they started winning. And so now it's not, Steve Wilks' fault anymore. And then you come off a game like that against Green Bay where the defense struggles in spots, and now we want to blame Steve Wilks again. I think he's right in terms of Wilks getting a head coaching job, but I don't think it's because he's necessarily doing poorly. and I don't mean to cross Ryan and go against him after those kind words, because Ryan, you're my favorite sports talk caller.
You're going to be the second best.
I know, I'm going down his rankings, but
I feel like
I think it's hard to just blanketly blame Steve Wilkes for, Bosa and Chase Young in the defense maybe having off years.
I've never been a blame coach guy. Ever. I just don't. I never go there. I just don't see sports that way. I see it's the players that play. The coaches don't. Coaches can be a big influence, like the guy we're having on about a minute right now is the best coach in the NBA. But, yeah, I called him Steve Wilkes Booth for a while, by the way.
That's a little edgy.
Yeah, it was a little edgy.
Yeah.
But then he came down. He wasn't Steve Wilkes Booth.
Oh, because he was in the booth.
He was in Steve Wilkes Booth.
I get that.
Now he's Steve Wilkes sidelines.
Niners 13th in the league in QB pressures, which a lot of times I think is a more indicative stat of how you're doing at just, straight up causing havoc. Because sometimes you pressure the quarterback and you don't get the sack. And we look at it and, Nick Bosa, I didn't have any sacks. Well, he had 5 pressures, which tells me that he's still being impactful in the game.
It depends who the quarterback is on pressures. You think Josh Allen cares about pressures? I think Jared Goff cares about pressures. Pressures are scary, especially with a guy like Nick Bosa coming after you.
No doubt.
I think it's a quarterback mentality, and you care about getting hit. You care about pressures. Are you scared of the pressure? I don't think Brock Purdy cares about pressures. Brock Purdy stands tall as he can in the pocket with like 4 guys right in his face and delivers seeds right on the money.
Yeah, and I think Patrick Mahomes would be the same in terms of, you're going to pressure me, I'll go sidearm here, I'll roll out, and I'll just still make something happen. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Well, let's head out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Steve Kerr is sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports, and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. And with that, we bring him in, Steve Kerr. And Steve, normally it's how you doing, but I think we all here know how you're doing and how it's been. And so on behalf of all of us at 95.7 The Game, I just want to express our condolences to you, to the Warriors family, and obviously to the Milojevic family. And I really appreciate you taking time and coming on here today, Steve.
Yeah, thanks for the thoughts, and I appreciate everybody's support. We've heard from so many people throughout the Bay Area this last week, and I want to thank everybody out there for sending their thoughts and all the support that they've given to us and the organization, the family. It's been obviously really, really difficult, but heartwarming to receive the love that we have.
Can you tell us more about Decky himself? Because we've gone through and we saw the tribute from Belgrade, and FP and I were both unbelievably touched, and I know you and your team were as well, and you spoke to that yesterday. But for those of us who follow the team, and we obviously don't go super deep with all the assistant coaches, many of us didn't know much about him at all.
Yeah, we brought him aboard 3 seasons ago. We were looking to just kind of change the staff and get some new blood in. And Kent Lacob had done a lot of scouting in Europe, and he had run into Decky when Decky was coaching over there and got to know him. And so Kent came back and told me about him. And, I'm always intrigued with European coaches. I think in a lot of ways they have developed, their young talent better than we have here in the United States, and frequently they have good insights. They maybe run different stuff. They're not kind of in the NBA mix, and so it's good to get fresh perspective. And so I interviewed him and immediately loved him. He was just so full of life and energy and joy and everything that we kind of believe in here. A selflessness, a love for the game, competitiveness. He was all about that, and we hired him partly with the thought of him working with James Wiseman, because he had been a great dominant big man in his own right in Serbia, and worked with Nikola Jokic and some of the other Serbian centers who are now in the NBA. So we brought him aboard, and he was a home run immediately. He just connected with so many guys and with all the coaches, and like I said, he was he just was a source of joy and light every single day. And it's hard to believe that he's not here.
Yeah, Steve, I can't imagine what you guys are going through right now, and you've navigated it so well. But a lot of times in life, we get so caught up in the amount of money we make or the championships and the rings and maybe the Hall of Fame and our status as an athlete or as a coach. But when you talk about our legacy as a person, and I think you're so great at this, like to see how many lives he touched. Like when it's all said and done, no one's going to ask how many points per game you average or how much money you made, but it's the lives we touch along the way. And to see like how you're handling this, it's unbelievable. And to see how Decky affected so many lives, like watching that tribute today, Steve, I was on the treadmill and I was moved to tears. And and I know you're going through some horrible things right now as a team and personally, but to see how many lives he touched, man, that has to bring a smile to your face. And we all hope that when it's all said and done, that we can touch lives like he did.
Yeah, no doubt. I think I think it was Maya Angelou who said, "You're not going to remember what anyone said. Not going to remember what they did. You're going to remember how they made you feel." And I think that's something that I think about a lot. The people who really have impacted me in my life. It's how they've made me feel. I may not remember the exact words, but I know exactly how those people made me feel. And that's those are perfect words for Decky because he's just one of those guys you just love seeing every day. He made you feel good. He made you feel good about yourself, about the game, about your team. And he was so humble. We all knew his track record as a player. He was a 3-time MVP in the Adriatic League, which is a really strong league. But we knew he was a hell of a player, but he was so humble. He never talked about his playing days. So when we saw that tribute yesterday and we saw how many lives he impacted and the outpouring of love and support for Decky in Serbia and Belgrade last night, it was just stunning and so amazing. But it spoke to what you just talked about, FP, just that, that humanity and just what a kind and decent person he was.
Just powerful goosebumps, and I'm with FP in terms of watching the tribute. I was fighting back tears at just the power of the crowd and the amount of tribute, and I know the Warriors have something special planned for tomorrow as well. Steve, sometimes it takes tragedy and turmoil to bring out the best in people. Can you share with us just the role that Rick Celebrini and Dario Saric played in terms of the aftermath and the tragedy that took place?
Yeah, I mean, without going into too much detail, I just, there was just such incredible leadership from both guys, from Chris DeMarco as well, who was Decky's best friend on the staff, and the two of them just had an incredible friendship. And but just watching Rick, who heads our player performance program, really, led the entire operation, after Decky suffered the heart attack and what was the contact person with everyone, the EMTs, the hospital at University of Utah, our players, our coaches. Rick was just a star. And then, Dario, obviously just heartbroken. He was probably the closest player to Decky, given their history together from that part of the world and their shared language. And to see Dario, be so supportive of his teammates and coaches and Decky's family while he was going through, that sorrow himself was just incredible to watch. So we're blessed with some really outstanding people in our organization. We really are.
It's really cool that the league gave you those days off, because I don't know how you guys would have tried to play a game, and it is just a game when it all comes down to it. But Steve, the locker room was always a sanctuary for me. I never went through anything like this, what you're going through right now. But when you talk about getting back to business and having to compete and having to play games, is there some comfort in being together and being with your brothers and being part of a tribe and being next to a guy who you have value to and trying to go out there and compete together? And maybe even if the locker room is kind of a sad place right now, that when you get into the game, you put it on autopilot and it's about competing and winning?
Yeah, I think the court is going to be a sanctuary or haven, whatever you want to call it, for the guys. You're able to compete and lose yourself in something you love
after an extended period of mourning and loss. It's really the best thing you can do, I think, is to go compete, go play. So we couldn't have played, those first couple of games. The league was great to postpone those games and give us the time we needed. But, we've practiced well the last couple of days. The guys are, really leaning into each other, leaning into their families, leaning into the game. It's time to go back to work tomorrow night. I think it'll be good for everybody.
I'm sure you saw what Steph had to say about the way you handled the moment and how you addressed it head on and you handled it so perfectly after Decky's passing. How much pride does that give you, knowing that in these moments, and you've, of course, been a great leader for so long, but to hear that from Steph Curry and to hear that from your players, that kind of praise in light of this tragic moment, it's got to give you a little bit of a source of pride, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it feels good when, someone that you've been with for a decade, someone you love, someone you've collaborated with, it feels good to be praised by someone like that. And I would throw the compliment right back to Steph. We've had something really special here for a decade, and it's not just the wins, it's not just the championships, it's not just the beautiful basketball that these guys have played, but it's the connection they've built with each other, with their coaches, with the fans here in the Bay. And, everything matters. It really does. And I think, we've been able to capture the magic of sports here with this, sort of collaboration that we've had and our incredible fans and to build that connection, it takes a special group of players and special group of human beings. And, Steph, Draymond, Clay, these guys, Loon, they're really amazing people. And they're going to work together and we're going to keep moving forward.
Well, Steve, there's not much more to say other than our thoughts are with you, and we hope for the best. And I mean, time heals. There's no other way really to put it. And I look forward to future shows where we can get back to the really insignificant things like playing time and 1-2 pick and rolls.
Yeah, I do too. So thanks for having me on this week, and again, thanks to everybody out there for all your support. We'll talk to you guys next week.
All right, thanks, Steve. I appreciate it, man. Great talking to you. Good luck.
Thank you. See you.
Steve Kerr in his weekly appearance, obviously a bit of a different tone to it, and fans who are all clamoring for the usual basketball questions and trade deadline chatter. There's plenty of time for that down the road.
It just puts everything in perspective. We worry so much about Wiggins getting playing time and wins and losses and where the Warriors are in the standings, and then something like this happens, and it just it's a reality check, and it makes you look at things with a different perspective through a different lens. And I know there's been some criticism for Steve this year, but whatever, that's part of the position, and he knows that. But more importantly than wins and losses, I think what we endure as human beings and how we handle adversity. I wanted just to take a second to publicly thank Steve the way he's handled this thing as a leader, more importantly as a man. I think his players and coaches are very fortunate to have him as their mentor. And I think it's safe to say for, the fan base and myself that we're lucky to have that guy as our coach.
No doubt. And you think about the success that they have gone through and how much that's meant to us as Warrior fans. And the Warriors have always been my team. Of all the Bay Area teams, the Warriors were the team that I've loved the most. I've attended the most games. I've been the fan of them the longest. I grew up in a basketball household. My brother Doug, who is about your age, was a high school star, and so we were always a basketball family, and I grew up loving basketball, so the Warriors are my team. So I've been through 5 decades of being a fan. So to have this be the last 10 or 12 years of Golden State Warrior fandom for me is beyond my wildest dreams. And I give Steve Kerr a lot of the credit because he came in and, he had one of the greatest players ever, and they built it around him with, the logo and Bob Myers, and the rest of it all happened. But to have Steve Kerr be the representative is not lost on me. And, fans who are critical, you can be critical. And Steve is critical of himself because this team this year has underperformed and they've had struggles. And you mentioned it before, the Draymond Green situation, and now losing an assistant coach, Decky, and dealing with all the things that they've dealt with, still, Steve Kerr is an unbelievable representative, and I'm fortunate that we get to have him on the show, and I'm thankful that he is their head coach.
Good coaches along the way, in my experiences, make you a better player. Great coaches make you a better person. And I think when you talk about great coaches, I don't look at the coaches along the way. And I don't remember what my record was with Dusty as a Giant. I don't remember the one good year we had in Montreal. I do remember some other things, but like I remember the guys and the coaches that had influences on me to make me a better person, make me a better man, make me a better human being. And there was some along the way that taught me those things. And those are the ones that I still think about to this day. It's not about, oh, this guy helped me with my batting stance, or this guy helped me with my arm angle, or this guy helped me field ground balls. It's about this guy influenced me on things that I still talk about at age 57 in my life. The way I live my life, the way I talk, the way I treat other people. Like, we all have mentors in our lives, whether it's somebody we've worked with, whether it's one of our friends, whether it's somebody we've looked up to in our own household. But like, people that influence you in those ways, to me, are far more important than Steve Kerr having a parade on Market Street.
Warriors back in action tomorrow. That'll be a 7 o'clock tip. You can hear all the action here on 95.7 The Game. It will have been 9 days since their last game, a loss at Memphis. So for many people, and you know, Steve Kerr spoke to it in that interview, there's part of it that's going to be good to get back to basketball. You never forget and you never get over the trauma and the tragedy that many of them actually witnessed firsthand, but you get back to basketball and hopefully some semblance of normalcy will take place so that people can start to, you know, get back to feeling right again. And although, you know, Steve spoke to it about his own father who passed away 40 years ago. Steve was 18, and it's obviously something you never get over.
Yeah, it's just like wins and losses are everything until something like this happens. And when I don't know when they get back to wins and losses are important. I really don't. I mean, I don't want to be too crass here or too frank, but they watched a man die. Like
Right.
when you that's different than somebody dying. Somebody dying is hard enough, but when you witness it like they did, I don't know how you move forward. I really don't. The 2 games off was nice of the commissioner to give that to them, but I still don't know how they're going to be ready to play. I don't. And yeah, you get on the court and you get that whatever 48 minutes of sanctuary.
Right.
And 45 or forgetting of everything, and you're playing, and it's more about X's and O's and scoring points and beating your opponent. But the second you walk off that court, you're right back there. So I don't want to be too harsh, but I don't know how they move forward this year. I don't either,
FP. And
I don't expect them to, and
Exactly.
I don't care.
And I think about
that might be a lot to say I don't care, but I don't.
Yeah.
I just hope they're okay.
And you think about everything that we talked about 9 days ago around the Warriors. It was what's wrong with Wiggins? Are they going to really trade Kuminga? What can they do at the deadline? Are they a play-in team? Does Steve Kerr need to stay around? All the rest of those topics. And now you think about it, even saying it out loud right now, it seems completely
stupid, right?
It's stupid,
right?
Stupid, unimportant, irrelevant, and the rest of it. So to answer your question in terms of this season, I think you're right. I think it's a season where it doesn't even matter what their record ends up in. And, you know, with trade deadline, I'm not even concerned with adding or subtracting. After everything that's happened up to this point, where they are in the standings, just play out the season and stay healthy, stay happy, and, you know, let's get to April. And if you're in the playoffs, give it a go. And if you're not, let's try again next year.
They're going to play harder. They're going to play harder as a tribute, but this isn't the movie stuff. This isn't where you go, well, let's win a championship for Decky. It doesn't work that way. But they will pay a tribute to him and remember him with the way they approach the game on a daily basis. And if we're being honest, there have been some games this year where they haven't had that edge, where they haven't gone out there and played hard. I don't think you'll see that the rest of the year.
It's an interesting point, FP, and I think that's a fair point. And the Warriors do want to remind fans that are going tomorrow, be in your seat by 6:50. There's a special tribute planned for Decky. And based on what we saw from the teams in Serbia and the tribute from a couple of days ago, which if you haven't seen it, just go to your local YouTube and Google it. You're going to want to see it. It's one of the more powerful things I've ever seen in terms of fan tributes for a fallen player, a legend, as Steve mentioned. Decky, a 3-time MVP in the Adriatic League. And, you didn't realize how good of a player he was. And, we talked about it in the pre-show, and you think about Warriors assistants and, Ron Adams we know, and Q, Bruce Frazier we know, and, you start to think about DeMarco, him, and you get into that second row, and a lot of the guys you don't even know until something like this happens. So if you're going to the game tomorrow, make sure you're there by 6:50 to really see this and be a part of a special tribute to a special man.
And watch a tribute, too. What is it on YouTube, Dibs? We got it right here. Go watch the tribute to Decky. When you get home today, please just promise me one thing, you'll watch this. And you guys sent it to me to watch for the show today, and I saw the highlights on the news, so you saw bits and pieces of it. But if you Google it on YouTube, or if you search it on YouTube, it's Belgrade Crowd Honors the Memory, and just watch it. Just watch the thing. How long is it, Dibs?
It's about 15 minutes.
It's about 15 minutes. It's unbelievable. And it's very touching. And it just kind of brings it all into perspective at least it did for me.
Absolutely. Well put. And that was Steve Kerr here, and we get Steve every week. And next week, we'll get a chance to get back to the really important stuff. FP, X's and O's, and transition defense, and rebound differential, and the free throws, and all the rest of it. But appreciate Steve coming on and spending some time with us. Well, before we get to the Warrior game tomorrow, FP, you and I have about 40 more minutes to really worry about the San Francisco 49ers. And where are you, Niner fans, in terms of your worry meter, your worry-ometer at 888-957-9570? I'm not worried at all. I'm thinking already about Las Vegas. Where am I staying? When can I get down there? How do I get a ticket for the game? And actually, one of my good friends, Baltimore Joe, who works at Presidio Golf Course, he told me he's already got a room in Vegas. He's a Baltimore Ravens fan. He's already got a room with 2 queen beds. So I've got accommodations taken care of, FP, in Vegas.
You guys snuggling?
There will be snuggling.
That's
yes.
right.
There will be mad snuggling.
So are you confident in a parade?
I'm less confident in a parade than I am of a Vegas trip.
Okay.
I'm confident in a Vegas trip. Now, you get to Vegas and you face Baltimore or Kansas City. That, to me, is a much tougher undertaking than Detroit on Sunday. Where are you at, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. Matt in Seattle wants to jump in. What's going on, Matt? You're on 95.7 The Game with FP and Dibs.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Love listening to you guys on Spotify. Appreciate all the info you provide. Just want to bring up something real quick. Just in the case that Debo doesn't play, I kind of want to see Shanahan maybe have McCaffrey play more out wide, have Elijah Mitchell play more running back. I feel like that would be potentially a better way to plan instead of kind of counting on Juwan Jennings. Though I love him, love Juwan Jennings, but Ray McLeod, Conley, I'd like to see more Elijah Mitchell in there. Just wanted to see what you guys thought about that.
I appreciate that, Matt. That's actually a thought that FP and I had earlier about putting McCaffrey in the Debo spot at times and putting Elijah Mitchell back there in the backfield.
I think it's such a big game that you should have McCaffrey play quarterback, split out Brock Purdy as a wide receiver, maybe have Nick Bosa play fullback, and change everything in the NFC Championship game because nothing has worked till this point. They're in the NFC Championship game. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I know what he's trying to say is make adjustments for Debo not being there. And I would like to see a little more Elijah Mitchell this week just to take the load off McCaffrey. Every time you saw McCaffrey, he was getting a massage or he had the Theragun on his hamstring. I think there's no way we'll ever know, but I don't think McCaffrey was close to 100% on Saturday. And maybe that's why what did he have, 17 carries? I don't.
Yeah, he had about the normal number of touches for a game, 24, I think.
I think he was good enough. He was good enough to go, but I don't think he was 100%. But who is 100% at this time?
I love that's one of my favorite expressions.
Who is
100% this time of year, right?
Watch Dan Campbell's speech. I'll send it to you. I posted it on my Instagram yesterday, and he's talking to the guys, and it's from Hard Knocks. He's talking about his training camp, and grit, and this, and he's like, after week 1, no, you all feel the best you're going to feel right now sitting in this room, and it's just going to get worse as the season goes.
Yeah. When was the last time you felt 100%?
Oh, man.
Because I don't. We're going back years.
I'm bone on bone in both knees right now. Me too. And I jog on the Embarcadero on pavement every day.
You still run.
Yeah, I run like you. 6 miles like 3 times a week.
Wow, how?
I don't know. You just got
it out?
This is weird. I kind of like the pain. I miss the pain. Remember Buster Posey said that? I kind of miss it. So when I'm running and my knees are barking, I'm like, yeah, I'm alive, baby. Let's go. And how many more years can I do this before I'm like just walking, which is fine too.
Yeah.
I'm just not ready for that.
I'm with you there. I was running marathons and ultra marathons, and then the knees really went south. I got to that bone-on-bone state, and I was like, you know what? I think I'm good. I need to get back to it, though. I do love the running. So maybe
it's more of a mental thing for me. It's like my yoga because I can't stretch. I'm not very flexible. I can't touch my toes. And did you ever see a cheetah stretch? No. So I don't stretch.
There you go. More cliches with FP. 888-957-9570. Where are you with your 49er confidence? The last caller from Seattle was talking about, maybe not having as much faith in Ray or faith in Chris Conley. Kyle Shanahan yesterday in his press conference says, he thinks Chris Conley's ready to step up.
That's why guys like him and Willie Snead are here. It comes up. You never know when. It came up last year for us, too. Those guys had to step in. I mean, Willie, huge, and then having both of them this year. And they've both done it in different games throughout the year for us, whether it's special teams or offense. And that was a big-time play that Chris made in that game.
Big-time play by Chris Conley. And a couple of big-time catches from Jawan Jennings, and all this in light of Deebo Samuel having to leave the game early. And we don't yet know, FP, about Deebo and how well he'll be able to play, if he'll be able to play come Sunday. 50-50 as of yesterday, and I wouldn't imagine that he gets, much closer to 100% than maybe 60-40 or 70-30 if he's even able to go.
70-30 by Thursday and 100-0 by Sunday.
He'll be 100-0.
Oh, yeah. You're Doc on the show. Shoot it up, baby. Make him a pincushion. Let's go.
Well, here's Shanahan on Deebo's shoulder.
It wasn't broken, so that was a real good sign, but still hurting too much for us to really have an idea how it's going to heal up this week. So we just got to be patient, see how he feels on Wednesday, and based off if it's improving, it'll give us a better idea whether he has a chance for the game or not.
Well, Coach, what about the timeline for him to be good to go?
Yeah, I mean, if we know he's not available, which hopefully we would know that by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or at least in those 3 days, then it makes it easier, at least from a game plan standpoint. You don't have to do much, but if there's any chance, which I think we'll have a better idea by Wednesday, obviously there'll be things in there for him.
Better idea by Wednesday. So
I ain't letting the Lions know if Deebo's playing or not until you have to.
Right, but they'll know, and in-house they'll know whether or not Deebo should be a part of the game plan, and that's critical, I think, for the Niners. And yes, you're not going to let Detroit know. So when the official injury designation comes out, which I think is on Friday, he'll be questionable. I'll tell you right now, he'll be listed as questionable.
We're all questionable.
Exactly. He won't be doubtful, because doubtful is usually outful. You don't play when you're doubtful in the NFL. It's very rare. When you're questionable, it could go either way.
Can you play shenanigans with a doubtful thing and then he plays? Can you do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I would do anything right now. I would pull out all the stops.
You just list him as doubtful?
I'd list him as whatever if he's playing.
Now, the question I would have, and maybe Lucas knows the answer to this, but if you list him as out, can they play?
I don't think so.
So if you list him as out on Friday, can they suddenly go from out to in, Lucas?
They cannot.
Yeah. So if you're out, you're just out.
You're just out.
Okay.
I guess you can list him as out if you want. All that matters is an hour and a half before kickoff, there's an inactives and actives.
Gotcha. So hour and a half before kick. So
out isn't out.
Yeah, and I think that the injury reports now are more for the gambling community than it is, like Lucas said, and I appreciate the clarification sensation right there.
Yep.
It all comes down to an hour and a half before kick. When you got to turn in your official, 46 guys, Lucas? You got your 46-man roster plus your emergency QB. That was not thank you. Not the emphatic confirmation I was looking
53,
for.
53, isn't that a thing? 53-man roster?
Yep.
Right, but on game day it's 46, I believe.
Okay.
You're the worst. You're the worst. In an unrelated news, this just in from Shams. Sharania. The Warriors say they will wear a DM patch on their uniforms for the remainder of the season in honor of Dejan Milojevic. I butchered it. And the logo will appear on the Chase Center court for all remaining home games this year. So, and there's the patch, the DM with the heart, which is what Steve Kerr was wearing on his shirt at yesterday's press avail.
Very cool, man. Man, and tomorrow's going to be an emotional night at Chase.
For sure.
For the players, for the coaches, for the families, for the fans. I don't think there's going to be a dry eye in the house, and there's going to be some touching tributes. The Warriors, nobody does it better than the Warriors.
Absolutely. The Warriors do remind you to be in your seats by 6:50. That way you can be there for the full tribute. And if you're going to the game, I would recommend being there even earlier than that. You want to be totally locked in on the pregame festivities. It's always a tough one for me, FP. People who show up late to these events.
Oh, don't get me going on time, dude. You don't even get me going on time.
How come, FP? You got
well, I saw you in the game.
I
would. No, I don't. If you're not 15 minutes early, you're late in my book. I'm big on time. I think time is a form of respect. I think if you're late to something, you're showing people that you're more important than they are.
I'm loving this right now.
Selfish AF if you're late to things consistently. Now, if something happens here or there and it's out of your control, it's called life. But if you're consistently late and you just say, "Oh, I'm always late," then that's a big deal. I'll stop there. But it's the same thing.
No, you can keep going.
No, it's the same thing. Because you're going to throw me on the bus. I did not have control of being late at that game that you saw me at. It's also like I'm bad with names. Get better with names. Oh, I'm so bad with names. Well, why don't you get better at names? Why don't you practice something that helps you remember names better? And then nobody likes to hear anything more better than their name. So when you address people, that didn't come out right. But you know what I'm saying. People like to hear their names. Like just like, hey Dan, and you say Dan and Dibs or whatever. You like to hear your name. And if you don't remember names, you just say I'm bad at names, then that's not an excuse. Okay, I'm done. I'm off my soapbox.
No, that was
I'm sounding so stupid right now.
That was a great take because I'm really good at being on time, but names is something I'm bad at, and I need to be better.
Be better. Don't need to be better. Be better.
I'm trying to be better.
Bobby Cox knew everybody's name in the whole stadium as a manager, from the security guards to the parking attendants to his players to people that are there every single day, ushers. He knew everybody's name at the park, and I want to get to that. I'm not as good as I'd like to be. I can do better.
I absolutely can do better, and I will do better. And there's a gentleman who...
Say my name.
It's Frank.
Thank you.
Say my name, my name. Frank Paul. I knew that.
There you go.
It's a guy who walks his dog by my house, and I'm on baby duty in the morning, so we'll...
Get his name for me.
I'll take my out for our walk, and I see this man, and the other day he saw me, and he said, "Oh, hey, Mila." And apparently he had seen my baby before with my wife, and he remembered her name. Luckily, he didn't remember my name.
Because you didn't remember.
Well, no, he didn't remember my name. He knew my wife's name. But he's like, "Hey, I'm Gary." And I say, "Hey, I'm Dan." And so I remembered, Gary, this is Gary. Gary.
You got it.
You got to say it 3 times. Gary.
Sometimes that doesn't work.
Right. And the reason why I remembered it is kind of an odd thing, but SpongeBob's pet snail is named Gary.
That's how you remember names right there. You got to associate it with something.
Yeah.
That's how I'm getting better.
Yeah.
So I still could be better.
I need to be better, and I'm going to be better.
You're going to be better.
I'm going to be better.
Learn a name a day somewhere. Somebody in this building who you don't know their name is, ask them their name and remember it. And then just keep going. It's like a game.
Yeah, that's actually a great one because...
There's people you've said hi to in this building, and I'm not throwing you under the bus. I do the same thing.
No, I deserve to be thrown under because I rode the elevator with somebody 2 days ago, and we had a lovely chat.
And you're like, I should know. And it gets to a point where it's so awkward. It gets past the point of no return where it's so awkward, and you haven't remembered their name for so long that if you ask them their name, that you're embarrassed. And that's why people are bad with names, because you just let it go. I've done that so many times. I work with people in D.C. for 10 years, and I walk by them in the ballpark, and I'm like, damn it.
You're just big-timing people all over the place.
No, I say, hi, I'm very nice. How are you today? But if you don't say, hi, Dan, how are you today? You sound like an idiot. And I sound like an idiot all the time. And then you get to, like, it's 3 years later, and you should know their name, and you can't ask them for their name now, or else you have egg all over your face.
Well, and that's half the people here at Odyssey San Francisco, because I'm a friendly guy, and I say hello to people, but I don't know very many people's names.
Let's both be better.
Okay. I'm going to work on it.
I think it's okay to say, I'm sorry, what's your name? Or I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
It is, but not when you see somebody for the 29th time.
I know, that's where it gets awkward, dude.
And maybe I don't have enough humility to say, you know what, I need to stop this charade and just ask you your name.
I mean, I've dated somebody for 2 years and never got their name. Dude.
You liar.
What's your name? Finally?
You liar.
I don't know your name.
One guy Kyle Shanahan knows the name of. Third down, Juwan, third and Juwan.
Oh, it's huge, especially losing Debo there too. But no, Juwan, I mean, he always contributes, and I think people see it more times. You know, obviously people see it more when he catches the ball, but Juwan has an impact when he's ever out there on the field, whether it's the run game or the pass game, and he stepped it up big for us, and is one of the biggest warriors out on the field, and love that he's on our team.
Love that he's on their team, especially now where he might be starting if Deebo Samuel's unable to go.
Best blocker as a wide receiver in the NFL.
That's a bold take.
Him and Brandon Ayuk, they take pride in it, man. They're looking to blow people up, not just get in the way. I love their mentality.
It's kind of like the football version of the bunt, where if you're a good baseball team, you have the ability to bunt, sacrifice, move guys over. It's something you have to want to do. You have to want to be good at it. You have to practice it, right?
It's a mindset and it's an attitude, just like defense is in basketball. I think defense is an attitude in basketball. You got to want to do it. You have to have the desire and the passion to play defense. You have to have, or it could be the culture too, where Kyle's just like, if you don't block, you don't play. Or if you don't block, you don't get the football. And if I want my touches and I want my number called in the huddle, I better be blocking downfield, because if I don't, you'll watch. Somebody will be downfield for a McCaffrey run, whether it's Ayuk or Jennings or whomever, or Kittle. They'll get the ball. Like within 2 plays, they're getting the football. Like as a reward, like here's your Pavlov's dog thing. Like
right.
You're salivating. Here it is. Then ring the bell. Here's your reward for blocking downfield. It's a mindset. It's an attitude. And they take pride in it. Don't they have something where they, like a helmet or something, they pass around if whoever has the best block as a receiver? I don't know. I love it.
No, and that's where Brandon Ayuk was able to earn some playing time back and get out of Kyle's doghouse, Kyle Shanahan's doghouse, although Shanahan never said that he was. But certainly there was that notion that Ayuk had to earn the playing time. And like you said, it's not just the playing time. It's now getting a chance to catch the ball. And when you catch the ball, you get the contract. When you get the contract, you get the riches. So this team is built on having wide receivers who can block and having a tight end who loves to go out there and block.
When you win the championship, you get the contract and you get the riches. That's the hardest thing in sports, to get everybody to buy in and to say, look, if we win, everything takes care of itself. The Niners win the world. If the Niners win the championship this year, if they win the Super Bowl, all those guys are going to get paid. Eventually, you're just going to get paid. That's just how it goes. Whether it's with the Niners or whomever, you have that on your resume, you're good.
Unfortunately, when the quarterback gets paid, you're going to have to find a way to get some more cheap talent in here, because when Brock Purdy, if he continues to play at this level and this late in the year, and he gets that $40-45 million a year contract, well, you're going to be up against it in terms of the salary cap, and at that point, you're going to have to maybe do some financial gymnastics.
So when we all start to doubt Brock Purdy again, and if you're one of those people out there, that's fine. I mean, that's sports. That's part of being a fan. Can we all just take a second to look that he's been in the NFL for 2 seasons, and they've been to the NFC Championship 2 years in a row? I mean, that to me speaks more than anything. You could do the yards per attempt and the QBR and all the things. He's first in the NFL in all these categories, which he was this year. And he has a wobbly 3 quarters in the biggest game, and now he's getting crushed nationally, maybe not locally, but I think a lot of us, who I said yesterday, kind of wavered a little bit throughout that game. Like, is he our franchise guy? So I was guilty of that myself. But can we just all take a step back and look that the 2 years that he's been, the majority of the year, their starting quarterback, they've been in the NFC Championship game.
It's hard to find another quarterback who's done that, period, let alone in his first 2 years. And last year, he was only a starter for half the year, not even half the year.
He's a baby. He's a baby. He's 22 and 23. Am I right with ages?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm terrible with ages, by the way. I got to get better at ages. So maybe I'll go around Odyssey and saying, how old are you?
Exactly.
I don't think that'll play.
I'm actually really good with ages, and even better with people's weight, which a lot of times is not, not a great bit.
Do the high. What's your name?
Careful. Totally.
What's your name? How old are you? And how much do you weigh? To the people in the office, and see how that goes.
I'll try that. I usually lead with the weight. Hey, how you doing?
How much do you weigh?
What are you, about $170?
How old are you? Totally. Yeah,
Well,
ask women that. That goes over well.
My problem with age guessing is that I really want to be accurate. I don't play the game of like, somebody who's clearly 51. Hey, what are you, 39? No. I'm trying to get it right.
Dude, I'm a circus freak with ages. I could open up a booth at Cirque du Soleil, but they probably don't have that, and guess your age.
Dude, you and I can go head to head because I'm phenomenal.
Small hands smell like cabbage. I'm a carny. Give me a booth, and I will guess your age. I do it all the time. I freak people out. And I don't guess low to flatter somebody.
I'm the same way.
I'm hitting it right on the head.
I'm phenomenal.
And then I'm taking your money. You bet $5 and I get your age within a year, I'll do it every time.
Oh, you and I should go head to head because that's maybe my elite skill is age guessing.
That and directions. If I go one place, one time in one town, I don't need street names. I don't need GPS. I can get
okay.
There. I have that deep in my DNA. I don't know how. I don't know why. Maybe from my caveman days, from when I had to like kill a dinosaur for food and come home with it. But I directions and age are my two. Like I don't know. I can't explain it.
Well, these are great. These are great things about FP that I never knew. And coming up on the other side, I'm going to see what FP thinks about the big news that came out today from Major League Baseball, more accurately, Cooperstown, because the 2024 Baseball Hall of Fame class has been announced. And I know FP's got some thoughts. 3 baseball players made it in, 2 just missed, and FP's going to weigh in on his thoughts and the flaws on these players who made it in to Cooperstown today.
One of my teammates got elected today. Woohoo!
There's a tease. Look forward to hearing which one of your many myriad teammates got in and whether or not you've sent him a text of congratulations or not. Yeah, of course you have not. It's not the way you go. You probably don't even remember his name based on this segment. You're bad with names.
The third baseman, pretty good. I can't remember his name.
All right. Yep. Oh, there you have it. That guy played for a bunch of different teams, and he's now in the Hall of Fame. One more segment to go. We'll talk a little bit about baseball's Hall of Fame and get you ready for the best of on the other side. FP Santangelo in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
We're back here. It's FP in for Mark Willard. I want to thank Peter King, Dr. Nirav Pandya, and Steve Kerr, all for joining us today. And remind you again, folks, if you're going out to the game tomorrow with the Atlanta Hawks in town, getting your seats early, 6:50. I would recommend even 6:45. There will be a pregame tribute to the assistant coach, Decky, who passed away last week, so you don't want to miss that. Make sure you're in your seats early at 6:50. Get ready for 49ers and Lions in the NFC title game Sunday with us on 95.7 The Game. We'll be live and local starting at 9 a.m. with Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett, leading up to the kickoff show with Larry Kruger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. What are your Sunday plans, FP, for this conference championship game doubleheader?
I'll be in church all day.
That's a lie.
No,
I wish you weren't a liar.
I don't know yet. I think I'm going to be in Sacramento with the folks.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to be home and saving my voice just in case I get the call. And my son, my mom and dad come home from vacation Thursday, picking them up, spending Sunday and the weekend with them in Sacramento.
And your mom and dad are still together, right?
Yes, and my son and his wife will be there. And I think we're going to watch the Niners game as a family, and it's going to be a weird dynamic because my dad is kind of a Lions fan, kind of a Niners fan.
Gotcha.
More of a Lions fan than a Niners fan, so we'll see. It's going to be weird.
And your mom is like wear a jersey Niner fan, or
she's got money on the Niners to win the Super Bowl.
She's got money on them.
Yeah, so that's why she's a Niners fan right now.
Okay, is she a big time gambler, or is this just like
she likes
a one off?
She likes her slot machines.
Okay,
she's a big slot machine, and she's a one-arm bandit. She likes those. She likes to
and
play
you
slots.
don't gamble. I heard you.
I did, and I'm not good at it, and I don't like losing.
Interesting. I'm kind of in that same same space.
I'm good at giving advice, but if I actually put money on the game, I lose.
Interesting.
It's that simple.
I'm actually bad at giving advice, and Grandy loves it because anytime there's a big game that's coming up, he'll ask for my pick
and go the other way.
Oh yeah, and he's your boy's been ice cold. I always talk about how hot I am, but I've been on a little bit of a cold streak lately. College hoop is the only thing that I really feel confident in. Other than that, I try to stay away from it.
I know there's a lot of it. Gambling makes the world go round right now. They're all the sponsors and, all these, they have all the money, right? So you don't want to get too deep in the woods on your take on gambling. It takes the fun out of sports for me.
Dibs, your take, sorry, FP, your Dibs' take that the Niners are going to sleepwalk into the Super Bowl really makes me nervous as a Niners fan.
It should. I had the Niners given the 9.5 against Green Bay.
I didn't know this.
And I also, I like the over. And you know what? And I hate to say this on Tuesday because we're having such a good show.
Just don't.
Take the Niners, lay the 7.
No way, dude. Take the Lions and the points. I disagree 100%. Lions might win.
Lay the 7.
Lions might win, dude.
Grandy's so pissed right
now. I'm rooting for the Niners, but the Lions, you don't get this far by... No. I'm just worried.
7's too many. Yeah, you've been on the record with that.
Yeah, Lions might win. I'll be on the record with that. And might. I'm rooting for the Niners. I've been a Niners fan my whole life.
I am too.
I'm rooting hard for the Niners. I lost my voice Saturday for the Niners.
That's why I was asking you where you were going to watch the game, because you came in yesterday hoarse because you were screaming at the bus stop.
Yeah, then I've had the Peter King flu, by the way, for about I've been sick since New Year's. And coughing. And I think there's something out there worse than COVID right now. Everybody that I know is sick.
Well, there's the big 3, and it's the flu, which you probably didn't get a flu shot.
No, just a little chest thing.
There is RSV, which is a respiratory...
I thought that's when you respond to an invitation.
That would be RSVP.
All right.
RSV is a respiratory illness that you probably have been afflicted with. It's worse than a cold, and it's actually worse than the flu. And then there's the garden variety COVID, which is raging, by the way, across America.
I've tested multiple times, and for COVID too. And I'm
just this guy. The comedy. Past one failed the other, I'm told.
And it's just a chest thing. I'm good. But then chest plus screaming at the 49ers game was not a great idea.
Now, before we go, I do want to get your thoughts on the news that came out today, and that is we've got 3 new busts going to Cooperstown. The Baseball Hall of Fame voting has been done. The results are in. Adrian Beltre, Todd Helton, and Joe Mauer are off to Cooperstown and baseball's Hall of Fame. Adrian Beltre, 95% of the vote. Todd Helton, 79.7%. And Joe Mauer squeaking in with 76.1% of the vote. Of course, you need 75% of the votes cast by members of the Baseball Writers of America. What do you think of the 2024 Hall of Fame class, FP?
Well, congratulations to Adrian Beltre. Big fan. I was his teammate in Los Angeles, and he's one of the best teammates I've ever had. But I have one take on the Hall of Fame. It's not the Hall of Fame till Barry Bonds is in it, period.
Amen.
End of story. It's a joke. All this is a joke.
And you would add in Clemens to that, and
just a Barry guy.
A-Rod.
Barry.
No, but
Barry.
If he gets in, how about the rest of the guys who were purported to have used steroids?
So my take on that is the history of America as a country is not perfect. We've had bad times and good times. We've had things we're embarrassed about. And if you're gonna portray the history of the game of baseball, then you have to portray the history of the game of baseball accurately, so that if you go to the American Museum, the Smithsonian in D.C., it tells about our nation's history. And there's some times that we're probably not the most proud of in our country's history. There's some times in baseball that we're probably not the most proud of, but it's baseball, and you have to tell the story of baseball in Cooperstown. And if you don't have the guys that were in that era that put up the numbers that they put up, then 100 years from now, we're all gone. If kids don't know about Barry Bonds, if people don't know about Pete Rose, to me, you're doing an injustice to the game of baseball. Now, I'm not saying I don't care what they did. I'm not having a cavalier attitude to that because obviously I can't. But my take is my take. Like, tell me the history of the ball game. And if the history of the ball game means A-Rod, however he did it, or Barry, however he did
Clemens
it,
and the whole
or
deal.
Pete Rose, whatever he did, I need to know the history. I need to know that the best players that ever played the game are on display for somebody 200 years from now if the earth is still standing.
And Todd Helton gets in, and you and I talked off the air about his stats and his home road splits, a little bit skewed toward Coors Field, but Todd Helton, certainly one of the great players of his era, and I didn't think you had many thoughts about him getting in, but Joe Mauer, FP, gets in by the skin of his teeth. Do you think that this is good news for Buster Posey? Because I think Mauer getting in with, not eye-popping career numbers. He had 143 home runs, 2,100 hits or so, a career batting average of good, 306, a little bit of a longer career than Buster, but not nearly the team success. Do you think this clears the way for Buster to get in?
I think Buster clears the way for Buster to get in. It doesn't matter what happens before him. He's a Hall of Famer. I'm a big fan of it's a knee-jerk thing for me. You either are or you aren't. It's either a 1 or a 0. It doesn't grow over the years. It doesn't get better after 8 years, and all of a sudden you do some analytic study that finds this new stat that all of a sudden Dan Dibley's the best player in the world and we overlooked him for 10 years. It's the eye test. You either are or you aren't. I think of Joe Mauer. I don't think a Hall of Famer Joe Mauer was a great baseball player. He had a career that we all wish we could have. He has more talent on his pinky finger than I'll ever have. A wonderful, wonderful baseball player. A really freaking good baseball player. But I don't think Joe Mauer Hall of Fame. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, is there?
But you think Buster Posey Hall of Fame?
But anywhere but Minnesota, do people think Joe Mauer Hall of Fame?
A 6-time All-Star. Buster had 7. Buster career 302 hitter. Mauer 306.
Championships, Joe Mauer?
Buster had 1,500 hits on the dot. Mauer had 21-23. Mauer played longer. Gold gloves. Mauer with 3. Buster with 1.
Gold rings, how many?
Mauer 0. Buster 3.
Okay. I'm not crapping on Joe Mauer. He's a great player.
It's interesting because I wish we had more time for this.
2,000 big league hits.
Cooperstown is an individual award, so I don't know if championships really matter that much.
But they kind of do.
Yeah, and I think that Buster will get in, but I don't think that he's a slam dunk. But Joe Mauer getting in certainly will clear the way. FP, good times today, man. This is really fun.
Dude, it went by fast. You were great to work with. We've been friends off the air for years. Way to end with an exclamation point.
Right.
We've been friends off the air for years. But it was good to do a show with you, dude. I had fun today.
Yeah, it was awesome.
My voice lasted. You lasted. You put up with me. I mean, thanks to everybody for having me here today. I'm very privileged and honored and humbled to be a part of this 95.7 The Game thing. You guys are the best.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you, FP, and really proud of you for fighting through it today. And, stay close. Depending on Mark's availability tomorrow,